We are very excited, of course. Now, right before the player break, we went to Abu Dhabi, to another land, a little bit less than this one. So this is definitely a step up for us, and I think we're all very excited and can't wait to get playing and playing the best teams at a tournament. So yeah, I think our expectations is a little bit higher for ourselves than the people from the outside may think. I think that our team is a team that can be very, very hard to play against. We have some very fast-paced tactics, but we can also lean back if that goes wrong. And we have a team with 5 players, I think, can shoot heavily again. So I think that if all in the team is having a great day, I think most of the teams will have a hard time beating us. It is a little bit of a nightmare opponent for us. We have been practicing against Mao sometimes, and it's always been a hard match, and they're always looking good in the first couple of matches in their tournament. So, I mean, we are not afraid, but like we know it's a very good team, and we have to be on our A game to compete with that. When you change players, it can go 2 ways. Either you can have a hard time finding out how to play in the start, or you can have a honeymoon. So, I mean, it really depends on how the team that has changed is gonna meet up to this event. But yeah, I mean, if you look at it, it should be harder for a team who has just changed a player or two to play on their top level. So, of course, I would say that it is a bit of it's good for us, I would say. If we play our game, I think we can have a fun time against a lot of the top teams. So yeah, if we hit our shots and everything is going right, I think we can be a little bit of a dark horse, I would say. When a new team or a new player gets to play on the biggest stage, there's always a good chance for them to prove themselves as a player and as a team. So I think, yeah, of course it's a good place to be for us right now as a team, to show that we can play against the best teams if we play our best.
I think the vibe in my team is incredibly good. We are a very unknown team. We're not even ranked and got here through the local qualifiers. So we have a great mix of like experience and youngsters. So we're just really excited to be here to play. Of course, we have high expectations to ourselves. We know that to the outside world we are underdogs, but we're definitely here to play some good Counter-Strike, to win some games and gain some more experience towards our big goal of qualifying for the major as well later on the year. But right now we're just focusing one game at a time at the Esports World Cup. I think it's impossible for any team to avoid issues and problems, both like in and outside the game at times. That's why in practice, as the in-game leader of the team, like I try to inspire people to be honest with each other. Like I've been in many different teams, and especially in Danish teams as well, people have sometimes been too nice to each other, which means there have been some problems laying under the bed that didn't come to light, how to say it. My most important job as an IGL is to create freedom and space for my players to not make them scared of making mistakes. You know, someone can always get mad. If there can be frustration during the game as well, I try to allow that, and I try to say, just bring it out. Like, it's fine. It doesn't affect me as IGL. It doesn't affect the players, because we know, like, now you have been mad for a round. Now you will reset mentally, and now we're ready to win again. Yeah, I think, for example, we have Mini, which is the best player in Lebanon. We recently bought Osamas from our biggest opponent in our region. So we're definitely the best team in our region now, which is the MENA region. So we want to establish that, but we want to compete against the best teams in the world. Like, we want to play the big tournaments. Coming into our first major tournament here, I think we're just going to go with the flow. we're not gonna sit and hard anti-strat anyone because we have just been practicing for a few weeks together. We want to focus on our game, and I, as the in-game leader, will adapt our defaults, our game to the opponents. So I'm gonna do some small tweaks, and we would not have prepared for 1 week even if we knew the opponent, because I think sometimes there's a mental state where you overthink stuff, and I'd rather have people on my team play with their gut feeling. Yeah, we in GGHAO, we're really grateful to be here, to come in as the local hero and play this major, big tournament. So I think in general there have been a lot of talking in Counter-Strike about the change of format for the majors. So obviously it's going to be harder and harder for lesser known teams to get the chance. And this is also why we know this tournament is so important for us, because we know in practice how good we can play, but we also know sometimes we play better against the best teams. So that just means that there is so many up and coming teams out there that are so strong and have so much talent. And of course we need to create a circuit where there's available chances for every young player to follow their dream. So this is a great way, we would not have come here by the ranking. So the local qualifier and just being here, being able to play it, and that's just that's perfect for us.
Hello everyone. After the player break, we had 2 weeks of boot camp in Malta. So we have a new player coming in, it's the schools. And so far we're feeling very excited to have a new one on board. We feel like he matched very well with the team. And we're gonna face our first challenge here in the EWC, so yeah, feeling good. Yeah, Schools is a very capable player. Before playing in Liquid, he was playing Pain Gaming, and I think he was playing amazingly there. Team Liquid had some good moments too, but the team had some tough moments, so it was a little bit hard for him to show his best version. And we want to bring the best version of Schools in Korea, and I think he matched very well with the team in terms of the characteristics from the people that are there, and also in style in game as well. He's playing the anchor positions that we have been missing for a while. So he's been matching very well with the team. We're very excited to have him on board. Yeah, when you have to communicate in a different language, it's definitely something else that you have to have on your mind. And you know, Counter-Strike is a very timing, decisive game. And you know, if you're trying to find a word or trying to explain a situation, sometimes it might be too late later on. Trying to understand the communication, and sometimes it takes you extra seconds. I have been there playing with international people as well, and I know that it can be a struggle for different nationalities to be playing. So yeah, playing everyone in the same language, in our home language, is much easier. With Gary departure, going to take care of all the teams in Korea now, not only Counter-Strike. City stepped up to be our coach, and we have been working with him while we have been working with Gary in the past, so we know him a lot, we respect him a lot, and we think he have a lot to bring to the table as well. He was already bringing a lot of good stuff, and now I think it's up to him to show and use this opportunity to grow up in his career. I think he has what it takes to be a great coach, and we're going to be there to help him. I would say that everyone who's coming to a tournament expects to win it, even though for some it might be more realistic or not. And being completely honest, if you come to a tournament like that, you don't have the desire to win, you shouldn't be competing. So of course we have the desire to win, we want to be winning, but we also have on our minds that this is our first challenge. We have been together for 2 weeks with this whole lineup, and at the same time that the lineup is promising, at the same time that we know we have a lot of talent, you have to understand that other people have gone through more process than you have in the game and have organized themselves maybe better or not. But we know that when it comes to the matches, there's a lot of things that takes part of it, a lot of things that sometimes are not even in our control. So we have to go there and play the best we can. And I think realistically speaking, getting to the playoffs would be a good result for us. We're looking forward to be able to achieve that, and we're going to do the best we can. I think EWC is a perfect tournament for anyone who is trying to showcase themselves here to go up in a level. You know, I think the standards that EWC is putting the sport at, and how they are helping to do bigger stuff and bigger prize pool, and the way they have been recording everything we have been doing. So a lot of things have stepped up in this tournament. So I think the team that comes up in here and do a nice story is going to be showing up to a lot of people, and that's for sure going to catapult their careers, I would say. So yeah, that's definitely a good opportunity for everyone here.
How are we feeling after player break? Well, pretty good, pretty relaxed right now. Enjoyed our holiday, so yeah. How we went throughout the year was quite up and down. I think mostly was up. We went to top 14 in the world, so I didn't really think it was that down, to be honest. We just had a bad result in Dallas, won at the minor, the RMR, sorry, and then overall, the rest of the comps were pretty good for our region because we're playing from a heavily handicapped region, and we need to do what we can do to be better. Overall, we're still growing, but there's we need to do more boot camps and whatnot, and that's what is coming after this competition before Cologne. And when it comes to our region, we are the top team. There isn't anyone else really, and I think we're the only one that's getting full-time salaries. So. It has a lot to grow. I think there's people who are in charge of teams in Australia who are like doing their best to make sure that competition-wise and tactical-wise they're growing and putting up fights versus us, and it's good to see. But right now the business aspects of it aren't really there, and yeah, I'm just keen to see it grow more in that front. With EWC, we just want to go with the flow. It's been difficult because we just came off break. A lot of these teams here have come off break, so goals are obviously to always win and do the best we can, but realistic speaking, like, we need to not get ahead of ourselves. There's much more to the rest of the year to go, so the big goals are just making sure that we're working well as a team, and if even if that means losing and whatever, then it's just part of the process. It's just first match of the season. What can you do? Yeah, we are coming up against FaZe, so this is definitely a difficult team. They used to be the best in the world, and I'm sure they can still be there if they wanted to. So yeah, it's going to be interesting after like an interesting rematch, because yeah, we didn't really get a good showing versus them. Like, it was decent, but it could be better. So yeah, it's just going to be who's the best of the day. Yeah, this tournament definitely has the same potential, I would say, but there is still a lot of comps that offer many different brackets and chances for teams. In my opinion, playing one BO3 and then having a BO1 is okay, but other comps will have BO3, BO3, and make the competition more extensive that way. I know a lot of other games in EA have a much longer competition time, so it'll be nice to see that, because CS can be done in an hour and 40 minutes, and that's just not enough time. So it has the potential, so we'll see how it goes.
That's why I think hippos are the most underrated animals. They can spend up to 15 hours a day underwater. They produce their own sunscreen, but most importantly of all, they have a bite more powerful than that of a tiger. Speaking of which, a fair few teams getting bitten in the first day of Counter-Strike 2 at EWC, and things only getting tougher from here on out, as today, it's single elimination best of ones in the Resurrection bracket. This is the Esports World Cup.
It's Resurrection Day here in Riyadh as we have 7 CS2 teams facing elimination, and our final playoff team is decided in a grueling best-of-1 single elimination bracket. You wanna know something crazy, Maniac?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, I do.
Because I've been looking to tell someone that there's like 500 different orgs here. That's crazy.
I'm gonna stop you right here. We don't talk about orgs here. It's clubs. Clubs. Ultimate team.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties, and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and game culture, with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
What if being a Swiss has taught me anything, is that the top club is going to have a lot of esporting to do with $7 million.
$7 million? What? Wow, that is a whole hell of a lot of esporting, but it doesn't stop there either. $7 million is a nice little grab, but I can tell you, the Esports World Cup Club Championships, you gotta be the best of the best. You've gotta be the best club doing it, and that's why we've got the top 10 right here. You look at the very top, we got a Team Falcons, you got T1 not far behind them, and what does it all come to? Like, what does it all culminate to?
Well, the problem that I have right now is I would like to hype up Counter-Strike, but the truth is only really G2 Esports is representing us currently in this ranking. Sure, you have the likes of Liquid, you have Fnatic. It's not for their Counter-Strike efforts, so where are we at, Trace? Like, what's going on?
Look, I think it's early days. I think there's
Okay.
still a chance. I don't think that we can write off all the Counter-Strike just yet. But I can also tell you that there's just so much more to grab onto. And by that, I'm talking about the totem, where in which you're going to find Freya in Y&K.
What's a hydraulic press, Freya?
Great question, Yanko. That is where team streams go to get crushed. Once a team is eliminated, the opponent gets to crush their key.
Key? What key?
Another great question. And you know what? Luckily for you, we've got a handy explainer to tell the full story.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
We are live in Riyadh. We are ready to keep this party going. I say we, I'm talking about my analyst and myself. We're ready to get right into the nitty-gritty and everything that you can expect. And what is the Esports World Cup here for Counter-Strike 2? I'm Trace. We got Maniac over here. We got Yanko down on the end. And gentlemen, we could do all the fluff and we could go over here and just talk about anything. But I really just want to know what you guys were thinking of doing or did you do during the player break?
During the player break?
Yeah, that's right. We gone there straight up.
Well, I had a few stuff I needed to take care of at home. Took a few days vacation as well. But before we go into anywhere, I just wanted to address the delivery. What is a key? What is a press? Like, was like the Academy Award?
I think that was the hardest work I've ever done.
Yeah.
You know,
that was clear.
It took us like what, 9-10 takes to get that done.
10,
but we got there. Yeah, Trace, for me, just same old, little quick vacation, you know, taking some rest, taking care of some things at home, and now ready to jump in the second half of the year.
But you're also having an influx of players coming to play at your boot camp facility, correct?
Yeah, you got some business going on.
Yeah, there's some business, big business.
Big business.
Business is booming. So yeah, that's been going on throughout. You know, some teams have been pretty hard at work, you know, no player breaks for everyone. There's been a couple of Dota teams in there as well, so that's been fun, and some teams will go after this event to get ready for Cologne.
I've been trying to press you for information, like if you know teams that have come to your place, for how long they've stayed, like maybe we can use them.
Yeah,
there's been a lot of Chinese teams, you know, Rare Atoms has been there for 2 months, Lin Vision's there right now. Tyloo is going to come in August. FlyQuest is coming after this event as well, before Cologne, to really nail it down and have a good performance there. Which
finally nailing it down, right? It's been a couple attempts at nailing it down for the FlyQuest side, and they're going to get that chance today. However, they're not the only team here in attendance, isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right. But before we get into that, Trace, you know, this whole like key, totem, all that thing.
I like it.
If you were pronounced tomorrow, let's say you win the award, you're the funniest man in esports, right?
Thanks. I just want.
Which are the 3 like other talents, little keys that you would crush and put in your trophy?
Oh,
be very careful.
Funniest people alongside, like I had to beat the other funnier people to get that.
Yeah. Who are the ones that you would like to be there, like as a reminder? I took these guys out.
You know, I really look at it, and Henry G's got to be up there. Like probably one of the funniest guys in all of esports, and he's definitely esporting somewhere in the world right now.
We all esporting to an extent.
But who is the funniest other guy? I mean, I'd say
maybe.
Are there any other funny guys in esports?
Him's got some funny tweets.
Harry's kind of funny too.
Harry's funny.
Harry's funny.
But I wouldn't want to beat Harry for that award because I think he'd beat me. But you know, this isn't live, like so they're never going to hear that.
Yeah.
No, exactly. They don't know.
Completely fine. 15 teams, not 16. Let's not get it confused. Let's not get it twisted. 15 teams arriving in Riyadh to compete in this year's Esports World Cup, and it looks a little bit like this. Anybody jumping out off the page, Maniac?
Well, listen, if you're looking for teams that you aren't really used to, but obviously we have the Danes from Sashi coming over, a little bit of Mister, a little bit of Cabby here, players from Denmark, Hunden at the helm, of course, the tactical mastermind, some would say. You know, these aren't my words, but it's out there. Gigi Howe, of course, with Kirby now, trying his hand at being an IGL. We heard from him in the interview prior to the live show. We have M80 as well with a brand new roster. So some new faces. And then on top of that, the creme de la creme, the Counter-Strike, which we all deserve to see.
But no crimes de la crimes, because they didn't make it here, right?
Yeah, nice one. But we do have the likes of Team Spirit here, obviously, Vitality, FaZe, Na'Vi, some of the best teams in the world. A new look G2, who were able to beat Mongols yesterday, but will have a slightly tougher task today against Team Spirit.
Fair to say.
So like, let's do this then. Perhaps there's, you know, you're looking at this like 15 teams. How does that work then? So our format is what I'm getting at here. Like, yesterday we had some of our first round of games.
Okay.
And now, how does this all break down?
So we're going to address the obvious question. How can an odd number work out? 15 is not 14. The way it worked out is that Gigi Howe was already in the resurrection bracket. They were waiting there.
That's how much we value them.
Exactly. But we let them in anyway. You know, it's like, you're not really on the list, but it's okay. We'll get you. Come in the club.
They
It's
know
fine.
the
We got
guy.
some
Yeah,
space.
they know the front.
We have a table. That's not the best table, we can have it. And then we had the 14 teams starting things off. That was yesterday. Best of 3 has been played around. We've separated them. 7 to the playoffs, 7 to the resurrection bracket. And these teams are going to play today to find one team joining the last spot open in the playoff. Did I nail it or not?
I think you did, and I do think it's pretty grueling. Like, this is, you know, it's not fun if you start in the very, very bottom echelon of our teams.
And it's all best of ones.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, as we've heard from a Furia player, whether was it Fallen, you know, it was Skulls. You know, best of ones today, it helps these teams that made changes, you know, because you need time to really work on all the maps in the pool. So not having to worry about that and only being able to play a couple of maps, I think it will help some of these teams.
And you say the key word I'm looking for there, and work, which is exactly what these teams are going to have to do to get some of that big filet mignon, that mignon at the end of the road here. That's right. First place, walking around with 400 big ones.
You know, everybody loves to tell you that it isn't all about money, but then once you have actually 400K in front of you for the taking, just maybe you do want to put your hands on them dollars.
It's not all about money, but it helps.
It does help a little bit.
That's why still one of my favorite tournaments as a coach was Zotac Masters.
Yeah, once upon a time, right? Yeah, I totally lost my train of thought there for a second.
It's all right.
That's understandable.
I'm just appreciating the set. Like, we have a really nice set here.
How active can we
get? Do you want to swap place for a second? I just want to see how life is for you as a host.
Man. Let's see what happens. I don't think anyone said not to do this yet, so we'll just...
It feels good being Maniac, doesn't it?
Yes. So, Trace, you know, bottle of wine you want to recommend?
Yeah, I was thinking for the Merlot, perhaps, but maybe a Furlough is what we're looking at here, guys. Like, when it comes down to the World Cup, I mean, we're crowning one team at the very end of the road here. So, anyone want to lay their hat anywhere?
In terms of club, you want us to put the club that is going to win, or are you talking about Counter-Strike here?
Well, just Counter-Strike, because obviously we started yesterday with Counter-Strike, so I'd like to keep it that way if that's cool with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, first tournament of the season, also being a big one, a lot of money on the line. I have to go with Spirit. I think for me, they're the most solid team, right? The most consistent team in the first half of the year. So I know it's boring, but that's what I'm going to go with.
Yeah, Tracy, if you want my opinion, I'm afraid we have to switch position again.
Oh,
that makes me the host.
Come on.
You know, there we go. I'm the analyst now.
All this motion. I don't even know how
This feels better, right?
Yeah,
I'm with Yanko on Spirit. I really think that the way they bounced back and how they showed up in London just puts an absolute mark already in 2024 for them. They play the best Counter-Strike. They have the best player in the world right now. And I don't think they're going to be sleeping at all coming into Riyadh. So I have Spirit.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think that's part of the plan.
If G2 had an extra 2 weeks to practice, Trace, maybe there's a chance. You pick G2.
I damn sure did.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. Sometimes I ask that same question. I don't know what's wrong.
There's a whole team of professionals around the world, Matthew, trying to find the answer.
I've been working on it for years.
Speaking of around the world, we basically have that right here in front of us. This is yesterday's results in case you're joining us perhaps for the first time, perhaps it's your first time watching CS2, but these were the matches that we got out of the way yesterday.
When was the last time we didn't have a single upset in games like this?
No, you're right.
They were all 2-0s except for the
there were a few that were pretty hard-fought battles, right? For example, the G3 Esports versus Mongols, we were covering that. It went down the grueling end. Miles versus Sashi actually winning Nuke. their map pick coming in against Mouse. Some of the results a bit more, let's just say, one-sided. Spirit, 8 MIBR alive. VP made mincemeat of Complexity and Na'Vi. The second game was a 12-0 first half on Na'Vi. Like, Furia just barely avoided the 13-0, like the absolute wheel. And Vitality won, thank God. I mean, I thought this could maybe go wrong the first day, but no, actually, they got the dub.
Straight out of the gate. With
exactly.
Yep, that's not how Zywoo likes to do things, which is why you can look right here and see that they've now paired up against Virtus Pro in our playoff bracket. So yes, we've already determined playoff teams, and they start to look like this.
Let me explain something for the viewers as well. The camera is going to hate me. You know when we do this Resurrection bracket? That's for here. That's what's happening. If you win the Resurrection bracket, that's what we're doing today. That's where you end up. You go into the playoffs.
He's not wrong by any stretch of the imagination. Like, if I had a Crayola right now, I'd be able to draw it up there. It would look something like this. You said Resurrection bracket, and lo and behold, you shall receive Gigi Hao and Sashi at the very top of that one.
Yeah, and the important thing is as well, best of one all the way. Even that last game is a best of one. So yeah, anything can happen here. We have the North American derby down at the lower end of the bracket with M80 and Complexity. And yeah, FlyQuest and Furia as well. That's going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, it most certainly will. And again, this is going to be that grueling element that we
it's all today.
This is
all out today.
All right now. Wow. Yeah, some heartbreaks are going to be in store. But speaking of which, this is what today's full schedule looks like. In case you're trying to find out when your favorite team's playing, well, this is the local time. However, you'll see the logos and it'll make sense. Maniac, there's a few matches you can pick from, but which one's going to be that Jamil Motorsports game of the day?
Ooh. I get to choose? It's not something that's already preset?
I think it's already preset.
Let me have an opinion, then people can disagree. I do think FlyQuest Furia packs a punch, personally. Or, yeah, that would be mine. That would be my pick, very humbly. I think whoever wins that side of the bracket becomes a very high candidate for playing the lower bracket final, this mighty game that would send you to the playoffs. That's how I'm looking at it. FlyQuest Furia, real game. But also, Team Spirit G2. I think that would be an interesting candidate.
And I think you're exactly right. It is the Jamil Motorsports match of the day. I didn't say game of the day, it is match of the day. Nonetheless, it is going to be a fierce battle, right? So yeah, just keep your eyes out for that one. Spirit and G2. G2, again, yesterday, showing that they can waver in these times.
Well, I mean, they did beat Mongols are a good team.
Right.
I think that was the toughest opponent, you know, in that bracket if you look at those teams who were the underdogs. So, yeah, I think it was a good win from G2, but today, obviously, a whole different sort of a beast. And sure, G2 has the strong players on their team. Both Nico and Monesty played well yesterday. Malbs had a good game, but I think just as a team, they still need more time. They need to put in more work. And on the other side, you have Donk and Team Spirit.
That's the problem. I think Spirit is already creating this very strong narrative that they're not going to take anything light and easy. Like, in fact, they have famously one-sided results early on in tournaments whenever they feel like they're playing a team that they are better than. It's just, you know, no funny business. Straight to the point, and I think they're coming here with the same attitude. They're a team that has an incredible discipline in how they approach the games as well. So for that reason, Yanko said G2 would have needed a few more weeks, maybe a few more years to be able to beat Spirit, you know. Same words, kind of different concept. I think
time is relative.
Time is relative, and Spirit is favorite.
Time, flat circle, something like that. But the time is now for me to tell you about our SDC Play predictions. Who will be victorious? Have your say over at sdcplay.com. That's exactly how you let us know which side you're feeling on. So that way we can look at it, review it, not even tell you that you're wrong, because there's a chance that you are, but there's also the chance that you're right, which is exactly what we're up here for, right?
And technically, it's 50%.
Yeah.
You're either right or you're wrong.
Yeah. So there's
That's how it works.
Coin flip.
50% chance. Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about our first match of the day. The Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. There we go. Almost messed that up big time, didn't I? However, yes, FlyQuest and Furia. That's what we're jumping into first, at least.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting matchup, right? FlyQuest put up a great fight yesterday against FaZe Clan, but still ended up losing to Furia. A slightly different affair for them, so yeah, we'll have to see how it goes.
But now it's time for the Jamil Motorsports Arrival, which is where we get to see these guys hanging out in the sun, something that not every gamer sees all the time. I highly incline all of you to go and check it out sometime.
Yeah, well, listen, I know from a physiological standpoint, warming up is very important for the body before you're going to get into a high-intensity exercise, which is what a game of Counter-Strike is. So they're following protocol. They're getting sure they're warmed up. It's probably like a neat, like 44 Celsius right now. So a little bit of a walk, making sure you got the blood going, got that blood pressure high a little bit, get into the studio. Respect that. I'm not equipped to deal with that kind of warmth. I struggle a little bit.
It is hot.
Oh my lord.
I think just waking up here, you're warmed up.
Yeah, I can see that too. Definitely There will be sweat that you garner outside of the venue, and then when you get to the stage, you're going to get some different sweat, and then the air conditioner's going to hit you, and it's going to be a whole new experience, a whole new ball game. Speaking of which, in the ball game that we're talking about in this moment in time is that FlyQuest Furia game. So I do believe that if we look at what both of these teams brought to the table yesterday, was what?
But see, this is the trap. This is the banana peel that you can slip on. And I've done that in the past with FlyQuest. Don't worry, I
thought you slipped on a banana peel.
I took it away, guys. I did my business before we had to go on here. The banana peel is, you look at day one and you say, wow, FlyQuest, what a game versus FaZe. Narrow details. Furia 0-12 versus Na'Vi. Well, logically, FlyQuest is going to win to Furia. That's how Counter-Strike works. That is the mistake. I think FlyQuest has bamboozled me a couple times already. It happened in Chengdu. We saw them against VPN and everybody got hyped up. Chad was on cloud 9, absolutely, and then we went back down to earth. So I do think that we might be a little bit biased by what happened day one. So be careful. I'm trying to be the voice of reason here.
Right.
We
do need it.
Yeah, a guy called Maniac being the voice of reason, if you guys are going to believe that. I think just for the first half of the year has been a waste for Furia. Actually, no, it's been a great season for Furia because they finally got rid of Art and Gary as the coach, right? So the new era of Furia can now begin. They wasted a couple of months with having their academy player on the roster, but hey, if you're going to end up being able to get Skulls from Liquid and create this sort of a team, you can argue that it's really worth it. And it's a new start for Furia, and it's been a rocky start from the one best of 3 that we can look at, but it could be a sign of a new Furia and finally having the right players in right positions. Every player is experienced, right? There's no really rookies here, and create this new page in their book.
The only issue that I have, and I agree with you, and I also do think that once you can get Skulls into that role, it makes sense, and it's an upgraded on all account. It's just the months that you were describing with Kai playing it, which obviously individually was having a really rough time. If you're Fallen, if you're Furia, how do you actually navigate the waters of what is it that we're doing that's profoundly wrong, and what is it that's just related to the player? And then I think sometimes you can waste time because it's very complicated to keep a clear mind on the mistakes you're doing, the improvements you have to do, because some individuals just not up to par. So maybe they've wasted that time truly, and they're going to have to pick up that work with Skulls in that position now.
Yeah, and FlyQuest on the other side of things, I mean, a steady improvement. Ever since Dexter came onto the team, you can see that there's more structure, more discipline, more protocols, and everything. It's just we have to see how high is their ceiling. You know, they've raised their floor, but how high is their ceiling? And this is definitely one of the games that they need to win.
You know, how high the ceiling is, and also while you're, building the ceiling in real time. You know, there's a lot of moving parts right there, which is probably, or at least what I'm hoping, Fallen was able to share with us via Freya.
Great to get to catch up with you once again, Fallen. Before I dive into the nitty-gritty of today's games, tell me a bit about your off period. Did you guys have a boot camp? When did you guys start practicing again?
For us, we are always staying outside home during the season. So when vacation time comes in, we try to sometimes with the family. So I went back to my home in the United States, and they went back to Brazil to their families. And we stood like, I would say 20 days mostly like that. And then we're back to the boot camp for the last 2 weeks in Malta.
Obviously, you've got Skulls as a new addition coming into the team. Why did you have your eye on him specifically? Like, what do you feel is unique about him as a player?
I think firstly, he really plays some roles that we need on our CT side. He's doing most of the anchor positions, and he feels comfortable doing them. So that's something we're on need. And
Welcome along to the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. 8 weeks of tournament games, and me personally, arguably, the big esport has entered the chat.
Absolutely, and we were doing this earlier in the rehearsals. You can't spell esport without Counter-Strike.
Go on then, do it. I want you to put Counter-Strike into esports.
You know what? Let's go back 20 plus years and talk about it, OJ. That's the pedigree we're talking about here.
Absolutely. Now, it is an amazing trophy. We've got our teams playing off all right back there. And I want to say something that's on the trophy, just to repeat it. It says, nothing is given, everything is earned. And that is what is about to happen over the next few days for our teams to get hold of that trophy and lift it for the first time at the Esports World Cup, to be the first winners of that trophy.
Absolutely. There's 15 teams here, the best of the best in the world. There's only one that can lift that trophy at the end of the day. There's already 7 that have gone down. They have to resurrect themselves. Only one team can walk out of that resurrection stage to make it past.
I love the brutality. I love the brutality. I was just chatting backstage saying, how do you feel about best of ones? Everyone's saying, it's going to be a long day. A long old day. So, it's $1 million prize pool. The trophies, the keys, we'll talk you all through it. But first, I think we should meet our teams.
We absolutely
Let's
should.
do that. 15 teams for you to meet.
Let's start off with our first trifecta of squads. We'll bring them up on stage. First up, Complexity, Virtus Pro, and Sashi Esports.
So that is our first 3 teams, but there's more to enter the fray right now. 3 more teams coming out onto the stage here in the Amazon Arena in Riyadh, Boulevard City. It's FaZe, M80, and Mouse.
From our second set, we move on to, well, you guessed it right, our third set of teams joining us on the EWC stage. First up, Mongols, MIBR, and Team Vitality.
It is all of the teams walking out that are playing over the next few days onto this stage. Please welcome your next 3 teams. It is Team Spirit, Na'Vi, and GG Ho.
We've gone through 12. Well, that means we got 3 left. So how about we say hello to our final trifecta of teams. FlyQuest, Furia, and last but not least, G2 Esports.
So there you go. They are the teams taking part in this Counter-Strike tournament here in Riyadh. 15 teams, which we will whittle down over the next few days to just 1. 1 team shall remain. They will be the champions. They will be immortalized on the totem outside, and they will have broken some keys.
Absolutely. Each and every single team here at EWC, be it in Counter-Strike or any other one of our many, many stages here, each team has 1 key. And if they win, then great. They can put that key in the totem at the end of the tournament. But if not, it's got to be crushed like their hopes and dreams.
And I love it. And it's when it was first explained to me, the idea of the crushing the keys, the fact that you've got them littered across the road, a boulevard of broken keys. I loved it. There was actually talk of melting them on stage, but I don't think we need a furnace here. That's too much stuff.
Absolutely. I think HR will have to step in for that.
No, I love it. I love it all. So let's get on with our first matchup, a best of 1.
Absolutely. So let's introduce them officially to the stage, FlyQuest. Always a good time to have a team from Australia joining us, of course, having qualified to EWC through the Oceania Quals. And hey, even better, top 8 AM Chengdu. That is a lot of experience behind them.
Exactly. Taking them on in this best of 1. It is Furia. They are a team of superstars. Should they be in the lower bracket? Well, whether they should or shouldn't, they are, and they'll be hoping to make it through, and it is going to be a long day. If you want to get out of this resurrection bracket, you have to win so much. You have to be on it from the first map, that first shot, that first rotation.
It is non-stop action. That's kind of the name of the game here at the Esports World Cup, and you know what? At the end of the day, there can only be one to survive from resurrection and to make it to there.
I love it. So let's get it on. The first matchup here. This day, as we go through the resurrection bracket, it is Counter-Strike at the EWC. Our first match, Furia versus FlyQuest.
Yes, that is absolutely correct, Amundo. It is Furia, FlyQuest, and a BO1 here that neither one of these teams are going to forget regardless. Now, from that intro ceremony, a couple things I happen to notice there. A, m0NESY seems to be getting a little taller. He was standing pretty close to Snax there, and Snax is a tall
Yeah, what's
dude.
going on? What's the story?
Secondly, GG Hao needs 5 players, so I'm not sure what was going on there, but maybe it is what it is. Vito's up in front of us, though, when it comes down to Furia and FlyQuest.
My favorite time.
Yeah, best of one.
BO1 Vito.
It could be, Inferno Nuke. One of the two seems like middle ground for these two teams. And yeah, those are the last 2 maps, and Furia decided to take it to Nuke. They played it yesterday.
Yes.
With not too much success.
Didn't go well.
Close game, though.
The T side, obviously, a bit complicated. But yeah.
Do you think this is a mind game by FlyQuest to have yellow jerseys playing against the Brazilian team?
Oh, yeah, so
they're actually yellow and green, I think.
Okay, so it's like you don't want to hurt them because you see yourself in them because of the colors, which makes you more amicable, agreeable.
Yes.
He's onto something.
Well, it doesn't look like everyone agrees. I'm not sure if this is all based off of name brand alone, but this is our STC play results. This is what the votes have conjured up, and it looks like the fan favorite might just be Furia.
I am a little bit surprised by how clear that difference is. I would have gone towards Furia, but more in a, I don't know, 60 to 40 matter. Like, this is a pretty clear-cut advantage to Furia on that one. But hey, who can we say this set of people are wrong? It's like, it's not democracy in a sense.
And I can tell you exactly who isn't wrong because those results were from stcplay.com.
There we go.
Yeah, absolutely, Trace. And who would have thought that fans wouldn't be objective, right? I, for one...
Isn't that the concept?
am shocked. So, yeah, I think a new look for Furia, we talked about that. And also, they were talking about trying to get a European coach, right? Which is pretty weird, considering they're going to speak in Portuguese, and then you're going to have someone who doesn't speak Portuguese and be there. But I think this dynamic is better. They have Side, who was their, I think, analyst, stand behind the team. But they did bring in Innershine, who used to be the analyst for FaZe Clan and the coach for Batboom for a little while, and I think Aurora, if I'm not wrong. So I think that's a good middle ground for them, right? So you bring a guy, you have a guy on your coaching staff who has that experience, who's also been with, an in-game leader like Carrigan and a team as experienced and as tenured as FaZe Clan. So maybe they're on to something there.
And you're going to have to hope that the cooperation with Fallen is going to be fruitful, because throughout the issues that you have had with the art roster, there were a lot of people that were ready to just ship Fallen away with art, just jettison both of them, just build a new. And I was one of the voices that said, no, actually, let's give Fallen an actual real try. Like, give the guy the chance to really decide what was going on.
Signed for Imperial, sorry.
Oh, there's no sorry. I get this guy. Yeah. But this is where now you actually have to face the music if you're Fallen, right? Because the excuse of having to share your power and being limited in the sort of the autonomy that you have when Art and Gary are here, it's one thing, one that we cannot counter-argue, but now none of that is true anymore. If Furia is to still be limited, play limited Counter-Strike in the next 3 to 6 months, then that's it. I'm out of excuses. I'm going to have to do some sort of cognitive impairment just so I can come up with a new narrative. But I won't have it.
Then we kind of shift where the fingers pointed as well. It was kind of identifiable before Yanko. The words art have come around, but now over to turn, you have no idea, right?
No, I mean, now as Maniac pointed out, this is where you finally get an opportunity if you're Fallen to do things your way, right? And have capable players around you to hopefully execute that style. And I think it's been more or less the same throughout, right? It's default heavy, it's taking control, right? Mid-rounding and all that stuff, which is, for me, a good style in general. That's the way you need to play if you want to be one of the best teams in the world, right? So I think for that part, it's good, and hopefully they have the players to be able to do that now.
Yeah, and for us, it does look like we are just about ready to get into the game. So those last little bit of fist bumps and high fives are getting in there. Oh, Caserado, come on, come. Hey! Finally, my goodness. I've been left there hanging before, so I totally get it. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your esteemed analysis, per usual. It's very, very, very great.
Thanks. Thanks, Face.
I was going to say, I'm feeling thankful. But, yeah, otherwise, we are ready to jump into this game. Yeah, no problem, man. I'll be here all week. Check it out, though. FlyQuest v Furia in a best-of-1 on Nuke. Uh-oh. Let's get it started.
Let's get it started indeed, Trace. This is a big day of Counter-Strike. A lot of teams are going to be packing up their suitcase and heading off home very early doors. Best-of-1 resurrection stage. This really spells trouble. Yeah, I can't hear you, Chad. It's okay, we'll work that one out. We'll work that one out. Yeah, try another headset, and I'm going to try and make myself sound like less of a robot as we get ourselves situated. Pistol is starting. I can't, no. All right, you want to just kind of get close and shout into my microphone? I'll just do it. Oh, here we go. Skulls with his dual Berettas does deal with Liaz trying to get down the vents, but ramp is the port of call, and Fallen could not have been more prepared for that. Lovely work on the dual Berettas, and Yuri wraps it all up nice and neat and tidy to get us started. I personally can't hear you. Maybe I need to try and twiddle some knobs. Let's assume they can hear you. Not currently. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Machine Show. It's good to have you. Chad Birchall, he decided not to show up today. It's really weird, considering how much is at stake in this resurrection stage. Furia and FlyQuest, the desk has discussed. They return to Nuke for this one. I'm sure Chad will be telling you all about that, if he just showed up on time. And that is a quick one. Yuri catches Liaz on his excursion outside. That's twice now we've seen Liaz as the opening death for the Aussies. Chipped away at. So they throw this full of smokes, but Dexter, he just tests his luck through main. Comfortable fight for Fallen on Hut. Next side, actually maybe caught a bit of a timing. Yuri's so ready though, and does receive him comfortably. Full investment, smoke wall, and well, 3 comfortable frags for Fury. There's yet to see too much threatening from FlyQuest. In fact, grand total of 2 frags across these first 2 rounds. It looks like it's going to stay that way. Alistair, however, does buck the trend with 1 more. Only losing an MP9, not too shabby. Nice little quad kill.
Hello?
Well, hello.
Am I here?
Finally, someone showed up for work.
I don't know if that was my fault or not.
No, I don't think so.
I've worked it out.
But you don't sound, do you sound like a robot to yourself?
I don't sound like anything.
I'm going to twiddle some knobs.
I think we fixed it.
Okay, good.
All right, cool.
Nice.
Just press some buttons and things happen.
Okay.
All right. Sorry for that. I was late. I was running a little bit late. I had to look up the definition because Yanko was talking about the Australians wearing green and gold.
Yeah.
But that's our sporting national colours.
Yes. I mean, I've watched
you and I discussed it. We've been over it. This is a full eco. This is probably the best time for me to come into the room. But I suppose if you're not winning the Force Buy and we've got an MR12,
it already spells trouble.
It is. It is going to be quite difficult, right? In these type of circumstances, we tend to talk about it from the perspective of losing both pistols is condemnation in a scenario like this.
I mean, it just feels crazy that this map could be over, you know, in what, 20 minutes, and you feel like you've kind of not done yourself justice.
Especially with a close best-of-3 they played yesterday against FaZe. I know it was a 2-0, but both maps were relatively close.
Yeah. Oh, bait on the shadow. Good awareness from Vexite as to the angle on Unbreakable.
The secret player, Caserado, could really rumble this when he wants to poke up his head. Yuri's taking a whole bit of contact now, and here he comes.
The bait and the switch, as Caserado turns them to dust.
All right, all right. Well, I've settled in now. Sorry, everybody. Things are sorted. Things are looking good.
It's all right. We'll shake it off, just like Taylor Swift told us how to.
And all 5 are looking to stay alive for Furia, as that is confirmed by Caserado. Handy snuff from the Brazilians, a 3-0 start. And Trace used great for the analysis. I would have gone with astute.
Astute?
Astute analysis from Mathieu and Yanko.
I agree.
All right, all right. Well, the headset's off for Inns. Look, Inns, I just fixed my problems, mate. If you want me to run down there, I can give you a bit of a hand.
Yeah, he had to turn some buttons and some knobs, I think.
Yeah.
He'll be all right.
Oh,
Would you say Inns is the second best individual on in Australia?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Would you say that Inns? Would you say that Inns is the second strongest individual in Australia? aside from
Okay,
JKS?
who and the first would be?
JKS.
I thought you were going to say me.
Oh, sorry, you're the third, dude.
Ah,
So
okay.
JKS
All right,
is
yeah, yeah. I would say so. I think Inns has shown an awful lot of punch over the last couple of years. He's had to pick up the in-game leadership role when Dexter went over and was in-game leading at Mouse. Inns picked that up and was still having moments. I think that he is in the period of his career where having that consistently is necessary for FlyQuest to be competing at the highest of levels. Coming in today, it is a bit of a tough one, right? It's not easy to split it coming out of the break, right? You come out of the break, we're looking at teams in different points in their evolution, also at different points in being ready for the top tier competition. This is the classic, the tissue in the mouse sensor.
I've been there.
He's got to blow a little bit harder, mate, like the N64 cartridges.
He's also got to make sure that his dongle's not on 8,000 hertz.
Oh, right. Okay.
Maybe he needs to just change his dongle to 2 or 4K.
Well, you should be down there doing the technical
Honestly, the amount of tweaks I've had to get everything rocking and rolling at home.
Well, I guess we can go into a little bit more about the jerseys.
Well, yeah, there's a couple of things on the shield.
Gumtree green.
Gumtree, yeah.
Gumtree green. And Wattle gold.
I'm going to need some help with Wattle.
Wattle is the national, well, one of the national. I think we have a couple.
Like the Scottish Thistle.
Potentially.
The Australian Wattle.
Wattle. That's
fun to say.
W-A-T-T-L-E.
Okay.
Wattle.
Yeah, and I've learned that the badge is nice. It's got like the FlyQuest logo.
Yes.
It's got the Wattle.
The Wattle. Is there a kangaroo on there?
I would assume so. Maybe we'll get a camera shot of.
If we get the coat of arms, maybe the FlyQuest coat of arms.
Yeah. Oh, damn.
We need a pack shot of one of the gentlemen on. Oh, Furious.
I'll tell you what. One thing I'm back in. Why are you saying panda?
Panther, not panda. Panda.
Oh, Skulls with some meditation.
Is it a panther?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not great with
I'm
wild
second
cats.
guessing myself. I think sure it's a panther.
It could be a puma.
Oh, actually, maybe now you're saying that.
Or is it puma?
Let's see, Brazilian big cats.
Or is it a Brazilian cat?
Well, I'd assume so. Oh no, they've got jaguars over there.
Oh no.
Cougars, puma, ocelots.
Oh, is it an ocelot?
No, an ocelot. I'll tell you that much for free.
I thought he was on G2.
You're a panther. I feel like it's a panther. It's called a panther on their website.
Okay.
Okay, we got there.
Mystery soul.
Oh gosh, that was stressful. Okay. I was going to tell you that I am in not a win condition, sorry, but more of a consideration is that Cello is under the weather. In fact,
Skull said it.
Skull said
very sick.
Very sick.
Yeah.
And I wanted to pick your brain as to whether you've ever competed while under the weather and how that affects your game. I mean,
oh, definitely.
I can't imagine having to kind of be at your best when you don't feel your best.
Yeah, look, doing anything ill, I think, you just extrapolate that to now your profession, and most of us call in sick, don't we?
Yeah,
so
right.
having to do that if you're Cello, look, if you're feeling a little bit dulled, I would say most of the time when you're sick, right, especially you got a headache, you're a bit, if you're congested.
Even your decision making is probably, your brain's probably not, at 100%. Your body's fighting whatever it's fighting.
Some type of, well, I don't know, I was going to say virus, maybe it's not a virus.
I don't know, exactly.
I'm not a doctor.
It could be malware.
That's Malbs. Malbsware.
Malbsware. Wow, we are off to a flying start here today.
No, that's these guys on screen right now, the FlyQuest.
Good grief. Can we just start again?
What do you mean?
Like I said, let me just kind of pretend the show's just started.
Okay, well, we're about to go into the first gun round, so this could be perfect.
Perfect.
Do you want to do it now, or do you want to wait until they're almost ready?
Oh, good question.
Because if you decide to go now,
we could do like a whole desk segment and everything.
Well,
all right.
But they did an astute desk.
They did a really good desk. Well, we can just repeat
Let's pick up from there.
Let's pick up.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Day 2 of the Esports World Cup. On the left side of the stage, we have FlyQuest of Australia, Alistair, Vexite, Dexter, Inns, and Liaz, an all-Australian cast now representing in their new colours. It is exciting to see them take on Furia. Both teams losing on the first day of play, the desk discussing it. And it looks like we're heading on into our first gun round on this best of one. Yeah, you heard correctly, best of one. It is that relentless out here. It's merciless out here. You lose one best of 3, as both teams did. They find themselves here. And Skulls, K Serato, Fallen, Cello, and Yuri of Brazil. We have got 2 national sides. None of that international nonsense. Clashing with one of them going home.
And this must be quick, Alex. Inz has bought into a Mac 10, still has 2,400 in the bank balance. Might be a fast top to set the tone straight out Heart SMG.
I like it. It's confident. It's not paid off. Serato quick to adjust to that. Liaz has managed to find Skulls through the smoke, clear of it from the HE. Vexite in as well. Occupies the top side. Fallen through the smoke with the clear of the HE. Or maybe not even. He still has his. Perhaps just a pot shot. Now he's going to clear through. They plant and exposed his Vexite. Double kill for the AWP. Alistair up in the clutch. One from heaven. Oh, this is nice. Plays the smoke, but Fallen's been playing this game an awful long time. Surely he anticipates it. He's already cleared the corners. He's going to start putting 2 and 2 together. They must be behind him. It's planted for Alistair. They could perhaps assume he slipped hard. Sneak Squeaker, try and make a flash play. Here he comes. Flash. Frag. Needs it onto Cello. Fallen can get back onto that bomb. Time-sensitive mission now. They're not defusing. Cello opts for it. Fallen has to hit this shot, and he does so. Juggling. Rifles goes from AWP to M4. Finishes with the AK. A triple kill from the IGL.
Got a little bit dicey there, didn't it? Fallen. From that main position, an awful lot of impact with the AWP. You see the fast top come in. You think the AWP's going to have a tough time getting involved in that retake scenario. He gets multiple kills. So good work from the Professor. We'll catch this again. Serato took the initial duel, ends with that aforementioned Mac 10 steaming out of the hut. And yeah, you're right, there is on the clears. Fallen able to get 2 cheeky kills, so great work to make this one possible. And Alistair, I thought maneuvering in towards main, he had made a bit of a play that could catch them off guard. They had isolated and understood that the only position they thought he could be was over towards lobby. But no, no, no. Well, we get rifles in the hands again of FlyQuest with the AWP for Alistair. In saving his cash money. Util light, Dexter already gone, and another opening death. This is starting pretty miserably.
Yeah, it's bleak out here.
Got 2 smokes to work with. And down, a minute on the clock. Serato up the vents. Vexite giving them some information that players still linger towards yard. A flash to facilitate a fight, but Furia, they're just turtling up. They're playing this number advantage very well. FlyQuest are the ones who have to make the move.
There's an angle here. Vexite slips through main. Alistair doesn't catch it, and it's a perfect management from Cello. Taking the AWP down, extending their advantage. HE right on his face as well. Actually, just off the mark. Avoids the initial damage, but still this
28 seconds left, Alex.
Uncomfortable. I mean, Inz has managed to find one. They still can't seem to get past Cello. There's 2 of them hunting them down. Liaz elsewhere, but this is the fight. Where's that bomb at? On the back of Vexite, so they had to get past Cello. Within 15 seconds, Liaz keeps them pinned top as he gets the bomb down lower. They've only just about bailed themselves out of trouble. Liaz just needs to live. Oh, catches them on the return to the vents. Gets away, dips away, Skulls goes down. It's a Liaz AWP. How have they done that?
What a round that looks so disjointed.
What's that? Wait, 4v5?
So out of sorts.
3v5?
I think Vexite's taking the fight with Cello towards CT spawn at, what, about 28 seconds on the clock? Yeah. And then the question is, you're bang on, where's the bomb? Well, he's got to head towards ramp. Liaz is fortunate that both individuals are still towards the top side. He's patrolling that rotation towards the vent. If he didn't get the kill on the player that had slipped through in the smoke, that would have been a tough time ahead. And as mentioned, Furia felt like they were managing the number advantage situation with poise. But they snatched this one away. FlyQuest, you'll take that. Doesn't look like we have a... Oh, here we go. Inz is still having a couple of issues. We'll keep our mouths shut regarding any of the buy options going forward while they try and take care of this. The future is now, but the wireless doohickeys, they can cause a problem or two. Is it a dongle change? All right, so same mouse issue. Not the way you want to kick off this best of one.
I mean, especially when there's so much at stake. I mean, the last thing you want when you've got just a map that is do or die, must win.
Some technical frustration.
You just don't want to be having these intermittent stop-starts. You've just won a huge round. There's a momentum like you're just about to be built, and now you're sitting there in your chair, not able to talk, faffing around with cables. I mean, absolute nightmare for Inz here.
Are you happy with how we restarted?
I feel better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Appreciate you for entertaining my nonsense.
No worries. Anytime.
Kind of a bob.
Yeah.
It's a bit sploinky.
Let's get him going. Okay, so hold up. We just had a shot there of the
breast. The badge of honor. What did you call it? It was nice. Coat of arms.
Coat of arms.
Yeah, that's it.
Or the coat of FlyQuest?
Most coats have arms, though, don't they?
Well, now I'm going to have to investigate the terminology.
Now I'm
You've
intrigued.
gone and done that, haven't you?
I feel like this is what dubstep would sound like in the Robots universe. You ever watch Robots?
Have I ever watched Robots?
Yeah.
Is it a show? Is there a show called Robots?
It's like a, you know, animation to Ghibli. Robot.
What are you doing? Roblox? That's a game.
Oh, maybe it wasn't called Robots. Yeah, it was. The idealistic inventor, this guy.
I can't say I did.
Wow. It won 2 awards, man.
When was this released?
Do you remember Rodney Copperbottom?
I don't. Do you remember the trapdoor? That was claymation.
No. Sounds a bit spooky.
It was.
I don't like spooky animation.
Yeah. But it was for children.
Yeah, I couldn't handle that. I used to get freaked out. I couldn't finish watching Snow White. We had to hide the tape because I'd got...
Which part of Snow White?
I didn't like the witch turning into the scary old lady. There was too much deception. I kept screaming at the TV like Snow White didn't know that she was an evil lady.
Yeah. That was how it goes.
So manipulative and scary.
Well, how did you feel about Hansel and Gretel?
I could handle Hansel and Gretel. Just about.
Bribing the children with sweets.
Yeah, that wasn't okay. Far from okay.
Now I feel we've teleported.
We've done it again, haven't we?
No, it's okay. It's fine. This is the moment in time. What would you like us to talk about?
Rodney Copperbottom, as I was saying.
But you could pick a topic that's not about something I haven't seen.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Try and include me in this.
Still looking at the IMDb page. I need to move on. How about
Is that their key?
Yeah, that's their key. I picked one up. I held the Mongols key. It's heft.
Who do you think should have the key in every team? Should it be the strongest member or the leader?
No, I'd say probably the most responsible.
The most responsible.
Yeah. I just don't want anyone losing a key. That would probably be really awkward.
Oh, imagine if you lost the key.
Yeah, and then your enemy's like, I'd like your key, please, and then it's the whole thing.
There's the whole key system. I like the idea, but for some reason it is giving me Fifth Element kind of vibes.
I see that. You think like Gary Oldman's going to have a big crate of them shipped in? He was the bad guy. Fifth Element.
Why is he shipping in?
Because he was buying guns. I thought that was the Fifth Element you were talking about.
Was he? Was he?
He was the guy who was commanding all the Warthog men.
The Warthog men. Is that why?
Am I watching a different?
Yeah, no, I just don't know the actor. But I know there's Bruce Willis in there.
Yeah, of course. And Chris Tucker with probably his
best
performance.
I love that opera scene.
Yes,
that was great.
Back when I wanted to be a video editor, that was like my aspiration.
Okay, that was a great scene.
I did a dubstep video montage of Fifth Element, and the opera scene was where the big drop came in. That's a fun fact for you. And they actually had someone perform that. It was supposed to be like an impossible
task,
operatic
yes.
performance.
No, I think we've spoken about
But there
this
was,
before.
I think we might have.
Yeah. Multi-pass.
Wow. But yeah, it was impressive. She actually did it.
Multi-pass.
Multi-pass. Oh wait, what about we've got some younger viewers watching. They probably haven't seen this.
If you haven't seen Fifth Element, I would recommend
it. Still holds
up.
I think I watched it recently.
For sure.
So
what's it rated so we can send it to the is it PG? Is it MA15?
Probably a 15.
Just an M?
I reckon. I think there's a bit of nudity.
Oh, okay.
What about Bluey? You been watching much Bluey?
No, I can't say I've really been tuning into Bluey.
No?
It's not aimed at my demographic.
What about Miss Rachel?
Miss Rachel?
Yeah.
She's the one on the YouTubes for the children.
All the dads are telling me about it.
Okay. Well, my sister has a kid and one on the way. I might have to ask her. Actually, I think she's doing that weird thing where they don't give the kid any technology.
None at all.
Well, I think when she goes over me mum's
stars?
house,
Okay.
it might be a little bit of cheeky telly time.
Yeah.
Not the Teletubbies. All right, well, as you can see, Inza's given things a bit of a crack. We'll see if he can get things sorted. Winner of this place, winner of Sashi Gigi Hao.
Gigi Hao.
And later on, we're going to be doing M80 versus Complexity. And there'll be the Mongols versus MIBR.
What's your like, I know this is like such an annoying question to be asked, but I'm going to ask it to you anyway.
Okay.
What is your prediction for who survives the resurrection stage, looking at the team list of this first round? Like, I'll even take a top 2.
See, this is the thing. If I wasn't looking at the way the bracket was, I would be saying the Mongols and Complexity, but they're on the same half of the bracket, so that becomes a bit of a conundrum, doesn't it? So I think I would probably lead with... I want to lead with Complexity.
Yeah?
Complexity.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, things look sorted. I can see the freeze time ticking on down, and we can get back underway. Headsets are on, so we can talk about what the buys after that crazy FlyQuest out of nowhere round, their first on the board, has resulted in a Galil for Inns. The rest have AK-47s. Well, he's gone with a Deagle, so prioritizing utility is Inns. They have the AWP for Alistair that was scooped up from Liaz as part of that little stop-top rotation. But Furia have no qualms with the buy. 3 towards A to kick things off. Smoke wall already deployed. Dexter, the leader, looking to scurry. Oh, they're going to use this to try and pivot. Cheeky looking to take a duel outside his Dexter. Not using it to drop straight under, but it has forced that rotation of Yuri. He's had to acknowledge the problem.
He's got util. Is he going to just kind of spot, or is he looking to fight? Opts for a very potent off angle. Now slipping back towards the staircase. He'll get there in time.
Caserado as well, so big problems for FlyQuest.
Oh, this is going to be really uncomfortable. He's actually moving back into the fight and controls the spray for 3. Disaster strikes for FlyQuest. 1, okay. 2, bad. 3, unforgivable. 1 man and 1 mag.
When you're in that position as FlyQuest were, you're not expecting a CT to be transitionally aggressive like that. You're procedurally just clearing out the corners, because a lot of the time they'll be jump spotting for the double doors or the single door, just playing for that information. But because Caserado had rotated down and they were hoping to get a little bit of information, they wanted to try and clear that out and take a bit of a fight. So for FlyQuest, multiple members with utility. You saw Vexite literally had a full bag. Right, they're sitting there waiting to clear these angles, and as they do that, they just get pushed.
So you suspect that was more in pursuit of info as opposed to kind of, because you could see Yuri initially held that kind of off angle, started transitioning back, Caserado descended, and then started moving back towards it, and he just kind of a happy accident that 3 players were jiggling.
Because Caserado rotated lower, right? I think the fact that they were willing to throw 2 bodies down there is telling me they wanted to take some of that space back. And with how the last round played, FlyQuest as well, after losing the opening pick, they just sat pretty static. They didn't have a lot of utility to kick up a fuss, and the round somehow worked out. And if you're Fury, you're thinking, well, maybe they're just playing musical statues for the start of this round. Again, the smoke wall, what does it actually mean? If it's just 1 player, we go 1 for 1, we get the info, we have it back. The smoke ball means nothing, but instead, Yuri lines up 3 and secures the 5th round for Furia. That is a fantastic way to bounce back.
Yeah, really strong stuff from Yuri.
Well, feels like pretty smooth sailing, doesn't it, for Furia? No dramas whatsoever. And what, 2 weeks worth of practice? They've been in Maltas, they've been playing European Counter-Strike. Skulls within the team. The map pool is something that is being discussed with teams with newer rosters, right? The fact that it's going to be a little bit more limited. The fact that it's a best of 1 could favor Furia in this environment.
I'm almost regretting not mentioning it sooner, but yeah, no better place to start a best of 1 than CT side nuke in terms of finding your comfort. Your comms are crispy. You've been 2 weeks in the boot camp. Everything's just kind of, you know, you're following that same flow chart you're used to.
Can it be better if, say, Overpass was in the mix? Right. Highlighted here by our Obs team. Inns has found Skulls transitioning towards that top site. So FlyQuest, they have the favor of an opening frag. Can they convert? Smoke looks like it's just missed the mark there towards Yard. So a few problems as Fallen's AWP lying in wait.
Oh, Fallen actually lets that one go. Thought he'd connect onto the shoulder. Yuri caught outside. Inns has already been doing some nice work as well, so it's all falling into place. And let's Cello finds himself 2. Inns and Liaz with no trade potential. Cello's going to be actively supported by Fallen. Does go down. That CT smoke gives him something to play around. He can slip into hut now. Vexite can't find him. Good awareness from Ali as to the possibility. And he's going to spot his toes with that Mac 10 and controls it nicely. We'll find the upgrade. And they'll get themselves their 2nd round on the board, and Inns with some heavy contributions there as well off screen.
Well, what is that? Their first opening kill within 6 rounds of play. So that's huge. We'll make that 7 rounds of play. He's able to grab 2, both in very similar positions. So really good work from Inns. It still looked like it could have gone wrong after that Cello double, but Alistair AWP rings true, and again, the back and forth. FlyQuest need one more of these. They can break the finances of Furia.
That's aggressive from Yuri. That is almost disrespectful. Straight to Dexter. Takes him down. They were not liking the way that felt when they too.
Bomb's down here.
We'll have to retake. Despite this heavy discrepancy for FlyQuest, getting that bomb down, establishing a post plant, there could be a bit of a round left to take shape here. Alistair's so disconnected right now. He's going to perhaps be able to catch Yuri on his descent. Oh yeah, now he's at noted. They know there's only two possibly holding the site. They can just crunch. Need Ins to come up big with a multi here. You bide their time for the third prong. Skulls joins the pack. Fallen starts to probe. Investigating his angles. It's not clean from Ins. He's in trouble now, supported by Vexite. Good for the first. Ins on Dark.
I don't see a kid, Alex.
Yeah, they're running light on time here. They need to be on the bomb now. Fallen and K-Serrato hit their shots. They need to be defusing. I don't know if they've even got time.
They got to get out of there. Alistair's going to win a 1-on-3 just by staying alive. No chance to defuse. Alistair's gone and done it. Grabbed another kill. And the type of rounds that FlyQuest are getting away with, you take them. You'll take them every day of the week.
Yeah, just a little delayed there on their approach towards the site. I think perhaps just wanting to do it as diligently as possible, waiting for the third prong.
I am surprised once Alistair was noted yard, we didn't see an acceleration towards lower, knowing, as you highlighted, that there was only two bodies to deal with. Again, the opening kills go against them. Yuri and Skulls making light work of Dexter and Liaz, respectively. Vexite able to ward them off for a moment. At this point, the bomb has just gone past halfway ticked. But no kid. Didn't manage that one very well, Furia, at all.
Yeah, look what it's done to them as well. Gone out with a couple of rifles. Sure, Yuri's put it to good use, but Dexter, he's on the warpath. He will run him down. Levels it out, accelerating now. Fallen, just a P250 to his name. K-Serrato goes looking for trouble, and he finds it. Dexter takes him down for a second kill. It looks like he could be farming here, but player above him.
Well, those are the two most important kills of the round, right? Those are the guns removed. Should be able to putt this one in, or so you'd think.
So you would think, but we've seen FlyQuest trip over their shoelaces on occasion. And it doesn't look like today is going to be one of those days. Fallen's been noted. The jig is up. Trying to fake the drop down. We would have heard a crunch.
Hello.
Dexter's not buying it.
Might want to reload. Could be on for the ace. They've been able to pick up one of those rifles. Skulls, no armor. Well, that reload hasn't come through. Has to pull out the Glock. Still really taking their time. So FlyQuest wanting to avoid as many risks as possible. Alistair will grab that kill on the cello. Now it's just Skulls. He should be traded immediately. Good stuff. As it's just a one-round game. FlyQuest working their way back in. You'll take these opportunities. And they need to discuss within the narrative of this one best of one. And you win this, where you go and you play another. All you need to do is win 3 best of ones in a row. Sounds pretty straightforward.
It certainly does when you put it like that. You see the caliber of teams already down here, though. It does get scary.
Looks like there might be emissions in the buy again for Fury, who have decided to take their first tactical timeout, get the newly appointed coach on the mic. Heard Yanko talking about that dynamic. Have to see how that evolves over time of this new Furia roster, with the analysts being of the European variety. Giving it to the coach, be able to speak the native tongue. There is a kit invested for K-Serrato, so okay, they've made sure they've at least got one of those in play. Util, sure, smokes are plenty. Missing one incendiary in the hands of Fallen. Couple of HEs and flashes just missing, but we are back underway with round number 10. Is there going to be a pace change from FlyQuest, or do they want to just keep things slow and steady? They're the ones who are starting to put themselves in that driver's seat. Very lobby-centric round this time, just a little bit of a taste towards yard with a handful of smokes. Trying to continue to force this rotation of Furia. You can see how passive Dexter is, so if there was that Yuri aggression that we had seen so far in this half, they would have an awful lot of information, but FlyQuest more than happy to just sit back and wait in a lot of these rounds. Allow Furia to potentially overstep the mark. Dexter looks like he's looking for a smoke.
Cello looks like he's looking for some info. Got Fallen in support of him on ramp. Reach that 60-second mark. About 20 seconds before the commit becomes necessary.
Cello still has a smoke to block, Alex.
Yeah, that's uncomfortable.
Pushing.
Going in dry, Fallen the bait, and Cello should be able to get away.
Ramp is lost, but we've got 40 seconds for FlyQuest to piece this one together and for Furia to try and work out where that commit is coming in. Dexter's patience is rewarded. K-Serato lackadaisical around towards main. And now the top side vulnerable. Dexter knows it. There is a rotation from Skulls. He gets himself towards heaven. Needs to isolate Liaz and does so very proficiently. Molly forces a choice out of him. Yuri and into the crosshairs of Dexter.
Should be a save. Get out of there, Cello and Skulls. You can't really justify going for this. I know it's just one man the difference, but the bomb's down. You don't really have any real estate to work with. You're asking yourself, where is K-Serato's kit? But if Skulls finds this, maybe, just maybe, a conversation changes. But Dexter just rotting the clock, just staying alive, not committing to the fight. Almost feels like a bit of a pacifist right now.
Yeah, lovely not seeing like an overcommitment there. They put the pressure on towards ramp. Dexter had that opportunity. And staying composed under some time pressure.
It does look like they're trying to let the opening stage of the round go down, so avoid any of this aggression early. And then once the round trickles forward, think that they're going to over-rotate on some of these contacts, and then you can just worm into that gap, which has worked in a couple of occasions. Skulls will grab a kill on the way out the door, and it will just be Alistair staying alive, but we've tied things up 5-5. Money now in the favor of FlyQuest. Save rifles for Furia. Loss bonus has built, so they can even start dropping some across.
Perfect crosshair placement from Dexter, and this one really sealed the deal.
Didn't have to move, did he? Just letting the kills come to him.
Very effective. This is a huge recovery now from FlyQuest. I mean, they're feeling themselves. Smiles starting to come back on the faces. Mice working, you know, everything you need. Everything aligned. And actually interesting to take a tactical timeout when you feel the momentum is in your favor. Is that more of just a discussion as to what your opponent's going to be having to work with? There is a couple of omissions, I suppose, or...
Well, just having, I suppose that you may as well use them, right? I understand that things are going quite well, but at this point, if you take one before the tail end of the half, you win this and you're able to wipe the board, even with the max loss bonus going into the last round, you're going to have them right where you want them, and you might be able to even get 7 on the T-half. So I don't mind the fact that Urcast has taken this, even if it just gives them a couple of extra seconds to discuss through what approach they were still going to go with, but they're in a really good position to win out this half, FlyQuest, or at least tie it up at 6-6 if they grab one of the next 2.
Wow, there's so many smokes in the sky. Full smoke wall erected, and Inns just takes the head off of Cello. He was feeling aggressive, feeling frisky, put straight down.
That's only their second opening kill of the game, and they have 5 rounds on the board.
And at this time, you know, at this stage in the game, to be given that gift, now it's just a question of finding the finish. And they've got no rush, no hurry. Controlling the lobby crunch. Skulls forward position with his SMG, so Hut is always going to be a threat. Now he positions himself for the mollies.
Oh, that molly spills over the top of the Hut. Skulls having to back off from that angle, but still, they're just being annoying to Furia, aren't they? Keeping them guessing. Yuri, is he going to be able to make a difference? Because we can see the pivot back in towards his domain. He's actually floating away from this. 45 seconds on the clock and the same old FlyQuest.
Dexter's got a lot of ground here. And he continues to sell top. 3 players distracted like a moth to the flame. As Ali slips past, Inns keeps them on their toes.
Just needs to stop the vent rotation. That's all Inns needs to do right now.
Penny's going to drop now, surely. It's still quiet. Fallen confirms it with a frag. Nice find onto Vexite, a second as well from Fallen. Inns wrapping around. Oh, and a third. It's the component he didn't overlook. Oh, he did overlook. Yuri towards the top side. They have got a chance to plant. We need to be getting that down. Can Dexter and Ali do anything in a 2v4? It's a good weapon for the job. Ali would have to hit some stunning shots. Dexter keeps the vent rotate on lock. A good first from the AWP. Exposed, but still hits it. Takes down Yuri. A 2 versus 2. Time in their favor now. FlyQuest just have to hold their angles. The shadow betrays him. K-Serato down as well. Ali's AWP is farming. 1 to go for this 6th. Can he hold his nerve? Closing the gap. Under pressure. Tech9 could work. It's not enough. Skulls has done it. A valiant attempt from Alistair, but it will be Furia bucking the trend.
Alistair can have those flares of brilliance, right? It looked like that was about to be one of them. Down to the wire again in both cases. You can see there's 6 seconds left on the clock as they're starting to plant that bomb. It looked like FlyQuest had outmaneuvered them. Fallen this time with the double from the ramp position. And then Alistair almost makes the magic happen. The second shot, you can see him, he overextends a little bit. Still able to flick into it. Shadow helps him here to secure the third, and all he had to do was delay just that little bit longer. You can see you're mildly frustrated with that, but the finances, they're not looking fantastic for FlyQuest for the final round of the half. Tech9, Mac 10, and maybe this will be where we see that pace change.
Yeah, he's got the Mac 10 and he's just going. Nade right to the face, well placed. Jumps straight into Case Toronto for the double. He's got another, the reposition. Liaz just lost him. And that's Case Toronto. I haven't said his name too much in this first half, so that's his contribution. A round-defining triple.
Oh, Furia, it looks like they were the ones who were going to be walking away with maybe, just maybe, securing 6-6 at the half. But FlyQuest, the last 2 rounds, falling by the wayside. One slow as you like, one quick and in your face. Unless we can see a 2v4 take shape.
Clean. Yuri locking it down. Oh, just a little opportunity here for Inns. Yuri may overlook it. He's exposed for a freebie. Inns has the bomb on his back as a 1 versus 4 becomes a 1 versus 3. Fallen's already rotated through. Inns, oh, he's so aware. Baits the orb shot and gets across. He's making this look more and more doable. That was his opportunity to try and isolate this orb duel. Fallen puts his head in the vice. Inns will clamp it shut. Fake plant anticipates an early rotation from the vent. Safe now from the ramp on his reposition. Beautiful flash. The team play is there. Cello wraps it up. And it's a 7-5 half.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Resurrection Day, this last chance for these teams to survive here in Riyadh. The Esports World Cup continues. I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall as we've got Australia taking on Brazil. Both teams falling short day one, and now we're into our second half of Nuke. It did look for a while like Fury were going to make this a quick day in the office, just an open and shut case, but FlyQuest, they found some tenacity and refused to go down quietly with a competitive half.
And a couple of other moments that I feel could have gone their way. So FlyQuest only walking away with 5.5, but as you mentioned, it felt like it was a recovered 5, and makes sense as we're in the resurrection bracket, about to get things back underway. And Furia, they played Nuke yesterday, so did FlyQuest, but Furia's pistol, if you're FlyQuest, you're looking at the new roster, you're going to watch the demo. Well, what they did to open their T-side pistol yesterday was they molly top hard, and then they went for this late explode towards the A side. This time it's got a bit more utility. Oh, and it looks similar. So this is it. FlyQuest, do you fall into the trap? An extra layer of nades. Now they come.
Popping top, lots of pressure onto the back side, got to be swiveling around. The flashbangs are good, and so are the frags. Look at that. Skulls, Cello, and Queserato in unison finding the top side defense. Oh, wow, that's actually a gift. Ali, by knocking off Fallen's head, it will at least delay, give us something to talk about. As the bomb repositions, 3 hidden out behind that A-side silo.
Feels so unwinnable.
It does, especially in the absence of a kit. Liaz disconnected. Doesn't even look like they're particularly interested in going for more than just Ali. Oh, a nice clear. Now Liaz will activate. Could they really turn this around? The flash, there's no swing off of that. Fury
move on.
Cagey now. Ali, 7 bullets. He needs to pop 3 heads. Worried about Hut. They are all here. Another clean one from Ali. Has he got anything more in the chamber? A very valiant attempt from Alistair. Looking like the star of the FlyQuest show. But both times, he's gotten close, but not quite enough to convert the round.
And again, we return to the conversation about losing both pistols in an MR12 environment. Condemnation.
Best of 1 elimination.
Precisely, right? In the best of 3, you lose both pistols. We can paint that up to the map, right? Well, okay, yeah, but we move into the next. Well, there's no next map. And in the first half, they even opted to force by going into the second round, losing that. So it was able to be a 4-0 start for Furia. It will be a full eco this time round for FlyQuest, so Furia. They're on debut yesterday with Skulls in the roster.
This is a cool way to play your anti-eco, isn't it? You just do this main smoke, means that you can go and just take long-range duels with your rifles.
Yeah, your biggest concern is if they buy a scout, right? As part of their city side force buy. But this is where you weigh up the options. Okay, are they even going to force buy in, knowing that, as we were just discussing, the rounds are quickly getting past them. If they force buy, they lose. At that point, we're talking about a 10-5 game.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, how does he win that one?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, he's about to go down anyway. There you have it. Fallen will not make the same mistake that Skulls did. And the cleanup crew, Isle topside. Yuri flies up the ladder, gets himself up to 17 kills. Great to see Yuri with some big contributions.
Glass cannon. Okie dokie. Not a faith in the Alistair Orp as he's going to be pulling it out here round 15. I mean, understandable. You're in a bit of a hole here. Both pistols, as Chad has highlighted, it has put them onto elimination door.
You see Vaxide having to offer utility as well. So he's got the MP9. He's going to be defending over towards that top side with Dexter. Liaz over towards Ram. Inz is your outside rifler, and the glass cannon of Ali that you highlighted, having to do an awful lot of work in rotation. It's not the first rotation anymore, as OJ highlighted, but oh, that is miserable.
It could be very frustrating day for Inz here. Slam through the smoke.
They have to level things up.
10 seconds into the round.
Well, he had his fair share of getting kills through squeaky doors. So Queserato wanting to let him know how it feels.
They're chilling now. Just going to hang out. Dexter will take the upgrade. Returning to Yard. Whether or not this is deception or commitment, we'll find out. Ooh, a little bit of info. Missed shot. That's not, though. Dexter finds the head of Cello through the smoke. 4v4. Yuri, audible. On the weapon pickup, Dexter's trying to catch the timing. Dexter's trying to catch the timing, but caught out. Yuri just has the eyes of a hawk.
I wonder what he saw there in the smoke.
I'm very interested. See if we can see that again, perhaps in the replay. I think it might have just been a flash of Dexter's barrel. On the edge, Alistair's hitting shots. Not the second. Queserato too quick. It's the Queserato 4. He started onto wins. He closes with a double. Comfortable work from Brazil's finest.
And Alistair, he's actually had some moments of just about Within these little streaks, he's had some flashy kills, but at the moment it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Furia with a 5-round lead. He was the opener. Inns, what are you meant to do? And then Dexter probably feeling that same way over towards Yard. Quesarado literally just waltzed in towards the top side. Didn't have any issues because, well, they knew when Dexter went down outside that he's traditionally one of those top holders, so exploited the gap perfectly. Did Furia, just 3 rounds away. And another factor today, I understand it may only be 3 maps if you go all the way. That's just the best of 3 if it went the distance. Oh, we go. Lobby push. Are they going to catch anything? No. Quesarado and Yuri making light work of that push. But also limit the games, right? Make sure that you don't have to expend too much. Don't go into these overtime. Stay away from the stress. Bowl your opponent over. Use that momentum. There's only 1 spot available, 8 teams. Sashi versus GG How currently going on.
How is that going on?
It's on Ancient. Obviously, this is the first map we are seeing from GG How due to how the format starts things off. And Sashi, yesterday, they were hooting and hollering against Mouse. They were able to push things to 3 maps, I do believe. But I think Sashi are the clear favorite in that game.
Damn, Osamas is still putting in work, though. These are rather unknown entities to the Tier 1 circuit.
He also add 1 to the tally, but should be dealt with in a moment's time, that P250. And these cores have met several times. I think we had a few meetings back at EPL Season 18. This is when they would have been known as Greyhound as opposed to FlyQuest that they are today, and they haven't taken a map as far as you comparing cores. I think it's 5 maps played and everything going in the way of Furia.
Yeah, for, historically very difficult matchup for FlyQuest. And what are the contributing factors for, you know, teams that can, you know, for example, get very close against a phase but can't seem to get past the Furia? You know, how does that happen in Transpire?
I think if we have a broader conversation, there's a few things that, you know, we could really start honing in on. But I think if we just go for isolation on phase, they can sometimes be a bit of a slow starter, right? Yeah. So first, for a lot of these teams, and it is surprising that we didn't get any upsets yesterday, unless you want to consider the Mongols lost to G2 as an upset, which I'd be happy to have that conversation with people. But I think when you start to look at some of those details, first event out of the break, you know, again, I was talking to Rops throughout the media day. He's really not a fan of CS2 and the format and everything with that at the moment. But anyway, we might only have a few more rounds left here as Cello can opens that top side. Vexite gone.
That's a highly favored duel for Vexite as well, but Cello just so quick to the angle. Bit of a jump scare. Vexite barely had his boots on the ground before he was escorted off the premises.
Just not enough opening kills for FlyQuest, and it's easier to be critical of that on the CT side, and, well, we're into the gun rounds now, right? It was the T side. Inns managed to pick up 3. That was it, and they still walked away with 5 rounds.
Back in the day, Furia wouldn't even throw smokes outside. Now we have got...
Is it complete?
An entire smoke wall.
Holy moly.
I mean, they were still winning Nuke without them. So, I mean, you add that to the gameplay, and you've got a very scary squad on this map. Actually going for a bit of a secret descent. Bomb on the back of Fallen, though. So is this just going to be a bit of a fake-a-rooney?
Yeah, they could apply pressure towards lower and then try and pop back up the vent. They could split through ramp. They could probe out door, and then if they take too much friction, see if they can go down that fireman pole. He has position noted. Great grenade to tie things up 4v4, and Inns on a big flank.
This could be huge. He's going to be able to say there's only one here.
Or Willie.
Or Willie. Oh, you don't consider vent, do you?
Call the toes.
Info top. Get scared top. Molly's perfect. Forces Dexter out the angle. Can Alistair step up to keep FlyQuest's dreams of extending play here? Down to half health. Lots to do. Too easy for Quesarato. Yuri finds another as well. And Inns completely disconnected. Just enough time to be getting that bomb down. Furia, they look very nice on this T side.
How frustrated are you if you're Alistair in that situation? The fact that Molotov and Flash is coming in so late in the piece, now they know where Inns is, they want to rip this gun away, and Furia just 1 kill away from 12. There you have it. 1 more round for the Brazilians.
Yeah, it's looking comfortable, and this is elimination point for FlyQuest, a whole lot of them. 7 required in consecutive fashion on the CT side. Burning through their last timeout. very comfortable. Cello with that opening. Queserato and finding those multi-kills. Yuri's been having a very impactful game. 21 frags from Yuri, majority of which we saw in that first half of play. But yes, yet to see FlyQuest post a CT round, and it leaves us at 12-5.
A massive hole to try and dig themselves out of. Timeouts have been taken of the tactical variety, have the final conversation, see what they can cobble together with this buy. Got a couple of MP9s, 2 M4s in the mix. The utils there, there's a kit in play. But the heroics need to begin, and that needs to really start with an opening kill or even a shutdown for FlyQuest.
Such a quick main smoke they're throwing out here. This is brutal. Inns, what's he got for us? Himself across, and Alistair, avant-garde, aggressive position, puts a dink into Yuri, just going to crouch away. He's actually going for a repeat. Yuri, you brave soldier. 1 point of health. An opening kill, though. That's what you've been looking
And another
for.
one for Inns. He's the only one to have opening frags so far in this map, and well, this map is the series. They don't get the opportunity to get the double. You mentioned Yuri getting away with his life. Let's see how much of a nuisance he can be, as Queserato having to be a bit more active. Has the new addition of Skulls alongside for the ride towards this ramp pressure.
Ooh, and Inns was holding that angle. Fallen just goes aggressive for it. Yuri, give him the gift of the AWP. We'll post another.
Oh, dear. They're just going to pick them apart one at a time.
Certainly feels that way. They're more than happy to have a fight, have a biff. Alistair. Oh, taken down on that tiny sliver gap as it all falls apart for FlyQuest. And there it goes, as quick and as easy as that. Furia, a quick day for them to start off, running through FlyQuest, sending the Australians eliminated from the Esports World Cup.
Quick and concise victory there for Furia. As mentioned, plenty more best of ones to come today if they want to make their way through the resurrection bracket and join the rest of the pack in the playoffs. 7 teams already idly sitting by while today's gauntlet goes down. And even some of those rounds within that first half that went against Furia, you could chalk up to having Skulls in the roster, things feeling a little bit new. It could have been comms issues with how late those rounds played out. But great impact from Yuri, Fallen with a couple of moments. And their first victory with Skulls in the roster after the defeat yesterday to Na'Vi. FlyQuest, it was quick. A loss to FaZe and now a loss to Furia. And that'll be their campaign done and dusted.
Furia, that boot camp paying off, coming into this break looking well-rounded, despite the integration of a new player into their ranks, and the Brazilians going to be getting themselves equipped for another. It's a long old road back into those playoffs, and just one spot with the 8 teams battling it out here in the resurrection stage. I think my highlight has to be the individual performances of Yuri and Queserato. We used to talk about the fangs of Furia. I think if both of those guys are sharp, we could be looking at a bit of a Furia lower bracket run.
Well, Fallen down on the sidelines, ready to give us a winner's interview after the victory over FlyQuest.
And yes, indeed, we're live at the EWC stage here at the Amazon set. Of course, Furia victorious. We have Fallen joining us on the interview. First of all, congratulations. Now, we have to talk about things. Of course, you've had less than 2 weeks pretty much to put together kind of changes, teething issues maybe with Skulls. Was that why you had some problems versus Na'Vi yesterday?
It's hard to say. I don't think it's fair to only put the blame on time. I think we could have played much better, mainly on the second map. There's a lot of things that we know how to do, but we didn't set them up properly. So I wouldn't say, and actually the task to beat Na'Vi was a tough one as well. They have been together for a while, very strong team. So yeah, we need time to get better, but I wouldn't put the defeat only on the time. There's a lot of issues, and we're going to keep working and improving every single day.
What do you feel were kind of crutch bits that you needed to fix from yesterday to today to get ready for your game?
I would say mostly on the CT side, summing up other players' ideas. When they start doing something, you kind of choosing something that aggregates their play. I would say that that's the most important thing that we try to fix here. And today I think they made a good comeback on the late stage of the first half. And the game was actually getting hard at that point. But winning both pistols on the best of one is always going to be super difficult for the team who is trying to play against you. So I think that played a huge factor for us this time.
Absolutely. I mean, between best of one, starting CT on Nuke, even if it slipped a bit away, but still, you're able to bring it back. So now you refocus. Best of three is the next step. How do you feel about those?
Best of three is not said?
Coming up after.
You think so? I don't.
We got best of ones and then a best of three after if you can survive. What do you feel? Is there anybody that you're excited to play against, that you're really setting yourself up for?
Right now our focus is on the next match. We're going to have another 2 BO1s. Next one's against GG Hall or Sanji, if I'm not wrong. So we have to focus on this match and keep going from there. And hopefully we can get to the BO3 stage and play even more further in the tournament.
That's pretty much the focus here for every team. But because you were victorious, it has to be given here. The keys from the team you just defeated. Honestly, it is hardcore, but it has to be done. Go ahead. FlyQuest. Oh, you're giving away the key to Fallen. This is going to be crushed now. Are you happy about it?
I'm going to bring the guy who crushed them to crush it. Yuri! Ô, Yuri! Vem dar o crush aqui, mano. Yeah, he crushed them, so fair that he crushed the medal as well.
I mean, I can't wait to see one player to try to actually crush it physically, but that's going to be another kind of thing.
Maybe only Blame F can do it.
Absolutely. Well, Fallen, congratulations again. Congrats on the win to Furia, but we're going to take a quick break and toss it to our studio to continue with our show.
Thank you so very much. Yes, this is the end of the road here for FlyQuest. Did not go how they wanted it to go, but also now that we know Fallen is really just looking out for Sanji, which we haven't seen for some time, actually.
Don't we just all?
Still in our thoughts, of course.
Still in our thoughts. But yeah, 13-5 kind of summarizes what happened here. This was a beating.
Yeah, listen, I think Fallen is always very level-headed in the answers he gives, and he says, you win both pistol rounds and you convert in best of one, it puts you in a good position. Yes, he's right, but let's just face it, this was flat from FlyQuest. The second half is just pure domination from Furia. It's entry kill, it's a very good time management, it's clean finishes whenever they decide to actually hit with the 30 seconds, the 25 seconds left, the util is great. Everything went the way of Furia, and this is an extremely sad performance from FlyQuest. That's it again, we see the 2 games and they're out already. How are we supposed to know how they play Counter-Strike? I get to see them 30 minutes per event.
Yeah, it's lackluster, I think is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because, for the CT side, a lot of the stuff that we saw in the second half, it's your individual players need to deliver, right? You need to have good protocols to know what you're doing against some of the early stuff, and then after that, it's just playing solid and picking your fights in a sense as a team as well. What's going to be left open, where you're going to focus on, and none of it was really working for FlyQuest. First of all, we didn't see much of that, and then also just they couldn't find any openings. They were always playing from behind, it felt like in this game, except for a couple of those rounds on T side in the first half.
Yeah, it seemed very flat. It'd be like drinking some soda, then it's just not got bubbles in it.
I like that. I like where you're going with that one. I'll be honest, I'll be fair to FlyQuest. I think towards the very end, there were a couple of rounds where the initiatives were correct, like the 45, the way they played it, regathering information, being a little bit daring. We had Alistair's timing towards Monster, or towards Secret rather, trying to find an opponent, and we both know it's a matter of 1 second. You catch a glimpse, you catch a leg, you get the kill, and suddenly you're in a better position to close the round. It didn't play out in his favor, so I'll give that to them. But just in general, I think once Furia were put in these positions that you mentioned, where they were put with the opening kill, whether it's the leadership of Fallen or it's just in general the management from the players, they seemed very much in control. They knew what they had to use to close rounds, they knew the pace they had to put to the end as well, and as you can see here, the training is just on point. Very, very impressive for Furia.
And you can see also how it looks like when it works well, right? The patience. If there was one word to describe, Fallen's school of Counter-Strike, it would probably be patience. Take your time. You have an advantage. Why? Because the pressure is on the opponent. They're a man down, and they're probably going to try to do something to, level the numbers. So if you're just patient and focused to punish that, all of a sudden you're 2 man up, not 1 man up. And then, if nothing happens, that's where you need to just have something in store, know how you want to end the round, and go together, and still just don't panic in that situation. Execute whatever the call is, and you'll still be fine, and that's what we saw here.
And when you talk about knowing how to close a round, this was one of the crutches that I had with Furia over time, was that, sure, in essence, philosophically, they knew how to play Counter-Strike. I mean, the game hasn't profoundly changed from the time they were at the very top. They knew how to handle time and advantages, but I thought that they were a little lazy and not too creative and disciplined with how you close around. Here, this game is the counter example of that. It's picture perfect. You wait the 4v5, and then finally, it's Molotov behind the T event, it's Molotov behind side, it's a couple of flashes as you're pushing as well. Like, this is not just sugar on top of your cake. Like, this is very, very important.
It's the cake.
It's the cake on top of the cake. It's the cakeception. You need to do that if you want to.
Cakeception. All right, I like that. That's
not
bad.
Give it to you. Have it and eat it too.
Thanks, man. I'll just go ahead and put it right here in my pocket. But also pulling it out of my pocket will have to be the brackets. Yanko, I see that smile on your face. I'm not sure where it's going, but the brackets.
Pull out the brackets, Trace.
Let me pull that bracket out and put it on the table for you, bud, because you know what? FlyQuest losing to Furia. Furia goes on, and yes, they are going to play Sashi, because that's confirmed.
That is decided.
Not Sanji, not to be confused with Sanji, but Sashi.
Yeah, so I think Sashi was the favorite in that matchup against GG How. You know, unfortunately, they couldn't get anything done here, just one best of one, and they're eliminated from the tournament. So, yeah, I mean, it's looking good for Furia on this side of the bracket at the very least. I think it was an important win for them, just also a little bit of confidence-wise. You know, you don't want your first tournament with a new player, right, to just immediately bomb out after your first 2 games, and still some spicy matchups in that lower part of the bracket. M80, Complexity, I'm looking at you too.
Yeah, that's going to be great. You mentioned Skulls, right? I think individually it's important for him to get a couple of good games pretty early on. I'm sure the Liquid times wasn't the easiest one, just by his position virtue of, you know, not a lot of people are going to give you time. They were busy building up a playbook. They were busy trying to mix a million cooks behind that kitchen. So for Skulls to suffer through that as well, now coming into Fury, I think it's important to find some positive vibes very, very quickly. And that's what he could be doing here in Riyadh.
Yeah, because it is a totally different storyline, right? Like from the Skulls that went to Liquid to the Skulls that we saw going to Fury.
It's a completely different environment.
Yeah.
Right? If you talk about Liquid and, you know, there was pressure there and people weren't really getting along, it was some different styles. On Furia, it's the complete opposite. Like, everyone's super chill, right? Like, obviously, you have Fallen there who's in full command and everyone trusts him 110%. You have guys who've been there for, what, 5-6 years now in Yuri and Caserato, and Cello's been around for long enough and played with Fallen for the last, what, 3 or 4 years. Really, so guys who know each other really, really well, where it's easy for Skulls to just slot in, learn, do his own thing, speak in his native language as well, and sort of show us, you know, that pain Skulls that we saw at Pro League a couple of seasons back.
100%, and you have to play the romantic angle as well, right? If you're an up-and-coming player of Brazil, don't you want to play with Fallen, like the guy who's the most storied player?
Without heart.
That would be great. You get, sometimes you can't decide, but this time you actually get to play with Caserato and Yuri as well, which was the duo we were referring to as the most potent one in Brazil for like 3 to 4 years. Everything is in there.
I think
they're supposed to get you.
That's the big storyline, because, you know, even Alex mentioned it at the, you know, when the game finished, you know, the fangs of Furia, but Yuri has been not that sharp for a long while now.
I know,
where, you know, like I was even saying, is this guy still deserving of a spot on the team? Do you change him as well? But here he had a great game, and hopefully for Furia it's a sign of things to come.
Which is why he's going to be that MVP.
Oh, that's pretty logical.
There you go.
Makes sense. You know, he gets the token to crush.
And especially on Nuke, like, he was, you know, relatively useless as a Yard player. I mean, that was where the weak spot was, and here he had a great CT side, just a great game in general. So yeah, a little bit more aggression, I think, is good.
Yes.
As we see, for example, in this round, that was like, he was mostly just playing Garage, you know, back on Garage all the time. No info, no impact, nothing. Like, people were waving their flag on Yard, running around wherever they want. So this is a good switch up from him.
And Fallen was talking to OJ, and he was saying, you know, we have to take people's idea and we have to aggregate them into an actual playstyle on our CT side. I think this was a pretty decent example here, like the amount of cohesion, the pop flash, you see him being aggressive under silo, that's off a flash for Fallen as well to fight in there. Fallen is going to come with the AWP as well, so I think they have to synergize as much as possible in order for him to have these performances. This was a great example.
Yeah, and you know, it's a little early to say that Fury is trending upward, but they're definitely still alive within the bracket, so they've got that going for them.
I think we had teams who were like, you know, FlyQuest was sort of trending upwards, Furia was trending downwards for a little bit, and they met at the middle. So now it seems like Furia is passing them by.
Yeah, it's like the perfect storm.
It's like the escalator when you just see each other. Oh, ciao.
Yeah. Bye. See you later. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But again, that is the end of the road for FlyQuest. You wonder where they go from here. What do they do from now?
They're going to Belgrade.
Are they? Matt, I wonder how you know that. That's crazy.
I told you, he's got information. I told you.
Yeah.
Gotta squeeze him.
Okay, well, we could do that. But yeah, I mean,
off camera, please.
This is one of those teams that we continuously see and we kind of want to buy into, maybe like believe. Like sometimes you get glimpses of brilliance, but a lot of times it's that flatness. So unfortunately, where do they go back to that drawing board? What is that drawing board?
Well, I think it's just, this is the first event of the year from them, and as far as I know, they just came here from Australia, right? So I'm sure they practiced and everything, but we know what the quality of practice is down there. It's tough. You go up against FaZe, you lose one map in overtime, other map 13-11, then you're down to a best of one where you lose both pistols, right? So if you look solely at the results, it's not good. Right, no. But if you add some context to it, it's not the end of the world. So now after, going to boot camp in Europe before Cologne, I think Cologne is going to be a big sign for us. Where are they? Because that's where you want to see a little bit more of those Chengdu results and Chengdu performance, right? To show that you can consistently play at that level.
No, I agree with you, but the problem that I have is that there is a pattern now that we cannot ignore. The fact that almost at every tournament, FlyQuest is going to have one game that's an eyebrow raiser. Like, wait, hold on a minute. Almost beat FaZe? Play all the round? Like, oh my god, overtime? Holy hell, they're about to just bring the pain in their next game. And they don't. And so this is something that it would maybe be worth visiting with them over interviews, creating content or whatnot. But is there an effect of when you play against one of the big dogs of Counter-Strike, you really do give you 150%. You overperform for many, many different reasons, which they can actually pinpoint. And then when you go into a different matchup, that differential isn't here. Is that really what this is about? Or do they just play good the first match, then the second one is a bit more complicated? That seems a little bit limited reductionist as an explanation, but it keeps happening again and again. And that's an example right here, one more time.
Well, the man that does have the plans and most of the time his hands on the steering wheel, it is Dexter catching up with Freya on their exit.
Dexter, thank you so much for taking the time to catch up with me. Of course, commiserations on the loss and the elimination here at the first tournament of the second half of 24. Obviously, really tough bracket to be going into. Best of one, single elim, MR12, losing both pistols. Tell me about how you felt the flow of the game was going for you.
Yeah, just a lot of delays with our technical stuff, but I think it's always difficult to start off losing pistol, then losing the force buy, and then them having like 3 full rounds alive. So we came back into it pretty well, managing to get 5 rounds, but I think we could have closed up a few more closer rounds, which would have made it a lot easier for T side. However, on CT side, I think we just crumbled, got picked off a lot at the start of each round, and then that makes it really difficult to really go back into those halves.
Obviously, you mentioned it when we were just chatting earlier. Game against FaZe yesterday was pretty close, pretty competitive affair. How do you feel that today was different? Aside from the technical issues, was there anything else going on with you guys?
More of us are sick.
Never nice.
But yeah, in terms of game stuff, as I said, just getting picked off, we didn't get picked off that much in the later half versus FaZe, and it made it a lot easier to play. This one, we got picked off at the very start, and it just made it really difficult to play, and we didn't really get trades off that, so it's there's still 1 minute and 40 seconds and and you're 4v5 on you. I'm like, oh man.
Obviously, it's still got plenty of tournaments coming into the latter half of 2024. Cologne, play-ins up next. Tell me what you guys are going to be doing in that couple of weeks that we've now got between these 2 events.
Yeah, get healthier and then get better at the game. Definitely. Just focus on our tactical aspects of how we want to play. I think our energy and all that kind of stuff and confidence is good. It shows up when we verse a lot of tier 1 teams, and we always put up good results most times. But yeah, tactical stuff to make sure that everyone's a bit more comfortable playing their game and just enjoying themselves, however so.
I know we were chatting a bit about it at EPL. Obviously, you guys underneath the banner of FlyQuest now. We were hearing rumours of you getting more European practice time. Has that actually been the case? Have you guys, got more boot camps planned in the works?
Yeah, pretty much every time we come to Europe, we can have as long as bootcamp we want, but I think it's the sensible option is we have 2 weeks in Serbia after this, and that'll be a lot of fun.
Final question, obviously, when we were chatting about goals for the first half of the year, it was to be beginning to make playoffs. We saw that happening kind of at the later stages of that first half. Any different goals for the second half of the year?
Second half, make the major, definitely be more consistent. Yeah, it's just in-game stuff. I just want to make sure that we're always fighting, and I have a personal goal always with the teams where it's like analysts and all this kind of stuff, I always want to hear like that we're one of the teams that are being talked about and just not like a fluff team. So that's what I'm trying to improve on to make sure that we can have conversations about us at the very least.
You hear that, Yanko? You're allowed to talk about FlyQuest. He would love to hear that. Thank you so much for your time, Dexter, and see you in Cologne.
See you then.
Yes, we will be talking about FlyQuest just a little bit more, but only because you asked so nicely, Freya. Yeah, end of the road form here. Yanko, we've kind of put a pin in it a little bit here, but if we look at FlyQuest as a whole, you're sick, you're not feeling well.
Trace, I swear to God, I'm going to go and talk to a damn like supplement company, some sort of, vitamin supplier, because every tournament, even Cello is sick. Skull said in his interview, Cello was sick at the boot camp. He's sick now as well. They lost a couple of days practice. Every tournament, I need someone to crunch the numbers, man. Like the percentage of teams that have sick players at every tournament. Zaiwu was sick at the major, like dead sick, where he was, like playing crappy in the first phases of the tournament. It's like, you have one job, guys.
God damn.
One job. Just stay healthy. You're not running around in the cold. This is what's happening to your immune system if you're not taking care of it, Trace.
You said crunch, and that's exactly what we're getting here. Maniac.
I know. I'm just watching it. It's like, oh, it's so raw.
I like how the
real
guys are just there watching, like witnessing it, experiencing it firsthand as well.
They're taking pleasure in it. Watching that key get crushed.
Big smiles. All the way.
Big smiles. And then, oh yeah, they get to decide if they want to put it in their own little token, right? Their own token. They can put teams in there. Oh, I kind of like, I think it opens the door to like the dark side of us as a personality. It's great. just observe.
I'm just seeing you smiling right now. I'm like, man, this man, he's really
It's in the nickname. I've been trying to tell you for the whole time.
Ah, yes.
Right there.
The Maniacs. Hey, but yeah, I think we put a pin in this one. We're pretty much done with what is FlyQuest and Furious. So if there's anything else you want to say, it doesn't quite matter. We are done with that. What we do have coming up is a break. We can come in back with our next game. It's going to be M80 versus Complexity. NA just trying to survive out here in the desert. We'll be right back after this.
We had a really good player break, and it's mentally we're so relaxed and refreshed, I think, and we're excited to play in our first tournament. I say it every time that every team's goal is to win this tournament, to be a champion, and always same as everyone, but we will do our best. After Senzo joined our team has improved a lot. He's a young prodigy in Mongolia. So he's a very good rifler and a good upper. Sometimes he can adapt to every role, I think. In our recent tournament at ESL Jönköping, we lost opportunity to reach the top 10, but we have more to do from now on. I think we will reach the top 10 in the future, I think so. Comparing to last 3 years, there is a lot of Asian teams made it to the A-tier, A-tier tournaments, and after we made to at the legend stage at the major. After the Asia has 3 slots in major, there is a lot of the other Asian teams has come up to in the Asia scene. I think it's a good improvement and good upgrade in our region. Yeah, I think so. I think we have been already in a best Asian team right now. Also, in my opinion, I think so, the best of all time also. But we need to keep competing at the tier 1 events and at this level.
So my general feeling for after the player break, we went to Portugal to have a boot camp. I think we stayed there for like 5 days. And at the beginning we felt a little bit rough, but I think we managed to keep up the pace, and the last couple of days was pretty good. So we're feeling confident, and of course all the top teams are going to be here, and we're looking forward to do some damage for sure. So having Nick as our coach, having him in our daily practice day is really good, because he was a professional player before. He has a lot of experience since the 1.6 era, and Bit is still like with us in our daily in the daily basis. So it's a mix of him and Nick trying to bring stuff to us and having that experience to us. So I don't think much have changed with Nick and Bit. I think mostly our game style, but our day by day, you know, how the practice goes, it's almost the same. So it's nice to have one more like experienced voice in the coaching staff. About our region, I think it's really similar. Like the level of play is really similar between the top teams. I think we have 4 or 5 teams that are really on the same level. And I think the main point for our region is that we try to be the best in our region, and when you get we are at the best spot, you just try not to lose it, and that kind of sets us apart from the rest of the world, because we need to get more. You know, we need to be the top team in the planet, not just in our region. And I think for our region, not only us, but I think a lot of teams had that same mentality, and I think it's bad for our region, because it just it kind of just stay at that level, and the people don't grow up higher, you know. So having to change that mentality, I think is the best for the region. I think this tournament, of course, because we're playing against the best teams in the planet. So it's going to be good for us, and to take the step further, you know, to play against the best teams and try to learn from it. It's always good.
Jönköping ended very good for us. We finally ended on something on a high note, and very happy for that. I think that the team played really well during that tournament, and it's nice that at the end of the season, when we struggled for most of it, that we had something to show for it. Honestly, I wish that we had a little bit more time. I think it was a little bit hard to find a lot of prac because it kind of depends on which teams are going to start up before the break ends and everything like that. I think that teams that make a change are obviously going to have a little bit less chemistry. They're going to have less protocols that are down. They might even have a smaller scrapbook depending on if there was an IGL change or if there was 2 or 3 changes, for example. Then there's a lot of things to work on. So if you're a team that didn't make a change during the break like us, then we technically would have less to work on, but there's still I think that there's hard things on both sides of it because you have more potential for higher highs, I think, with a brand new slate being wiped clean. But I think in general it's kind of favors the teams that didn't really make a change just because you have more stuff that's under your belt. I would say the NA scene still has a lot more to prove and to show for itself. I think that we just in general need more players that are playing at a high level so we can have more consistent higher level practice in the region, and we would have more reasons for the top NA teams to continue practicing there. What's nice about EWC is that there is a lot of teams here, so there's a lot of opportunity for teams to show what they're made of. M80 is the other NA team that's here, and I hope that they do well. And the format is definitely different from the other tournaments, where the first best of 3 is probably the most important thing, because otherwise you go into a gauntlet of best of 1s and stuff like that. So you can definitely have a lot of surprise upsets, especially it's the first tournament right after the break. I think that it's very hard to change your style. I think style is usually just born from your way of problem solving different things that are happening. So if you're always losing certain ways and you're finding okay, well, let's try to approach this problem from this point of view or that point of view, and that's kind of just formed from every team. And I think right now CS is really homogenized in terms of how you problem solve. And when you do see teams that are a little bit different, or they have different answers or a different way of playing out situations, I think that's really interesting to see. I'm feeling confident. Honestly, I feel confident every tournament. I think that you can always win in any game, especially with how it is with MR12. I think that you can always have upsets happen, and I think that we still have a lot to prove. And I always take it from that point of view, in terms of you have to always be fighting and feeling you're the underdog, and I think that can bring a little bit more out of people sometimes.
That is absolutely correct, as my friend Yanko might say, because what's coming up is Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib upcoming showdown, which is going to be featuring that of Complexity and M80. I want to welcome you back to the Esports World Cup. We are well and truly on our way through the brackets of CS2. So no matter where you're joining us, surely you've got a team here that you like to watch.
These are dead teams, Trace. These are all dead teams in this bracket, but one, a fortunate one, a persistent one, will be resurrected.
That is also absolutely correct. Also, looking right now would be the Jamil Motorsport Arrivals. That's right, these teams just kind of basking in the sun a little bit, trying to heat themselves up because they're going to need it. We're talking about NA versus NA around here.
Rolling in, absolutely. We see a couple of pair of shades out there. Some players are deciding to take in the sun. And as we have M80 rocking up, M80 who had to deal, of course, with the departure of Maltz, making his way to G2. They have Lake coming over, who's making his international debut here. Not to say that Vitality was the easiest way to kickstart, and now he gets to play a bit more rivalry with Complexity.
And again, thank you to Jamil Motorsport for ensuring our players arrived safely at the Boulevard. And for some, it will be the Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
Yeah, I don't know,
the
man.
NA fan?
Yeah, somebody's going to be sad.
I think for me, just obviously for M80, they lost Malabs to G2, who was their best player, a super talented guy. But Complexity is one of the weirdest teams in a sense of that the guys who are sort of dropping the ball for them are the two guys that are on any team, quote-unquote, the easiest to replace. Because they have the in-game leader, the Opper, and the Star Rifler, right? In JT, Halzerk and Elige. Halzerk has stepped up in the last couple of months, became more consistent. Elige is the best player on the team, and JT, for an in-game leader, I think is playing well. So it's like Floppy and Grim, where you're struggling to find consistency from those two guys, and in so many close losses that Complexity has had, that's all it would have taken for them to have more deeper runs in tournament.
I agree with you, but my counter argument is that it might actually be the hardest player to fill in with the perfect role. Think about the changes we just witnessed. Furia had to let go of Kai, they bring in Skulls. G2 let go of Nexa, coming in with Mobs. Like, teams are struggling to find these players who are competent, and I agree with you.
I like how your examples were Furia's academy player who was never supposed to be there for longer, and Nexa, who's probably one of the worst. Nexa for JKS, one of the worst roster changes we've seen in the last, what, 5 years.
I agree. I have to say, that one was rough to watch around the edges, and well, look how it's turned out now.
I mean, I would love to. A little bit later against Spirit, we get to have an idea. We get to have a bit of a sample size, you know?
Yeah.
Real fight.
Yeah.
But my point being, it's just how much longer before they make a roster change at one of those two positions.
Or both.
Or both.
Just actually both.
And they have a problem that those are the two American players, so to stay North American, you know, you already have a South African and a European on the roster, so you would have to go into that pool of players, which can prove to be difficult.
Well, I'm going to pose the question then. So replacing one player versus replacing two, it's got its ups and downs, right? So, I mean, at that crossroad, where do you find yourself?
I mean, I think the problem is that whenever you talk to people from the NA scene, and granted, they have an intrinsically better understanding of the scene than I do because I'm looking from the outside. But the message they tell you is that, yeah, there's nobody in the pipeline. There is nobody in the pipeline that's coming up. No one we want to give our trust to. No one who's got the appetite. No one's got the hunger. No one is worth the promises of the future. So if that's true, then maybe one change
pack it up
hard enough. It's like, yeah, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing if we can't produce in the pipeline players who then are worth giving these opportunities? Then, yeah, just do one change. It's going to be hard enough. You're going to redo your bathroom floor, but you don't have a floor? Just think about it before you remove everything, right?
Yeah.
Put something down.
I mean, look at players like Louis or Kojo Mojo, right? Or Kojo Mo, well, however you want to say it. These are guys that are on the up and up, but, you know, if they're not being recognized.
Or JBA or George. But, you know, I realized I picked the absolute worst timing to talk about this because the player break just ended, so obviously
it's not going to be now.
It's not going to be now until, you know, this season ends. But yeah, I think that's why it's frustrating sort of looking at it and sometimes wishing for more, because you feel like with more from those two positions, it could be a different story for Complexity.
Yeah, and you're just looking for it, right? You're looking for that final piece. We saw glimpses in Malta of brilliance, if you will.
Of course. No, I agree with you. You would hope that now that Halzerk has cleared his situation, maybe whatever pressure he had on his shoulders is lifted a little bit, and he can actually frag the hell on the server.
Yeah, which is exactly what we want to see. So that's what we're going to try to do right now, getting into this matchup. But first, we've got to get them situated on the stage. It's Complexity in M80.
The Resurrection Day continues here at the Esports World Cup. And you know, I was just checking, Milos. I was just checking. In here, we can see already one of the broken keys which has gone into it, already been crushed. And that's just the first one today.
Absolutely. And every single game today, be it BO1 or a best of 3 at the end of the day, will have a team, well, with their key crushed at the end of it. It's going to look glorious.
And we saw one being handed on over earlier on as well to Fallen. He took it. He said it's going to get crushed by the Crusher. We love that. That's what this is all about. These keys being crushed, and we're about to have another best of 1. So let us meet our teams, because this is an all-American affair, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I can't wait to see what it produces on stage.
Absolutely. So let us meet our first team, and that is Complexity. One map to hold on to their key. They were beaten 2-0 by VP yesterday, which means they now have to do it the hard way via this best of 1 redemption bracket. It's a long way to go to get through to get back into the tournament proper. But Complexity, they have the roster that could do it.
Absolutely. But a game of CS, well, it needs 2 teams. So let's introduce Complexity's opponents, M80. Yet another North American roster on the other side with M80. The question is, how do they bounce back after a 2-0 loss to Vitality yesterday? Yes, sure, they signed Lake, less than 10 days ago, so maybe that's something we have to look out for, but maybe they don't even need any of that.
International debut as well. What a tournament to be taking part in. Nothing is granted, everything is earned, and it so is when it comes down to a best of 1. And I think was said yesterday, there's so much rides on the Pistols.
Absolutely. I mean, today it was 1 best of 1. Pistols matter so much, and I think we can talk about strategy all we want here, but we got some real strategies.
We don't need to do that.
Absolutely.
Why are we doing that?
We got to figure out what map it is and then exactly in depth how it's going to play out, but that'll be with our analysts into the studio.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes. Yeah, Yanko, what's up?
I was really looking forward to hearing OJ talk a little bit about the economy, Trace,
I love that.
and how much the Pistols matter, but I guess we'll have to wait for the playoffs for some of that spice.
He's keeping that for the main stage. He's going to give us that.
And speaking of which, a server where in which, we're featuring 2 Germans, a Norwegian, a South African, and 6 Americans. So,
yeah,
majority.
I was thinking about
coalition,
this.
one would
I was
say.
going to ask you, like, how does that feel as a North American trusting the Germans to lead and snipe on your teams? Like, all good about that? Thoughts and comments?
My comment will be that I plead the 5th. And that's exactly where I'm running with that one. So, Anubis is going to be our second map of the day here between these 2 teams. What do we know about either of them? On Anubis, that is.
I think Complexity are happy with this. It was their pick against VP yesterday, even though it didn't really pan out well. Electronic had a banger of a game yesterday, gave them a little bit of a shellacking. But this is a game where Complexity absolutely just needs to take care of business.
Yes, 100%.
And also from I don't want to see them stressed, right? Like, this is where you need to come in confident and say, hey, we're beating these guys no matter what. Even if things start going south, you need to show that poise, show that calmness, just belief in each other and in the win and get it done.
And this is the kind of trust and confidence they probably gather from the trophy lift in Jönköping, right? You go there, you're going to play a bunch of games where you are the favorite, a la what's happening here, playing up against M80. Don't let the stress get to you. Just take care of business the way you have to. You referenced the VP game. What was surprising was to see Complexity lacking a little bit of puncture point on the T side. Like, you're not supposed to allow VP to find all of these moves. It's supposed to be a map that is very uncomfortable on the CT side. It wasn't really the case, so we're going to have to see if the adjustments have been made from Complexity.
So, one just real quick. Complexity or M80? From
Complexity.
Complexity, okay. And I'm going to assume you mean the same, Yankee.
Cole.
Of course, Cole. That is right. COL. Used to be hashtag COL.pride. But anyway, that's well before most of you watched. However, you're here to watch this game, which is M80 Complexity fighting for a lifeline in Riyadh. Let's go ahead and jump into it. We got our commentators ready to go. It's Sponge and Machine.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yes, interesting to see this one. A lot of North Americans in the server. We have Complexity, of course, Jason Lake's Complexity, and M80 picking up Mason, otherwise known as Lake. We'll be seeing him picking it up and hopefully doing a little bit better than yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday had a bit of a rough start, but so did Grim. Had a tough time. So let's see if, well, both of these teams, Trey's pointing out the fact that we have actually a lot of not just North American, but United States of America.
Yeah,
6
baby.
of them in the server, ready to rumble on Anubis. As Des mentioned, Complexity should be pretty happy with this one, considering it's a map that they turn to quite frequently. M80, obviously a massive void to fill.
Interesting that Complexity won the knife and have elected to start on the CT side.
Yeah, look, I think as far as this map goes, it does have a T bias, but people have definitely got a good hold on the CT side. And if Complexity are able to snowball some momentum off of this pistol, they could run away with this best of one. Grim aggressive, wanting to kick things off in style, and that's a nice USP headshot to start.
Yeah, Slacks just sent straight down. 5v4 advantage seized. Long-range engagement is an important fight to be taking, but so is that one. Swisher has tried to open up the B bomb site. Sin has to run away with just 20 points of health. Floppy couldn't quite find the double. Elige, however, active, looking to pursue that bomb carrier.
Sandwiched.
He is sandwiched in. This is a very important duel for Lake. He's overlooked position, does adjust, hits the headshot necessary. Find ourselves into an intriguing 3v3.
Yeah, Lee's getting caught in limbo there, not committing to either fight, and you can see he just got spotted to that slither. So his death, how much is it going to cost them? JT still with 2 flashes and the defuse kit, and the worst case scenario, you can see on the radar, Floppy's actually elected to play a bit more of a retake setup, so they're able to get a lot of space if they want to continue to contact in here. M80, the smoke on Sin, likely to see that deployed towards the temple position. Oh, okay, well, Floppy. Say he's not going to have any say. Had an opportunity, but now the bomb will go down. Retake.
JT equipped with the kit. Double flash still as well, so he can actually flash them through or after this smoke fade. Waits for his teammate, Halzak, arriving from the temple side. They could do push and force Floppy out, but the trade isn't there. It's Lake having a round. Triple kill for the new addition to M80. And JT, he can't get anything done. They're going to be feeling very good about that one. That was a 4v5. Slacks especially, you can see him on the screen there. Big smile on his face. He was the first to go down. And a bit of an overstep perhaps from Elige. That kind of started the House of Cards to go tumbling.
Yeah, curious that he didn't continue that fight over towards B. But overall, even with how the round plays out after the bomb goes down, it's M80 the ones wanting to stay proactive. They're not just happy to sit back with the space they have over towards Dark, over towards the pillar. They could have held on the platform. They've pivoted forward. They've taken the fight, and they've, well, found some impact off of Lake. We've got a molly at the ready. This will be towards the window position. It is a force buy for Complexity. Have to stick the landing on this, and that tag is a good way to start.
Yeah, that's a horrible feeling for Slacks. Doesn't feel like he can leave T-Stairs without a wound or a death. Really limits his options. You might want to see the Galil given over to Sin, but too much ground to cover. Missed nade. Not quite on the mark. JT and his teammate just going to be holding outside.
No utility for Complexity to try and block remaining, just a flash on JT. So going through the protocols is Sin. Hasn't actually investigated to see just how clear it is. Noisy on the rotation. Now Rec working on this A main space. Gonna use their last Molotov to make sure baskets. Oh, it's clear. There you have it.
Forces Floppy back. Weakens mid. Elige low will fall back after the initial shot.
Time might become the biggest problem for M80 here.
45.
If they wait too long, you can see they're still quite spread out across the map. The bomb currently in limbo over towards T-Stairs.
Aldo Scout looks destined for glory. Another tag, and this time converted. Floppy gets it. Now they know they can pivot over. Spotting Halzerk, it's indication of only 2 towards B. But this is just the team play from Complexity, looking very clean with this one. Long-range MP9 cleans up another. Grim just farming frags, and with 18 seconds left, with 2 HP left, Lake's got nothing. He's just got a bullet straight to his belly, and the second round is Complexity's.
Yeah, a bit skittish. You've got to try and take that space. I think we can also hear the real Jason Lake yelling. He's in the building. He's on site. So roll CT, bring me the pistols. They were unable to get the pistol, but a CT round.
I felt like I almost heard him say that. He's probably in the front row.
Well, he's not allowed to stand behind them and kick chairs anymore.
Oh, those were the days. Yeah, skittish. What a beautiful phraseology for what we saw in that round. It was an advantage for you in the weapon department, and yet just looking like you're a bit cagey.
Well, they were going through the paces of doing a default and trying to get the map control. Very standard to pressure and get dark and pressure and get A main, but there was no real finish, and they just ran into their demise after the scout tags from Halzerk. So building that weapon to great success, regardless of not getting a kill.
This looks promising. Grim's going to have his work cut out for him here, and yeah, pulling out that mollies. They've given him space to get in. One slips jail. That's threatening. Grim's got a lot of angles, still manages it well. Finally brought down, but the damage is done. A recovered rifle for Rek. And now he's got a lot to do. 2 towards the connector position, 2 to behind that temple smoke. He's a dead man walking. Here's Rek.
You take the plant, will they allow it? That's the next question.
Oh, you would love a plant. And that was rapid out of Floppy.
Just run on down. All right, well, Complexity, you forced them onto an eco. Should be the third, almost, but a guarantee. And to start building a bit of the CT bank, and then we'll see just how aggressive Complexity either want to be or feel they have to be. Because if they're able to approach their rifle rounds the same way they did that force by, just sit back, allow M80 to be the ones to make the mistakes or the misplays, the unforced errors, could be up for an absolute bag of rounds. And you have to feel for M80 a little bit. Obviously, the Manx situation, and they get Sin. It's like, okay, well, yeah, we've got a leader. Things are working. Then Malb's now being poached with his potential taken to G2. We'll get to see them later today against Spirit. The first quarter-final, best of 3. That one, Monacy versus Donk. If that's not a headline that gets you excited for your Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Thursday. Thursday evening.
Thursday, my
Lobster Day.
But yeah, I mean, it's the curse of being the contender. Is that you know when you start to show promise, people go shopping for your superstar.
Well, apparently it was a few bags, not just one bag. Cost them a few. So G2 splashing cash on Malbs.
Yeah, well, if G2 come knocking on your inbox, I'm sure you're going to be adding a 0.
Oh, JT just looked away. Got caught in the crossfire. Grim an opportunity to have these stats, and he'll be able to do so with ease. Unarmored Glocks. Everyone's favorite time for kills. So there you have it. Hauser will find the frag. See if he can scoop this rifle up, get that scout out of his hands. He'd love to equip an AWP going into the first real rifle round of this first half of play.
Yeah, and that CT's choice start from Complexity, it's going to be feeling very good if you've not only won this second round force bite, but coming in with the first gun round, you're going to have a real advantage coming into that second half.
Yeah, just taking a look, Alicia's got a spawn-based T-stairs smoke, so we might see aggression behind this. Will it be an A main push? Will it be a dark pick? You can see Rek responding. You have to block the C2s who want to go aggressive when you see this type of smoke come out from spawn. You don't want to forego all the canals control immediately. So negated for now by that molly, but they could still take this on a bit of a secondary timing. The half-life of that smoke gives you those options. 2 starting towards A main, 2 towards B, and that was Elige in middle who's now on the float back towards the B site. Flash towards A main just to keep them interested. It's deep molly there, so should be able to get this dark control without too many issues. Oh. Missed the nade for the clear on the smoke there. You saw that with X-Ray. That was Sin trying to make that one a possibility. So these little unforced errors making the space that M80 are hoping to take be on more of a delayed timing. And look how telegraphed this could potentially be if there's any frisky business. Floppy and the likes of Hausberg over towards A saying nobody home, no noise, nothing. They haven't got baskets control, whatever.
45, it looks like they're second guessing it. No, starting to posture for it. Elige's had time to rotate through though. A 3-man B hold. It's going to be tough to break through for M80. JT, deleted by Rek. Need a response out of Grim, and he finds it onto May. Swivels back, finds a second. He's done his part. Now it's turn for Elige, getting away with the one, and now reloading is Lake. A 1v3. Molly will kill Elige. Oh, actually, the headshot will. Nice work from him. Looking sharp today. But is this 1 versus 3? Oh, not impossible whatsoever. Floppy. A couple of times he's denied Lake the chance.
Lock it down.
Lock it down.
Lock it down.
Yeah, baby.
Well, so far so good. And another round that felt awfully telegraphed, right? There's no pressure in middle. There's no pressure towards A main. You have to be asking yourself, all right, are they hoping that we're going to come off of that smoke that I highlighted at the start of the round? Well, 40 seconds had gone by. That smoke had faded. And it will be the first tactical timeout used by M80. Def, an opportunity for the Brit to get on the mic, and TC as well.
You know what he's going to say? He's going to say, guys, grab your water bottles. Have a sip of your water.
Everyone really likes it when the Brits say water bottle.
Yeah, because we don't do the T if you're from certain parts of the country.
Is it just W-A-T-A, or is there an H on the end?
Water.
Water?
Like, yeah, it's like O and an A. Water.
Water.
Maybe a W-O-R-A. Water.
We'll have to check the official spelling.
Mm-hmm.
As M80 loss bonus is going to allow them to invest a little bit.
Little bit?
Little bit.
And it certainly isn't much, is it? Yeah, okay. In terms of plans, you've got 2 smokes and a Molotov. A whole flashbang for Rek.
Well, speaking of plans, Complexity have double orbs, or the official terminology being dorps. So Elige, poison at the ready with the second.
Look at this, Rex Sin walking over. So I suspect that they're going to... Well, going to try and investigate, see if there's any A main info for free. But with Halzerg's AWP posted, you're not going to have an easy time getting in. Hard shot, good angle held, and Sin gets away with his life as the AWP is spotted. It was Elige firing off that shot.
Yeah, but the fact that they do have double AWPs against pistols, that's where it could get a little bit more squeamish. But as Deagles are plenty, not to take... That's another missed piece of util.
That was $400 down the Swanning.
Yeah, and a pretty simple molly as well. You don't want to be overly critical, but there's been some clear missed utility so far for M80. Another one, that flash bounce off the wall, maybe wanting to force them back off. Hauser with some missed shots, but the support's there. Spam from range, JT on the A4. And another easy round for Complexity. Might even keep all 5 alive. Big respect, shout out to the A4 users. Good to see a return to a lot of you.
Yeah, it's the more like civilized option.
The A1, yeah. What are we thinking?
If you're a gentleman,
use the A4.
Use the A4.
Okay, a man of honor.
Yeah.
Well, JT strikes me as exactly that. Well, Complexity, I think they've given over the fact that the double AWPs are in play. How will they respond to the M80 side? Slacks yet to frag, the same with Sin. The 2 Germans would love to make some contributions here. And now that Slacks has his AWP, maybe he can find a head-to-head. Again, another spawn-based T-stairs smoke highlighted by our ops team. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's always just going to slow down the pace at which you can move with the T-side default. Deep dark smoke in response. But they have to get a bit of a move on. Show some cockiness, M80, as an A dunks on the head of Rek. You know, pose a threat, because right now it doesn't feel that way anywhere on the map.
He's sticking around for more. He is definitely feeling himself. Feels like they are the better team.
Emboldened to do so there by Floppy's presence. Smoke the door molly, make sure that he can hang around. Supportive element. And look at Floppy, staying mobile, staying active, and gets the space back.
Oh, this is a huge play from Floppy, and he's already softened him up, Rek, with a nade. Oh, looking great. The A anchor finding the opening kill. What a dream. And now as a T side, you feel kind of flustered. You have to make a move, 50 seconds. Your uncertainty grows, and the angle walked into by Slacks. It's quite one. Quite a start for the German AWPer. 0-7. Bomb on the back of Lake. Sin to try and arrive and retake towards the A main.
Feeling like a bit of a damp squib, this one.
Yeah. The dampest.
Yeah, I feel that I would love to see them do something a bit more punchy. Try and get yourself, go for a bit of main aggression. Drop that left side smoke immediately. Molly main, flash in, take a duel. Put them under pressure, because right now you're just trying to default, take map control, and Complexity going, all right.
We know how to handle this.
Yeah, this is, and we don't think you're better than us in any regard. So we will just stand and bang with you in the slowest of occasions. Try and show off a little bit of individual prowess. Take a fight, get stuck in. Don't be hanging out in T-spawn saving a couple of rifles. The scoreline 6-1. This is a best of 1. We might be waving goodbye to an M80 who don't even feel like they've shown up in the building today. It's tough to be critical, obviously, with the roster change coming into things. It is a start, but just not to see any conviction behind any of these plays so far. That's the bit that's the worrying sign. You need to tussle.
I spoke to Sin briefly, just on rehearsals, and he was telling me that they haven't had an awful lot of time to practice.
No, I don't imagine so.
And I imagine for Complexity, you know, this is a team that's been together for a good time now.
Well, Daz discussing Jönköping, right, getting to build off of that coming out of the break.
Just kind of essentially just been putting polish on, as opposed to these guys who are putting some building blocks down. Losing Malbs.
Yeah, it's a problem when you lose your star player, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's probably a laundry list of moves that he would make that you can no longer count on. You know, there's a lot of things like he used to do something here, and that was
called Malbs Go Kill.
Yeah, we used to do that a lot.
We did that a lot. He was pretty good at that.
Maybe you can try that.
It's a tough one.
I'll tell you what's tough is that Sin and Slacks are the ones that need to be getting themselves a frag. Maybe they need to get a bit more.
It's a sin to not pull up your Slacks.
Nice. And it's about time they did pull up their socks at the bare minimum.
The boost with no smoke, I guess it's offering an unusual elevation, and now actually has an opportunity to reap the reward. Lake, how deep is your love? Well,
just so comfortable, wasn't it?
Booked.
I know for sure I'd be pretty scared of mid if Elige was over there.
It's so funny that he's picked up the orb early in the game as well. They've just gone, all right, well, we're going to double orb.
Yeah. All they need is Grim and JT to pick up an AK this round, and they have got a very scary Arsenal.
Ooh. Sound cue. But they're not even spamming through smokes. There we go. All right, cool.
Found the orb.
Whip some bullets through. At least apply a little bit of pressure, boys. You're just walking into your demise round after round. Grim in the Elige position.
And he's controlled it very well. Commits to the spray. Sin's going to strafe wide. He anticipated with the pre-fire, but Sin gets the best of him.
He's on the board.
It's a start.
Overpass.
I reckon Slacks are going to be rejoined with Sin. I say that as Sin just turns tail and perfectly timed on JT.
Also the bomb spotted in that transition.
I think they're in a spot of bother.
Maybe they need to take another pause and have a sip of their water bottles.
Yeah, I think you're right. Elige the AWPer. Should be set for one here if they even give it a go. And they won't.
Oh, gentlemen, another save. All right, well, 7-1.
Yeah, it's tough, especially on, you know, T-side Anubis. You feel like you're bang on, Chad, in the sense of just doing anything is better than this. Like doing anything together, like you said.
They're trying to play textbook.
Throw that one away.
Throw it out and burn it.
Yeah, let's do playground strats. Let's just go couple of smokes, bang some flashes, just try and hit a heady onto Grim.
Yeah, get
JT.
Boys,
JT's playing B, boys. JT's playing B.
Get Slacks a kill. Or slowly meander across the map into your demise one after the other.
I spoke to the two Sea of the Africans.
Yes.
And they both, not together, but both just spent their holidays on safari. I guess that's just a thing you do over there.
In their home country?
Yeah.
Wow.
Went on a safari. Saw some animals.
Oh, Dr. JT. Here we go, Lake. Pep in the step has...
And this nade looks like it's bang on the money.
Ouch. Swallow that one, will you, son?
Oh. That's what Lake's got to work with. It does look like it's a more direct approach, and JT...
Segregated.
Yeah, he's isolated Lake completely from the pack. Very well played from him. Keeps his cool.
Come on in, boys. The water's warm.
Floppy's hunting and fragging. Lovely control of the AK there to find Sin through the smoke as it bloomed. Leaves Slacks' saved AWP with very little options. I think Halzuk's even holding him here, so no way across. Another one of these. Oh, actually.
Circle jump.
Yeah.
Moves.
Got the
groove and
camera on
shaking.
his knees. And he's got themselves a frag. Can he get another? Good understanding that Floppy was aggressive towards A main. Now they confirm his location.
Here we go.
Swisher has managed to find him. This is an opportunity now for M80. Swisher with the recovered rifle. Slacks with his first frag of the half. Elige coming in from storage. Grim Cam, JT main, every angle. Good work from Swisher. Gets proactive, finds JT. Upon the fade, 2-on-2. Don't see a kit, which is hard to explain. And Slacks finds another, 1-on-1 for Elige. He anticipates main, and there's one right in front of him. And down he goes. Swisher with a high impact round, a triple kill to get the juices flowing and the frags joining. It's going to be 2 for M80. A whole lot more of that.
Okay, maybe lost a little bit of focus there, did Complexity, because so far this half has been all the conversation about them. 7-2, the scoreline now reads, but being able to find themselves in a position to take some jewels from a site for once, M80. They get the job done. Even managed to get the bomb down, so let's see how far can they push the issue. You would love to walk away with 5, considering how this half has started. Double AWPs purchased once more. Nades at the ready. They want to soften up towards this dark position, and there you have it.
That's lovely.
Open kill.
Regress. Look at this. Elige, Grim, they're both on the warpath.
Get caught.
Deep clear. Nice jump up from Swisher, but traded. Grim keeps us at least uncertain as to how this one ends. Advantage has been seized.
Oh, could be problematic if Rhett goes down.
Floppy's definitely had his number, and actually, Halzuk braving the flames for 50 damage, catches out Slacks to keep us level, and it gets worse if Rhett goes down. A 1 HP discrepancy. Floppy couldn't finish his meal.
It's a fake. Or is it? The bomb on the back, it's on the way over. Sin also investigating this B bomb site. Grim's going to be investigating, or at least communicating the pressure. Halzerk having to forego. Assuming that his big green was going to be the scare tactic, but no, they're going to waltz on in. Going to take their time about this 50 seconds. It is an empty bomb site, but they aren't to know. So 2 in a row looking likely. Less Complexity want to give a difficult retake a look in.
Yeah, tough decision to be made there. You know, both of your players have seen util at the same time. It is just, I guess, a bit of a coin toss on that point.
You wonder if because FlyQuest also played, I would probably classify it as looking timid, but I don't think that was essentially the case. I think that their game plan was to take the pace out of the rounds, right? And maybe that could be the same conversation to have for M80, who have had some slower rounds that have unfolded in front of us. And you wonder maybe that's a byproduct of just the best of one, the MR12. You know, hey, we have a couple of fast rounds, we lose them, we're already in the hole. Well, they're still in a hole, but they finally started to dig themselves out. Pistol round, and now 2 on the trot. One with some saves and pistol upgrades, and the other with a full rifle round. So that is the best round that they have won yet, and there's still 2 more to be played within this half. We'll start it with the dunk nades.
Yeah, that was really nice. I like this from Halzerk. Slack's completely caught off by his bravery. And Sin, yeah, you can see he's just trying to get them amped up. This is a best of 1 elimination. You gotta find a resurgence, and they have, by virtue of that turnaround. Slacks and Swisher bringing home the round, bringing home the bacon.
Becoming costly to continue this double AWP setup, but apparently Complexity, they prioritize it once more, so really getting through the funds. Saving helps. And we also have, well, for all these teams today, right, we've got more matchups to come. The winner of this will take on the winner of the Mongols versus MIBR, which is also currently live in conjunction with this one. Well, Complexity are the ones who maybe want to throw in a little bit of a different flavor now, or do they want to just stick to their guns?
Well, that's an interesting start.
Push.
And that is aggressive from Grim. That's hyper-aggressive, punished by Sin. Comfortable for Complexity. This is uncomfortable.
Now, with the man disadvantage, it's going to be harder to try and find one back. You can see that A main aggression stalled out once more by some defensive T-sided utility.
Wow. He's only had 2 frags there, but that frag from Sin has given them a real opportunity for a 7-5 half. Or at least a 4th. However, that's not right. Complexity out of this one. A 2-man mid setup. Putting a lot of pressure onto Halzerk, who hasn't even been taking a passing glance at B main.
But again, it's the same conversation about M80 not really having any space. So if it comes down late, they're grouped up and they're able to win out those duels, they should be able to get themselves in towards the side. But they don't have any A main control. They don't have anyone in dark. They have one player deep outside B main. It's mid where the fight's about to go down.
Yeah, and Elige comfortable for the first. Incendiary limits his options, and it Slacks good for him on the re-peak. Lake anticipates a second player. Halzerk under pressure. Turns away. Clean headshot from Lake, getting the bomb towards this site.
Didn't hear JT?
Didn't acknowledge it. That's the bomb. Lake's got to hurry up. He's hesitant, and now he's going to lose the bomb. The incendiary forces him into the fight. JT, a huge frag to post with 20 seconds.
Floppy's here as well.
This is uncomfortable now for everyone. To pick up the bomb, Slacks and Swisher with 16 seconds. They have to make the play. They have to make this move. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. The bomb is exposed. You have to take these fights. He grabs it. 7. Defended. 5. Defuse. Oh, sorry. Plant goes down with a second to spare. And now up to Floppy. You know where he was. And he's being very loud about this approach. Slacks to close. Wow, what on earth was this round? Starts with Grim jumping out a window. Ends with the second guessing of Lake's commitment into the site. JT forcing him into the fight. Bomb down with 18 seconds. And they managed to get themselves out of trouble.
Yeah, Elige with the repick there. I think there's a bit of frustration coming in of what are they doing, right? They have a man advantage. We haven't heard or seen anything across the map. That Molly's there. He's trying to pick behind it. Well, there's enough funds in the coffers for Complexity to get a full gun round out for the final round of the half. There will not be the double AWPs, though. Elige now having to rock and roll with the rifle. Maybe that will be the difference maker. your biggest hitter in the rifling department, has been opting to be on the AWP. Understandably so on a map like Anubis. Double Orb's very potent. Exchange of util towards mid. The T's just making sure nobody's close on the side of doors. Alige wanting to play ahead with some info. Getting tricky with it. But again, another very slow approach from M80 out the gates. Alige trying to make a play.
It's actually Sin onto Halzak to start us off, and Alige, he brings Slacks low, but it's good hit from the German.
Someone has to investigate. Rek, full liberty right now. You would think to start investigating A main to see if anybody's home. Floppy's left a sign.
Oh, Floppy turns his tail at the wrong moment. JT caught holding W. This is a clean to close. M80's 5th. Just a single frag away. Grim, the Biancalar, standing. Good process of elimination now as to where he's going to be approaching from. And look at the angle. Lake finds it cleanly. And a 7-5 half. You know what? We talked about it being a recovery in that FlyQuest game, a necessary recovery in a best-of-1 elimination game.
A pistol round 7 on the trot for Complexity, 4 in a row, and now we're going to the half-time. Before we come back, one of these two teams saying goodbye.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
fighting, and the T side, it's going to be Complexity. We've swapped sides at the half. This is the Resurrection stage, day 2 of the Esports World Cup for Counter-Strike 2, and we're getting it situated. M80, I thought it was all curtains in that first half. The way Complexity came in with that second round win, it looked like it was going to spiral, and it did for a while, but we do see 4 on the trot, putting M80 in a position where this T side, a pistol, I feel like we're going to be saying that a lot here, we could be looking at a full regulation. We could even see some overtime, Chad.
Yeah, I think M80 are the grass-type Pokemon.
Yes.
They went with the watching grass grow strategy in the first half, which would mean that Complexity are water-type, and they just couldn't fight back, Alex. But let's see in the second half if it finds a bit of energy. I'm standing up. I'm going to try and channel it because it was very contained, very caged. But regardless, there is an awful lot on the line.
JT's got a lineup that I'm not familiar with. I'm intrigued.
Well, we call this one Fake B. Go A.
Ah.
But Alex, there's 3 players towards A main. This is a biff.
Yeah, this is a biff. Swisher, he's been looking sharp, and Elige tests him. Floppy goes wide, good for the first. 12 frags from Floppy. He's been looking strong individually. Sin confirms no one committing. The pivot towards B. Is Lake really going to be left on an island here? Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. He is in a world of hurt. Here comes Rec to support, but the bomb will be going down uncontested. Plant for that connector position. And a hard, very hard retake now. Rec's been put low, losing Lake. Good frag from Grim.
Smoking a kid on the retake.
Yeah, sure, but...
Triangular death setup, plant, pillar, as well as the gel position. Going to be tough to break this on the way back in.
Looking clean. It's looking absolutely pristine. It's, oh, 5 staying alive for Complexity. A dream start. Both pistols now. Oh, sorry, I should say, correct myself. We did see M80 take that first pistol. I forgot about it because then they proceeded to lose 7 rounds in a row.
Exactly. So this little play over towards A, they sell the U2 at the B side, expecting A main aggression, and they're able to actually just go head-to-head with them in that duel. I wasn't certain exactly what the play was, but then being able to pivot back towards B with a second layering of utility. You saw the left side smoke, the flash in, they swarmed through multiple angles and picked it up with ease. Now M80 essentially putting the game on the line with this CT side force buy. You ever seen this many 5-7s in your life?
I was just thinking the same thing. That's 5 5-7s. It's the most 5-7s you can have. Got a single deagle.
Nade.
Chip damage though. Good start.
Strong arm, but mid space still taken. How's it with a flash at the ready to pop up and over those doors? Well, they're making no secret of the mid presence are Complexity. They still have the bomb on the back over towards B.
So this looks like it's essentially just make sure that they can't be getting mid-info early, and then we go B as 5.
The thing is, if you take mid-control, it's more likely you're going to split A than B.
Mm-hmm.
There's still 3 players to defend the B bomb side. M80, these 5-7s, they better pack a punch.
This is straight up a page of the strat book. Let's see if it works out for them. Do they have to respect that smoke? Doesn't look like it's going to be too fun to commit through it. There is actually a full line of smokes now. Elige good for 1, but those 5-7s are fragging. Dangerous pistol in the right hand. Huttles up good for 1 back. Floppy into the site. Will slow things down as the A rotations come through. Rec and Slacks making their way, but obscured by the smoke. Won't be able to find anything through Temple.
Well, they can use these smokes their own to try and close down a couple of the choke points. One towards B main might be handy. The other over towards Dark if they get the space. But still going to be very tough against the rifles.
Yeah, looks like it's locked down here. Floppy, the contingency. Hauser and Elige holding it down. Yeah, trying to get away. Looks like his fate's sealed, though. Hauser confirms it. And as you said, you know, the game kind of riding on these second-round force buys with the best of 1. It is just so unforgiving.
Well, we'll use this eco that we're likely to see from M80 to have a quick little look at what's going on in the Mongols versus MIBR game. And if you're a Brazilian Counter-Strike fan, it's not too pretty right now. You did ask me before we started the best of 1, so I thought would be the favorites, and I would have said Complexity and Mongols if they were going to clash in the final for the Resurrection stage. The 2 are going to have to tussle in the next round of play. Sashi versus Furia on the other side of things, and an onslaught of nades.
That's
that one.
Way to open up the B site. Now they did stack it. Perhaps they're going to overlook Swisher towards his jail position, and Sin's the only one to get a little summit. $300 is all he leaves that round with. I love this. I wish we just had a Jason Light.
Permanent Jason Light.
Yeah.
Maybe we could see if we could get him up here in the commentary booth and he could sit over there. That way it'd be nice and loud for everybody.
Yeah, perfect.
Owner Pixel fans in the building.
Look at that, worldwide. Mr. Worldwide.
I love this though. These deep nades off the pillar, especially against the lighter buys, always a great way to soften up and then follow through, because it stops that player from really wanting to swing on low HP if they're trying to clamp down. Here we go, aggression. Oh, Lake wants to break it. Thought he was just going to push through. Going to clear the way for Slax's EWP.
Yeah, I mean, threatening aggression from multiple fronts, but no commitment from either of them. Completely abandoned middle, hoping the smoke will keep the T's at bay, and they do seem to be respecting it.
That's the thing, because you were disallowed your aggressive maneuver, you didn't catch anything. Do you just sit and wait? You're going to have to re-aggress at some point. B main, probably the most likely port of call. You have to see if these extremities are softened up. You can see Lake's position to deal with that. He's got the support of Slax's AWP. But the ruckus is being kicked up in middle right now, again by this JT and Elige combo. Hoping for the CT reaction, losing this real estate. They're holding on to Molotovs. They've also got some smoke still in their hands, so looking to block with this complexity. Are going to need to be a bit more threatening shortly. Otherwise, they'll be locked out by grey screens, and they've only got 1 HE in the back pocket of Floppy to try and break late. Oh, that changes the dynamic. A camera smoke, this B defense, they have to fight.
Oh. At least gets traded. Clean headshot though onto the first on Swisher.
They're in a box.
Yeah, and Elige is just here to really tighten the noose.
20 seconds, Alex.
Do you need to hurry up? Elige confirms they must just be trapped towards the connector. If they don't find this frag soon, and they haven't, Lake gets one back. The smoke is integral. 9 seconds. If that shot had hit, it would have been curtains. Bomb is going to go down uncontested now. Good work from JT. Needs to go for the reload. There is a B main push coming through. Maybe this gets awkward. Sin, a real opportunity here, but he's taking his sweet time. Lake onto Hauser through the smoke. No.
Oh, no!
No, Sin! That's a real punished frag. How has that gone wrong? How has that slipped through his fingers and the round falls apart because of it? That is a screamer.
That's more than a gut punch there. That was their way back into the round. I'm not sure exactly how Hauser went down. He must have been trying to linger, get some space behind that smoke. He felt like a freebie of a kill. That really enabled the way back in. But JT, someone smiling down upon him today. You can see, obviously difficult to track the movement of a player when they're not expecting you. They're not swinging and looking for that fight. But this just, oh dear, ducks under the shots and Sin. Oh no.
Yeah, no, that's one of those rounds that's going to be very hard to forget. He'll be thinking about that one tonight.
If you close, yeah, when you close your eyes tonight, that's all you're going to see.
Oh god, yeah.
You're going to be replaying it
on repeat
over and over and over again. An absolute sitter right there, right for the taking.
I mean, you know, we're not making excuses for him, but it is a very apt observation you made about them. When the opponent isn't looking for you, when they're not peeking into you, it's much harder to kind of get that tracking clean. But yeah, either way, I think Sin knows he should have had that one. Oh, that's something back. Sin has actually provided an opening.
All right, well, if you can make up for the misstep in the previous, an opportunity for MA to get on the round within their second half of play. Did feel like a bit of a damp squib within the first half, and then we saw the M80 get ignited. Hasn't really been fireworks as far as the type of Counter-Strike that we've seen.
We get this head-to-head on the other side now, Rek and Floppy. Floppy seems to have the better of him, but on the CT side, Rek,
bomb in their hands,
with Slax's help, has found a very lovely double. Round-defining double. As all that remains is Grim. A lot of the space has been taken. Even Lake's joining the party. They know they've got the bomb. Why not? Bolster the defense. You got one up Rugs. One towards Boat. And Rek oversteps. Felt a little unnecessary. But Grim, though he is sharp, I'm not sure a 1v5 is on the menu with 45. And the bomb under Slax's nose.
Well, this is the thing. There's money on Hauser, JT, as well as Elige. So Grim could be considering the save. Sure, it's going to help them out a little bit. But I think damage would have been a little bit better going forward. Regardless, we'll get it ripped away on a bit of a timing there. So M80, after the fumble of the previous, they get the MP9s in their hands. Sin goes aggressive towards middle, finds the first, the exchange over towards A main, bomb dropped into enemy's hands. The desk was discussing Halzok, now that everything's sorted as far as his contract, maybe it might free him up a little bit. You don't want to see the Halzok frustrations in the first tournament coming back from the break. We know he loves a good leg punch.
Let his thigh heal fully.
Yeah. 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Rehab.
Poor guy. After a bad game, I think he walks with a limp. And it's this. You want some B main aggression. You've got it. They've actually selected to boost. And it's an angle that was hard to pre-aim, but it's profitable for Lake. How has he done that? That must have been the last bullet in the mag. Finds Grim and Elise. That's two of the hardest hitters of Complexity down early. That's opening kills for M80. Back-to-back rounds.
You can see Lake looks much more comfortable today. Obviously, his first game of this level yesterday against Vitality.
How do you not get kind of consumed by that?
Exactly. You're having a tough go of things, and understandably. Now this is a whole lot more familiar territory. Players that you'll have played against, names that you know. When you know them, well, you're not as afraid of them.
Choppy. Oh, he's a beast, isn't he? Not ready for a second so quick. Sin doubles up. Secures the round, JT. The smoke will facilitate a retrieval of the bomb. I say that. Bricks needs to be cleared.
It's not a scary-looking X-ray.
To do, yeah, look at that. 3 players around this pillar. Yeah, I'm going to give him a bit of a fight. JT gets in. No damage inflicted. JT's scary in the clutch. We know he can have those crazy impact rounds. But it doesn't seem that round 18 was going to be his day.
Okay, well, maybe we need to buy M80 some alarm clocks. You know, the late starters.
Yeah.
But when they start, Alex, they're ferocious.
Oh, they've rolled out of bed right now.
The sleep out of the eyes. Well, they've only got 2 CC-sided rounds. Maybe I'll wait until... Oh, no, it's an eco. So do
Call it 3, you know.
Stop a second.
And they've only, you know, found these openings through different ports. It was towards the A main side here, and previously Sin towards middle.
Roger.
We saw Lake charging up towards B main. That was all lovely.
All right, well, there's Eagles now sounding off. M80 have a very good idea of what is on the other side. Swisher was the other heavy hitter of M80 alongside of Malbs. So if he gets activated late into this piece, Lake's definitely had quite a few impact rounds with multi-kills sitting at the top of the scoreboard for his team on 14.
I like this. This is something we can all do at home.
The Complexity conga line.
Yeah. Just having a nice little walk through the map together. Stronger together.
Also testing if your teammates are releasing crouch at the right time, not or giving away any sound cues.
Well, all Lake can say is he owned me.
Well, they've done a really good job, M80, of not feeling any threats and holding on to the util. Look at the amount of nades that you have left at 50 seconds of the round now to block, now to stall, now to get that crowd control.
Yeah, good awareness of their opponent's economy. Oh, Rek, that's a bit of a fumble. And now he's going to get caught off guard, does well to adjust for 2. Yeah, that was a little bit of a window of opportunity for Cole. They tried to leap and punish, but well handled from Rek, considering the situation. And it's going to be closed down. Still 2 kills from Cole, an 8th round for M80.
All right, now just a 3-round game. So working their way back into things. Rifles to be invested by Complexity, but before they get back underway, TC wanting to take a tactical timeout and have a conversation. Lads were lacking the AWP. It's going to make certain points of progress a little bit different in your protocols. You won't just be able to have Halzok post up towards the T-stairs, AWPing in towards the connector. Can't just go for that pick towards middle over towards the door side. Slacks is the one who is going to have those luxuries on the CT side, being able to take a jewel or 2. A few key pieces of utility lacking as well. They only have 2 Molotovs on the T side, so if they're hoping to go for the mid control with the doors and window double mollies for mid space, then that means they won't have anything left if they want to go for platform on B, or they want to head in towards the A side and clear out Fountain or clear out backside, Molotov towards Brick. So you have to just think your JT, your TC, you're trying to piece together what the round finish is going to look like. You need to keep these things in the back of your mind. Where do we want to pressure first? Where do we want to finish?
You probably can't afford to do double molly mid if you want to be using those mollies for your finish.
Exactly. Are we expecting aggression, right? How are we going to open the round? You think about all the areas on this map where you would love to have those Molotovs. When you're grabbing A main control, you do the standard smoke, and then you do the molly towards the basket position, as you're about to see demonstrated here from Floppy.
Floppy sees that as an invitation. And yeah, Slack's unable to punish that, just over the flame.
I like that from Floppy though. Sees the miss throw it, knows that he can peek behind it, subverting that expectation and almost catching Slacks off guard. It gives the information across to JT to try and piece this one together. Where do we want to apply pressure? Where is the AWP currently not residing? And an exchange of smokes again, so the U2 war's continuing for both of these teams. And I did say I thought maybe we'd get something a bit more punchy out of Complexity on their T side, but they're more than happy to go through the paces. It just feels like there's more intent if given the option. Great flash, great clear, Lake. Almost.
Nice team play. Swisher setting up Lake for success. Even Elige now has taken a bit of flak damage. That's 28 points of health for him.
Finishing the round with just flashes as well now, Complexity, 40 seconds.
Very uncomfortable considering how disconnected Floppy is from these three. And you've only got 35 seconds. You know, the question is are you going to join us or are you going to try and get some sort of flank cooking? What are we doing?
Are we saving?
That's the question.
Oh dear, this is really getting away from Complexity now. Still with the lead, sure. Haven't had a plant in the last 3 rounds. Is it going to be 4 on the trot?
Change their mind. Oh, have they? Okay, this is it reeks of indecision.
But Alex, take a look at the residual cash remaining for Halzerk, Grim, Floppy, and Elige. They have 2 flashbangs between Halzerk and Grim. They're going to get no loss bonus. JT is the only one who gets the cash injection to have any utility, which means at most they're going to have 4 more pieces of utility. So I'd start making some noise if I was on M80. The fact that you have the resilience after winning the pistol, losing the force, losing 7 in a row, breaking back in, and we know the Complexity are one of these teams who they always have a bit of a face. Looks like they've been slapped around a bit, not always having the best of days. And now you're just 2 rounds away. JT will force buy. He will get that utility in behind the saved rifles. It is max loss bonus now in play for Complexity. M80, if they win this round, they have an opportunity to tie things up at legs 11.
Man, MR12. It's a scary world for both teams.
But Slack's just poking his head out main there. Only sees 1. Not too much of a B threat. M80, they're the ones starting to feel themselves as far as these exchanges are concerned.
Anubis CT side confirmed.
And we didn't even mention Sin with the Mare on the retake. The 3v4 number advantage for M80. The chance for them to win that round. They bounce back with MP9s. They've done it with less. And now they're in the driver's seat.
And they can't stop thinking about that utility. We just watched a round where Complexity didn't have enough nades for what they wanted and capitulated into a save. Now, we could be on track for something similar. They're testing A, though. They're going to need a flash for him. Rek wisely backing away just as the flash comes in. And reaggress with the flash of their own. Floppy puts his head in the vice. Team play. Good awareness from Rek as well.
And the follow-through just not possible for Complexity because they're still disjointed. Elige searching now.
Yeah, this is big from Elige. Lake's not ready for this. He's got his nade in his hands. And a free frag for Elige. Swisher has his nades out. Oh, how does Elige not double up there?
Ollied off. They're delayed. Rotation on the way.
Swisher has to make a huge play here. Coming in, they're exposed and spammed on down. JT does clear out Swisher, but look at the damage onto Halzerk and JT. We need Halzerk to hit the headies, and he's only gotten the 1. 2v2 on. Rek braves the nade, hits down JT, puts it all onto Grim. He's got the health for this. This is what Grim is on the roster for. Can he close? The 1 versus 2. He's sharp, this guy. Slacks with a York, likely to clear this angle, and exposed through the brickwork. It is going to be another M80 round, and what looked like it was going to be a walk in the park for Complexity has been disrupted.
Oh, getting tough. A massive round for Rek. The initial fight, right? You saw the flash work, double flash in towards main from Complexity. They have the third, the trump card. Steps out, gets the frag. You think, Elige, he's found a way. How does he not get this kill? He's going to be kicking himself. Not showing too many frustrations, but knowing that he should have had that kill. We've had a couple go by the wayside as Sinner's going to let out a cheer. Just 1 round the difference. The bomb going down has facilitated a buy again for Complexity, but it's getting ropey.
This looks like something different.
Playing with pace.
He's feeling the same thing. We've got to do something different on the Monacy line. Hoping to catch any info. Slack's yet to rotate through mid. There's actually just Sin jiggling from stairs.
They are giving them a lot of space in middle, but if they're just hoping to block with the U2, M80 doing a great job of holding on to it. Take a look again. Still plenty of smokes, Molotovs, and a big rotation. Are they going to clear mid out? 4 bodies encroaching on middle.
Could be the end of JT and Elige if they play this right. A doors flash block, Elige. Walking through it. Nice work, Elige looking for the multi-kill. Lake good for the trade. JT keeps the advantage in Complexity's favor. This is a big round, round 22. Elimination at stake. Grim and JT and Floppy and Hauser. Rek looks like he's about to be put into a real hurt locker.
He's got to pick an option here. He knows he's
Both
open.
sides.
Good block. They're going to have to come through.
Cams, he can hold it safely, not exposed towards the main crawl.
On his own, Alex, an absolute island for Rek.
Trouble. He is in so much trouble. Finds a little bit of a safe haven. Good for the first. Can't quite muster a second as they take the site. And the bomb goes down. Swisher and Slacks have got a very difficult retake ahead of them. Floppy, he knows these angles very well. Pre-game is perfect. Opts for a more tradable position. Bait, hopes Hauser can support him here and forced away, frags in,
1v1.
It's another, it's a 1v1. He's got time for this. Just gonna have to go wide towards the cake position at the right time.
Oh!
Yes, a shot out of Slacks! Unbelievable! An 11th comes through, it was a 2v3. You had the man advantage. Oh dear.
Slack started 0-7 within this game.
What a shot that was!
And to tie things up, 11-11, massive shot from Slacks. They fumble over towards A main. The trade's going in favor of M80 and then Slacks. The bomb down, time against him. Hits an absolute banger. Check this one out. Flick of the wrist, Grim goes down. And we're all tied up.
Look at the energy on the M80 side of the stage. Rex just looking at the coach saying, you seeing this? Are you seeing this? 11-11 tactical timeout. Yes, please. And yeah, I mean, I know Allegiance looked like he's keeping his cool. But I mean, disbelief, to describe his reaction in one word, disbelief. Was that a fake flash or was that just a very quick turn from Floppy's POV to get that fight?
Oh, in main?
Yeah.
I think he shot accidentally.
Okay. Just a random bullet and it all kind of toppled and got chaotic.
Everything just kicked off from that point. Well, the guns are back out. Remember, we said Max lost bonus. Bomb goes down again. Complexity at least being able to get the rifles in the hands. One of these teams will be securing at least overtime.
Swisher, he's looking at his mini-map a lot here. A very committed position. His teammate smoked off. He's the early warning signal. Puffing up their chest. Will they overlook this? They will! Completely distracted by the throw of the nade. Is looking good. JT, however, keeps it interesting. Aggressive as Sin. Forced into the fight. Still takes down JT. A double kill from him. And Hal Zerk to try and fend off a 12th round for his adversary.
Bring around the Rosie.
Good awareness, good frag. Hal Zerk in this clutch. Half health to work with, doesn't matter against the AWP. Can he find Slacks? Is Slacks still looking hot? Missed shot. Oh, just, but not, can't find Rek. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but M80 with match point. M80 with match point.
7 in a row of their own. And Lake, within the first half, he was definitely finding some impact. He's up to 17 kills now. I think Rek's been good on the CT side over towards A. Slacks obviously in the clutch. Sin not letting his mare get in his head. The German in-game leader being able to get back in the game, get the opening kill of the next round, and that time Complexity. They didn't get the bomb down. It's Galil's aplenty. We might be seeing Complexity waving goodbye to the EWC. First round of the Resurrection bracket.
Front runners for the Resurrection run. And it looked like it was going that way. But M80, they have shown they are here to fight. Does it really end in regulation, though? Complexity, seasoned veterans under pressure. Imagine the level of focus M80 find themselves in here. Comms tight. Mid lost. Chip damage on towards 2 of them towards main. Slacks in support on the A side. Elige and Grim, this powerful duo, finding themselves holding out for an overstep from Sin. And Slacks has missed it. That's a problem. Nice work from Rek to rectify.
Good trade.
Rek again, holding his nerve on the A site. This, we've been here before. A 2 versus 3 on the A site. Surely it can't happen again.
Oh, Slacks not alive for a flicky little clutch. Oh!
That's a lot of damage. Actually does significant damage to 2 of them. Lake, new addition. If you can find JT, this gets uncomfortable for Complexity. And he can't just put on 5 HP. JT good for it on the Galil. Swisher swings on through, and it is overtime. Complexity survive.
We're going to be wiping sweat off the brow with that one. Feeling they should have got this done within regulation. Now they have the extra rounds, the bonus rounds, and the pressure's still on. So they break the streak of M80 short. They tie things up. We find ourselves at 12-12. The cash injection into the back pocket. But I would love to see Complexity playing a bit more direct like we saw in the last stretch. Right? Because both these teams on the T side, they've been quite timid, somewhat scared, playing out these rounds, expecting a lot of CT aggression, hoping they would make some mistakes.
How's aggression for you? How's that? Hauser gets a freebie.
That's when Hauser starts playing his best CS, though. When he's feeling it, going for the fights, it's tough to always manifest that. You're not always going to be on your A game. But he's an integral component of finding opening kills, and that's a brilliant one early.
Yeah, and they can keep this simple if they want to.
Surely you've identified the way M80 are playing. They're not playing on mid. They're so turtle. They play sites. You can take mid from them every single time. So that lurk, that late component, using it to try and put a bit of pressure on. This time around, they've foregone completely. The fact they found the opening, expecting a response from M80. Here it comes.
JT's got his nades out. Quick adjustment from Rek, but he doesn't finish off JT. Yeah, that's
he's screaming. He's seen everybody.
Boys, B is open. Oh, it's awkward. Grim should have them both here. Lake's trying to commit to the spray. Puts 2 of them on notice. But the B site is lost. A 2v4 is asking an awful lot. Sin. Loud. Advancing into the position. It's Hauser. He's managing to find a second hit. Not only the opener, but seems it may be the closer as well. Rek heading T spawn. Elige has heard him. And closes with style, willing to take the fight.
We need a bit more of that from Hauser, right? The fact that he went straight for that fight, just was ready for a B swing, gets the opening kill. He can find the confidence. It's not too late. It's never too late. And this was it, easy as you like. Slikes wasn't even pre-aiming that. He was expecting a player to be standard, default, passive. Think about how many times they've been targeting over towards middle. If you can isolate an extremity player, you can have one person over towards B, likely one person over towards A. Early mollies towards mid yet again. This time smoke window. And they're going to push. They're going to fight. Sin's coming through.
That's good. Oh, covered by Elige. And they're, Rek empty-handed. Haven't said that once this half. They're trying to pick up the pace towards the A side. Fortunately, Slacks is in the right place for one. Oh, no. The flash did connect, but Hauser...
Does he go again?
Gets away. Now they can park Grim in mid. Lake's done well to catch Elige there. That's going to be a frustrating one. Swisher's going to overlook this. Oh, and Grim, he wasn't even ready for the fight. Still takes it. Lake's already been noted. Got the kill towards T-stairs and still finds himself there.
Yeah, how quick they go through the cache, especially somebody like Slacks buying back-to-back orbs. So if Lake holds onto this, can drop one into the next, but they need to walk away with something on this CT side. To go from having so many consecutive rounds now to nothing in overtime, where it tends to matter a bit more.
I mean, I like the call so far out of this overtime T side out of JT.
You can see the call from Sin as well. When the chips were down within that the second half, after they lost that retake on the B bomb site, where it felt like he should have had that kill, he initiated the next round with aggression towards middle. So going back to some comfort that ignited the engine, probably feeling, hey, we need a bit of that now that we're in overtime. But Elige had no problems whatsoever dealing with that, felt ready for it, and saw it coming from a mile away. As we mentioned, traditionally, you haven't seen M80 playing middle too much. They've been a bit more on the extremities, turtling up towards the side. This time they bring the fight, and you catch that opener just waltzing through the smoke, Elige not being caught off again. So thinking, hey, maybe this type of play is on the menu. And sure, you're going to have some frustrations if you're Complexity. You're likely going to know that, yeah, well, hey, look, there's an Elige jump scare. You get 1 or 2 of those a game. Using their one and only tactical timeout is def. You get 1 in each little row of OT, so he's expended his. And is it enough to get them 1 round on the board on the CT side? Slacks has been gifted an AWP to try and finish things off.
You know, overrun Rek in the last. What is Complexity's call to get this clean sheet on their T side? deep connect to smoke. Lige with a fast spawn could try and make a run at it. Instead, they're posturing to go A again. JT's going to be keeping the pressure on B with some util. Responsible for middle. Contact. JT gone early. Wrecking trouble.
Thought maybe they disrespect that, considering they caught him off guard. You know, an extinguish and a go.
Yeah, Grim's activating as well through mid. There's a lot of pressure here. Good work from Slacks. Catches Elise trying to wrap the smoke. Good work, however, back. Sin swings out of temple, loses his head. Grim from camera side. This is a lot of pressure onto Rek and Slacks. They are in so much trouble. Good tracking, good shots. It's only Grim.
It's the ace.
An ace clutch demanded of the North American. Swisher. He's not expecting this one. He's not ready for this at all, Grim.
Runway to go wherever he wants.
The jewels. Oh, gets the info, gets away. Lake hasn't hit the tag. The nade could find him. Repositions. Lake gonna swing this, just bringing the fight, trying to isolate, and Lake denies. The perfect round from Grim. Just one frag away, but they will post something to hold on to into the second half of play.
Well, Lake's happy with that. Big smile on his face, and he had to run him down there because if Grim had gotten away, made it through camera, could have got over towards the other bomb site, could have played mind games with him. Grim with a good timing on this.
Nice.
Bit of a double up, but everybody was already down at this point. Ruddy hasn't pieced together exactly where Lake's coming from. If he had an inkling, had an idea, could have already been hightailing it. But important, a very important round. They may get something done on their CT side as we flip back over. Halzerk, he wanted to fight, looks like it.
Oh, Sin, he's gone away with that. JT, double trouble. Slacks keeps us level.
And Floppy with an AUG, you don't see this every day of the week.
Yeah, good 1.5. That deep angle, Grim gets away with murder onto Swisher. Punish from Lake is on its way. It's imminent. Grim's got a good idea as he slipped towards the jail side. Oh, no.
Elige?
Oh, no. Elige is completely lacking. No communication. 2 of them down. Lake, the impact round.
Grim looked aware that that was a possibility. So the fact that Elige has come in, just so laser focused, not ready for that possibility.
Fluffy, that all off you got. Absolutely nothing at the hand of Lake. A triple kill. Came in quietly into the EWC, but this is his survival, and he's fighting for it.
It's great to see this level of performance, right? Obviously, up against a team he's much more comfortable with, and you can see there's one team coming into this matchup that's the favorite. The other one is swinging for the fences. Not a whole lot of time together since Malbs.
Yeah, Grim definitely saw that guy crossing.
But whether, you know, he knew. Yeah, why is Elige freaking out there, surely? It maybe wasn't communicated. Grim's under a lot of pressure. Either way, Grim was clearly aware that that was a possibility. One team fired up, the other one falling apart. The fear factor doesn't exist, and TC, you're going to have to pull them together now. Whatever the rousing speech is, listen, boys.
Oh, yeah, it looks like, I mean, your skin's getting all prickly. Your palms are getting extra sweaty.
Oh, you know that the mood in the camp ain't that good.
I'm sure. A couple of choice words in the team chat. All to play for. But M80 have shown they're not going down without a fight here. Best foot forward now from Cole. Has to be. Slack search in middle.
We don't see that double Elige AWP now, do we? It was a mainstay of that first half. Miss smoke.
Lake slip in the gap. Elige.
He thinks they're respecting the smoke, but the smoke's bad.
Gives him a sound cue. An opportunity. Slips away. Elige under scrutiny, though. Good to get away. Incendiary available to delay. Smoked off main. Can't crunch as they perhaps wanted to. The bomb is not with them. They're not necessarily looking for a commitment just yet. More so just to deny the CT space, and they certainly have done so. You can feel Grim pulled over from B towards this mid side.
Slacks' chance.
Oh, commits to the spray. Lake puts Grim on 8. It's 1. Slacks is a dead man, looking very good here for a cold round. However, Elige flashed off. Rek can get across, and it's a shot. Can't finish off Floppy. They are low. Sin and Swisher. Pieces together. Nade onto Floppy's good enough. Oh, the double nade. They both connect in unison. Explosive synchronicity to put it all onto JT. We haven't had that classic JT impact clutch. Is this the one? He's got the kit. Swish has found a nice safe haven towards heaven. Jiggle out on timing. JT overlooking the angle. Should be set for success. It's 15 first for M80.
They're here again. They did it in regulation, won that race to 12. And now again, you start off overtime, they're struggling to get going. They bounce back. Lake with the clutch against Grim, and then Lake with the impact over on that T side. These nades, these holy hand grenades just landing, doing absolute damage to Complexity, who have to hold on yet again.
I'm stressed.
Oh, it's hot in the desert, but Complexity are the ones melting down.
Okay.
And you can tell M80, as the game has gone on, have started to look more and more comfortable. The T-side in overtime has, again, been a bit more direct. It felt like they've had a better understanding of what they want to do. Now we're going back to slow and steady protocols. JT full committed. That Singe will have been heard.
Yeah, Sin's actually reacting to that info with a recede.
Be main push.
Slips out.
How's looks flashing?
Grim and JT are on their way. Swisher, what have you got for us? Slacks in support. Forced off the angle, exposed, can't get away. Good from Swisher for one, not quite the second. Grim has seized the advantage for his boys. Again, for survival.
I like this from Lake. Has to make a play.
Elige can't find him. He's going to overlook him. Floppy's holding the smoke, but just turns away. The timing, it favors Lake now. Elige, completely unaware on the other side of the door.
Might be cleared. This is a free kill.
There is an opportunity here, and it's a freebie. Will not be ready for Elige. Elige will get a freebie back. Into the back.
Still questions. The map's just opened up significantly. Oh, Elige looking to close it. Do we go again?
Sin and Reg to solve this puzzle together. Smoke available to obscure Elige's angle, but ahead of it, ooh, doesn't choose to take the engagement. Utility now dropped. Good damage onto Elige with their HE. They're making best use of their nades now. It's time to fight. The bullets connect from Sin. Oh dear. It all falls to Floppy. Or Complexity are down and out at the hands of M80. Commits to the spray. Can he take them both? No, they can't. And M80 sending Complexity home. Day 2 of EWC.
The tenacity from M80 to stay in that game. 7-1 down after the pistol victory. Some clutches to remember, and that's one to get the boys fired up. A win with Lake in the jersey. Didn't start how they had hoped yesterday, but M80, that's a victory. That's a big victory.
That's a confidence booster. No mouths, no problem. They found themselves a 19-year-old from America, and he's had one hell of a game there with the pressure on. Sure, familiar adversary, more comfortable today. And as you were saying, Chad, over the course of that game, they did find their footing, playing their game their way, some impact rounds from everyone. I'm still quite shocked to see M80 with so little, such a few days practice to integrate and to accommodate the loss of a star player, and they've gone and taken down Cole.
Yeah, you can see them get emboldened by some of those clutches, then they're happy to make their moves. Slacks with that AWP flick onto Grim. Lake with a couple of impact rounds. Sin bouncing back after that absolute mare. We thought tonight he'd be sitting in his hotel room, closing his eyes and having that one on repeat, but now the glory for M80.
Tilt-proof. Tilt-proof is Sin. So many players would have let that consume them and just have an excuse as to where that round and where that game got away from you. Instead, they just showed such tenacity. An impressive win for M80. And that's got to feel good, but no better way to find out if it did than with an interview.
The one thing I find when you've got a whole day of best of ones and maybe a best of 3 to play is to go to overtime.
Yeah, overtime's insane. I think we were a little nervous in the first 8 rounds. Like, we weren't playing like ourselves. Like, I think Anubis is really good for us. I think it's a really comfort pick for us right now. Honestly, we played that really well. I think we were just nervous. Nerves was bad, but as we got into it, honestly, energy started to come up. It was good.
Because at one point, it wasn't looking good. You were what, 6-1 down, 7-1 down. It wasn't the greatest first half.
It wasn't. It was not going great. It wasn't going how we expected. We weren't playing like ourselves. The call, like we were calling stuff that we've never even called before in a game, and we just had to get in that rhythm and just make it seem like we knew we were supposed to be here. We were supposed to beat them.
So when you get to the point, and you've almost done it in regulation time, and it then goes to overtime, what gets said within the team? Because that's a moment that you know you could have won it.
Honestly, we didn't even talk about it. It wasn't even like that. We were down 7-1. Overtime is a great, great thing because we had all the momentum. They won one round coming back. It's fine. We knew we had the momentum. We knew we had to keep going.
But then it got so close to finishing it. What was it, a couple of points of health left?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Got to keep going.
Well, let's just talk about you for a second. You've been on this team for what, 9, 10 days. This is your international debut in a tournament. Just a word about yourself and playing here.
Honestly, it's great. I mean, I've loved it here so far. The tournament's been so great. A little shaky there first game against Vitality, but honestly, I think we're starting to come together really well as a team early on.
Does it help playing through a loser's bracket, a redemption stage? Does it help maybe to make you sharper, to get the team maybe more together?
I think it's possible, but honestly, playing against Vitality was really rough because that was my first game. That was a very big trial by fire, and it was just did not go so great. There's a lot of mistakes, but I think there we cleaned it up a decent amount. But there's still things to work on, but I think we actually played that not terribly.
Okay, well, I think we need to get your key now because obviously you guys get to crush this. I don't know if somebody from Complexity, here we go, here it comes over now. He's bringing the key over. I mean, it's quite wild that you get to crush this, isn't it? There you go, let's have a look at it. Amazing work. So you get that, you get to crush that. Who'll be crushing it from your team?
What'd you say?
Who's going to crush it from your team?
Probably Sin, Elias.
Great shout. Mate, it's been great. Congratulations. A great win. We'll see you through the rest of this best of one. Thank you very much. There you go. What a guy.
Wow.
Debut.
Like, you wanted an upset, and we're going to give you one right here and right now. That's because Lake and M80 have defeated and eliminated Jason Lake and Complexity.
You talk about an upset. I am upset. I'm upset from what I've just witnessed. I'm all over the place, honestly. I can't help but have a little bit of empathy for the catastrophe that Complexity just went through. This is an absolute disaster. It's a laughable result if you consider how in control they were, 7-1. Even then, 4v2 situation. M80, as Lake was saying, lost the solutions. Not in the game at all. Not in the right sync. How the hell did we end up here?
It all started with a 5v2 loss, up 7-1 in this game, Trace.
Yeah.
For Complexity, that was 7-1 up on CT side of Anubis.
I know.
Right?
Here, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's where, this is the round. It's like against a half by a couple of saved guns, 5v2 turns around completely and goes away. And this is exactly what we did not want to see from Complexity, right? We wanted to see a clean game. We wanted to see them keep their poise, right? When things started going south, you could tell that they got flustered. They weren't patient. There was buy after buy after buy. Like, sure, you have enough money to buy like an AK and a couple of nades or a Galil and more nades, but why not just go through that one half buy and then have all the nades in the world, an op, all your options? They were honestly a little bit fortunate to even get it into overtime the way M80 has been playing.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the score run itself back the other direction. But also, we're talking about instances where Grim's pushing mid, we're jumping out water, we're trying new things, we're trying this, we're trying to get control of the game at some point if you're Complexity, and that just wasn't the case.
No, it wasn't the case, but I'm more so looking towards the late round situations and the frustration that Complexity exalted. You're talking about a matchup where, versus the rookies of M80, they should be the one to have the pressure. They should be the one being nervous in these situations. Hell, we even had this terrible situation with Sin missing a frag from behind in a round that was supposed to be won. This is where you break down. You're a rookie, you break down, you don't survive that round, and then you have regrets in your hotel room at night. That's what was supposed to happen. And that's exactly the inverse picture that we just gotten. The resilience outside of M80, and then for Complexity, a complete breakdown. If you do a highlight or a low light reel of Elysia's reactions in the last 3 to 4 rounds, you will just understand perfectly what tension looks like both physically in the game, being a little bit impatient, being erratic. The last round is a good situation. He just crosses the smoke, give his whole life away in a 3 versus 2. At some point, miscomprehension with Grim. That's a double kill out of nowhere. This was very hard to witness.
And we were even talking about an M80 that almost handed it to him on a platter by peeking with grenades out, Yanko.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of situations there where they were a bit overzealous perhaps, but props to them and props to Lake.
Yes.
I mean, yes, it was a tough debut for him yesterday against Vitality. Bounced back really well here today. I like what he said, you know, that they were playing a little bit scared at the start of the game, and then they sort of snapped out of it and started playing some good CS, and he had a lot of great moments in this game.
Which is what makes him our MVP. That's right, it's Lake. And so in doing so, you just heard, this is his international debut, trial by fire, yesterday versus Vitality. And today's a much different story. Between him and Grim going head-to-head across the map, fun to watch.
And we were sitting here, well, actually we were standing here and talking about, you know, complexity and potentially and the lack of NA talent, and now we have M80 picking up Lake, and well, he doesn't seem too shabby, does he?
No, I agree with you. Like, turns out maybe there are some players out there who are deserving of at least the curiosity. I like he reflected on that first game versus Vitality. Yeah, that was probably a tough ride to kick things off on the international level. It was a little bit rough. You come up here and then you showcase already you have the ability to come back into a game. You can stabilize, you can take that deep breath. And Counter-Strike is always a give and take. You can talk about M80 coming back to life, but as you were pointing out, it's complexity given to a 5v2. Like, things always have a consequence in the game.
I have this feeling like complexity is like the NAG2 in a way, right? Like, just when you lose all hope and you're thinking, okay, this team can't really do much, they go on and they win Jonkoping, right? And now you're like, okay, maybe there's something there. Maybe they've started to figure it out. And now they come here and they bow out in last place without winning a map, losing to an M80 who lost their best player and just got a replacement, you know, 10 days ago, crumbling completely, giving up a big lead.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's real rough in the complexity camp right now. I'm sure they're just trying to figure out what the hell just happened. And perhaps we are too, but we're going to hear exactly what complexity you're thinking via Freya.
Elige, I appreciate you giving me a moment of your time. I know it's never easy in these situations, particularly as you started, you know, 7-1 up on this map, then M80 pushes to OT. Can you tell me what happened from your perspective when it got to that overtime?
Well, honestly, I just feel like the game, we had just mountains and mountains of mistakes. It felt like a NA ECL game, just from both sides. I don't know. I think that there was just a lot that was going wrong in terms of like communication, people not picking up things that were needed like during the time. We lost a 2v5. So there was just a lot.
We could see there was, you know, a lot of frustrations, understandably, on your face up there on stage. Can you kind of put to words how you felt in those moments? Because you said there's a lot of mistakes happening. Do you feel like it was just too many to kind of put under your control?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's just really, I don't know like what other word to say besides like tiring. Just because we haven't been getting better with like these types of mistakes, and like they're too frequent, and these are like how you lose games. And it's like our comms are like fine in the beginning of the rounds and everything. It's just things break down really quickly, and we just lose rounds that we really shouldn't and give away a lot of advantages.
Of course, you've got a lot more events coming up. You're obviously going to Copenhagen for the Blast Fall groups. Then we've got Cologne coming up. How are you guys going to be, you know, dealing with quite a tough schedule and getting some practice in between it to kind of, you know, be fixing these mistakes?
I mean, yeah, we have a lot of time to like scrim and everything like that. It might be harder here because of the ping, but it's just getting as many games in as we can, just reviewing. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Appreciate your time, Illusion. Yeah, best of luck going forward to the rest of the 2024 season.
Thank you.
And he's right. You know, these are problems that are happening not only frequently from, you know, but they're glaring. Like, he's talking about losing games on the back of some of these problems, and I think that goes without saying.
And it's a complex position to be in and to witness, because on one hand, I am certain that Elige has an understanding that leads to an immense amount of frustration when you see the rounds they lose. Okay, that's step one. The problem is he becomes part of the issue as his frustration takes over, and he becomes part of the problem, and probably one of the reasons why things are tense on the vocal. But what I really feel when I'm listening to this interview, I feel resignation. He's given up. He's given in. He's accepted that there is a limit. That ceiling isn't going to be broken through. This is who we are with the problems that we have, and that's it. And once you lose track of that, like that, is that it?
I understand what you're trying to say, but the point at which Elige starts getting visibly frustrated is at which that doesn't have as much of an impact anymore, I feel like. You know, generally I agree with that sentiment. You're becoming a part of a problem if you're adding to it, but they're messing up so many things. Like, and it's the same stuff that you saw 6 months ago, 9 months ago, right? There's no improvement. So at that point you start losing your mind, right? And if it's the same player, so the problem is, you know, who is the to fault here? Which players are having problems with it? Is it the whole team? Then I don't know, change everyone, right? Because you can't play CS like this. You can't play CS if you can't convert 5v2s. If you are 7-1 up on an UBCT side, then you can't close out the game, right? It's just, and that's why Elige used the best word. It's tiring.
Of course.
You know, he's jaded. That's why you see him react this way, because it's not a mistake in itself. It's the same mistake that happened the last tournament and the tournament before that and the tournament before that, right? And it's hard to keep up with all of that. And sure, it's not ideal for him to get frustrated in the game, but sometimes it is, you know, just lose your shit and go at the player and say, can we please, for the love of God, can you just please now, when you are in the 5v2, can we please not give 1v1 fights, right?
I mean, I'm not saying it's his fault.
If that's what it takes, if you've done everything, you know, it's been 3, 4, 5 tournaments, you've been nice and you've been talking it through and trying to be calm, and people are still not doing it, you haven't replaced any of the players, right? So I don't know what you think the problem is, or actually I don't think if you're Complexity and their staff what the solution is to this, but maybe it is getting angry at other people and like trying to kickstart them somehow, because what else is left there?
The no more Mr. Nice Guy perhaps approach. I mean, we're looking at a guy that was just re-signed in Halzerg. We're going to pull up these brackets here so that we can look at those as well throughout the resurrection stage. But we're talking about a guy like Halzerg who just, you know, there was this re-signing of getting him in the lineup. Today wasn't Halzerg's day, obviously.
No, it wasn't, but I agree with Janko. I don't think the problem is with one player. The issue is at some point you have to call it a day, make changes. That's it. You've lost track, you've lost the hope that things are going to change, and then you're kind of stuck into this cycle. That is it for Complexity. Unfortunately, it's M80 who's moving forward, waiting for their adversary.
Or fortunately, you know, right? I mean, this could be a new wave of NA players, you know, minus, you know, there are 2 Germans on the team. Regardless, they do move forward in the bracket, which is nice. And if you look here, a little precipitation about to come down, perhaps right here. And that'll be the Mongols in by BR that feeds into that M80 game. So
Mongols won 13-2, Trace.
That was a quick game, actually.
Really?
Just got that fresh off the presses. So yeah, they'll be going up against M80 fairly soon.
Yeah, man, there's nothing... It's kind of hard to sit there and watch a team like Complexity struggle.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to touch quickly on MIBR. I mean, they didn't have a fun tournament now, did they? They
Did
played
we even see them play? I don't think I've seen them play.
They played Spirit first. They got 2-0'd, absolutely, you know, crushed by Spirit, and now 13-2'd by the Mongols, who also is probably the toughest draw.
No, I agree
with you. In this lower bracket.
We're not going to be as harsh with MIBR as we were with Complexity.
But, you know, Complexity, sure, but let's do the, you know, counter Elige. Let's be positive for a moment. And let's talk about M80, because, you know, if Complexity is a team that you're disappointed by more often than not, than in a negative way, I think then M80 is a team that positively surprises you every now and then, right? We had that nice little run at Pro League. I mean, they've taken down Liquid a lot of times in these online qualifiers. That's why they're here as well. They beat Liquid to qualify for this tournament. And, you know, you're not expecting anything of them with the player change. They lose Malbs. They come here and they take down the NA rivals in Complexity.
Yeah, and they had to deal with a bunch of roster changes as well. Like, they had the whole situation, Manx taking him away from the roster because he didn't feel like he could do it anymore. Then Malbs in poached by G2. So they have to kind of play in and out with different revolving door of players. But you have Sin, who's kind of growing into an IGL as well. That's great to see, coming in from the BIG camp in Berlin. This is a good story, and unfortunately, if good story needs a sad ending for Complexity, that's their dream being crushed.
Look at Sim in the background. Yeah, so they've got that key crushed in there. That's M80 taking Complexity's key right from them. And so I guess it begs the question. We've already made the comparison that Complexity could be the G2 of NA. So does that mean that Complexity is... Wait. Got that little back.
I think here's the thing. This is the worst possible start of the season for Complexity.
Absolutely.
Right? Because it's the first tournament of the season. Freya touched on it. Like, you have Blast now, you have Cologne. Like, things are just going to be picking up steam, and you need to find a way to snap out of it, right? You need to have one of those infamous team talks, right? Empty the backpack, let it all out there. Because what Elige was talking about as well, a lot of that stuff is like mental, you know, it's communication that breaks down. So meaning people get too stressed, or people, which impacts them in one or two ways. Either you become quiet and you're only focusing on your crosshair and you're not communicating enough, or your comms are too chaotic and you start shouting and screaming, 2B, 3B, flashing, this and that, right? And that makes everyone else stressed as well on the team. So you need to address that. You need to figure it out, because it's just too many mistakes from Complexity to consistently, you know, be able to contend.
Yeah, key crushing, soul crushing Complexity. But really and truly, what I want to see comes a little bit from yesterday, and I'm talking about our Pepsi top reactions.
Hello everyone. After the player break, we had 2 weeks of boot camp in Malta. So we have a new player coming in, it's the schools. And so far we're feeling very excited to have a new one on board. We feel like he meshed very well with the team. And we're gonna face our first challenge here in the EWC, so yeah, feeling good. Yeah, Schools is a very capable player. Before playing in Liquid, he was playing Pain Gaming, and I think he was playing amazingly there. Team Liquid had some good moments too, but the team had some tough moments, so it was a little bit hard for him to show his best version. And we want to bring the best version of Schools in Korea, and I think he matched very well with the team in terms of the characteristics from the people that are there, and also in style in game as well. He's playing the anchor positions that we have been missing for a while. So he's been matching very well with the team. We're very excited to have him on board. Yeah, when you have to communicate in a different language, it's definitely something else that you have to have on your mind. And you know, Counter-Strike is a very timing, decisive game. And you know, if you're trying to find a word or trying to explain a situation, sometimes it might be too late later on. Trying to understand the communication, and sometimes it takes you extra seconds. I have been there playing with international people as well, and I know that it can be a struggle for different nationalities to be playing. So yeah, playing everyone in the same language, in our home language, is much easier. With Gary departure, going to take care of all the teams in Korea now, not only Counter-Strike. City stepped up to be our coach, and we have been working with him while we have been working with Gary in the past, so we know him a lot, we respect him a lot, and we think he have a lot to bring to the table as well. He was already bringing a lot of good stuff, and now I think it's up to him to show and use this opportunity to grow up in his career. And I think he has what it takes to be a great coach, and we're going to be there to help him. I would say that everyone who's coming to a tournament expects to win it, even though for some it might be more realistic or not. And being completely honest, if you come into a tournament like that, you don't have the desire to win, you shouldn't be competing. So of course we have the desire to win, we want to be winning, but we also have on our minds that this is our first challenge. We have been together for 2 weeks with this whole lineup, and at the same time that the lineup is promising, at the same time that we know we have a lot of talent, you have to understand that other people have gone through more process than you have in the game and have organized themselves maybe better or not. But we know that when it comes to the matches, there's a lot of things that takes part of it, a lot of things that sometimes are not even in our control. So we have to go there and play the best we can. And I think realistically speaking, getting to the playoffs would be a good result for us. We're looking forward to be able to achieve that, and we're going to do the best we can. I think EWC is a perfect tournament for anyone who is trying to showcase themselves here to go up in a level. You know, I think the standards that EWC is putting the sport at, and how they are helping to do bigger stuff and bigger prize pool, and the way they have been recording everything we have been doing. So a lot of things have stepped up in this tournament. So I think the team that comes up in here and do a nice story is going to be showing up to a lot of people, and that's for sure going to catapult their careers, I would say. So yeah, that's definitely a good opportunity for everyone here.
We are very excited, of course. Now, right before the player break, we went to Abu Dhabi, to another land, a little bit less than this one. So this is definitely a step up for us, and I think we're all very excited and can't wait to get playing and playing the best teams at a tournament. So yeah, I think our expectations is a little bit higher for ourselves than the people from the outside may think. I think that our team is is a team that can be very, very hard to play against. We have some very fast-paced tactics, but we can also lean back if that goes wrong. And we have a team with 5 players, I think, can shoot heavily again. So I think that if all in the team is having a great day, I think most of the teams will have a hard time beating us. It is a little bit of a nightmare opponent for us. We have been practicing against Mouse sometimes, and it's always been a hard match, and they're always looking good in the first couple of matches in their tournament. So, I mean, we are not afraid, but like we know it's a very good team, and we have to be on our A game to compete with that. When you change players, it can go 2 ways. Either you can have a hard time finding out how to play in the start, or you can have a honeymoon. So, I mean, it really depends on how the team that has changed is gonna meet up to this event. But yeah, I mean, if you look at it, it should be harder for a team who has just changed a player or two to play on their top level. So, of course, I would say that it is a bit of it's good for us, I would say. If we play our game, I think we can have a fun time against a lot of the top teams. So, yeah, if we hit our shots and everything is going right, I think we can be a little bit of a dark horse, I would say. When a new team or a new player gets to play on the biggest stage, there's always a good chance for them to prove themselves as a player and as a team. So I think, yeah, of course, it's a good place to be for us right now as a team, to show that we can play against the best teams if we play our best.
Are you ready for another amazing Counter-Strike 2 tournament? Things are about to heat up here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. 15 of the best teams from all around the world have gathered here for their attempt to lift the trophy and also their share of the $1 million prize pool. There will be 3 stages, an opening stage, a resurrection stage, and the playoffs. The event begins with the opening stage. 14 teams battle it out in a single elimination BO3 where the winners advance the playoffs and the losers fall into the next phase, the resurrection stage. Here, the 7 teams will be joined by the regional hero qualifier team and battle it out once more in a single elimination BO1 to determine which team gets the last spot in the playoffs. The winner of the resurrection stage will join the 7 opening stage winners in the playoffs, where the teams will have to earn their right to win it all in a single elimination BO3 bracket.
Yes, it is me. It is me that you are looking for. Just kidding. We're looking for the Dr. Suleiman Al Habib upcoming showdown. That is correct, Amundo. Sashi Esport. Really not a favorite coming in here, but Furia have already shown us today that they've come to play in a totally different manner. Of course, I'm going to welcome you back to the Esports World Cup. Alongside of me to my left will be that of Maniac, and then we have a Y&K down there on the end. I go by Trace or Stunna, but I've been called a lot worse than that. So, gentlemen, where we pick up is kind of where we left off with Furia. But overall, what kind of vibes are we getting from either side of the camp here? Maybe let's start with Sashi.
Well, for Sashi, we don't exactly know too much. We haven't covered them live straight on the A stream for a little bit. Apparently, their first game here in the Resurrection bracket was a bit of an easier task, going up against GG How, of course, the team that benefited from the regional invite straight into this Resurrection. But now they're getting tested. I think in the interviews between games, we got to hear they went to Dubai, they had an event lower level, but they got used to it a little bit. They got some reps as a team, and now we get to stress test that against Furia.
Yeah, and they had some good string of online results. I mean, they came here through the open qualifier, then the closed qualifier, beating the likes of Cloud9 along the way 2 times, Internal Fire as well in the final to get a spot here in Riyadh. So LAN, obviously a different sort of an environment, but they were able to take a map off of Mouse yesterday as well. The only team to do so yesterday in their loss.
Let's do a little temperature check here across the studio.
It's pretty hot.
It is really hot outside.
Here is all right.
So not necessarily inside, which is where these commentators are going to be situated. I'm pretty sure Machine and Sponge are on the other side of this this camera lens. How are you guys doing over there?
Hello.
Hi there.
We're reporting in.
Hi.
Hey.
Can you see
what
us?
do you see?
You look beautiful.
Yeah, this is the best you
like the attire.
Can you see us?
Nice. Yes, we can see you. Okay. Sashi versus Furia. What do you guys know about Sashi?
I know that Sashi is a Japanese word and it means exactly marbling. And therefore, the meat is... I don't know why I got into meat. But did you see behind them in the logo, guys? There looks like there's a bull. But apparently, Sashi means...
Chad.
Yes?
Is this your way to, like, get across the fact that you hate being on camera? Just wearing a shirt that's terrible for camera?
The lines are big. I don't know how this is happening.
They are chunky lines, I can confirm.
I thought I had good lines. I read the brief. I thought I had the right lines. Gentlemen, I don't know if you want to play a little game right now.
Yes.
But I would love to see everybody's best Elige.
Okay.
I'll go first. That's my Elige.
Okay, I've got it. Hang on.
Yo, that's not bad. Because Alex has practice being a mime. Let's go,
right.
Yako.
Oh, that's a Hauser.
Yeah, that's a Hauser.
Okay,
Who's to his left? Would that be maybe Grim
They
to his
learn
left?
from each other.
It would be something like...
That was pretty good.
Why me?
What are you thinking, Maniac? That's how you're feeling?
Yeah, I'm thinking about, what the hell's the guy next to me?
Because if I'm Elige in this moment, I'm like, this shit stinks, man.
Whoa.
Damn. Almost. Damn.
It was great.
It was a good attempt.
Stinks. That's what's going on with the Elysian Company. Anyway,
Furia
with
Sashi.
that, yeah, Furia Sashi. So Sashi marbling, what grade would you put him at?
I don't know. Around here, I think we can only get, what is it?
A5?
Isn't it A9 around here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets better. A1 is the best.
I'm not sure. All I know is if Furia go to Nuke, they might have some problems. I don't think you want to play Danes on Nuke. But they played Nuke earlier today, and they beat FlyQuest, but they're not Danes. So I'm going to say Sashi win if we go to Nuke.
Yeah.
Do you have information we don't? Chatty B, is that what's happening?
No, but I just know how Furia are going to work. They're going to go, man, we were close against Na'Vi, and we won earlier, and then they're going to play it again.
Yeah, I think I'm just excited to see.
It's not the worst of strategies when they have a new player.
That's true.
They already played it twice in the tournament. Yuri had a good game. That's a revelation.
True.
What was the other bit I planned for this? I had another bit.
You were
planned.
going to talk about.
Wait, it's not a bit anymore. You
told it. You said it's a bit.
Anyway, gentlemen, before we go, when will the buzz around pool day end? Arms race is pretty much dominated by it now. Anytime you play baggage or shoots, there's always a vote to have it changed back to pool day, or anytime you finish your map, it's always pool day voted next. I understand people are nostalgic for it, and it's a new map after several months, and it's been fun design, but personally, I really dislike whenever, say, baggage is voted for. You think you're going to have a good game on it, and then the next is called a vote back to pool day. When will the shiny new toy syndrome for this map end?
Is that a Reddit thread?
Can our talent manager please bring some waters to Chad? I think he might be dehydrated at this point.
Same.
You know, I was going to say, that's amore. And I'm not just talking about Chad's shirt either. That's exactly what's happening there.
Actually.
It was a stretch. I was working on something there. I don't have a problem with
my lines are fine, bro. You got the weird line.
No, pool day is pretty cool. Would be needed here as well. Also, I cannot help but smell the axe spray that you just went crazy straight in my face.
Well,
I'm very much in the element right now.
It was a panic moment. Okay, I did kind of panic there. I'm not going to lie. Gentlemen.
Dark Temptation.
Yeah, dark chocolate one.
Do you have the dark chocolate one of that, Trace?
I had like a...
Yeah, no, Dark Temptation. It's not dark. Yeah, it is dark chocolate scent. Okay, yeah, that's Axe body spray. Yeah, so Sashi or Fury, who do you guys have on the other side?
I'm going with the Danes.
Yeah, I was about to say it. That's not cool.
You can do it. It's fine.
Okay, I'm going to go for Fury.
Okay, we'll leave that house divided, and whatever house that you guys find yourselves in, make sure Chad gets some water. Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen. And back to us.
Crazy.
Those guys have lost the plot. I don't know.
And that's why we're never going to do that again.
Well, I'm sure we might.
That's exactly what Chad wants. We need to put him on camera as much as possible, do this for every segment that we have.
Yeah, really get our money's worth out of him. I don't think that's how that works.
But no.
What would work right now in this moment is for us to hear from the Sashi camp. That would mean that Iceberg has stepped by with Freya.
Iceberg, thank you so much for taking the time to have a little chat with me. First of all, I feel like for Sashi it's been a pretty decent event so far. Obviously, you lost out to Mouse yesterday, but you did take a map off of them. You won in your best of one earlier on today. How's the vibe within the team so far?
The vibe within the team is very good. We didn't have this much expectations, of course. The Jihao camp we expected to win, obviously, but I think that the vibes is very great. Every matches from now on is also we are underdogs and just happy to be here and in the Esports World Cup.
I feel like we're learning a lot about you guys as we get to see a bit more of you at this tournament. Where would you say your biggest strength lies as a team?
I think our biggest strength is our teamwork and our abilities. We are very good friends out of the game, and we have a very good vibe, and I think that's very good for us, and we take that in game. So we have a strong teamwork, and I think we rely a lot on that, and then we'll shoot the opponents afterwards.
Well, the next opponent is going to be Furia in another single elimination best of one. What do you think the most dangerous aspect of Furia is?
I think the most dangerous aspect if they play very fast and they have very great aim, so also it can be a bit difficult, but I think we can do it, yeah, definitely.
I'm going to ask you to put your analyst hat on for a second.
Yeah.
The Skulls move to Furia, did that make sense for you? Is that something that you feel like, could work for the team?
Yeah, I think it definitely could work. I think Skulls is a great player, and I think it's also good for him to come back to Brazilian team. So it's difficult to be an international, talk English and all these different aspects, but I think the Brazilians is like also if you are 5 Danes together, you just feel the vibe together in the in-game, and you have the same knowledge and how you want to play. So I think it's a very good move for him and also for Furia.
We love a good vibe check. Vibe check for you guys in terms of confidence level. Where's it at for this game?
I think we are playing Nuke. Yeah, we are playing Nuke against Furia, so I think we are pretty confident. It's definitely our best map, and it's the map we win against the great teams, and so we are pretty confident.
Well, thank you so much for your words, and best of luck against Furia.
Thank you.
So 5 Danes on one team, but what about like 5 Swiss guys on one team? Like, how does that? Is that like a difference of just neutrality? Like, what happens?
They'll never run out of money.
That's true. We never have to eco. I guess that's the one way. But I would probably have to do like a casting call just to try and get 5 Swiss. Like, if I can play, Rigon can join. What do we do after that? Where would I go from there?
Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I guess we'll start with the qualification process.
We have to. We're going to have to. Let me circle back to you in a year.
Okay, yeah. And speaking of qualis, there are none of those around here. But what we do have to worry about here is something that we just sort of spoke about, which were the maps, right?
Talked about Nuke. Yanko,
you talked a little about Nuke. You wanted that, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I can understand Furia, right? Because it's that and Inferno, their 2 most played maps, really, in a way. And I think when you play the 2 times in a tournament with Skulls, that's what you're most comfortable with to keep going. Now, on the other side of things, we heard that from Sashi that it's their best map. So probably would have liked to avoid that in a best-of-1, but then again, Furia was willing to play Inferno against G2 in a best-of-1, so perhaps just a struggle in general.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you're Furia, you're just allowed a map which very seemingly Sashi are capable of punching above their weight. That's just a fact. They take down Mouse. They say they're super confident at it. Plenty of reps. So I don't really know. I don't like that choice for Furia. I would have hoped that they felt ready on different maps just to take Sashi out of the comfort zone, and we're going to have to see if it ends up biting them in the butt. Because prior to the veto, I had Furia clearly ahead. Now I just have them slightly ahead.
Yeah, this is also where it depends on how you value Furia and where you see them right now, you know, because talking about them versus Sashi, why would they care? You know, what's their best map and how good they are on Nuke. If it's good for Furia, you should be thinking, hey, let's just make sure we're comfortable and we'll take care of these guys. But whether their level is that high that they can afford themselves the luxury to let their opponent's best map through, I'm not so sure. We saw in the end it was between Vertigo and Nuke. Are they satisfied with their Vertigo after the changes? You know, do they want to whip it out here in a best-of-1? Probably not. So they felt like it was, in their eyes, the lesser of two evils.
I mean, we can talk a little about what went right versus Mouse yesterday for Sashi, right? We're looking at a game in which you got 5 rounds on your T side in the first half, and then you just kind of controlled the game after that on your CT side. So, you know, what is that going to be that high point for this team?
I mean, listen, I couldn't watch the game at the very time, but I can tell you, if you can control the T side of Mouse on Nuke, that in itself speaks volume to the ability of your defense. That's it. Mouse is a team we've already seen plenty of times that have very creative players, very disruptive players. Exertion outside is extremely complicated to handle. So just for that, the fact that the defense was able to hold true for Sashi, it's a huge plus, and we're going to have to see if that plays a role in this match, which I believe it will.
And then meanwhile, I'm not even going to talk about what happened to Mouse there. That's a totally different ball game. But for Furia, for having already played today, that's got to help them in some regard.
Yeah, and it was a clean game versus FlyQuest, you know, winning both pistols. We already went through all that. But more importantly, in some of the gun rounds, right, showing that patience, finding openings, and then having good endings to the round. And that has to be the recipe for Furia in this game as well, right? It's a little bit different. We heard the Sashi player talk about Furia, if they play fast, you know, and they're on point and whatnot, it can be dangerous, but that's not their main play style now that Art is out of the team and Gary and is just fallen, right? We see it being a little bit more measured and more slow.
More calculated approach, more prim and proper approach, man.
Yeah, I don't mind being more calculated as long as you know how to finish and close your rounds. Usually that's the issue. When the fact that you let the clock run down, rather, it's going to put a lot of pressure on how good and optimized your protocols are. Because at the very end, a few mistakes, it very much collapses, the bomb is down, it's 13 seconds, and suddenly everything's in chaos. So if you have these protocols, these contingency plans down to a T towards the end, please do it. Time is your friend if you know how to handle it.
And something that's maybe a little bit underrated is, sure, Furia just had a roster change. On the other side, these 5 guys from Sashi have played almost 200 maps together, you know, so they got a lot of maps under their belts, so their cohesion will be higher up.
Well, I'm sure one player break looked a lot different than the other one. However, now it's time to get on the stage, which is exactly what we're going to do with OJ Borsch and Milosh.
The Amazon Arena is ready for some semi-finals, and here, this Redemption Day, this day where all the teams are trying to save themselves and get back into the tournament proper. And there's another key, Milosh. There's another one in there. Another one has been crushed.
Yeah, and there are some that are waiting in the backstage, but also on our stage to be crushed after this game and at the end of today, OJ.
Wonderfully as well, just to say that anybody who loses is getting their key crushed, which I think just goes to show you what this is all about. Best of ones, you lose, you go home. And this is another matchup here, so again a best of 1 to get into that final to make it back to the best of 3, the tournament proper. Let us meet our first team. Ready for the first team? It is Sashi Esports. In most people's books, they are the underdogs here. They qualified via the European qualifiers for the EWC, but they did push Mouse 2-1 before they got beaten to make it here. Underdogs, yes, but playing a map that they know.
Absolutely. You got a Danish team on one side, but on the other hand, we got Brazilians. It's Furia. At this point, everybody's familiar with Furia. We saw them earlier today take their win against FlyQuest. Fallen was confident in the squad, even though they had a little shaky start. Skulls new on the squad, but showing up for the day. So there's a lot to prove here, but also not as much, if any.
Do you know what I've got a fever for?
What do you got?
A best of one. That's what I got a fever for. Should we get this on?
Let's get it. So there you go. You got it. OJ Miller sending off back to studio for a match.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, these two teams are ready to go. From the looks of it, just a couple of last-minute huddle, handshake, fist bump, whatever it might be from either camp. This is a big one. Again, we're talking single elimination.
Yeah, and I think this is really big for Sashi, right? Because we're talking about the major and the cutoff point for the close qualifiers being the 7th of August, I believe. So, I mean, Sashi with a little bit of a miracle run, you know, winning the lower bracket in all these best of ones, they could, in theory, get themselves into a conversation to jump all the way up into the rankings and maybe even avoid the close qualifiers altogether and secure themselves a spot at the RMR, which would be absolutely incredible for this lineup.
And you know, if you're Sashi, you know, on one hand, we're talking about the fruits of your labor coming to reality now, should you find the success through this gauntlet of a bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see some of the familiar names there as well. Lucky, you know, he had that Astralis stint, obviously being brought in as an AWPer, and then they were like, hey, why don't you maybe rifle, you know, just ruin the poor guy's confidence and whatnot. So I'm happy to see him back, bouncing back. He's been playing well for this team on the AWP. And yeah, on the other side, I mean, the complete opposite, a wealth of experience on the side of Furia, being led by Fallen, Yuri, and Caserato, who just renewed their contracts or extended them for another 3 years. So yeah, I mean, on paper, this could be the Furia lineup for the foreseeable future, right? Because you have all the pieces, you have the experienced players who know what they're doing. It's just about getting them all to mesh and to work together.
I mean, and that's somewhat the mark of obviously a good coaching system and a good system that you're jumping into. For a team like Fallen and company,
listen, with Fallen as your in-game leader, you don't need to do, as a coach, you just need to help him and facilitate him what he wants to do. Sure, bring in some ideas, you know, try to keep things fresh, but you're there to facilitate his way of calling and seeing the game, right? So whether that's having some rounds with half buys and lower buys, right, that are a little bit more difficult, and having a couple of things you can fall back on if he's not really feeling it, or if he's running out of ideas at some point, like that's what you do. But a guy like Fallen is on the same level as, you know, your Kerrigan, who, you know, can do a lot of things on the fly and just doesn't need really someone to be telling him, hey, this is what we need to be doing and this is how you need to do things. He is fully capable of doing it on his own.
Quickly, Danes or Brazilians? And I'm talking about in the game. Let's not get it twisted, internet. Y'all know what I'm saying.
I mean, I have to go with the Brazilians, Trace. You know, it seems to all be coming together for them. They're back on Nuke. They just played it. Things went really well. Yuri's fragging, right? How can you go against that?
That's a grand question.
But you will.
And I won't, because I know better than that. I know way better than that. What I do know is it's time to get into this game, which is what we're going to do right now with Sponge and Machine. It's Furia taking on Sashi Esports.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yeah, very interested to see how Sashi fare after already kind of showing that their nuke is one to behold, one to enjoy, and this time myself and Chad get to watch as they try and do battle with Furia. We've already got a little look at how Furia fared up against FlyQuest on this very map.
Yeah, and we're about to see if that said more about Furia or more about FlyQuest. As Sashi, more than happy to say this is their best map, Underdog's comfort zone, and a CT side start after a knife victory. Iceberg in trouble early.
Yeah, straight towards that top side, same kind of feel and same kind of headshot accuracy. Caserato grabs himself another.
It's just the same round. They just run the same pistol again, essentially.
It was the same, yeah, identical.
Well, I guess.
Lucky's in the Alistair position.
Yeah, when in doubt, kill everybody.
Yeah. Wow, that could not have been cleaner. Just skulls with a lick of damage. That's about all they have to report. That is a fantastic start for a T-side campaign. Over in the knife round, we saw Sashi select to choose the CT start.
Imagine if they just run the same the same T pistol the entire tournament. Nade open squeaky, smoke main, molly top heart, molly back side, flash, go. Why not?
Well, I would imagine at some point people might catch on.
Well, that's the thing. You call it. Are they really going to run it again?
You could do some fakes off of it, nade the door, do something else. But here we are. An interesting eco call.
Some familiar Danish names as well. Maybe you haven't seen them at the upper echelons of Counter-Strike other than Lucky, but they've definitely been kicking around for some time. And Hunden behind them as the coach. That's why I think going into a map like Nuke with Danes who are very seasoned on this map. I know that was a long time ago that Astralis were the tippy top of this, but it's always felt like a bit of a comfort. All right, through their protocols towards Yard, main smoke, Lockers smoke, slightly missed secret molly. Turn the Yard into a bit more of a linear plane for the A map, and well, looks like they want to split, so there's an opportunity for a couple of rifles here. This tank of USPs to unleash.
Fury down after one. Try to protect that rifle, comfortable for Fallen here. Unarmored opponents. Lucky grabs the rifle, good for a conversion, so they've managed to make this costly.
Let's go, Lucky.
And 2 rifles saved, you can really, you know, consider this a win.
Full rifle investment from Fury.
Thank you very much.
So let's see, I suppose that means they're likely expecting them full eco. Right. Make sure that you can just mop them up and you don't need to carry any residual Mac 10s into the next round, the first rifle round.
Referee. Admin. We don't do jump shots in Counter-Strike. That was a jumping one tap we've just seen live and direct to our screens.
But his space boots on there to Cello.
Bloody hell. Oh, we've got another diagonaler.
Shouldn't he be on the end?
For sure.
Shouldn't be in the middle. It's like he's turning his back on some of his teammates. Here it is. No, that's not the one. It'll be the next one. Maybe it'll be.
That'll get the motivation. Feeling good for Fury. You've won the pistol. You've been hitting some silly shots, and now into the first gun round. Prioritizing the M4s. No one with the util.
I thought they were going to slink down the vent to immediate. Yeah, they are. Okay, so Iceberg was just hanging around to make sure that nobody tried any silly business down and out the squeaky through the lurk smoke. Flash in. They know what this means. Footstep heard. Cabby under pressure.
How do they adjust to this? Is this slow crawl from Furia down towards the B site? Lucky wants to try and flush out Cello. He's got the angle and a headshot. So clean from Lucky. Iceberg, he's been here for a while, ready to receive.
Wants to fight as well with this type of position.
Well, Fallen crashes under the angle. Iceberg gives it up. HE could do some damage. Chips away at 2 of them. Repositions behind the silo. And swings out for a headshot.
He was in so much trouble.
He knew he had to fight. The door was swung open, just takes it just in time. Keeps the advantage going. One tap from Skulls could change things, and he does find Lucky. Nice adjustment from Skulls. Forward of the Molotov. Thinks twice about that one from Quez. You have that 3v3.
Bomb can still pivot. Towards the double door side. 30 seconds.
Oh,
nice shot.
Sharp. Nice shot. Fallen and Keserato, though, can dig themselves out of this one. Gets the bomb down. Fallen aggressing. Quez anticipating. Ahead of the flash. Ahead of the second. Impact heard. Fallen can adjust, but Quez too sharp. He's hitting another headshot. Puts it all onto Keserato.
No kids.
Mister in the vents. Oh, wow. So ready for that one from Keserato. It will be a quick and convincing CT first gunny.
All right, they'll be happy with that. There were some problems, right? You can see the space that was taken. Not only did they spring into action towards Warehouse, they took the secret space. I think Lucky coming over to join Cabby, they understood their angles well. And then once Keserato was understood to be patrolling that vent rotation, they just surged forward and took that fight with Fallen. Iceberg there, as I said, he was in so much trouble. Just stay committed to that double door angle. I would say fortunate considering the timing to even get one kill.
Here it is.
Bang.
Yep.
Okay.
Wow. One bullet. All he needs.
Well, Furia with the bomb going down have been able to get something that resembles, taste a little morsel of a purchase. Sure, it's not a full buy. Tech 9s, the Lils, AK and Util to help erect that initial smoke wall. Topside laden with flames and Iceberg. Opener.
That's a big one to take down as well. Keserato gone.
Well, who's responding to the leak? Nobody's dropped down towards B just yet.
With all that top util, kind of pulled Cabby away for a moment. He's still ready for any hut aggression for info. They want to take that lobby control. They're going to have to fight through. look like this favors Fury for the plant at least.
Yeah, you can't vent rotate if you've given up secret like this, so it's going to have to be from ramp. And right now we have 2 players parked with the likes of Quez. He's assisted by that of Lucky. Now they've been able to stem the lobby bleeding. There's no way forward. The door's going to swing open, so will the sound cues be enough to get Sashi moving? Lucky's retained a bit of util for this retake. Doors swing open in unison. Site completely taken. And looking to play the number man advantage retake are Sashi. Let's see. Oh, okay, never mind.
Tried his luck.
He really dropped Vent after foregoing secret. That's mental.
He was the one to find the opener, but that death.
Are they saving?
Looks like they're heading spawn.
Oh, wow. Dear.
Okay.
I'm not sure why nobody acknowledged B at any point there.
I guess all that top util, but you still know it's been smoked. You know you don't know.
Well, the rationale that I was building was the fact that they had known, okay, we've given it up. They're likely they can already be there. Let's not rotate Vent. We'll give them the lower side and we'll retake with the number advantage, but you should never be going down the Vent. Iceberg, after getting the opening onto Queserado, gives the kill back that forces them into a save, and that one looks a little bit silly for the Danes.
Yeah, an unforced error, and I mean, considering that Furia were right on the ropes in terms of finances, they just pulled together what they had, and convincing.
Yeah, and a timeout has been called immediately after this. Here's the Iceberg open up. You can see catching Queserado just before that smoke came into play. And this is the death that's quizzical. Definitely puzzling us, and maybe so Hunden as well, who's now on the microphone to maybe say, hey, listen, boys, this isn't like us. They can't be giving over kills like that. So they do have rifles aplenty, not going to be an issue moving into the next round. But the same to be said for Furia now, who, as you mentioned, were on that position of having their cash flow broken. So it's actually going to have to work a little bit harder to be able to get the financial supremacy. But how many more rounds can Furia throw on the board? A nice poised start from them, and that's going to feel good to pull off a round with a man disadvantage. What does the opener look like for Furia this time round? Successful smoke walls, always a pleasure to see. A whole lot more lobby-centric. Iceberg again, dropping down the vent. You really don't want to have that loose piece of the CT squeaky door lurk getting vent control. It can be very problematic, but it is a cat and mouse game. So, making sure that they didn't get away with the early slip. Cello trying to apply some presence outside, and there's plenty of smokes being held onto by Furia at this point. Queserado is ahead of that smoke. It is going to puff up in his face, and now Gray screened. And that sees Furia head back towards spawn to erect a smoke wall. So with the CT exchange of utility, they like to throw that deep Molotov. You know, there's less reason to throw it out early, but you've already melted 55 seconds or so off the clock. Now it's going to be a lobby play.
Seconds. Yuri might have a good shot here onto Cabby. Just timing. Turned. The timing is brilliant for Yuri, but he pauses and loses his window.
Quez just blocked ramp with this smoke, so that's brilliant. There is a nade to break, but it's on Yuri, who you just mentioned has gone down secret, so he can't assist.
Quez anticipating bodies behind this smoke. Trying to think so.
Flash.
Very good flash. Free frag. Look at that. Nothing he could do. Skulls took his time with that. Body shots. Cabby for the transfer. It's beautiful from Cabby. His first 3, and it's a lovely triple.
And Yuri hasn't activated. He got that space. He, well, is maybe too late to the party. Only 10 seconds left.
You got nothing here. Queserado does find the headshot. They have just about got enough time. If they can clear this corner, they have to hit this shot. Iceberg's done enough, and the round is there. There's no time for Queserado to plant. And now he just needs to not get caught out here on the way out. He's gone.
Tough for Queserado. $2,000 in the bank balance, but the same to be said for 3 of his teammates. $1,400 for the likes of Fallen, Cello, and Yuri. Skulls on the high end with 3.1. And this round, it looked like a great timing to block from Quez. That flash, it looks silly, doesn't he? Just standing out. Skulls gets the opener onto him, but Cabby, foregoing the secret control, rotated over and gets 3 huge kills. Oh, and Iceberg likes that one. Getting fired up. Okay, and it will be Furia the ones to now take a bit of a tactical timeout. And that's likely to discuss their options going forward, because into the next round they only get that 1,900 loss. So you're in a position where it feels like you have to force buy. Seeing Tech 9s being dommed. almost across the board. Yes, it will be. So 5 Tech-9s can be good if they do something poppy or nuke, right? Nade open that squeaky door, get the smoke in towards main, get the molly on top heart, get the flashes, see if you can catch a good timing, because that's essentially what this is going to come down to. Lucky now into the AWP, and away we go. Sashi, this is your chance. Really start sinking your teeth into the CT side. It's not fast, it's not poppy, it's a bit more standard. Smoke wall up. But this initial gambit, if they don't get what they're looking for, Furia, they're going to be in a bit of hot water. It's just going to be flashes and a molly to work with for the remainder of the round, and they want to test Quez again.
It worked once. At least in terms of getting past that ramp player. Same flash, different position. Quez feeling the pressure now. Oh, he's going to be able to get away. He turns his back and just about avoids disaster. They have conceded ramp, but not the end of the world, maintaining 5, not losing a rifle.
Alex, they might be coming to Lucky's domain. He's got the AWP, not the weapon for the job.
He's hearing this.
Well, he should be.
And then back ramp all the way back down to lobby?
Well, I guess at this point you're hoping that it sent an individuals over to help Quez towards the lower side. Lacking information, Sashi, so potentially chasing ghosts in the comms.
Yeah, I mean, in the absence of nades and weaponry, it's sound cues and deception.
They've really totaled up, haven't they?
Keeping them guessing. Sashi should be comfortable here, but Furia, they are a scary, scary squad, and they are crawling the ladder as Lucky Avat does start to leave.
He's not looking.
He's looked away. Mister. Oh, Mister. Going to be a dead man if they don't adjust quickly. Cello finds the first. Lucky's in so much trouble. Goes down as well. A double from Cello. Up the ladder. Just the power of a pause. As Furia, with 5 alive, have taken down the top side defense.
Some massive gaps in Sashi's understanding right now. Cabby looking away. The fact that it's just so silent, and then the attack happens. Even fluffing a couple of shots there as they come out heaven. But these are 2 rounds where Sashi felt like they've had big advantages. They've had number advantages, weapon advantages, and the full total was in play. But the fact that they forego, the fact that somebody can come up ladder when you don't see anybody lower, you've got Lucky AWPing into towards squeaky door, there's nothing going on across the map, and you still get pants like that. This one is going to leave a mark. 4th round for Furia now.
Just outclassed in this one. And Furia, I mean, you know what, as you highlighted, that their options were limited after their initial flurry of nades. They leave with an AWP on top of all things. That is a real change of momentum for Sashi. Just every time we see them win a round, you think it's their moment. I mean, he brought back to a rather sad reality.
The fact that they're able to slip and it's not being considered, where can they possibly be?
Oof.
And there's so much limited time left within the round as well. It's a tough one to lose. Well, they've saved some guns. They buy back in with a couple more. An MP9 for Mister. They've had some good opportunities to put themselves in the lead within this half, Sashi, but maybe not anymore. Oh, Cabby.
Sketchy. Down after 1. Cello for the trade. Touch of aggression from the CT side. Quez trying a new angle, a new approach, and hoping to be overlooked by Ace. Oh, it's lovely from Quez. What a ramp player's dream when that smoke play pays off.
Yeah, Queserado attempting to play the rotation, thinking that maybe ramp's a little bit weaker, considering the exchange towards Yard, and they're going to waltz in towards Warehouse. This will really give the AWP of Fallen some longer sight lines, so if Lucky oversteps the mark, he could be a free kill. But they've played in towards lobby of Sashi, so at least this time they have information. That's what they didn't have against the Tech-9s, but more understandably so. You don't really want to push in towards the pistols. Make sure they're careful on the jump up. Fury don't want to give away any sound cues. Lucky get cleared. Do they look down the fireman's pole? Oh, did he see the shadow? He should have seen the shadow.
Shadow betrays Furia. That's a lot of information. Lucky communicates, relays it.
Can't do anything about it now, though, can he?
He's going to try and find the head angle, but it's wow. Just enough of Cello to bring him down. Only 2 now. Fallen will be trying to get that bomb planted. Iceberg spamming away, reveals he's in the lobby. And Fallen will only find the 1. Mr. Quick to trade. Skulls, he's got so much to do here. Spam to reveal. Angle. Too much. Lucky brings it home. Sashi, on the rifle rounds,
when it's tougher,
when it's harder, it looks easier.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess if you keep letting Furia plant, then maybe you can have a few more rifles. That won't be the case again. But still, what are they meant to do when they struggled against the Tech-9s previously? I'd just go for the same type of buy if I was Furia. See a bit of a unforced error there, missed smoke on towards main, and Cabby making a meal of that meant that he was ripe for the plucking of the trade from Cello. That was Queserato attempting to find the timing. A lot of Counter-Strike, especially at the top level, is all about making those guesstimations. But we're back underway. There have been some extremely light upgrades. The P250, Deagle, Flash in the mix. Surely you win this one.
Oh,
Iceberg.
If you're making noise, don't call me Shirley. Fallen.
Iceberg.
Fallen. It's going to be cleared. That was the bomb. They are going to run at him. Light on ammo, but not light on frags. That's from Queserato. The Glock's not going to get him too much further. A burst to the crotch on Mister before 4.
All right, lots of comms coming out of Iceberg's mouth there, likely of how they want to proceed going into what should be the rifle round, identifying, was it Glocks, was it Eco, right, making sure that information flows. So we are tied up, 4-4. They want to try something a little bit more aggressive. Sashi have had no issues with the more CT side turtle setups. AWP running towards Yard, so might want to take a deeper fight, see if he can find a duel. You can see Queserato, he wants to limit that. He wants to force you into that fight. Iceberg goes down. We've had a real exchange between the two of them throughout this half.
That's one hell of a pick back, actually. Cabby doesn't shy away. Despite the loss of his teammate, comes in, finds Fallen, slipping into the lobby. Is that 2 down the vent? Okay.
They might just both try and poke their head up secret because they're lacking some information. Lucky, I heard he's posted Yard. He isn't quite sure exactly what's behind red. So if the 2 rifles come up and clear diligently, the fact that Cello's not moving a muscle, he's the trap card that will be flung open late. Oh.
Diligence the word, isn't it, Chad? Let's see if they're clearing this. No sound cues. Nothing. Clean. Finds Cello. Penny drops.
Staying active.
Yard's clear. Lucky's ready. Lucky doesn't hit anything, that one. This is Skulls' Galil up against an AWP, and a nice shot from him all the same. Might overlook Quez here. And they do. Nice first. Can he string together the double with the bomb at his toes? He knows Queserato's fighting, and he does. Pull it into a 2v2.
Oh, indecision. 24 seconds left. You've got to pick a bomb site. Looks like it will have to be A. Up the ladder they go into Mister's site.
This could be redemption for Mister. Heaven again, the name of the game. Molly gives him some info to work with, tracking his angles.
They're going to plant.
Drop in. Covered. Oh, he can't adjust. Skulls has saved his teammate there, saved the round. This Cabby's got to be loud. Straight up.
Molly will do the job.
Should do the job. Skulls, oh, singed away. Isolates the duel. Worried about backside. Queserato doesn't shy away from the hunt. It will be another Fury around.
Tough from Mister there. The molly towards Hut, the fact that it spreads in front of him, it gives him a less favorable flight path to have to take. Right, they're already assuming that the Hut is not going to be peeked from because of that molly. He has to go around. That means when they're covering off towards the T-vent or main, he's directly there in the line of sight. And the fact that he is the only one towards that top side, he kind of has to play because the type of position he's in, he feels quite open. But it's just not good enough to make that necessary frag. And Sashi, well, they've had to go deep in the bank bounce forward. Fight, Quez wins it.
Quez re-peeking as well, commits to the spray and concedes to that Cello frag.
This is huge. Look at this.
Then that is so naughty. You talk about trying to catch those timings at this high level. Well, Queserato is continuing to find gaps, huge gaps in the Sashi defense. And now Lucky is a free frag. Queserato wants more than that, though. Trigger discipline, waiting for his teammates to get as close as possible, and he's only gone and done it. A knife kill. That's going to be a jump scare for Lucky.
He'll be screaming about that one. How the hell did he get there?
Iceberg. Gonna try and find and clear out these vents. Queserato is doing it. He's doing them dirty now. 11 frags. He was looking sharp as well with Yuri The first time we saw them here on Nuke, he's doing it again. This time, even more impact on that T side. Outclassed in this one for Sashi. Just have to reside themselves to the save, keep what you can. B site, not a fun retake in a number disadvantage.
Oh, and now you're going to have to probably have another conversation because we're at the tail end of the half. Just 2 more rounds remaining. 2,400 loss bonus will be going into the next. Right now you've saved 2 M4s. So you're better off just taking the save and then having a rifle round and see if you can salvage 5. Or you have the conversation, Mr. Cabby, you guys drop a little bit of something. Then we're going to get one of our, well, maybe Lucky could buy into a scout. And then try and tussle in this next round of play and then not have a full rifle round for the final. So you've got a choice of 2 rounds that are pretty mid, or 1 round with 2 save rifles and 1 that's looking a little bit better. You have at least M4s for everybody. You might be lacking some utility, however.
It's just, yeah, psychologically accepting that you're not putting the most threatening foot forward on your 7th, but, I mean, how threatening would it be? The finances are looking battered.
I can see Iceberg, he's doing a lot of communicating, but he finds himself in these positions where he's trying to plug a gap, but he's not ready for the fight. Like, he tends to be in the correct place, but just not ready for the duels in the way that he should be, which tells me he's focusing on the macro, like, quite heavily. What is everybody else up to? How do I need to call this rotation across? Well, they have opted for the 2 save rifles and not a whole lot of investment behind it. What can they get out of Mr. and Cabby?
There's one of them towards heaven. Cello's got his eyes on the prize. Yuri's covering his teammates' backs as they take this A site by force.
Maybe it is just better to save these 2 rifles again, considering you've already lost the site. We get the loss bonus, then we can have a bit more utility, drop a couple flashes across as well. Make sure defuse kits are in play. The damage, who really cares? I suppose the best option is if you can take away a rifle or 2 and save them for the likes of Quez and Lucky. That's best case. With Fallen's AWP at the ready, it's going to be tough to be able to break in. We'll be calling their exit strategy shortly. Furia bomb over halfway gone. They know that 7 is secure. They're being a little bit louder about things now. And he's hearing plenty of noise up the ladder. Is he? Quez caught. So no rifle for him to try and take and retain. Lucky's turn. Oh, okay, well, multiple members going down there, but plenty of cash. No issues for Furia for the final round of this first half. Going through the paces. More systematic, more measured. Right, I am liking the approach from Furia. It's looking a bit more like on meta.
It does look good. Across the board, looking very, very good across the 2 nukes we've seen.
And the one they played yesterday was close. I think it was Mirage where they had the tougher time against that at Na'Vi. All right, Sashi, you need something going into the halftime break. Something to fill you with confidence, a multi-kill, a good team-based round. Let's see what you've got. 5 feels mandatory. Oh, what a clear.
That's the flash from Fallen. Skulls perfectly timed, finds Mister. The back of his hand in front of his face. Cabby already feeling very uncomfortable. Lots of questions for Sashi's side.
This is miserable, Alex. You've lost, you don't know who's down secret. You've lost a player from Hut, so you don't even feel like, what's the traditional response when you lose outside and you take lobby control? But you don't even feel like you could do that because of the combo that they've just thrown in your face. At least Cabby's searching for something, but he's on his own. He's about to be caught. Yuri!
That's ridiculous timing. And Cabby's even... Yeah, all right. Just has a little look, a second guess, second glance. Be regretting not pulling the trigger on that one now. Not an impossible round to dig out of, but where's that bomb going? You can see it's on the back of Fallen.
Yeah, he can make it across secret if they want to head towards B, which is completely clear. If they want to try and clamp down on the A side, just do something together, Furia. This round feels unlosable. Are they getting a vent to top?
I think he's just holding the vent rotate. And, oh, wow, Skull's quick on the trigger. And he's only got them both. It's Furia that are going to leave this half with a bit of extra momentum, certainly for Skull's new addition. in the Furia colours. He says it feels like home, and they are taking this one there. 8-4 on the T side of Nuke.
Another pistol with conversion. A couple of rounds where it felt like Furia on hot water, but Sashi, they're the ones in trouble. We head to a break and we come back. Furia in the lead.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
We get into the second half of this one. Another elimination in the Resurrection stage is on the cards. Is it going to be the end of that Sashi run? You heard Yanko talking about at the desk the fact that there is that cutoff for the major qualifier and whether or not a run in this lower bracket could perhaps give them an opportunity. But Furia, they are cutting that chance very short, especially if Furia can find both pistols here.
And Furia have been looking good, poised on that T side. Made light work of a lot of the scenarios that were presented to them. And the rounds that felt like Sashi had advantages, they had fumbled them. Just either lack of rotations or misunderstanding of the scenario that unfolded in front of them. Either way, semi-final #1 Resurrection stage. Winner will take on the victor of Mongols versus M80, which we have coming up next.
That sounds like a banger.
One spot in the playoffs, 7 teams await, and Mouse will be, I wanted to say the challenger. They will be the challenger for Mouse. Here we go, top pop.
Jewel Beretta's in the heart. Could be good for Skulls. I hear a lot of bullets. I'm not seeing a lot of kills. Oh, there's one. Lovely work. Controls them masterfully for a second onto Quez. Yuri, with the support of his teammates, completely repelled the invaders. Mister's in trouble with his Glock. And Lucky, no Kev on him. Going to be trying to find this 2v3. Furia just dialed in right now. Queserato wouldn't come up the vent, would he? Oh, doesn't need to. He's got his teammate Yuri, and now Lucky. Not again. Not two. Ooh! Oh, he's gone and sliced him in half. Lucky goes down to Fallen. The audacity on Queserato right now. They are mocking them in such a high-stakes game, just having fun with it.
I'm curious to why that topside hit was so disjointed as well. You see the utility come in, the molly top hut. Sure, you get one player on the roof throwing it, but there's only 2 players go out, and everybody else just kind of stops, and then one at a time they're running out desperately. So, Sashi really struggling to get going. Having a good time over there in Furia. Big smile on Skulls' face.
Yeah.
It's hard to wipe that off the kid.
When I tried to play Face It in Brazil, this is kind of how it felt, actually.
Oh.
I was Sashi.
We get knifed?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Catching timings all over the place.
I was talking to Queserato during the lobby that we were doing, and he was like, oh, yeah, you know, at home playing some Counter-Strike, learning, you know, a lot from the pugs. And I was like, are you being facetious? Like, are you joking? He was like, no. I always when I learn from Brazilian players, they're beasts. I was like, wow, okay. So he's got a couple of things in his back pocket. Whether or not we'll find out what they are, that's another question. We'll see how far Furia can run in this tournament, because 10, it's their destiny. One more kill necessary. Lucky on top of main, and he has been removed. Queserato having a good map, 14 kills for him, 11 for Skulls, 8 for Cello, 7 for Fallen, and 6 for Yuri, who was a beast against FlyQuest. But they are making light work and quick work of Sashi. 2 keys to be crushed for Furia within, what, the first couple of hours. This is what we find out. Do we have a game?
That's it. That's the question that we're about to have answered over the next 1 minute 50. Queserato acting like he's got a hot date, wants to get this done quick.
I'd like to see the Mongols versus the likes of Furia, knowing that the Mongols tend to have the Brazilians' number, and the Brazilians tend to have the Australians' number, so it's a fun little...
triangle?
Wow, I don't know, the Australians don't have anyone's number, so maybe not a triangle.
Maybe Contas. Put the speed down. Queserato found a safe haven behind that smoke, and Yuri with one. It's Queserato that needed the double, hard to track through the smoke, obscuring his view, and into the top side, it's Iceberg with an impactful double. Oh, very quick from Cello on the MP9. Hang on. Yeah, he wants a flash. He's
flash me in, boss man.
Second, flat, Fallen, throwing 2, goes on the second, and nice angles from Cabby to manage that. Tracks the descent of Cello, and Fallen just resigns himself to maintaining that M4.
I did like the pathing of Queserato there, and he's a bit frustrated with himself that you could see that he didn't manage to get a kill because he was that surprise factor, at least felt that way. But good work from Sashi. That was a tidy little late top execute. Able to get themselves their 5th round, so 5 rounds now the difference. Can still work back into this. It's just when they do put themselves in a strong position, they have to be able to turn the screws on Furia. That's something that they were unable to do within that first half of play. It left them wanting with only 4 rounds in total, the chances to go on quite a decent streak, really take control. Cabby goes down with the bomb.
Suboptimal.
Yeah, less than ideal, but I think we can see another buy come out of Furia. Fallen can drop a rifle, Cello can buy his own, and I think there shouldn't be too many issues. Skulls anchoring over towards that top site can operate with something a little bit less, does not necessarily need the A1. He'd prefer it short. Cello ramp. Yuri, the yard rifler, Queserato dealing with Squeaky/main, and Fallen as the AWP player. He gets to be here, there, and everywhere. There's that deep incendiary we were discussing during the first half, something that's been in play for an awfully long time now, but it can just stall out a lot of these early T plays. I guess the short... Oh.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Cello.
Gentlemen.
Iceberg slips off. Oh! Queserato just wants some info. Instead, he gets a bullet straight between the eyes.
Good shot from Quez. This can enable Iceberg now.
Oh, spots
the barrel.
Spots the barrel. Fallen feeling a little hot under the collar on this one. He uses that smoke to just elope. Coming from ramp side.
2 players down here.
There's 2 of them down here. Fury are in perfect position to receive them. They do get some info onto Cello. Nice headshot from Mister. Fallen can't do much. It's still 1, but the site is lost, and I'd imagine the round 2.
Yeah, it might just have to be another save. No point for Yuri and Skulls going into a lost bomb site, and that's about to be confirmed with the digits getting punched in from Quez, who found that open. That's a great shot from him. Pounced over towards ramp. There was a whole bit of a skirmish between the likes of Iceberg and Fallen. Fallen getting away. Felt like it put him in a better position, but Cello unable to find an opening incision as they descended towards his bomb site. So Sashi, this is what we're talking about. Are you going to be able to remove these rifles? And even if you do/don't, can you convert the next round of play? Fight over towards Secret. Iceberg, nice shot from him. Prepared, does find Skulls, loses his life. Yeah, he's not going to stop. You can tell he's that type of guy.
Eyes off the monitor as he gets traded.
Well, they will allow Skulls to hold on to this AK. So this is what I'm talking about. You put yourself now. Here's that shot again from Quez. Sees the smoke coming, takes the peek just before it plumes in front of his face and hits a great one. Good trade work as well. But this type of round, you know that Fury are just going to have this saved AK. So all you need to do, right, it sounds simple, is avoid Skulls. And he's definitely not one of the more active riflers within the team, right? If it was in Queserado's hands or maybe Yuri's hands, then you're thinking, okay, maybe they'll use this for an opener. I'm not sure how they want to apply the pressure with Skulls with the AK. He's got to smoke a couple of flashes, everybody just hovering around that 2K mark, and with the loss bonus being 2,400 into the next, you can't really invest anything for Furia. Skulls could drop the flash to try and be enabled for a fight, but where do you want to look for it? Do you want to send him in towards lobby from the hut position, tighter choke points? Do you want to try and go towards yard? Well, is it fights that he's too familiar with? And also Quez has a MAC-10 in hand. One of the better spawns. This might just be them thinking, hey, we know that it's not going to be the buy. Let's just go in for a top site hit.
Yeah, can be limited util. And there is bodies here. Just the pistols, though. Should be fun for the MAC-10. Quez gets a nice leisurely break from the chaos and gets to bring some of his own.
Okay, nice little hot patch for Sashi. That rifle on Skulls, I guess he will just try and retain it again. So the game of saves so far, at least as far as this second half is looking for Furia. The Brazilians might be getting a little bit hot under the collar now. It should become just a 3-round differential before the rifles are back in the hands. Oh, Skulls detected one.
He chooses to engage. They know where the rifle is now. That's just going to send him straight into Queserato. And cleared, but still gets himself one. Just testament to his ability, his mechanical skill.
Calling Quez over. Hey, bud, we got an AK for you over here. Come on, grab it. You don't need Skulls. We got a freebie. It's on the ground. It's in the dirt. And, oh, not bad. So 2 kills, softening up the finances a little bit. Now Skulls will go down. Quez gets that AK-47. And the round concludes as expected. So there will not be an AWP available for Fallen. But there will be A1Ss across the board. No defuse kits. Util almost perfect. Yuri is the one lacking. He's actually been donated some nades and incendiary given over. That's likely to help him still at this yard play. How much more of a game do we have? 3 rounds for Furia, 3 rounds for Sashi to tie things up. Squeaky lurk, smoke, top hut. Molly in play. The idea about the vent drop. Nade blows open the squeaky smoke just to make sure that nobody's already mustered down. And speaking of down, Fallen has responded to any issues yard/secret. Iceberg playing ahead of Lucky's oversight with the AWP. And there, it looks to me like there's a calm. Hey, Fallen, they could have potentially got down the vent because he just went to investigate secret. Yeah, look at this. He's on high alert that maybe, just maybe, somebody's dropped down the fence. So there will always be that possibility in the back of their mind that they have taken a bit of a timing. How much of an issue will that be for Furia? Another discussion about them having a limited map pool of worth of practice, but this is a technical map as far as holding onto those rotations is concerned.
Yeah, Yuri's done very well there. Onto Iceberg.
Quick and noisy out ramp. They have a smoke on Cabby. What, single door and into the site? Might have to be the only option.
Cello. 30 seconds, he anticipates the right angle, just confirm that they're committing. And goes for a full swing across. Now that's the distraction for Fallen to swing. Lovely team play from Furia. They are pulling no punches. Communication looks slick. And Lucky, he is in trouble. Goes down to the nade of Fallen, bowled into an 11th round. Furia. They're looking to run all the way through this resurrection bracket.
I like this. They didn't do anything crazy behind the saved guns. Right? They didn't think, oh, hey, you know, we're better than these guys. Let's just force buy in. They played it by the book, as you would expect. Or maybe not with Furia. It really depends on which side of the fence you're for, what your expectations for this team are. But that's a nice round to win. And you mentioned the fact that the teamwork on point. That means the comms have to be pretty good as well. So swinging for each other, flashing for each other, the bait and the switch, drawing the line of sight has fallen now with the AWP. Once that scope heard,
twice about committing. Quest has actually won out that duel. Both players finding each other. Dink from Yuri, but Quest lives on. Re-smoke on Squeak.
just missed the mark that one there. Trying to track down Quez, playing a little bit more passive, understandably so. Bogdan's Law comes into play. He gets the AWP. And red HP is another block. This is a good search. Let's see if the timing favors Furia for the 12th.
Fallen escorting his rifles in and no one's looking. How long are they going to wait for this? And just caught out. That's going to force them into the site without the util they were counting on, but looks like no one's home.
Now the question, do you go for this?
Big question. Maybe not now. Cabby's found Cello ahead of the play.
Considering they've been doing it by the book so far, I would expect to see more of the same. So this little arm wrestle in the second half, this patch still continues, so a good response from Sashi. And again, when it comes down to...
a shot. When
it comes down to a Quez opener through a smoke, Fallen, you're noted now as well, run. The chase is on. Iceberg wants you.
Knife out. Iceberg is just on the warpath. He wants it, trying to bait that shot out of Fallen. Does so. And commits to the spray. Takes down the AWP. That's costly.
Even taunting is Iceberg. So letting him know.
He's giving him the land vibes.
Yeah, and why not? Sashi aren't here to mess about.
Furia's key. I didn't think we'd be seeing it get crushed today, but Sashi coming into this T side with a point to prove. That is now their 4th. Bar was set incredibly high in that first half. 8 T rounds from Furia. They have to match the output.
Exactly. That's exactly what you were thinking. I was thinking. The people at home were thinking. The Danes, they can't get enough of it.
Something along the lines of, you don't have an AWP anymore.
Yeah. Now mine, if I want it. Well, again, we'll see a couple of light upgrades for Furia. This time with the loss bonus more so in their favor. 2,400 again into the next. It's just been seesawing, right? It hasn't built to anything threatening. So as long as everybody keeps around that 2K mark, they're sitting pretty to go into the next round of play. And, well, conversations. You're wanting to get this one done, right? You don't want to draw this out whatsoever. You had easy work with FlyQuest. Now you're actually being put under pressure.
Well, you talked about how they're going to approach it with skulls on the rifle. Well, with Keserato on the rifle, maybe there is something more to be done in aggressive fashion. They're heading yard, though.
It looks like Keserato wants to stand in position to rotate, right? So wherever his peons detect activity, he can activate.
And with the wall of smoke up, he's gone in retrieval of additional util, delivering it. So he's actually just more of a kind of a delivery guy at this point.
He's doing it again.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Well, it's a little bit too late, isn't it? Because they've been able to sling their way down secret, and nobody from Furia has responded to this. So with all of the nades that you have available, if you're Sashi, if you take over both sides, you may as well. You have so many resources. Once you get, I'm glad that they changed their mind to go predominantly window side, but you can go smoke molly towards the ramp. Oh, never mind. You can just brute force in. Why the hell not? What does the util matter anyway?
Who needs it?
Either way, you're locked out, Furia. Smoked off either side of ramp. Would be crazy to try and break your way in.
Peace.
Well done from Quez.
Yeah, he's done exactly what he needs to do there. Doesn't want to be giving any freebies over. And they are coming after him. Oh, the tip at the head spotted on the ladder. Little mini game here for Quez. Good angle management on that higher ground. Skulls, though, profits from the distraction of Cello.
Okay, gives over another AK. Let's see if Skulls and Caseroto can hold on to these. But Alex, it's now just a 2-round game.
Yeah, I can't quite believe we're here. An 8-4 T-Hall.
Hasn't happened as dramatically as the M80 complexity game. A lot more clutches in the mix there, a bit more excitement. This one has just been, it feels like outmaneuvering and then teams playing it by the book.
Yeah, I mean, in the rounds they've won, the maximum we've seen, Sashi loses 2 players.
Well, that's saying a lot.
Apart from the first one. This was lovely from Quez. Anticipated that there was a whole lot more where that came from. Got himself out of dodge for 1, but Skulls does manage to leave with that AK-47. So one-shot headshot potential evens out the odds for 50% of their rifle pack.
And then you've got Fallen on that AWP. So are we going to see a change-up from Fury, or are they just going to go back to the tried and tested yet again? At some point, that desperation of an aggressive move will come, but will it be with the rifles or will it be something lighter? Door blown off. We need to fight on multiple fronts.
Ooh, get out of there, Fallen. Fires off the warning shot, and just like that, he goes for a re-peek. That could be the end of Ramp, especially now Fallen, Cello both fall. Caseroto pulls up his socks for a double, and rotating into the vents was a death sentence. Just ask Iceberg.
It's a gear shift, though, isn't it? Something a little bit more in your face from Sashi.
And at the perfect time for it. I mean, the reason Fallen's going for that re-peek is probably because he is expecting a more passive nature, which he has had for the majority of this half.
We might be looking all tied up here very shortly.
Yeah, what does that spell, Chad? Get your abacus out.
Well, 10's a guarantee, and as we've been tracking this loss bonus, it's going to be 2,900 going into the next. So, look, Yuri could drop something. Skulls would be able to buy based off of the saved rifle, and you'd be pretty close to something threatening for Caseroto as well. But it is likely to see them just take a half buy around their saved rifle. But this is where the issues really started to manifest for Sashi, was rounds where they had put themselves in a position to break, they struggled with in the first half. So far looking, ooh, maybe he doesn't get to save. Pressure on, Yuri to be hunted, and does get to retain the A1S. Even gets an extra $300 for his troubles. So yeah, Skulls could definitely buy. Yuri could even drop an AWP. So I don't know if it's as clear. It isn't as clear cut as I thought. Okay, so that's it. They have dropped the AWP. Yuri's gifted that one over towards Fallen. Skulls is actually operating with MP9, so they haven't gone all in. They're playing, hedging their bets here with the loss bonus 3,400 into the next. Everybody besides Yuri has enough cash to buy in the next round. And Yuri should still be able to get at an A1S and just Kevlar.
Yeah, this is smart. Feels very threatening, maybe more than Sashi are bargaining for up against them in this round. Do have that T-side AWP, been very quiet from Lucky in the second half. Fallen knows he's responsible to be a bit of a playmaker in this one. Does fumble the jump, won't have that elevated angle over this smoke wall.
Impromptu smoke wall.
Just thrown together. Effective nonetheless. The Eagle spam not perhaps going to feed their suspicions that it's a lighter buy. Little do they know there's an AWP in the mix.
And they've completely backed off. They haven't sent anybody down whatsoever.
Who's down there?
Just going to be Yuri with the one A1S in play. You don't mind having the pistols, the SMG towards top. You need Fallen to hit this shot, and Mister, that is a banger.
That is a godlike headshot onto the AWP. No less.
You get that dropped, you have to find something, at least the impact to force them.
Caseroto, though. Caseroto. Oh, it's a hard shot. Just the tip of the balaclava. Iceberg was there, and look at these headshots just coming on in. Every individual putting their aim on a pedestal.
Slipping away from Furia, we're all tied up. Don't worry about that miss Molly. This is O'Golly for Furia. Need to try and save onto this, Yuri. All five still alive.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're going to be good to try and take this in regulation.
So in this situation, Alex, you know, I was just discussing at some point some form of aggression comes in, but we've seen Fallen try to go for the ramp pick, got goosed through the wall, run down dead, and then they just come teaming out of ramp, even with multiple bodies there for Fury to defend. We just saw Fallen get dropped in AWP and go aggressive yard to look for a fight, didn't find it. He's done that on a couple of occasions. Once he had to be double flashed back because an unforced error missed, and then that time round, he can't overstay his welcome. He doesn't have the oversight of a lot of rifles to try and bail him out or trade off of his death. And now, if there is going to be an AWP, I don't think it's possible. Well, maybe it's possible. It could be dropped across. Yeah, it looks like they are going to get it into his hands once more.
Okay. Well calculated finances from Furia.
And last tactical timeout used in regulation. So we're either set up for one of these two teams taking it home at 13-11 to put themselves in the grand final of the Resurrection stage. Only one of the 8 teams that started this morning in the best of ones will be joining the likes of Mouse, FaZe, Na'Vi, Vitality, Spirit. The list goes on.
Back into the fray. Incredibly high stakes round here. If you want to keep your head above water in this $1 million tournament. This round is a leap and a jump in that direction. Oh, nice work from Yuri there. Puts Iceberg on notice. Spamming the smokes. They want to pop. Pace change. This is the kind of pace that Yuri likes to deal with. Good flashes, though. You can see Keisaro just don't jump into the flames. Fallen down. Empty-handed once more. Iceberg, good frag. Taking down the AWPer, and they can slow down now. And it seems that's the play. Hit and run. Options. Oh, more damage onto Iceberg through the wall. 3v4. And receding. Info on 2 towards that top site.
No nades, nothing to work with here as far as the utility department is concerned. Plenty of time on the clock. Fake steps.
Fury don't budge.
This is tough. I feel you have to go out Squeaky. You can't walk out hard. You need to aim up out Squeaky Door as a unit and just trade efficiently.
Looks like Iceberg doesn't seem to think so. Has he got the bomb as well with the low HP?
You can't go multiple bodies out the hut, boys.
He's actually perfectly timed it. Strafes around. Skulls will take it comfortably. Yuri needs the multi-frag. If he goes down, it should be the round. Sketchy. High stakes.
I know this is the ramp player.
Yeah, Cello making no secret of his arrival.
Does he go for this? Doesn't have a kit. Remember, loss bonus 3,400 into the next. A 1v2. Bomb down, clock ticking. 12 for Sashi on the line if you don't win this one.
He's having a look. Might just be for the orb retrieval. As you said, no kit. Time's running. Sashi piping up. Does go for the late double. Oh, it was a lovely one from Cello. Kit is there. Kit is there. Has he really gone and done that? They're piping up. They're screaming.
Oh!
Who comes up clutch? The Kit idle by the bomb. A premature celebration, and Furia are 1 round away from knocking out some cocky Danes.
There is absolutely no way that he has pulled that one off. If Sashi don't melt down now, that's the way that Furia post 12. That is insane.
How has he done that, Chad? This is sick. I assume no Kit is just sitting there right next to the bomb. And with what, 0.5 in it, he takes them to 12.
Done everything else by the book so far. The saves, you can understand if you're Sashi. Yeah, there's surely no way he's coming forward. He's just going to hold on to that rifle. They need something in the next. How's he meant to break into this top site?
Madness. And now Pace charging into their face. Furia put 2 in the dirt. Quez 1 onto Skulls. Cost him his life. There's a lot of moving pieces here. Fallen holding on to Secret. They have that info. They can focus on what's in front of them. 60 seconds. Sashi's hopes of overtime hinging on these 3. Mister, Cabby, and Lucky.
The AWP's down here. The AWP, perfect weapon for the job. 1 and away. That's Fallen's prerequisite.
And it's absolutely free. Dips back into the vents. Oh, they hit him. 1 HP in it. The steal protects him. Cello keeping him busy. Dancing with him. Mister trying to punch in the code. Lucky to provide some cover. This would be the perfect time for Lucky to step up and deliver. And he's just taunting them. Still alive, still doing damage. Lucky running at him with a pistol, finds it on the Tech 9. 2 versus 2, a double kill for Lucky. He needs more. A fumbled flash, high pressure. Second one does land, wipe on both. Keiserato ate it too. Good shot from Mister, can they close it? Keiserato goes down, and we will see overtime. This series delivers. Furia throw in an 8-4, and Sashi match it.
Well, we went the distance, and it delivered in the final 2 rounds. A couple of back-to-back clutches. Cello under the weather, but you thought he put Furia on top.
Oh, man.
And they should be hyped about that one. The boys from Sashi, clear underdogs in this one. Brought themselves back into the game. You think about that first half, 8-4. It felt like they couldn't do anything right. Second half, they worked back into things. Almost felt like Cello had broken the heart, but they needed to calm things down, take a breath, take a breather. That's exactly what Sashi are going to do. Tactical timeout used just to allow them to catch their breath, refocus. The game's not over. It's a best of 1, still anyone's game, but there's a clear change out of the Furia camp. Take a look at the left-hand side of your screen. Cello investing into the AWP. Had a pretty quiet game other than that clutch. And you've got to wonder, the rounds, the gun rounds for Furia, they were pretty few and far between. So does Sashi still have a distinct advantage now that we're in OT? That's the question.
Let's find out together. Looking good. Looking promising. Lucky takes down the ramp. No one home. The ramp anchor falls. Keiserato up to no good. Quez and Keiserato around these smokes. We've seen it before, and we see it again. Lucky's the one to seize it. Flawless in their own opening so far. 3 frags to the good. Sashi on lock.
And they've been great within this T half, haven't they? Or at least as far as regulation was concerned. Well put together rounds, looking quite poised. They do it again as Yuri and Skulls, the last 2 they have to get past. Divided. The X-ray highlighting things quite perfectly. Yuri down towards the lower side of things, and Skulls sitting in wait. They will be able to join up quite quickly with this vent rotation. It's just about, again, going together, Sashi, trading efficiently, or just sending a Canary out. Finding out where they hold.
Whoa, Iceberg, despite it, still gets it on the wiggle. Oh, threatening from Skulls. A few more bullets, he could have held his nerve, perhaps. Sashi, the first, perhaps of many in this T side. They need to post as many as they can, considering both teams have been putting in one hell of a shift on their T side.
Well, I don't think Cello liked the way that the AWP felt there. Lucky just sitting him on his ass immediately, so we will not see the double orbs brought out in back-to-back. Lucky with some good impact. He's also had a bit of a quiet one.
Well, it ain't over. Still more time for Lucky to find some contributions. A couple of multi-kill rounds back-to-back from regulation into overtime. And wow, that's Keiserato up to Keiserato things. This time onto Quez. Repeatedly just clearing that smoke, keeping the squeaky players caged, ensuring no slips towards the vent.
All right, well, a CT opener, you feel like that should be the Brazilians to convert. Still plenty of utility remaining for Sashi to try and make a round happen. Quite literally with 4 smokes that have now 2 have deployed. Fallen wants to slow things down. Sendry, oh, late. Iceberg caught in the flames and the fight. A bit of a fright for him. Still gets what he was looking for.
Iceberg. Audible. Yuri and Cello both here. Yuri low. He's actually chosen the better of the 2 options, and pitches in towards Cello. Fallen on retreat. Good work onto Kabi. Gets away. Looking like this could be a clean one for Furia here. Look at the poise on Fallen. Doesn't hesitate. Makes it 13-all.
You wonder how different around it is if Keiserato doesn't get the freebie through the smoke. Well, it's not a freebie. Both Quez and the likes of Keiserato have been working hard in that squeaky door position. It's definitely one of those really interesting head-to-heads. And that lurk smoke always in play. But Caserado does set them up with the opener. No AWP for Lucky for the final round of the first half of overtime number 1. So number 1, we go 15-15, we do it all again. Smoke just trickles over the edge there. Skull's trying to safely smoke out Squeaky so he doesn't have to expose himself to any of those fights. Bomb part of the... Oh, there is the AWP in play on Lucky. Excuse me.
Piece together the finish.
Surely they need a flash before they try and fly over the top of main.
Yeah, Molly towards the secret stairs, starting their crawl. Well timed, Yuri forces them forward.
Bomb segregated.
Yeah, completely separates them from the back, and oh, Fallen. His patience rewarded again, this time onto Mister, takes down the main roof. Bomb descending. Quez could be a dead man if he peeks too far in towards that site.
Cello's on the way.
He's going to be quick about this. Back was turned, and wow, Caserado good onto Quez. Such good control of his bullets. A 3v2 thanks to Fallen. Another multi-kill round out of the AWPA. Anticipating this crawl, but Gabby crab walks underneath the scope. Repositions. He's got Lucky in support. Not yet, anyway. Group and go. Caserado leading the pack. If his head is exposed, it had to be precise from Gabby. Lucky. Oh, wow, the double peak. 2 different elevations. Caserado jumping off the rafters. Skull's immediate on the trade. And it is going to be 14-13, considering the way the regulation halves went. That is incredible from Furia.
Yeah, they've been able to turn it around with the rifles fully in their hands there. A couple of nice ones. It's that delayed start towards Yard from Sashi. I think they're thinking they bite down quite heavily on these smoke walls, but as we saw, they're just not rotating anybody lower. Right? Cello gets there so late to the party. They've actually completely given it up at that point. Furia. 1 round away from securing 15. They need 16. That's the magic number to get things done. Set themselves up for the final best of 1 in the resurrection stage.
Triple nades.
Nobody home. Double top heart. Don't see that every day of the week. Every trick in the book, our Fury, to try and find themselves a bit of an opener.
Cello across.
I definitely heard that one.
Yeah, no secret about that. And into Lucky. Sashi, strong start.
Still can go wrong. Primary attack will be through lobby. Top heart Molly, this is perfectly placed.
Here come the flames. Can Iceberg and Mister do anything about this? Finds a safe exit. Doesn't expose himself to that squeaky door fight. 30 seconds. Furia are coming in for the final commitment. It has to be Caserado leading the pack. Pre-fire towards Tetris. They are in trouble at the back of the site. The Molly's too good. The flashes as well. The supportive util. Furia charging in. And that looks so comfortable for the entry.
It's that late Molly from Fallen.
Yeah,
just
lovely.
So late. We discussed that with FlyQuest Alistair during their first match of the day. Fury, and now it's just Quez, 1-on-4 situation, easily removed. Caserado takes him down, and Fallen, all he's got to do is throw nades in his team. They'll get the round done.
Gosh, that late Molotov, it seems to be causing jip for a couple of teams here. And it's also the flashes in sync. You're likely blind if you're not backing into that flames. Here it is.
You're sitting there looking, where's the rotation though? Because you're feeling the threat towards the top side.
He has no idea. Woof.
thought maybe at that point within the round, considering the amount of time on the clock, there might be some quicker support towards the A side. Iceberg gets Molly back into Mister's position. They double up. Furia 5 kills away.
Or will we go again? Iceberg, wow, put a lot of his health on the line to throw out that smoke. And Yuri finishes him off with a molly of his own. These mollies, these Furia util, well drilled.
That's classic Furia. That's Furia with R, where they wouldn't really do anything yard. They would be so good at harassing through lobby, through Squeaky, the hut spams. Finds them an opener in a very important round.
Gonna boost Fallen up. Or not. Beautiful from Lucky. Gets away as well. One bullet did track him. Yuri knife out, trying to use that smoke wall. Gets into the smoke. Gets himself into the garage. And it might be overlooked here. Doesn't push the issue. They have other pieces to move.
He's hearing the step, surely. Cabby looked like he was loud there. Maybe precise on the jiggles either way, being able to slip away. Fallen has another molly in his hand, Alex.
And just like that, Mister has to move, as does Yuri, starting his push. Lucky, this is impact on the AWP. Leg shot onto Keserato, uncomfortable for the Brazilian side. Gets away with it, enough of a distraction for Yuri to start putting in shots towards Lucky. Good track from Cabby. We have got another round required. Team effort across the board there, practically a team ace, just Iceberg unable to contribute into our final round of our first overtime here in this resurrection stage.
I felt like it was going to be hard for Sashi once they go back to the CT side, right? That's where they had their struggles, but the same would be said for both. That's because we made it to overtime, right? So we're talking 8-4 halves either way.
God, you can imagine how difficult it is to play against this Furia T side on the top side. Limited positions you can occupy, and flashes and Molotovs and flight paths, all considering those.
Tactical timeout used from Furia. Do you try and change something up now, Alex? Do you think, okay, well, this is where I always have the conversation. I don't know if teams like to do it early within overtime or late in overtime. It's pick your poison. But if you want to do something a bit out of the realms of what you've traditionally been doing within the game, do you want to do it early within the overtimes or late? And I guess for Furia, because they started on the CT side once they made it to OT, they're just remembering the T side now. So they're almost starting that conditioning again, because both teams have to remember oh so long ago. Furia into what could be the final round if they can convert this one.
Iceberg playing with fire, or more appropriately smoke, dipping down. Cello finding Cabby. Iceberg rewarded for his gamble. Lucky plucked Cello out as well, but Keserato through the smoke. That's a massive frag.
Open.
Oh, Fallen spotted out. He had the bomb on his back as well. They're going to pivot. They know they've lost the top site. Quick reaction from Lucky and Quez. Retaking the lobby. Fallen aware of the possibility. Bringing that bomb in, escorted by Keserato's incredible frag through the smoke. And Iceberg. Surely not prepared for the angle that Yuri's on. What a quick one! Can he do more? Do we really need another overtime? Fallen and Keserato can end it here and now. Heaven a threat. Fallen caught out just as he averts his gaze. It's only Keserato. Is there really a 1v3 on the cards? The first is great. Iceberg, and Iceberg takes us to a second overtime. Sashi and Furia just inseparable.
Stressful game for Sashi. You get a lot of these young Danish faces. And they're holding on for dear life now. We tie things up 15-15. We do it all again.
I think so. I think that sounds about right, considering how competitive this game has been.
It's great from Keserato. It's just quite disjointed from Furia, and you feel that Yuri had the jump on him. Iceberg's been caught off guard in a lot of those different exchanges. Always having a lot to say, but that is a massive kill for him to make. You really think it goes the other way, well then so does the round.
The angle Yuri's on, it's just a pure raw aim adjustment. Lovely scenes. Fortunately, crouched behind the vent there, they actually cleared the top of that main roof. Clear purpose and intent here for Furia. The whole squad, bar Serato, working towards the outside.
Big gap spotted. They pivoted towards main. Might catch them on a timing. Hard for Lucky to cover this. Still make it across safely. Only just, but they're down.
Now they show their presence. At the same moment, the same breath, Skulls crawls to find Mister. Fury. Oh, wow. Fury and Skulls have managed to make their A site completely open. Quez concedes.
2 players still down towards the B bomb side. How are you meant to crack back into this one?
You're not.
Yeah, and if you lose the next CT round as well, then you're going to be in financial trouble. So it does seem strange to see saves in overtime, but I think that's probably the better opportunity right now for Sashi. And I think this would probably make Yanko watching quite happy to see the way that Fury are approaching a lot of these rounds, right? Because they're actually doing standard stuff. It's nothing crazy. They're not hoping on somebody to find a timing, right? To push through a smoke and get a 2K or get in the back lines with a shotgun or something out of whack. Like this
Shock and awe.
Right, this is them actually maneuvering around the map and then forcing the gaps because the CTs have to acknowledge the potential rotations, and then you build that up over time. And then at that point, Fallen can call from the book that is this map of CS so far, right? You know, what have we done? What are they expecting? How are we going to respond to this? What do we think the next move is going to be? And that's why Skulls gets an absolute freebie on Mister, who's just sticking out like a sore thumb, top of the site.
Clean tap onto Lucky. And, I mean, with all of that said about Furia's polish on their T side, or in general, Sashi, they are remaining competitive. This squad, they're a team that everyone fears in the Tier 2 competitions, and now they're bringing it to Tier 1. And get Furia sweating.
You can't get bogged down if you're here, Fury, because you did 3 smokes for the wall and then you even extinguished as well. So you used 4 smokes just to try and get this yard space to apply pressure towards Secret. So they had to get a player across, which they've done.
Mission accomplished. Healthy as well as Cello.
And Cabby doesn't seem too aware that this is possible.
Ooh, lucky to be alive is Cabby. Hasn't got the health to brave that flame. Cello continues his adventure.
Oh,
oops. Mister drops in, commits, plays with Iceberg. Trying to lock this down. CT vent, sight. We've even got some heaven support as well.
Another squeaky re-smoke. It's going to rot even more time off the clock.
Serato this time going to be responsible for the util. Got 2 mollies. Hut, CT vent. Seems likely. Smoke at 30 seconds. That's well placed by Iceberg. They might have to brave this. A couple of flashbangs available. Iceberg. Oh, completely unawares. Bamboozled by Furia there. Good work from Mr. Back. Hold on, he can, he defends his site with honor, but still Serato and Yuri, the fangs, poised and ready to collect. A fake? With That's ambitious! That's disgusting from Serato. Perfectly reads the situation, and it's a Furia round after all. That round had everything.
I can't believe they've done the fake that late within the round.
11 seconds the clock reads, and of course, you're pulling out your molly. You're trying to stop the plant, you're trying to disrupt. Serato so nonchalant with it.
And this is how it started, right? Cabby with the opener, and when I said he's probably not expecting anybody to charge down, because you knew they went for an aggressive maneuver outside, you're wondering, can the T's really cover that much ground? Cello getting down, he actually was a big supportive element and getting fired up off Furia. Iceberg getting caught as well there. Mollied off of top heart. That felt like his CT half, just getting mollied.
Yeah, it has been kind of relentless for him. Lucky mixing it up. This could be profitable for him.
He's going to go overlooked. He's got a freebie here.
Heard that. Or even not, he's hearing the smokes. He will go looking and get himself a freebie. Onto the rival AWP. That's lovely back from Yuri.
Great info, though. Seen a couple.
Around the smoke is Kabi. Doesn't want to brave the wall. No, just opts to spam. 10 bullets in the mag, and Cello's across. Yuri with an AWP no less. Scoops it up and actually finds a lovely pick. Now Cello another on Iceberg searching and just starting to disintegrate. We could have a perfect T-Hall here.
It looks like Fury are going to outlast Sashi. You get 3 on the trot, T side. Surely you just think you just got to put one in on that CT half. Queserato charging down 30 frags. Still Mr. and Quez to get past.
Oh, Queserato's a demon.
Quez must feel helpless.
Yeah, for sure. What's he supposed to do here? 20 seconds, he's being held and spammed on down. Yuri collects 18 and 3 opportunities to eliminate Sashi and keep their head held high in the resurrection stage.
Well, we've got the Mongols as well as M80 looking on. Their matchup will be coming to you next on the stage. And the winner of that will play the winner of this, which is now looking ever more so to be the Brazilians. M80 with a tenacious victory over countryman Complexity. It's going to fill them with an awful lot of confidence. Good performance from Lake, but all that to come later. One more round, that's maybe all it's going to take here for Fury up.
Jumping across, gets that information safely. Down on the smoke, spam, frustrations. Going to be hitting a fever pitch. Your opening death and a must-win round. Can they overcome the compounding adversity of this second overtime? Lucky across. Squad's remaining active. Seconds, the pressure mounting here. They do need to start to piece together an approach, a plan. Quite separate as well.
Bomb needs to be picked up. This is where indecision might come into play for Sashi.
Surely, Radar realizes he's walking into someone. Something connects! That's a big one from Quez. In these trying times, he's actually found the equalizer. They want to go off that. From heaven as well, the pincer movement. Queserato's the back of the site, does find him. Beautiful from Mr. Hut's a problem. Hut is a real problem. Fallen though, 3 HP, lands a tag, can't track as the bomb will be going down. 3 versus 3, it could all end here. Cello down though. Oh. It's Yuri through the smoke back.
Both low.
Tit for tat, Mr. and Kabi. And down goes Kabi. Mr, what have you got? 12 HP. It can end in an instant. They're putting up as much of a fight as they can. It's been impressive from Sashi, but this is shortly asking too much of Mr. Yuri holding it, Fallen doing the same, and down they go. Fury are in pursuit of resurrection. Sashi eliminated in a double overtime extravaganza.
After that first half of play, you thought Fury were going to walk this one in 8-4 in their favor on the T half, but this one went the distance. That Cello clutch, that was necessary to drag them into overtime. Sashi, they could have done them in regulation if it wasn't for Cello's last second 1v2.
An amazing clutch from Cello. I will have to extend an apology. I thought it was the Danes shouting. I think it was the crowd.
I think it was the crowd as well.
But that's the first time I'd heard it. That is the first time I'd heard anyone screaming. I assumed it was coming from the Danes. Did absolutely only love for Sashi and an impressive run nonetheless, making this tight-looking Furia work for it. And Sashi, it was such an admirable attempt. And on Furia, a map that they keep coming back to. They've been showing great signs, taking big names. Sashi mate really pushed them to their limits.
That's wild, you know, Fury are looking to make their home turf of Nuke, but we're going to throw things down for an interview with the victors.
Hey, I hope everybody has their meds ready to go because honestly, what a game we just had from Furia. Now, Keiserato, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, congratulations. Please walk me through it because there were so many moments where you had the game on lock and it just slipped away.
Man, details. Every game is about details. I think they play really well a lot of situations. His strat on A is amazing. It's impossible to hold. And we had the game before the overtime, but we lost a lot of rounds in a row. Our economy was not good. It was a tough game. Sweaty as fuck.
I mean, we could tell even just sitting in the back, everybody was just watching. And actually, one of the people that were watching, or two of them, were Mongols and M80. Now, they haven't played yet, but you were playing the winner of that match. Is there anybody you would prefer to play in the Resurrection final?
No, could be both of them.
At the same time, that'd be a great game.
I don't care.
Fair enough. Well, there you go. Now, before we wrap up, we still have to give you the key of Sashi. So please, this is our tribute here, as every losing team has to sacrifice their key and give it to the winning team. So this time, Sashi will be giving it over to Furia. Great game between our Brazilian squad and, of course, the Danes. They played incredible in this matchup, but now you have to go and smash this. You ready for another one?
Of course, all of them.
There you go. Looking to smash all of them. Furia again. Keiserato, congratulations on the win. We'll give it back to the studio.
Yep, that'll be Fury and company surviving a little bit of a scare there. Yeah, and you know what? Chad nailed it right on the head when he said in the first half it was pretty much rainbows and butterflies. You know, we're looking at knives, we're looking at all sorts of things that made sense for Fury to walk right into this and maybe walk right away with it as well. But that's not the game that we got. We got an overtime affair. We've also got Bled here and Yanko to his left.
Yeah, I think what's great if you're a Furia fan is just how Furia is playing, like their approach, their philosophy. This is now Fallen finally being able to play the game his way and to dictate the team to play his way. You know, on the T side, it was slow, it was calculated, right? It was trying to find advantages, and when they did, and sometimes even when they didn't, it was about finishing rounds in a calculated way, playing together, good use of utility, and we saw that even in overtime and in regulation on their T side. CT side, a little bit shaky. That has been the case, in the Navi series as well to some extent. I mean, especially on Mirage, right? But, you need to find ways to get better at that. But for me, I think it's extremely positive what we've seen so far from this new Furia lineup.
And I think it's also like super lucky for the side of Furia that the fact that you've only had to play Nuke basically its entire best of ones also, right? And the CD side, yeah, they had a couple of switch ups as well. You had obviously Cello, who was basically switching up his position, playing towards Ram, so obviously a few struggles there. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think the T side has been phenomenal. Even in rounds where it's coming down to the wire, I rarely saw any moments of panic coming in from the players as well. So overall, job well done. But man, that 1v2 from Cello, Sashi, it's going to be haunting them tonight.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you don't get much closer than that, right? And also, I want to give just a little bit more flowers here aside of Yuri. He had a great day.
Yeah, great day. Not as high-performing as it was perhaps in the game against FlyQuest, but also stepped up towards the tail end of the game. Him and Xerato, the 1-2 punch in overtime on T side really helped a lot for the side of Furia, and now they're just one game away, Trace, for being resurrected.
Yeah, that is very much the case. And in case you're just joining us, that is how it works. We have just one team coming from this bracket, Bled. But if we look at the stat lines here, if we want to give some sort of commiseration from the side of Sashi, right? We talked about him having an X amount of games played, like some 200 games played.
Yeah.
Coming into here, and this was the end of the road.
I feel like for Sashi, they did absolutely put up a very solid performance overall. They just seemed to kind of run out of steam at the very end right there. And again, goes to show for the side of Furia, just had a bit more of a deeper playbook and a little bit of the tenure in some of the players when it comes to high pressure crunch situations. You could see Keiserato still popping off. Yuri and Keiserato, we saw them have a hell of a round as well in overtime. And unfortunately, I feel like a little bit of lack of experience, and again, the pressure maybe getting to Sashi at the very end over there.
And I think it's the perfect style from Furia against a less experienced team like Sashi, right?
Yeah.
Like you're playing slow, they're starting to feel pressured, right? You're doing it in a methodical way, and you're punishing all the little mistakes that they have been making. So a learning experience from Sashi, one of the few LAN opportunities that they get, and it's about just keep building from this point on.
And, you know, if we talk about MVPs, I'm giving it to K Serato. I mean, we're talking about a guy that just said he would take on 2 teams at the same time. So you tell me.
That'd be wild. Yeah, just 1 kill of dropping a 30 bomb right there. And even yesterday, right, even in the losing effort they had against Na'Vi, he was the one shining light, so to speak, for his team. So K Serato, you know, as usual, you know, just topping the scoreboard. But at least this time around, he had quite a lot of help coming in from each and every one of his teammates.
I mean, this is one of those guys that we've been watching for a long time, and he's always been able to do this every time. It seems like he's always that front guy for Furia.
I mean, he's been the one shining star, you know, in what was otherwise a very dark period for this Furia lineup. And it's great to see him continuing to play on a high level. Hopefully the team will start getting some results and you know, following in his stead in a way. And I know he said he doesn't care who they play, but I think we all know how Furia fared against the Mongols the last couple of times they met. So for their sake, they're hoping that M80...
I kind of feel like they want to maybe play the Mongols to get a little bit of revenge. I mean, if they are a team who wants to, you know, go up the ladder...
They want to beat the Mongols. I don't know if they want to play the Mongols.
Well, you got to... Well, fair enough. Fair enough.
So, yeah, I mean, like I said, we do say goodbye to Sashi in this moment, right? You know, for the side of Furia, they still got a little work to do here. For Sashi, it is done and it is dusted, and that also means that we get the opportunity now to hear from their side through Freya.
After a grueling map against Furia, unfortunately, Sashi eliminated here at the Esports World Cup. I've got Mr. to be breaking what happened down on that map of Nuke. I want to go back to regulation for a second because it was down to you to pull off a clutch to actually push it to overtime. What do you think happened when you guys got into OT?
I don't know. It's hard to say. We had a difficult CT. I think they messed with our rotations, and we actually had a very great game plan. And when we came on T, it just worked for us, and we got the momentum. And yeah, I don't know what to say. The 11-11 round is just so harsh for us.
Iceberg was telling me kind of before the game, he feels like the most dangerous aspect of Furia at the moment is their fast play style, which I guess I would more associate with Art's Furia rather than Fallen's Furia. Do you think that kind of maybe got the better of you today, or was there other aspects of that game?
I don't know. I think they were very good at taking control on T side, and then we just messed with our rotations. We didn't know where they were, especially in the last OT. And we didn't they just split on us, especially on A when we didn't have any smokes left, so it just well played by them. But yeah, I still think we should have won it in regular.
In terms of what's next for Sashi, unfortunately we won't be seeing you at Copenhagen for Blast or in Cologne. So what do you guys have kind of planned in the works?
I don't know, a lot of practice. We need to look at the games. Like, we are all happy to be here, and we think we can play great against some of the toughest opponents. But yeah, a lot of practice, and I think we have some small tournaments. We just want to win.
Well, commiserations on the loss, Sarah. Really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
And so let's kind of talk about that a little bit, right? We're going to take a look at a few reactions here, but I guess for the side of Sashi, you go back to the drawing board. What do you take away from this, having played today's game?
I think it's just that you need to maybe be a little bit more patient, a little bit more calm, probably in some of these situations, right? You could hear how on the CT side, you know, they didn't have good information all the times. They weren't sure where Furia is, what they're doing, and that's obviously going to cause you to feel stressed individually, right? You don't know what's coming, you know, Counter-Strike is a game of information. So it's mostly that and keep working, keep building your game, having more answers to some of the stuff that they've seen here from Furia and Mouse.
And also one thing I noticed was when they are lacking information, and Furia did a very good job of just denying information right there. It did look like the comms were kind of struggling a little bit later on in the half, in overtime and whatnot. And also when you're trying to go for those information plays, it did feel a little disjointed. It felt a little individualistic, so to speak. But again, Trace, that's something which comes with time, with experience. This is I think the second international LAN they've played in the past in their careers as a team, so to speak. So yeah, I think they're a team who are punching well above their weight, and they're trying to prove that they're more than just the sum of the parts.
Yeah, and you don't get much bigger than, you know, participating in the Esports World Cup. You know, that is kind of the reality there when you terms of titles that you can grab. However, these titles are not just going to be given to these teams, and by that I'm talking about the Resurrection bracket and what we have left, at least. Mongols M80 up on the docket pretty soon. Furia have made it all the way to that lower bracket final.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to the next game, honestly. I thought it was going to be a Complexity Mongols rematch, which we had in Yongshiping recently, but now it's going to be Emady taking down America's best, one of their best, I guess.
How do you feel about that, Blah?
I feel great about it.
Okay, well,
they kind of choked that massively, and Emady, they showed tenacity. Now they're going to go up against a Mongols who, despite, it was a pretty close loss against G2 yesterday, and the fact that they completely dismantle MYBR, I'm going to be favoring the Mongols. No bias whatsoever.
Yeah, lower bracket, resurrection bracket, I do mean to say here. So Furia move on, and then Mongols M80. I mean, either way, it looks pretty fun here on the bottom side, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, Mongols are the favorites to make it out of the resurrection bracket, but let's see. Let's not count out M80 just yet and see who will face off against Furia in that final game.
And what are the odds we get overtime in the next game? 2 for 2 right now.
Pretty low.
Okay.
2 out of 3, you mean?
Yeah, that one.
Math is hard.
Yeah, I'm from Alabama.
Billion, trillion.
Guys.
Numbers, how do they work?
Somewhere between 1 million, billion, trillion, and also us going to a break, which is exactly what we're going to be doing right now in this moment. We'll go to a break, we come back, we've got another best of one for you here. Resurrection bracket continues, and so does the Esports World Cup.
Right now, the things in the team are really looking like good. We're really like chill. We had a nice player break. Everyone went home for a few weeks, went on vacation and stuff. So now we had like a 1-week bootcamp in Katowice in Poland, in Europe. So we took some time to get the basics done with our new player Lake. And like it's always like when a new player joins the team, the mood is good. There's like a small honeymoon period. Everyone is looking to play and get better. So the vibes are really nice right now, and I'm looking forward to the first games. But yeah, he's like an individual skilled player, and it's just about getting him some experience, getting him on the right track, setting him up good. This is a top tournament for sure. Playing here at the Esports World Cup will be, I think, a good opportunity for us, especially as underdogs. We managed to beat Liquid in the qualifier, so we beat a huge opponent already. We will take this confidence into this tournament, and there are a lot of top teams here. I have to say, I don't think we have like a full map pool right now, but the format matches us, and I think that's the beauty of this tournament, that it's really, really good for us to play here. Right now, I think the map pool is actually really cool. We are hyped for Lake also, because he went from playing like in NA and the Challenger League, only online tournaments, to now playing at the biggest tournaments in the world. And it's a new experience for him, and we want to show him the vibes, show him the stage aura when you play a game, and just will be crazy.
We had a really good player break, and it's mentally we're so relaxed and refreshed, I think, and we're excited to play in our first tournament. I say it every time that every team's goal is to win this tournament, to be a champion, and always same as everyone, but we will do our best. After Senzo joined our team has improved a lot. He's a young prodigy in Mongolia, so he's a very good rifler and a good upper. Sometimes he can adapt to every role, I think. In our recent tournament at ESL Jönköping, we lost opportunity to reach the top 10, but we have more to do from now on. I think we will reach the top 10 in the future, I think so. Comparing to last 3 years, there is a lot of Asian teams made it to the A-tier, A-tier tournaments, and after we made to at the legend stage at the major. After the Asia has 3 slots in major, there is a lot of the other Asian teams has come up to in the Asia scene. I think it's a good improvement and good upgrade in our region. Yeah, I think so. I think we have been already in a best Asian team right now. Also, in my opinion, I think so the best of all time also. But we need to keep competing at the tier 1 events and at this level.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and game culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
It is the Mongols taking on M80. That is right, you're watching the Esports World Cup. In fact, so much World Cup is going on around here that our friends in Dota next door have given me this banana. Not sure what I'm going to do with that. If you want to hold this, you can.
You can have it.
All right, cool. I'll just leave it here then for the time being.
Amazing.
You know that because of potassium, bananas are radioactive?
Yeah, and if you eat like 1 million plus in your lifetime.
But you have to eat like 50 million.
Oh, 50 million. Well.
Or 50,000, I'm not sure.
That's a slight difference.
Imagine that's all you were eating. Nonetheless, let's crush some metal, and by that, taking away Sashi's key. That's Sashi's key getting broken down, because that's how it works here in the World Cup.
I like crushing metal.
Yeah. Like, is that a genre that you listen to normally?
Absolutely.
For something?
I think it was, actually.
Maybe.
However, Dr. Suleiman has an upcoming showdown. That is correct, Mundo. I did tell you that M80 versus the Mongols is up next. It is a best of one again. All things on the line here in Riyadh. So go ahead and check out that next match, brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib.
Yeah, I think this matchup isn't what a lot of people were expecting, right? We were thinking it was going to be Complexity, the Mongols matchup, which I think those two teams, alongside maybe Furia playing well, were the kind of the favorites to make it out from the Resurrection stage. But M80, man, they showed a lot of tenacity, and I won't lie, that surprised me, considering the fact they had this new kid on the block coming in, playing his first big event in the form of Lake, and taking down a Complexity who did kind of choke a bit there, Trace.
Yeah, and I think they got in, like, M80 got into Complexity's head at one point.
Yeah, not only, it was a from behind win for M80. They were down 7-1 on T side, Anubis, 2v5, right? They somehow bring it back, win every round for the remainder of the first half, and that gives them a buffer to get it done in the second half, and that's where they really seem to have come into their own. That's where Lake started also having some moments, which was great to see, I'm sure, for M80, and in the end, they just outgrinded Complexity.
Yeah, outlasted even, Blay.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, one thing you have to point out as well is when it comes to those overtime rounds, some of those 2v2 scenarios, a lot of Complexity as individuals, I'm talking about players like Floppy, for example, or even Grim, they were the one making some very strange mistakes, going for plays instead of just playing the time, playing textbook CS, so to speak. And M80 saw some of those youngsters just punishing them and getting the win, getting the dub, Trace.
Yeah, they most certainly did. And that just shows me that M80 has the capacity, the capacity to problem solve in real time, which is nice to see from a young squad like this.
I think also shown the way they build the team, right? And the chemistry that they have in the team, because I feel like this was a trait of the M80 team, even when Malbs was there. It wasn't the roster change that changed too much there. That's just how they approach things. They stay positive. Yeah. They keep fighting, until the game is over. And more often than not, that gave them ways back into games.
Yeah, it most definitely did. Meanwhile, we do have Freya standing by. We're going to hear from the M80 camp.
Sin, I've got to start off this conversation by talking about that insane map earlier versus Complexity. You start off being 1-7 down, then somehow you push it to overtime and close it out. Can you tell me what you think kind of the turning point was in that map?
This game started for me really sloppy. We started the first 2 gun rounds not really with we didn't execute our idea really good, so we were just stuck in some bad rounds, and it also felt really bad for us. The boys, it was 7-1 as you said, and then the boys got it was a 2-on-5, which was basically the turning point for the half, because we win an unwinnable round. We had some bad feelings earlier, and then we hype up, yeah, we got the 2-on-5, and I got 3 more rounds to call. We managed to make it to a 7-5 half, and it's MI12, so a 7-5 half feels way better than an 8-4 half. And we went with a good feeling out of the half. I think this was the most important thing.
Lake pulled off some incredible plays during that game as well. Obviously, first tier 1 LAN, say it was Launder's LAN. This is technically the second, but for him as a player and for you as the in-game leader, where do you see his impact the most in games like this?
Obviously, he's a huge fragger. He has insane raw skill, and he's not especially, he didn't have a good game in the first series of this tournament. But one thing that was remarkable, he didn't lose his voice, even though he was down bad, I would say. And we as a team didn't had also a sloppy start, and so I like his confidence. His shooting is incredible. I can send him wherever I want, and he will get multi-kills. And I just try to set him up perfectly. And he also has the freedom to, he wants to do something, he will do it, and I will set up around him.
I'm laughing just because he literally didn't lose his voice, because he was screaming up there on stage. It was absolutely insane. For him, though, obviously Complexity would have been a team that he was somewhat familiar with, I imagine, just because you would have been practicing, or he would have been practicing against them back in the North American region. How do you think he's going to fare versus the Mongols, which is, of course, your next opponent?
I think, yeah, as you said, I think the Complexity style It's like they play pretty meta. They have like any tactic in the book. And I think Mongols is a pretty like outlying team. They have their own kind of style. So I just prepared them, or like we as a team also prepared to just play our own style, focus more on ourselves than like reading into them, because they play like a little unusual. But yeah, I think will be a good game, and I think like Lake will, like when he does what he wants and he's confident in it, he has like huge potential.
I just want to poke you there in terms of you saying, you know, play our own style, our own game. Has that shifted at all since Malbs has left? Obviously, he was a crucial piece for you guys. Have you kind of changed anything up since then?
Honestly, right now we just slotted him in 1-for-1, gave him the freedom Malbs also had to do whatever he likes, honestly. And yeah, just in the slow rounds, try a bit more through the protocols. But other than that, as I said, like he has all the freedom in the world. It was a 1-for-1 slot. We only had 5 days of practice in Europe. So just like everyone still should feel comfortable because they're playing the same game. Just obviously the difference, a new player, different voice and stuff. But he also has like similar roles with a lot of freedom, which I think he also feels confident in. And just that's what we want to base our start into the season.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Sin. Yeah, best of luck going up against the Mongols.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kind of what you want to have when you join a team. Like, hey, guy, just go out there 1-for-1 now. You're not going to get it all. However, here's the freedom. You know, here's that idea that you can kind of maneuver around the map at your own pace.
Yeah, and that's where mentality is really important, right? To keep an open mind, and also if you're Lake, to just take that freedom and use it, right? Take initiative and not be too stressed about the outcome. Just play freely, play your own game, and I think we saw a little bit of that against Complexity.
I think it's very important as well as a team coming in to, especially with a new player, it's just 5 days of boot camp, coming to an event like this, $1 million on the line. You can't allow the moment to get to you. You know that everyone's expecting to see them not really make it very deep, and you're aware of that. The pressure's off. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves, and you can clearly see Sin was aware of that.
Yeah, and I've got to wonder, you know, because these are sort of fresh faces to us. Like, yes, we have seen M80 around. We've seen Swisher time and time again. I do wonder where that driving force is, because you're saying a vibe is important, but it leaves the wonder there, the curiosity.
Yeah, well, I think it depends, you know, probably the personality of the players themselves plays a big role. You know, the coach as well. Is this one of the things that he actually puts emphasis on, right? Like that they've worked on and find a way to cultivate that. And I think it's really important, especially in this sort of a format, right? I mean, you're playing, this is their second game of the day. They might have to play one more. You don't have time to prepare and study your opponent. It comes down to, okay, what can you do as a team, right? What's your approach going to be? And you have to stay positive in those situations because of the little to no time to prepare. The games are going to be messy. There's going to be mistakes, but you have to understand there's going to be mistakes on both sides.
Yeah.
Your opponents won't be perfect either, and you just have to outlast them, really, in a way.
And especially when it comes to coaching department, as you pointed out as well. Like, I'm sure they would have taken a look at some of the demos we saw from Mongols yesterday, how G2 were able to beat them. There were a couple of little chinks in the armor there for Mongols, which I'm sure they're going to be looking to exploit as well.
Right. So let's talk about these Mongols.
Yeah.
Let's talk about them by putting some respect on their name. We watched it yesterday. We watched what happened with them in G2. G2, obviously, in their own camp, have their own things going on. But for Mongols, it was an impressive fight. Again, problem solving.
To be fair, I think I was a little bit disappointed because obviously for G2, despite the name value they have, like Monacy and Nico and of course Mobs coming in and whatnot, it's still a new team. It's a debut game, so to speak, against a team who we're trying to have this argument. Are they a top 10 team right now? They're taking out some pretty big names. Astralis comes to mind very recently. So I, for one, was a little bit disappointed they weren't quite able to close it out. But again, I want to give credit where it's due. I think G2 had a very good plan as well coming in. For Mongols, though, here's my problem with them. I feel like when they go up against a team who don't give them too much respect and just go for certain fast plays and whatnot, that's when their structure starts to crumble a little bit, and that's when they start relying on the individuals to pop off. Now, it is known that they have some very good individuals, so to speak, but if someone has a bad day, Mazzinho, maybe a Senzu has a bad day, things can crumble. We saw that the B bombs on an Ancient against G2 yesterday, for example. So for M80, if they have the right game plan, if they're going to be in your face, no respect, it could get dicey.
Yeah, and Yanko, I think this goes without saying, but the Mongols absolutely smoked that MIBR pack earlier today, 15-2.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they were too pleased with the loss yesterday, so they came in today with a vengeance, and I think, listen, if they just don't lose one anti-eco yesterday and win one pistol, they could be the ones who beat G2 2-0. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate for them, but not too much to feel bad about. And in this lower bracket, they're the favorite, really, in a way, and in this matchup as well.
Yeah, and it kind of does beg the question. Let's say that either of these teams find their way through this gauntlet of a bracket, this dire situation where you just have one best of one and it's a single elim. You know, which one of these teams could actually make that impact against the teams that are already in the playoffs?
I think the Mongols, absolutely, because
Yeah.
they have a deeper map pool than some of the other teams here. I mean, both M80 and Furia, that's awaiting, have changed players.
Yes.
Right, recently. So Mongols have been together for quite a while. They've had great success at Yala Compass. A little bit disappointing in Jokoping, but I think it's a team that you don't want to see if you're in that upper bracket, right? They're going. Mouse is playing whoever comes out of this bracket, and when they're on point, man, it's so hard to play against them because they're so sharp individually.
And I think, look, we've been having a discussion the past month about, you know, are they an S-tier team? Are they a top 10 team? Here's the thing: if you're a fan of the Mongols and you're like, no, they deserve to be in the top 10, then you're not looking at this matchup and being like, oh, they may scrape a win. No, they should be winning this convincingly. They should be coming out of this bracket, and absolutely, I agree with you. I think Mongols should 100% be the favorites right now as it stands.
And so, as the playoff bracket that I was just kind of talking about here, this is where the winner of the Resurrection bracket will go into, right there, slot up against Mouse.
Yep.
Exactly what you don't want, maybe. I'm not sure how to kind of look at that one to look forward to it, but this is how it's going to play out. You see the teams that we already have going that far. But yeah, we're getting right towards the close of the end of the Resurrection bracket, Yenko.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the sort of second semi-final, and then we just have the final of the lower bracket left with Furia waiting in the wings. But yeah, I'm excited about this Mongols lineup. You know, been hyping them up for a long time. They've been gradually getting better and better, even though, you know, in the last 2 years, really, they made some roster changes at times where it seemed weird. You know, they just have a result and then they make a change, but they got better with each change that they've made. So now it's about, after those results that we talked about, taking it to the next step, you know, getting the job done in this bracket, and then maybe, you know, getting something done versus Mouse as well.
So tell me, either one of you can grab onto this one. What makes Senzu a threat?
This guy's,
other
firstly,
than the Golden Mouse.
Okay, firstly, he is indeed, nice throwback. He's very young. I think that has to be said. Very, very sharp player as well. And what's most impressive for me is, if you remember when Score and Annihilation were removed from the team, we're like, oh no, this is it again, another Mongolian Counter-Strike shuffle coming in. But Mara, man, that guy seems to have his finger, his eye on the pulse of what's happening in young Mongolian CS. So Senzu has absolutely been a great find altogether. But I still feel he's still a little raw. Is still a little, you know, gonna be a little up and down. For me, I'm looking at someone like 910 Mizzino. Recently, they've been fantastic. And as long as the base level, the floor of the team remains at a decent level, you're not expecting Senzu to having to pop off to get a win. So that's a good sign, I guess, for this recent Mongols experience.
Yeah, Mizzino definitely, you know, with a 2-point-something HLTV.org rating going against him IPR, that sets a tone in its own right, Yenko.
And he probably had the biggest improvement individually on this Mongols team. I mean, around Katowice this year, when they bomb out, you're thinking, wow, like, this guy is a liability for the team. Really, as an anchor, he's just lost. He's not making the correct play, let alone whether he gets the frags or not. And then they stuck around for a couple of weeks in Europe after that, boot camp. He played like 1,000 games of FPL.
Yeah,
I think all of them did, and I think that helped a lot, having some of that practice individually and as a team, and that's where you slowly started to see him improve. He's 17, I think.
True.
So, you know, extremely young, and he's managed to step up in quite a short time span, and it was absolutely needed for the moment.
And I think an interesting conversation could be had, because I was hearing on the grapevine, the Asian grapevine, that when it comes to the Mongolian, the players there, when they go up against some big names, I'm talking about, you know, maybe a Simple, maybe a Zaiwu or a Monesi, it sometimes gets into their own heads, like, holy hell, we're playing against these guys in the server, and they don't get that mental edge. But playing FPL quite a bit in EU all that while, they're playing with them regularly all the time, and they're just another player.
Yeah.
You know, we can out-aim them, so you can see the confidence it's instilled in them right now.
It's kind of, you know, coming to where you get the exposure to play against these top teams, you realize, hey, we can shoot back too. Like, it's very possible.
Even harder than most of them, actually.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of these tier 1 teams say after they play the Mongols. Like, I haven't played a team this sharp in a long time. Like, sure, they can be a little bit sloppy and maybe predictable at times, but when it comes to just straight up shooting, like, they're on point.
So you said some words there, like sloppy, for example. I want to ask the question stylistically between M80 and the Mongols. You know, what are we looking at here? What do we learn from either of these teams coming into this matchup right now, given what we've been given yesterday, today?
Well, I think it's one of the reasons why the Mongols are better than other Asian teams is because they are better in post-plant situations, clutches, situational Counter-Strike, right? Like things where you can't really prepare for it, you can't have it set, you can't have agreements, you just need to be able to play on the fly, play well, communicate well, and not panic, really. And I think that's been what differentiated them. You know, the setup is there, the plans, you know, sure, they need to widen their playbook a little bit, but it's being good in those situations that you see time and time again that's separated them from the rest of the field.
For sure, and I think the one thing we've noticed from Mongols in the past 1 year from some of the struggles initially has been, yes, they were trying to play the more EU-centric style of Counter-Strike, which is the right approach, but after a time they managed to get it down. They know that this is how we're going to be approaching, and then they started adding a little bit of their flair, a little bit of their Mongolian spice right there, which is what MAT, sorry, I think it was Sydney was talking about, that they do play standard CS, but there is a difference. There's a certain flavor to the way they approach it, and that's giving them a little bit of an extra edge right now.
Yeah, because you can take a demo from any team and try to replicate what they're doing, but unless you know why they're doing it, then what the hell's the point, right? You go.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you try. You know, when you watch other teams play, you're never just saying, "Oh, they won the round by doing this. Let's do it." You're trying to sort of piece it together. Why did they do that? Yes. Why did he make this call? Why are they ending the round in this way? And that's where you get to the good stuff, Trace.
That minutia that makes Counter-Strike the beautiful game that it is. Speaking of which, best of one, also beautiful, unless you lose it.
I feel like this might actually go the way of Mirage, honestly. I think it's a map that Mongols, obviously, they like picking it a lot, but I'm not a big fan of it because it's kind of up and down. Sometimes they just smash teams on it, sometimes they lose teams they shouldn't be really losing on. I think Mongols should ban Ancient. I think that's a map that MAT have played quite a lot. They have so many reps on it as well. And actually, no, MAT banning on Mirage, I think that's surprising for me. I thought they'd actually go for Mirage, shake hands there.
Yeah, that seemed like the go-to map as well. In there we have, okay, now they get rid of Inferno as well, so just
Dust 2?
Ancient and Dust 2. I think we see Ancient from the Mongols. Yeah, they get rid of Dust 2, and we see Ancient, and you know, they played it against
G2 yesterday.
Yeah,
close game,
close affair, exactly.
Here's the interesting thing though, for MAT, this is their most played map online, you know, back home, and sure, the level of opposition isn't the highest, so to speak, but they have the reps on, and also for Mongols, it's CT side, man. We saw a few mistakes which were being abused by G2, so this map, Vito, from looking at it, I think it does favor M80, not for the win, but at least when it comes to the map.
Okay, we'll side there with that.
Okay.
And I think we talked, and we kind of put some stock in here into the Mongols that they should win this game. Is that fair to say from your end as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I have the Mongols taking this one. They're the better team.
Okay. Well, in doing so, how did they go wrong? I guess I'm going to have to ask that question too.
Well, you know, it's a best of one, and like Ble pointed out, M80 plays this map a lot, so they have, you know, they're going to feel comfortable when it comes to doing what it is that they want to do, but that shouldn't really matter all too much if Mongols are on point. Yesterday, close affair against G2 with Monesi and Nico playing well.
And then Mobs AK-47.
Having his moments as well, so I think now against, you know, weaker players, Mongols are going to have a field day.
Okay, field day. You like
field day? It's going to be a field day. Yeah, they're going to be just marauding across the field.
I was waiting to see where we were going with that, but yeah, I do have to agree. If you look at the Mongols right here, it makes absolute sense for them to come in and kind of control and dictate the pace of this game. But guess what? It's Counter-Strike, so we don't really know. We've just got to sit back, relax, watch the game itself, which is exactly what we're inclined to do. So thank you two very, very much. We do have M80 and the Mongols going toe-to-toe on the map of Ancient. We got a taste of Mongols on it yesterday, and now we're going to see if they can finish the job. So let's get this one done with Chad and Machine.
We continue on through our resurrection stage here again, live from the Amazon Arena in the heart of Riyadh in our boulevard. And we have a best of one on our hand again.
To quote, best of ones are beautiful unless you lose. Now, I've been absolutely obsessed by this wonderful trophy here. This will be lifted in just a couple of days' time. The first ever part of it will become part of the totem, but I just love the fact that we're building up all of the crushed keys, and one of them has been broken inside of it.
Absolutely. I've seen quite a few keys at this point, either throughout our stages, all through the past couple of weeks, but this is the first time I see a key that's actually been split.
Yeah, smash the keys.
It is thick. That is not a small board.
And that's proper gold as well. Don't be touching it.
Absolutely. But you know what? We got proper gold to go through with our teams. We'll see who'll have to give up their key, but let's introduce them, starting with the Mongols. They've joined us through the Asia qualifiers, but today they have exacted revenge after their loss yesterday, and that was MIBR that stood in their way. They could barely pick up 3 rounds against Mongols, and I think they're ready to get another team out of here.
A place in the final is at stake. As we say, it takes 2 to tango. Let us meet their opponents. It's M80. I've just been listening to them do a team talk. They were snuggled up. There was cheering. They look pumped for this. Can they do it again? They were not favourites in the last game, and they won it. Here with them, they have Lake, who has been with the team 10 days. It's his international debut. He looked great. Maybe they can. Are you ready?
I am absolutely ready.
I'm ready. We've got 2 teams already. Here we go. A best of 1 here at the Esports World Cup. Let's get it on.
Let's do that, OJ. Not to be confused with Chad or Machine or any of the other people that I mentioned a second ago. Only to highlight my own flaws.
All 3 equally handsome, though.
All 3, even Milosh, handsome as well. Hey, so let's do this. Let's identify the 2 players, 1 on each side, who we're looking for here to make an impact.
I'm looking at 910. I remember watching his op on Ancient. Usually a lethal beast rarely makes a mistake, and I feel like he's going to be the guy who's going to have to come up big here for Mongols to make it easy.
910, huh?
Uh-huh. Okay.
Who do I pick, Trace?
Yeah, I don't know. Other side, M8.
The other side, the other team.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Let's just go with Lake.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a great day.
I really liked the post-game interview as well from him. You know, kept it real, kept it honest. We were playing a little bit scared at the start. Then we found our groove. We started playing with some freedom, like Americans do.
Yeah.
And success. There it was.
Yeah, there it was, and there it is. Thank you for that, gentlemen. Let's get into the game. How about that? Ancient. It's the Mongols.
For real this time?
Taking on M80. Yeah, I promise.
Thank you so very much. That's OJ Borg and Milosh the Medic giving you the post-match, pre-match breakdown. I'm joking, of course, but that was great to see. We've got an interesting one here. Mongols favoured from our panel, and I would assume, Chad, that you already are expecting Mongols to be taking on Furia later today.
I echo the sentiment, and I also think the conversation about if we want to consider Mongols to be a top team, then they need to be taking care of business today against M80, who did show fine form against Complexity. That was a very entertaining map of Counter-Strike to watch, where, well, if you're a Mongolian Counter-Strike fan, I'm sure watching them drub MIBR was entertaining for one reason, but that was a 13-2 scoreline. So once we compare those, there's quite the contrast. OT affair with comebacks and just absolute smashing. And the Mongols tend to have a pretty good track record against Brazilians, so if they do win this, they go up against Furia, who have looked good on Nuke. I'm not sure that Mongols will give them that liberty to play it yet again. And we have to wait and see if that's even the matchup we'll be getting today. Lake on your screen, Desk, happy with him. Yanko might be a Lake fan. I heard he's not a fan of the sea or the ocean. He likes lakes, smaller bodies of water for Yanko.
Yeah, that's where he likes to do his best work. And Mongols nearly doing their best work up against G2 on Ancient yesterday. We were very impressed. Some real swing rounds from Blitz, having some impact with his multi-kill.
Oh, the 5-7 as well in middle, just doing some peppering.
Yeah, it looked like just a high-impact game across the board. OT in the second map. It was a will they, won't they, trading blows, winning rounds with just nades and pistols, losing rounds with all their AKs. Yeah, perhaps it has looked a little sloppy, which was a word used to describe M80. And coming into this one, I'm very intrigued to see if they've got anything left in the can. I'm sure, punishing mistakes of Complexity is one thing, but can they get their groove on up against a team like the Mongols? Like the boys were saying on the panel, these guys can shoot. You're going to have to match their output if you even want to start talking about the nitty-gritty tactics.
Well, one of the positives for M80 is getting to start on the CT side of Ancient. So let's see, pistol rounds, if they're able to convert. It's one of those win conditions that we talk about until the cows come home. Not live. It's called a false start.
Bit too quick out the blocks. Should be able to get the match medic underway.
I thought his name was Milosh.
Yeah, he goes by match.
Yeah.
Oh, he sorted it out. Thank you very much.
Well, take note. Has disappeared from the server, but hopefully only temporarily, because we do need 5 players on either side to kick things off.
Oh, yeah, I was learning about that.
Yeah, 5v5. First to 13. Multiple ways to win a round. Or lose one.
Yeah, and it is, you know, it was an interesting observation from Sin, just talking a little bit about that win against Complexity. He observed that, especially in MR12, a 7-5 and an 8-4 are worlds apart. When it comes into that second half, just gives you that little bit more room to maneuver and to adapt and to overcome what can be the inevitable close rounds.
Senzu was just having a bit of a yawn, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, it's a surprise that we find ourselves here. It's about 7 p.m. local time. 4 best of ones deep. And the Mongols, they've been here all day. Let's see if M80 and the Mongols is actually starting this time. CT start for the North American side.
Dual Berettas. And if you say M80 10 times fast, it sounds like Matey. So Matey, let's get this one on.
Yahar. Wreck. Actually, look at that setup. He's got Kevlar and an Incendiary and the dual Berettas. They've set him up for success on A. So if he gets nothing, it would be a lot of money down the Swanee. Info. Incendiary. Mazinho separated from the pack. He's played that to perfection. Do they scrap their plans? It looks like the mid player is going to start to make a move. It's Blitz having a walkout.
I love the double layering of utility, right? The molly to stop, it segregates, and then the smoke comes in for the rotation. So completely denied any fights towards A main. If they were hoping Mongols to try to re-aggress, they have to knock elsewhere for now. Blitz into the next pair of dualies.
Oh, that could not have been better. Perfect pre-aim, destroying Swisher. Doesn't even get a chance to pull the trigger. Now into B we go. Uncomfortable, highly uncomfortable. Techno flashed off. Slacks tries to occupy. 9-10 putting pressure on. This is uncomfortable. Can't hit the shot. And Techno searching for more. This should seal the deal. Lake even is a goosh. 1 HP. Nothing for him here. Going to get hunted down. Ferocious from the Mongols. Despite Rex, you know, defense of the A commit, they just pivot, and they pivot gracefully. Blitz, impact again. We talked about his multi-kills. Well, he started the pistol with a nice double.
Suppose that's one of the negatives of having that type of utility is, yeah, you stop them, but now they're going elsewhere.
Now what?
Especially when Blitz is hitting a banger like that, entering in towards Cave. So great work from him. Good, clean lurk there from Senzu. And Mazinho, that's exactly what we were thinking. All right, well, force buy for M80, UMP for Lake, MP9 for Rec, and an A execute on the agenda. This time around, Rec doesn't have the incendiary, only has the smoke. That will not completely stall out Mongols if they want to come on through, and here's the util.
Rec is under a lot of pressure once more. The pre-fire connecting. Light on ammo, 6 bullets left.
Cancel?
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be almost a repeat of the pistol.
Well, Lake tried to push middle and catch them on a timing, so Blitz dealing with that has brought them another way out yet again. So Blitz, the bailout. I have to start a fund. And they're already coming up with a new plan. You can see Mazinho poising himself even with a bit of util to make this possible. More bodies close mid, 3 of which M80 can still stop this.
Slack confirms. 9-10 twins out. Sin does some damage, but not lethal. And look at them go. 9-10 a double. Swisher will finish off 9-10. All alone in this one. Long range taps from Mazinho, just whistling past Swisher's ear, and eventually gets it across the line with that long range clock head shot.
Laboured, sure, but that's going to be the 2-0 start and likely to be 3-0 considering the investment of M80 there. So Mongols struggling with pistols yesterday against G2. It was one of the big conversation points that we were mulling over throughout the first best of 3 of the day. We obviously had 3 streams running simultaneously for the opening stage. Everybody getting to kick off besides GG How in best of 3s. 7 teams down towards the resurrection stage where we find us now, and just 3 names remaining. Need to whittle, or when Flycoast were playing, wattle that down to just 2. Furia versus who?
Senzu, interestingly, didn't choose to invest, just gave that AK over, knows that they're not going to be fully invested, instead just going to have a lot of cash to splash in the more testing rounds.
Well, I'm likely to see him drop the AWP across to 9-10 going into the next. So I like Mongols. They're thinking ahead. They've got a 5-year plan. Invested in different shares and stocks, and well, Senzu to lead that charge into B. Bomb goes down, smoked off for now. Still residual U2, but they catch them on a bit of a timing. It should be easy. Don't worry.
So scary. Throw weapons at each other, your teammate goes down. It is only going to be 2 casualties, but not bad for what was invested from 80. Down goes Sin. Clean 3-0. Guns are imminent.
All right, well, do we see Senzu drop the AWP across to 9-10? Yes, we do.
Thank you very much.
So an exchange of guns as we go into the first weapon round. Slacks being able to equip his. So both teams with almost everything that they would desire. Lacking a little bit of util on the M80 side, but might be negligible. Let's see how they proceed to open. Big smile on Senzu's face. Red smoke. We saw G2 exploiting that yesterday by blowing it open, clearing red and getting some easy jewels.
Straight out. Synchronized with the pop of the flash. Lake just deleted. Caught in the open. Kind of sobering couple of rounds from Lake. 0-4.
Gets to circumnavigate the AWP as well. That's a problem. It's like Slacks is going to have to rotate back, and there's a deal with red. It's not always the best fight for the AWP, or he could post up in A. It's actually Swisher being brought back. Smoke from Blitz up close and personal to facilitate the potential A split.
Oh, well timed from Swisher. Catches Blitz on the deep clear. Forced away. Senzu could be a dead man here, and he is. Lovely work from M80. Oh, okay. Well, that's a confidence booster right there. You're 4v5 and immediately return to middle, retake it. Slacks is hitting shots. Bomb is lost. Techno on the wrong side of the map.
Was he spotted?
Sin was considering it. Swisher's pausing. It implies, I think they know all too well where Techno is residing.
Yeah, going to be boxed in by Rex movements shortly as well, but Sin should be able to finish this one off. AK in between the middle of the eyes, and I like that. It was a retake mid scenario, right? So the calls come through, boys, let's evacuate the bomb sites, let's go donut, let's go red, let's clear out mid and take some fights, and they found an awful lot. 9-10 getting picked off there. He's thinking, hold up, I thought Senzu was the one taking contact. So you're right, Swisher with a really good timing. Blitz clearing his close corner, doesn't want anybody to be cheeky. Slacks onto 9-10. With the fade of that donut smoke. I thought that was going to usher them across, but stalled out by the incendiary towards window.
Oh, we are going to get our first look at the Mongols towards the B site quick. Gonna test M80, set up that AWP. They're going to be punished with some nice damage on the nades. 9-10 fires off his shot, so the play is clear.
They're in.
Just like that, Swisher forced to play retake. They have a lot of cave. 3 bodies in cave, smoked off. A boost. We'll give them something to work with, but that's a quick one from Mazzinho. Clears out Swisher, takes and seizes that long control. Uncomfortable retake for M80.
Yeah, look, it's great to have cave, but if you're smoked off, you're kind of boxed in.
It'd be good to pivot ramp, and that looks like that is the game plan.
In the fade.
Lake making a move up ramp.
Whoa.
Catches Blitz. Actually not far off on the span. He knows where's another. He caught one, and now Rex contributing as well. Mazzinho.
Got a kid.
Last man standing, holding the defuse. There's nothing they can do. With 4 alive as well. Back into the B bomb site.
You wonder what the acceleration was. But Lake just started running. He went, yeah, okay, we need to retake the site. I'll just run up the ramp. Not considered whatsoever. Dev happy with that one. Lake breaks his way in.
That's a round-defining double. His first 2 kills of this best of 1.
Humbling the Mongols as well. They are going to have to take a bit of a save on their end. A few deagles invested for the likes of Techno, Blitz, and Senzu. Glocks for 9-10 and Mazzinho. Should be able to make it 3 on the trot and level things out.
Techno just looked away. Sin clears out. They've got full deep B control.
Yeah, look at that blue line across the lane. This is very tough to break, especially considering the investment. No flash, no molly, no smoke to try and cut off one of these lines of sight. It's just going to be sit back and wait and then hope that they're able to get a couple of picks as the round timer ticks on down. This should be M80's round every day of the week.
Sin, not overcommitting as they charge up the ramp. Swisher needs a multi, and actually he's in trouble now. Yeah, lovely work. Blocked headshots back-to-back from 9-10. More damage onto Sin. These pistols, they're threatening. Blitz has got Kevlar with that recovered M4, but the bomb disconnected from Blitz. He's going to do some damage to Slacks and finishes it off into his boots. Bomb under CT control. Blitz thinks, maybe I'll just seize this AWP for my mate 9-10.
Well, that's if he gets to hold on to it. Worst case now for Blitz, he goes down after time, and they know exactly where he is. So Sin trying to cut him off at the pass, make sure that Blitz does not get to stay alive. And this would be miserable for the in-game leader of the Mongols if he goes down. 8 seconds remaining. Almost the double on the AWP. Tags Wreck as well. 4 seconds. He might go down after... Oh, I feel like Sin's done him a bit of a favor there.
Fair. Imagine the Kalat pieces out into the B-bomb site. Catches a whiff of Sin.
Well, good damage for the Mongols considering the level of investment that they've made. Just 2 seconds left on the clock right there. Yeah, I think he realized maybe he could have taken him after time.
Starting 2A for the CT side. Sin springs into action, throwing down bullets. The cave wallbang.
Yeah, making no secret that he has control of this. They've gone for a pretty standard B utility. The lane molly. Stall out the tees, but you can see Mongols, they're in no rush this time round. I think the most interesting prospect right now is Rex aggression towards A main. Nade down the back pocket of 9-10. Definitely a completely different change of pace as Senzu. There's an opener.
Swish is going to have to react to that late as well. Ooh, Slags. He's given up the mid-cross. Blitz now a threat towards the B players as well. Rex starts to activate, but it could be too little too late. Incendiary buys him a bit of time, but Techno, good read of the situation. Throws some bullets through the smoke into Swisher. They are so separate.
Play.com.
Slacks towards the temple. Lake towards lane. And the bomb already down. They are going to lose it all here. Holding onto his orb is Slacks. Not trying to, anyway. There it is. There it is, holding on.
There's time to go for this.
Time to investigate.
What's going on?
Right, indeed. Techno needs to play this one safe. Mazzini was leaving. He was heading to the
already on the hunt.
We cool? Oh my God.
Not cool anymore.
Oh, we cool. Wait. Molly. Good frag. Gets some.
Oh!
Saves the Mongols from a very awkward situation.
Almost gave that one away, didn't they?
Jesus. And as you can see, guys, let your predictions in. Who you think's going to be taking this one? stcplay.gg. Let us know who you think's going to have this in the bag. Well, for a second there,
it felt like there was a bow on this round. It was done, you know, we're putting our legs up. That's exactly what the Mongols were doing, kicking back, and then out of nowhere, a couple of AWP kills, round accelerates, and then Mazzinho has to win a 1v2 with mollies and nades in his face.
Yeah, just with his knife out in like T-spawn, like, oh.
I guess I am needed.
Saves the day, lovely. Oh, wow. Combination of bullets there. Blitz's well-placed flames. Takes down the AWPer, and Sin needs some support from Swisher, a flashbang or something. He's
going to flick down.
Oh, you! Techno, good clear. Swisher's turn, nearly the double. Senzu lucky, just hanging on by a thread there. Into the flames, an opportunity for Lake, doesn't hit it.
Are you sure they're saving, Alex?
I'm not going to say anything. I'm keeping my lips zipped.
Do they just teleport into the side and give this one a crack out of nowhere?
Yeah, Lake's heading to the teleporter in A main.
Well, you knew it was going to be a pretty fragile economy considering how many kills they had just made against the Mongols, but their investment back in, that little blitz, Slacks trade in middle, that was a defining moment. You could see Slacks there trying to dance around the flames, Blitz getting that kill, going down as well. But it's the trade work from Mongols making their way up the B ramp. Just those MP9s not packing a lethal punch. 5 secure for the Mongols now.
Yeah, not far away from those MP9s doing what was required of them. To Big round, though, for the Mongols to post. Puts us into 5-3, a 2-round gap now. And seems likely it would be 3. Saved M4, saved AWP short. You'll see this one, techno clear, just a nice crouch peek. Swisher. Just the 1 point of health left on Senzu.
Yeah, and with the AWP in transition as well, just fired a shot. That would have been a real opportunity. You think at that point, 910's probably going for a no-scope. There's going to be a tactical timeout taken, and this one on the side of M80, because the discussion needs to be, okay, we have the saved AWP, but it's not in the hands of Slacks. Do we drop it over to him? And then what does Lake get? We also have the M4 for Rec. But next round, we only get 2400 loss bonus, and everybody's kitty is sitting at about 2.2. So we need to take the fullest of eco. So it's likely just to see Lake get to proceed with this AWP, try and set him up early to find a fight, and then Rec anchoring over towards A. That's probably not the best use for this rifle in a round like this if you expect the Mongols to go with some of their standard default plays. You want to see if you can unravel over towards B lane.
Could you put the AWP donut spotting mid and listening A, and then just have that rifle supporting B with the pistol?
Yeah, maybe give it a boost or two. Have a flash to try and facilitate that flash. Actually, Lake has given the AWP to Slacks.
Okay.
So it makes sense having the main AWP player getting to wield that bad boy, but in the wrong place, actually being boosted up towards B long at the moment as the two individuals, Rec and Sin, take the cave space. So it's just going to be Lake with the Deagle, and if he gets smoked off, it's all over Red Rover.
Yeah, he's heard them. And has a 1-2 chances. Some very hard shots on their cross. 910, punished by that rival AWP, so Slack's given it, and justifiably so, Swisher. Adjusting into Senzu, 2 targets, and he doesn't get too overwhelmed.
They need to hold on to this AWP or they won't have it in the next.
He's in a prime position to try and make this costly. Are they going to turn their back? Slack's knife out. Spotted and away. Swisher can go down. No harm, no foul.
Well, Cash is still a little bit rough around the edges for some of the Mongols players, so you have to ask yourself how many of them can really get stuck into this hunt. You would love to remove that AWP knowing it won't be in the hands of M80 in the next, but everyone is just going to hold it at bay. They've cut them off towards the B bomb site, and there's that third round difference now. Half of the first half secure for Mongols. It is tough to rule out M80 considering the type of comeback that they mounted. Winning the pistol against Complexity, then losing 7 straight rounds, 7-5 on the half. Second half started, also felt like they were in a bit of trouble, but then they battled back in with some big clutches. The tenacity of M80 was something to marvel at earlier in the day.
Yeah, I mean, integrating a player who's been on your roster for 10 days, just over a week with, what, 5 practices? I think I spoke to Sin. 5 scrim days. Certainly not going to be an easy feat up against a very polished squad in the Mongols, albeit, as we've seen and discussed, not always at the top of their game in the polish department.
Penny's dropping a little bit late for M80 by the looks of things. You've got full B lane control, there's nobody spamming, you've got B doors completely, you have mid completely, so what, you think that they're just sitting up B doors? No, they're in A already, so Slacks, you've rotated over, you have to hit a shot through the flames, but it's 9-10 to open the account on the AWP. Blitz has this one dead to rights.
They are really abusing this A side of the map. They started pistols there, the second round there. And now guns walking in. Definitely been more frequently hit.
And it's in the last couple that they changed the pace a little bit, Mongols. With one of the previous gun rounds, you saw them go a whole lot slower about things, allow this CT utility to be expended. If you're going to dump so much for the control that M80 are looking for, you can just wait these rounds out. They walked in towards an essentially free site. Blitz, how many more rifles can you take away?
He's got at least one here. No, not to be. Well held by Sin. Maintains his rifle. Gonna have to start going for them now. We're getting to the tail end of this first half.
Yeah, these saves just keep it somewhat interesting in the sense that, well, M80 have something to fight back with, but at the moment they're being outmaneuvered. We've seen them be able to hit the shots, but a lot of the time they've already foregone the bomb side or they're just completely in the wrong position. Here's that 9-10 opener from within the flames. But the round was already done at that point. Blitz is killed towards the mid push. It's a really tough one, especially because they're walking into the site and they've hardly used any utility. Getting into A for free and you've hardly used any nades. Think about how many times you can smoke CT, Molly Donut, keep Temple on lock. That's a joy for the Mongols as the second tactical timeout now forced for M80. You're right, they do have to start giving some of these rounds a crack, and with what cash is left over for them going into the next and final round, with the loss bonus, they should be good for another buy, even if they get wiped. So I would like to see them, even if the chips are down in a 2v3 potential, give the retake a go. You need rounds at this time, boys.
Yeah, 7-5, a whole lot better than 8-4, in Sin's words. Let's see if they can get that fourth. Bare minimum.
A-main push. They're fed up of losing this site.
Yeah, Mongols stubborn in their pursuit of it. Look at that flash. He got away in time. I don't think Mazinho spotted him. Good cover from Slacks. Now he starts to activate, but 9-10 perpetually prepared for the next engagement. Sharp on that AWP. What's Blitz's plan here? Wants them to park the bus a bit.
I feel if it goes too quiet, the rotation from Lake, he now needs to take the position of Wreck. They have to take a gamble to get the space back. Like, Lake's rotated over. They've foregone a lot of the map, but they need to take some room. And an A-main re-aggress, if they are just sitting and parking the bus in there and you go in, it's like, okay, well, that kind of sucks. But they need some space. So instead of opting for A-main control, it looks like it'll be through Donut. But they need to stay active. And it'd be great if they could piece this together some way with the B defenders.
They're getting across. Are they going B up through mid? The smoke red should facilitate it. Smoke well placed. Completely guises their cross back to B, and now it is just Swisher playing retake. An incendiary to his name. And a whole squad heading his way. Clearing out mid, it's a bit suspiciously quiet. They've managed to play this beautifully, Mongols. 35 seconds to piece it together. Sin seems to have worked it out.
Oh, hey, it's crazy.
It starts to spam, acting like he's a little late piece, and now Lake, good find, takes down Blitz, out through Cave. Oh, well-placed utility.
Bomb loose.
Good spam on the Techno.
Oh.
Good work from Sin.
Almost a lineup.
9-10 with just 15 seconds, fakes it out and goes on down. That's a big one to post for M80. 4 alive, but more importantly, a 4th round.
I thought they were going to be too late to the party there with that mid-reaggress because they were waiting for the red smoke to fade because they needed Sin to be able to contribute. And at that point, it felt like they had really lost control. But Swisher in retake, and really it is Lake's push. 9-10, you can see why he's so aware of another player being up close. It's a very standard play to have that AWP come and cover off the left side while the rifle walks up that right side. And that 5's still possible.
One last chance on the defense, one more shake of the defensive stick. This time, more standard distribution of their attacking pieces. What is that from Sin? A flash and go. He's cleared out one. And Senzu quick to equalize. Oh, okay, and then some. What is that? Just locks onto the head of Swisher through the smoke.
You know that's both B
defenders. He knows where Lake is. Oh, good read. Well played, though, from Lake. Still out-duels him. Scary scenes for Lake. 9-10. Soon to be assisted by Blitz, but he is not ready for wreck. Not ready at all. That was the bomb. Knife out. 9-10, we're going for no scopes. Burning down, sprayed on down, and up to Mazinho. Caught off on the jump. Lake makes it so. Aggression, the remedy. A 7-5 half. Competitive scenes here on Ancient.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Let's rock and roll with our next half of play. Mongols and M80. Just the winner lives on to fight a best of 3.
No, best of 1.
Still best of 1?
Yeah, best of 1.
Wow.
The Resurrection best of 1 all the way.
So merciless. Fury are waiting there all the same. And it has been best of 1s all day here in the Resurrection stage. After you've lost that best of 3, you are condemned here until you can find yourself supreme of the Resurrection stage. Mongols and M80, yes, indeed, M80 taking down Complexity earlier on in the day. A bit of a banger if you missed it. And for the Mongols, sent here by G2, albeit very competitive in the best of 3.
I'm going to have to ask myself a question right now, Alex. Are M80 doing the Hugo?
I don't even know what the Hugo is on Ancient.
Smoke long and short, plant the bomb, have the molly outside the doors. When they go to defuse, molly the bomb. Is it the Hugo?
Could very well be the Hugo, Byron. Smoke's long. Smoke short. He's gonna...
Oh!
The loss of Slags before they even get going. Now a smoke on the top of the ramp as well. Senzu's ready for the war. Techno. Lovely control of... Well, I say control. He's clicking fast. That's what he's doing. Rek and Sin no longer with us. Getting run out by Techno. 1 bullet is all he's got left. He's going to opt for the knife.
Give him another gun.
Anything. Anything will do.
Oh!
God, Rek. Nice shot. Senzu, however, he really disrupted that. That seems to be the counter to the Hugos. You just have to have a Mongolian hit the first bullet out of his USP.
Crazy. Yeah. Absolutely wild scenes. The Hugo unraveled. That doesn't happen every day of the week. 3-round difference. That is both pistolas in the back pocket of the Mongols. And M80 this time will not be trying their luck with the force buy. See a smoke invested for Sin. Where will he be deploying that?
Yeah, both pistols, M80 have managed to get 1 frag.
Oh, it's the B lurk smoke. They're just trying to get a plan.
Understandable. Justifiable. Will Senzu stand in the way once again of their approach towards the ramp? There is very few.
They'll get the plan.
He's going to punch in the code. And yep, just shy of the bullets required to catch him on the adjustment. So bomb down, mission accomplished. M80, however, stomaching 9-5 on their approach to this comeback. The guns will come out.
Yeah, look, that's a nice way to guarantee that bomb going down because it's hard to see the CTs playing committed in an anti-eco or anti-force scenario anyway. So nice little idea there to guarantee themselves the cash injection. Obviously not as much as it once was because of the defuse, but still, you'll take it. Slack's also the one to plant the bomb.
Slacks was really mad about it.
I've never seen him so mad.
Big gun round. So much at stake for the M80 squad here. And it's late. Trying his luck.
Oh, they missed the double mollies.
He's testing them. Getting himself out. Hidden in the smoke is Blitz. Not Mazinho eats the flash. Blitz can't trade because Lake's got himself the double.
Great for
level. Senzu pushing perfectly timed as well. Schwitzer just looked away, but just about gets his crosshair back on the head in time. He knows he's got space to work with. The timing, however, on Techno. He's pushing the smoke, and Rek's going to overlook this. Rek, how has he done that? Just about works it out in time. Pauses, baits the shot, and converts the round just like that. M80 take their first gunny.
All right, well, the double mollies were missed in middle. I don't think it would have made too much of a difference, especially with the way that Lake was approaching that. So great work from them to be able to break in towards middle. I thought 9-10 with the trade through the top red smoke was enough to really stem the bleeding there, but Senzu pushing down, thought he had caught that timing. Not to be the case. Zinho flashed out, Blitz gets one, traded immediately. There's 9-10. This is the duel that essentially decided the round because it opened the avenue in towards the B bomb site, and we had an exchange within that first half where I think Rek caught Blitz coming back with the bomb. Maybe Rek remembered that, took his time. Force by from Mongols.
Look at that from Techno. Hyper aggressive, and Swishers are going to get cut down. Still takes one with him. Admirable. Sin quick up through mid. Punishes towards Tetris. 9-10 gone. Senzu, they know where he was. Hence the hesitance by B doors. It's Sin that he's looking for.
Ooh, if that was... No, not spotted.
Oh, wow. Quickly adjusted the barrel, but he gives it to Senzu. 16 frags and counting, looking solid here.
How aware is he?
Aware enough. Takes his pot shot, brought low. 20 HP, gonna have to respect the Molotov. Bomb going in. Zinho joins in, more healthy, might want to swap out the weaponry.
They can flush the site player with this molly.
Molly is going to get awkward. Slacks. Stays cool, stays calm. They have swapped out the rifle, so Senzu to move first. Oh, but Mazinho loses his head on the swing short, so just a bit mismanaged there. Looks like it's good for the 7th. Can't even get away with the AKM-80. They're starting to heat up.
I think if they had dropped the gun beforehand, then done the molly, they would have been more likely to take that fight. But because they did the molly, then nobody swung directly into them. Then they're trading guns. They kind of lost the element of surprise, or at least the tactical advantage that offered in the moment. You could see him pivoting behind it anyway. And you said stay calm. That was key. Sin with a very impactful round. Almost got out of control. Good shot from Senzu.
He wasn't far off on that tap on ramp either.
But necessary from Rek. And they know how important that round is. It's forced the Mongols down to an eco, a chance to draw this back to just a one-round game. And we know that M80 are more than happy to go the distance. They did so against Complexity just a little bit earlier in their previous best-of-1 matchup, whereas the Mongols made light work of MIBR, absolutely rolled over them. So who gets to farm up the ecos? That's the real conversation point. Lake straight out middle again. Needs flashes to facilitate him.
Ah, that's one of the 2 deagles they invested, and Lake, his pursuit of a couple of extra eeks. Let's put his AK in the dirt. Might be able to be retrieved, but there is util landing A. Senzu's going to be focused on that. Blitz 2, pulled away. Peek over this. Not going to be easy to find vision. A bit of damage onto Sin. The boost up. Down they fall.
Oh, double for Rek.
Hopple. Nice shot. Senzu, he is looking great, but walks into Sin. Techno left and down. Dealt with. Not the cleanest, but no complaints.
Well, you can see that they're trying to really enable Lake. Hey, mate, we'll send you out middle. You can try and farm this. And he went out very brazen and, you know, catches the timing. He gets a couple of kills, but he got shut down by Blitz. It was no issue. Rek's done a good job being the bodyguard in a couple of these rounds where things are starting to heat up a little bit, get a little bit dicier. So he's had some important kills. The one waiting at the B doors when he's coming back with the bomb. Then over towards the B site, defending against Mazinho, short swing. And now with a double kill as they've lost the opening pick on what is pretty much an eco. Deep smoke. So Lake can play around this. Probably calling for a flash.
Ooh, takes it dry. Blitz punish. Blitz winning out on the head-to-head in these last couple. 9-10. Completely overlooked there. So a comfortable couple of frags for Mongols into this one.
Should.
Oh. He's been comfortable so far, but
17 kills. You think he has that one every day of the week?
Would, and it has given them a real portal into this round. It's now 5v3 goes 3-on-3. Blitz in cave though. They acknowledge they haven't had the info. They're smoked off towards CT. It's Blitz making the play. Yeah, trying to get that bomb across. The flash implies just as that.
Yeah, that should tell Mongol something.
And Blitz is in a power position to disrupt. He thinks he's got a gap. He's right. He's absolutely right. Brilliant from Blitz. It's the double. To seal the deal, only Slacks can deny. And he can't even get Blitz either. 4 kills in the round. Blitz just an absolute master at finding these timings. He's got the read. He knows. He's reading them like a book. And he profits, pulling home that 10th round. In the absence of Senzu, don't worry, you got Blitz on your side.
Well, it started so well. This was a 3v5 situation. It has to be 4 in total for the round for Blitz to pull it through. And yeah, that flash over towards B lane, I think it shows him he has a bit of a gap. They have to worry about the CT smoke slip. Finds the perfect point.
Oh, I mean, you know, if he keeps this up, we're going to have to add him to the conversation of frag and IGLs. Big Uzero's got company. And it's Blitz doing it again, doing him dirty. Double on Lake and Sin. Swisher realizes he's going to have to go searching. Puts his rod in the water up ramp. Senzu, a different approach this time. Going to be just intermittently peeking into Swisher. Loud about this and overlooked. Overlooked, distracted by Cave, and Senzu still not going to overcommit. He'll just take it, bide his time, and collect 5 bullets. And a nice one from Slacks. Techno in that smoke. Blitz walking up close. And
hello?
Go, should be fine. Blitz gets him down, and Rek with his knife out for an 11th. Damn, Blitz just decided to put the pedals straight down to the metal. Locks down mid single-handedly.
Yeah, and a couple of the times when they've gone to go out middle, you seen in the previous round where he's just waltzed out A and towards 9-10, he's expecting Mongols to go for the classic press, right? 2 to 3 players towards middle, the rest over towards B through cave and B lane fighting for that control, and they lose the opening pick, so he pushes out A. Same type of situation here. It's okay, well, there's so much pressure on middle, we should be able to get in towards B, and they were able to do so, but Senzu undetected for way too long, just playing that passive angle. Great from Blitz, his impact now really being felt late within this best of one. Just 2 more rounds required, and they're in one of the best positions they could possibly find themselves in to secure 12. The Mongols have pushed M80 into a scenario where everybody's sitting at about that 2K mark. They have to take a save and get the rifles out and then fight for overtime. So you should be securing the 12 to 8 scoreline right now if you're the Mongols. Then you just have to win 1 of the next 4 to line up that match against Fury at 1 spot, joining the big names. Mouse, FaZe, Na'Vi, Vitality, Spirit.
Up they go.
Trying this for the plant again.
Senzu, supported by some nice utility. He's going to be able to defend the site, but certainly not defend the plant. They still get it down. They'll get their extra cash to try and hit this 4-round streak. Oh. Well, talking of extra cash, Senzu pockets himself 1,500 of his own.
They've used the cheese twice.
Yeah, well...
Gotten away with the cheese twice, have they, M80?
Yeah, you can have it, you know, after dessert. You can have it as a starter.
Wow, 21 for Blitz, 20 for Senzu. Those are the 2 that have been the workhorses of this best of 1. 12 for 9-10, 9 for Techno, and 6 for Mazinho. And Mara, he does not want this to go on any longer. The Mongols taking their 2nd of 3 tactical timeouts during regulation to have the conversation about the finishing blow, the closing round, what could be a 13 to 8 scoreline. Feels like they've been very reactive, right? Whereas you think about the M80 that we had on Anubis, they would just sit back and wait. And whether that was them being a little bit timid or scared, either way, they were just going through map control. Here, they're trying to take things a whole lot quicker, and it seems to be costing them. Look at the replay on the Senzu knife.
Is there any fight left in M80? Blitz and Mazinho. Blitz again, just swinging as far as he can. As quickly as he can. Oh, they've already gone 1 for 1. Ramp tested. Lake down. Senzu, however, removed. Lovely work from 9-10. Goes searching for Slacks, caught in the open. Puts it all onto the remaining 3. Blitz well aware of the potential upon the fade of that smoke, and Sin and Swish are going to have to put their heads together. Blitz wants to play this advantage, play it smart, play it by the book. For the open CT, for your early warning.
Techno somewhat committed here.
Yeah, it's a chance for Swisher if it's crosshair placement. Techno better. Clean headshot with his AK. Sin, that's the bomb, and that looks like it could be it for M80. Techno just locking it down, a nice double kill, Wreck alone, and a little bit of a window, a little bit of a timing on the jiggle out. He did slip the net, but they're clearing, they're diligent, and a nice headshot to start. They're just going to come barraging towards him, all 3, holding the bomb, with 30 seconds for Wreck to piece this together. And it's 9-10 to close. Mongols survive and weather the M80 storm. They did what Complexity couldn't, and just one more map for Mongols or Furia in order to survive this resurrection stage.
And coming into this stage today, the Mongols are one of the teams that you would have at the tippy top of your tongue to be making this run to join the top 8 in the playoffs. A game against G2. A new roster of G2 and a 2-0 loss, but now they've turned things around with 2 best-of-1s on the trot. Furia not too far away, and I think that's a map that the Mongols will be somewhat confident going into. Great showing from Blitz. You got him on the screen right now, the in-game leader, mauling them towards the tail end of the half with some impactful rounds. But it got close, it got tight. M80 definitely putting up a fight today. And this has only been 10 days with Lake in the roster, limited practice, obviously having to fill that void that Malms has left on his way over to G2.
Yeah, and it's already a very impressive start from M80. A lot of people with such a quick turnaround from roster change to a tier 1 competition, you'd expect it to be rough around the edges, and sure, there's certainly signs of that, but also seeing that Lake has started to grow accustomed to the environment. He had a great game previously, had some impact here on Ancient as well.
Hopefully it's a sign of things to come. North America definitely always in need of new talent coming through, but today we've lost Gigi Hao, Sashi, FlyQuest, MIBR, M80, Complexity. Just 2 more teams stand. 1 more best of 1, and then we'll be on to best of 3s for the remainder of the tournament. We also have Spirit taking on G2 later tonight.
Monacy back in the server up against Donk. Could be a banger, should be a banger. Expect to see the fireworks. That's going to be brought to you by Jason and Dinko. And we're going to go ahead and hand this one over for our winners interview. Furia taking on the Mongols next.
Congratulations on a second best-of-1 win here at the Esports World Cup. Just talk me through that from your point of view. It seemed to be fairly easy going there.
I think so, yeah. We had a little bit struggles on some rounds and a little bit shaky rounds, but however we managed to win it.
How hard is it to come in and play repeated best-of-1s? Because you've still got 1 more to go.
It should have been easier yesterday if we won the G2 match, but however, we lost the G2 match and goes to lower bracket. And it's the best of 1 is always the difficult system, yeah.
How hard is it as a team? Because you say you lost yesterday against G2. It was a match that a lot of people said you should have won. When you know you've possibly not performed to your best and you end up in the lower bracket, how does that affect you as a team?
I think we just came from the summer break and we just didn't play a lot. Just didn't play it a lot, and just how do I say that? Just little uncomfortable thing, yeah.
All right. So what you're saying is you're warming up. Then you're getting better with every game.
Yeah, I think we just found ourselves today. Yeah.
Well, let's bring over the key, of course. Now they're going home. M80 will bring their key over to you, which you will be able to crush. I mean, it's one of the amazing ways that it works here, trophy-wise. So here it comes. Thank you so much. If you want to hand it over. Handshake as well. Thank you so much. They were great. Great to see you play here. Thank you so much. You've got the key now. Who will be crushing that from your team? One of your team will go and crush that. Who will that be?
One of my teammates.
You get to go crush it, yeah?
Teammate, right?
Yeah.
Engineer.
Love it. Thank you so much. It's been great. No, don't give me that. You take that. I was shaking your hand. There you go. They're through. 1 more best of 1 against Furia on the way.
Oh, there's some crushing going on, and it will be that key. It will also be M80's hopes and dreams. We do say goodbye to them as well here in our resurrection bracket. And the Mongols, they march on, Bleh. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was pretty convincing at the end over there. There were a few sloppy moments, I won't lie, getting a little bit ahead of themselves and almost getting punished for it. But the cerebral assassin that is Blitz, he wakes up, closes it out, and gets it done.
Yeah, that was a key round. I feel like if he doesn't clutch that one out, you know, M80 might have a chance to come back. You could see that they were getting pumped up in this game as well, a little bit reminiscent of the Complexity series, but in the end, Mongols do manage to close it out in regulation.
Yeah, and you know, it was a lot of good looks here. I would say from both sides, but obviously the Mongols came in a better team today. For M80, is there a commiseration in store?
Oh yeah, commiserations. I think they put up a pretty solid showing overall, right? Again, we have to harken back to the game they had against Complexity, where it 100% should have been Complexity getting the game. They showed a lot of tenacity, a lot of resilience, a lot of maturity as well to bring that one and close it out in overtime. And even against Mongols, you could see with even very limited practice, time, the pistol round they did against Mongols, same thing they pulled, G2 pulled off against them yesterday. They put in a little bit of prep work as well, but in the end, pound for pound, unfortunately for the North Americans, Trace, the Mongols, a little bit too much to handle.
Yeah, and I am going back to that little bit of a clutch there, if you want to call it. It wasn't necessarily a clutch, but we're talking about that hole in the B-bomb site, right?
Yeah, I think the way he managed to sneak through, right, and then find all 3 kills was rather impressive. And it was interesting to see Techno talk about, you know, would have been easier if we beat G2 yesterday. I'm not sure, bro, because, you know, if they had to play Spirit
yeah.
today, I'm not sure that you exactly want that to happen. But yeah, in any case, they have one best of one left against Furia in the Resurrection bracket, and the winner of that will face Maus.
I do like the mentality that the Mongols seem to have right now. That, yeah, we should have beaten them, instead of being like, oh yeah, you know, we had it close, but let it slip by. The fact that they're confident that they can take down teams of certain calibers right now, I think it's a good sign. And going up against Furia, man, I mean, they're called the Brazilian killers for a reason, so let's find out.
Yeah, what a title that is, I can tell you that. Let's talk a little bit about our MVP right here. It's going to be Blitz from this specific matchup. Now, obviously, you can get that honorable mention over to Senzu as well. Tons of impact from that guy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there were some moments from all the individuals, I feel, from Mongols, where obviously they popped off, but you can see Senzu with a whiff spray here and there as well. But Blitz, this guy, you know, he might not be performing as consistently as he used to. Obviously, IGLing will take a toll in his personal form. But when the going gets tough, Trace, he does step up, and that's what he saw here.
Yeah, 21 frags, 12 deaths, 99 ADR. And, you know, just above him in ADR was Senzu. So that was their key today.
Yeah, absolutely. On the CT side especially, found a ton of impact. And yeah, Mongols seem to be warming up into this tournament. This was a comfortable win. It was a very dominant one against MIBR, and now just one best of one away from getting into those playoffs.
Just one step. I mean, you basically fought through the gauntlet today. And by that, I mean this resurrection bracket was brutal from start to finish.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the one thing we're talking about when it comes to EWC. We're talking about, you know, if that opening match with the best of 3, you lose that, and it gets rough, right? Only one team is going to survive. And the Mongols, I think they've done it in a very clean fashion so far, looking very dominant. And now, just like you said, one final hurdle.
Yeah, one final hurdle. But speaking of hurdles, I'm pretty sure that there is a chance we can run these brackets for everybody. Yeah, because, I mean, right at the end of the resurrection stage here, it is very important. We're just one game away, and that, again, is just one map. So how much tougher does it get?
I think it gets very tough for Furia because Mongols have had their number for a long time. Mongols put themselves on the map, but by eliminating Furia from the plane in Katowice last year, I feel like was the first big international success that we've seen there. So yeah, they're the absolute favorite. They've been, you know, trending upwards in the last couple of months and significantly. So yeah, a tough task for Furia, especially with the recent roster change.
Yeah, especially also for the fact that we've only seen them play a couple of maps so far at this event, right? It's been Nuke mainly, where they absolutely look good, and Mirage, where they got dumpstered by Na'Vi yesterday. So we don't really have much data to really base off. But when you don't have the reps on a particular map, especially the Mongols are a pretty decent map pool, you have to favor the Mongolians.
Now, there's a chance we do get to hear from the Meity side, but we can see exactly who's eliminated at this point, right? So GG Hao out, FlyQuest out, MIBR, Complexity gone, Sashi, M80 made it this far. They're also gone now too. So is there anything that's sticking out to you two, I guess, on this left side of the bracket?
Complexity.
Yeah, just also the manner in which they lost was very, very disappointing. And FlyQuest to some extent, how flat they looked in the game against Fury after the close series against FaZe yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is going to be disappointing. Again, the woes of that particular team will continue. I think Sashi, on a more positive note, taking on JJ in a very convincing fashion and almost closing it out against Furia, showing quite a bit of tenacity. I think they're a team who are also kind of trending upwards, Trace. Maybe not a very acute angle, but a little bit more obtuse, but still upwards.
Yeah, I like.
Yeah, whatever he said.
Math.
Geometry, man.
It's wild.
Geometry. Look, I couldn't even get this axe open earlier, so I can't really talk.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Anyway, maybe we can run the playoff bracket too. Just, kind of almost for gigs in a way, but because we do have a whole other element of this tournament, right? We're going through this, we're kind of powering through this bracket today. And for what, Yanko? What are they getting?
For that last spot in the playoffs, Trace, for the privilege to face off against Mouse. We can see all the other quarterfinals are set. Team Spirit versus G2. That's going to happen today after Mongols versus Furia. And yeah, tomorrow we'll have Navi FaZe, VP Vitality, and Mouse versus Furia or the Mongols.
That's so stacked if you look at them in Navi FaZe. Every matchup, potential banger right there.
Yeah, rematch of the major grand final, right? Vitality VP, I'm looking forward to that one because VP completely smashed Complexity.
VP look good right
Electronic was incredible, so let's see if they managed during the player break to figure some stuff out, because if they did, that's going to be a yikes for everyone else.
Giga yikes.
It wasn't always beautiful over there, right? I mean, again, you're a new player, new team, new system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think a lot of people looked at that whole move and like, hey, this should just hot swap 1-for-1. Oh, this is going to be amazing, quick, fast, in a hurry. It's taken a little bit of time for VP to get where they are.
Oh, absolutely. Because if you look at the stylistic differences, that two very different schools of thoughts of Counter-Strike, where Tronic is from, and of course Jame. But I feel like they've kind of at one point started shaking hands together and like, listen, we got to make it work. We've invested a lot in getting Electronic on board as well. They replaced the coaching staff as well. So it looks like it is bearing fruit. We haven't had a big sample size. So London, where it looked good and had a bit of a player break. But now, at least based on what we saw yesterday, this is a VP that could get interesting, could make you happy as well.
VP, perhaps, or G2, just,
probably not.
Taking a huge L there. Like, what do you think?
You're their biggest fanboy now.
Yeah, apparently. That's what the socials are saying. And I'm kind of cool with that, low key. And especially since they disowned you in the process. It's unfortunate, at your expense, I did become that. But nonetheless, yeah, so we're pretty much done with what's gone on here.
Yeah, I feel good about that. How about you, Trace?
Yeah, I'm feeling thank you. It's a different landscape, especially, first, second day of the tournament. You don't always come in on these confines where it's like, hey, we might have seen this team once, or you go home.
I think it's been a pretty exciting day overall. It's not a format you usually see, right? You're having 8 teams having to battling it out for just one spot. So yeah, it's been an exciting day. And just one more game, one more team to decide who makes it.
Okay,
playoffs.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Boom, there we go, Trace.
It's been one of those days, Yanko. Tell me about your day.
It's been amazing. Just another day in paradise, Trace.
Paradise.
Phil Collins, hell yeah.
It is another day in Riyadh. However, yeah, for the Esports World Cup Club Championships, we're looking for the teams that are going to be making that mark all the way through. Not just in CS. Of course, this would be their input in their addition to everything that's going on. But we need to make a stand. So far, G2 is one of the only ones up there with the CS team.
But the CS team for sure. I think the Falcons are doing pretty good as well. Unfortunately, they're not quite here as well. But yeah, just looking at the standings, I think it's pretty cool to see just walking around the arena as well. So many different esports, so many different teams, friends, family.
Just kind of weird that all the games are, ranked the same in terms of points.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like CS and Dota and League, as well as, I don't know, Mickey Mouse Mobile or something like that.
Mickey Mouse Bang Bang?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one.
Mickey Mouse Bang Bang. Go on then. Tell a story.
That's it.
That was it.
That's all I have, Trace.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Coming to a Disney World near you.
Disney World. Well, I'm good on never mind. We were about to go full non-CS podcast for no real reason, but no one really cares when the first time we went to Disney World was. However, what I can tell you what was going on here was that we will hear from the M80 side. So let's do just that now.
Unfortunately, M80's tournament life does come to an end here at EWC, but I've got Slacks to give us a few departing words. I mean, first of all, obviously, it's been a grueling bracket. Best of ones, single elimination. What do you think went wrong versus the Mongols in that map?
So the first thing, obviously, is we didn't win any pistols. And in MR12, I think if you don't win any pistol, your chance to win is 30% or something. But to be honest, we could have won so many rounds, but they're a good team, they're shooting good. And if we have a little bit more coolness and experience, we win it.
Obviously, Lake, new addition coming into your team. How do you feel like he's fitting in at the moment? I know it's early days. It's only been a couple of officials. I heard you only had like a week practice with him. So can you kind of give me a vibe check on him so far?
So I think he's fitting in perfectly. He has like amazing energy and he's like a really nice, cool guy. But obviously, we only replaced one player and we didn't have to switch any roles, but still it feels like we're starting from scratch. We only had 5 days of practice and right now it's like really hard. Like our comms are crazy because we need to make sure everybody's on the same page, slot in, and yeah, it's hard to focus on the game right now because we're trying to fit the puzzle together. But I think for his first tournament, he's been doing great, and yeah, we knew it's going to be rough for all of us to play here with this amount of time we had.
Yeah, I'm sure you would have wished for a lot more time coming into things. Just out of interest, how long in advance did you know that Malbs was going to be moving to G2 and that you guys had to find a replacement? Did you have like a decent amount of time, or was it kind of quick?
It was basically, so we played our last match in June 10th,
yeah,
4th, 30th, something like this.
Makes sense.
And as soon as we, like, last round finished, it was like, okay, guys, I gotta tell you something.
Oh, wow.
I'm probably, it was not even 100%, I'm probably going. And then I think around like 15, 16, 17, it was clear that he will leave. And yeah, since then we know.
I heard you guys were very supportive of him, obviously, moving on to an incredible org. For your guys' future, though, we were just chatting about it. Obviously, sadly, no Cologne for you guys, no Blast groups. What's the plan? Are you guys going to boot camp together? Is there anything else in the works?
Yeah, so we have to go back to an A now and play all the local things to get our points and to play ECL, the league, to get Pro League. So we will be going to the US for like 3-4 weeks. Then we will go to Blast Showdown. So we fly to Europe for 1 week and then we go back to NA and play other local qualifiers and stuff. And I think that's it for now. And then depending how we do in the qualifiers, and then I think it's already the Shanghai RMR coming. So that's like the next steps.
Well, good luck on the grind, man. Best of luck, and yeah, look forward to seeing you soon, hopefully, at an event.
Hopefully. Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone.
And yeah, for M80, I do happen to know a guy that knows of a boot camp facility. So yeah, maybe that's something they could look into. I think they've got the building blocks here. Kind of cool.
Yeah, I think they have a place that they go to trace, unfortunately. Yeah, but you know,
you could switch it around.
Maybe they're just uneducated. Maybe that's what they're missing. Yeah. A switch of the boot camp place to take it to the next step.
Maybe Absolutely. What that is
Mongols, you know, they were there.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Black, come here for a second, man.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Come walk over here. You can walk over that. I mean, I'm not going to tell them.
They're crushing the
You
key.
walked on their logo. Stand right there.
The key.
Wait, right there. Yeah, look at the key being crushed. That is what we were looking for. This is what happens when you lose. You get put under a hydraulic press. So no pressure, bleh. But tell us what you see, bud.
I see a key getting crushed, Trace. And I just wish there was a Finnish guy's voice as well to go with that. That would have really been a nice throwback.
I really had to kind of put that one together.
Yeah?
I was like, what the hell is he talking about? Anyway, we're done here.
Yeah, we are. So you guys can get out of here.
You want to throw it?
Yeah, that's it for us for now, but we're going to be back very quickly for another game. It's going to be, of course, Furia going up against the Mongols. And, of course, that's going to be it. Gentlemen, any last words?
Farewell.
Good
Adios.
tidings, friend.
Good tidings, friend.
See you tomorrow. And by that, I mean just us. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Are you ready for another amazing Counter-Strike 2 tournament? Things are about to heat up here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. 15 of the best teams from all around the world have gathered here for their attempt to lift the trophy and also their share of the $1 million prize pool. There will be 3 stages: an opening stage, a resurrection stage, and the playoffs. The event begins with the opening stage. 14 teams battle it out in a single elimination BO3 where the winners advance the playoffs and the losers fall into the next phase, the resurrection stage. Here, the 7 teams will be joined by the regional hero qualifier team and battle it out once more in a single elimination BO1 to determine which team gets the last spot in the playoffs. The winner of the resurrection stage will join the 7 opening stage winners in the playoffs, where the teams will have to earn their right to win it all in a single elimination BO3 bracket.
We had a really good player break, and it's mentally we're so relaxed and refreshed, I think, and we're excited to play in our first tournament. I say it every time that every team's goal is to win this tournament, to be a champion, and always same as everyone, but we will do our best. After Senzo joined our team has improved a lot. He's a young prodigy in Mongolia, so he's a very good rifler and a good dropper. Sometimes he can adapt to every role, I think. In our recent tournament at ESL Jönköping, we lost opportunity to reach the top 10, but we have more to do from now on. I think we will reach the top 10 in the future, I think so. Comparing to last 3 years, there is a lot of Asian teams made it to the A-tier, A-tier tournaments, and after we made to at the legend stage at the major. After the Asia has 3 slots in major, there is a lot of the other Asian teams has come up to in the Asia scene. I think it's a good improvement and good upgrade in our region. Yeah, I think so. I think we have been already in a best Asian team right now. Also, in my opinion, I think so the best of all time also. But we need to keep competing at the tier 1 events and at this level.
Hello everyone. After the player break, we had 2 weeks of boot camp in Malta. So we have a new player coming in, it's Schools. And so far we're feeling very excited to have a new one on board. We feel like he meshed very well with the team. And we're gonna face our first challenge here in the EWC, so yeah, feeling good. Yeah, Schools is a very capable player. Before playing in Liquid, he was playing Pain Gaming, and I think he was playing amazingly there. Team Liquid had some good moments too, but the team had some tough moments, so it was a little bit hard for him to show his best version. And we want to bring the best version of Schools in Korea, and I think he matched very well with the team in terms of the characteristics from the people that are there, and also in style in game as well. He's playing the anchor positions that we have been missing for a while. So he's been matching very well with the team. We're very excited to have him on board. Yeah, when you have to communicate in a different language, it's definitely something else that you have to have on your mind. And you know, Counter-Strike is a very timing, decisive game. And you know, if you're trying to find a word or trying to explain a situation, sometimes it might be too late later on. Trying to understand the communication, and sometimes it takes you extra seconds. I have been there playing with international people as well, and I know that it can be a struggle for different nationalities to be playing. So yeah, playing everyone in the same language, in our home language, is much easier. With Gary departure, going to take care of all the teams in Furia now, not only Counter-Strike. City stepped up to be our coach, and we have been working with him while we have been working with Gary in the past, so we know him a lot, we respect him a lot, and we think he have a lot to bring to the table as well. He was already bringing a lot of good stuff, and now I think it's up to him to show and use this opportunity to grow up in his career. I think he has what it takes to be a great coach, and we're going to be there to help him. I would say that everyone who's coming to a tournament expects to win it, even though for some it might be more realistic or not. And being completely honest, if you come into a tournament like that, you don't have the desire to win, you shouldn't be competing. So of course we have the desire to win, we want to be winning, but we also have on our minds that this is our first challenge. We have been together for 2 weeks with this whole lineup, and at the same time that the lineup's promising, at the same time that we know we have a lot of talent, you have to understand that other people have gone through more process than you have in the game and have organized themselves maybe better or not. But we know that when it comes to the matches, there's a lot of things that takes part of it, a lot of things that sometimes are not even in our control. So we have to go there and play the best we can. And I think realistically speaking, getting to the playoffs would be a good result for us. We're looking forward to be able to achieve that, and we're going to do the best we can. I think EWC is a perfect tournament for anyone who is trying to showcase themselves here to go up in a level. You know, I think the standards that EWC is putting the sport at and how they are helping to do bigger stuff and bigger prize pool, and the way they have been recording everything we have been doing. So a lot of things have stepped up in this tournament. So I think the team that comes up in here and do a nice story is going to be showing up to a lot of people, and that's for sure going to catapult their careers, I would say. So yeah, that's definitely a good opportunity for everyone here.
What's going on, everyone? We are back here and ready to roll with our final of the resurrection stage. And we switched things up a little bit. Stunner and Yanko have gone home. Blair, you're still doing the shift. You're still working it out. But Pimp is joining us as well and still looking very tanned. How far did you cycle today?
3 hours, James. 3 hours in a basement. I felt horrible throughout the entire way, man. It was tough. It was rough.
And the crazy thing is I saw him running outside after that. So he is a bit insane. I'm not kidding. I saw him. So yeah. But good to see you guys here.
Oh, thank you, Blair. Yeah. We missed you, man. We missed you, buddy. But let's look at this, right? It's been a crazy event so far. This is a very exciting bracket for sure. You guys said to me yesterday, though, right? You were like, Mongols definitely are going the whole way through. They do have this chance. But are you expecting, or did you expect to see Furia here?
I mean, they were one of the contenders. I think we were slightly disappointed with the way they were playing yesterday, and we thought to ourselves, maybe Furia on that level won't make it.
Yeah.
However, they've been playing decent Counter-Strike today. They now find themselves at the final stage of that one. However, there was a big surprise earlier today, James, and I'm not sure if we should re-roll it already, but Complexity not
a disappointment.
A disappointment,
yes.
A surprise, a giant leap of confidence in NA Counter-Strike all of a sudden appearing. Complexity losing to M80. I did not see that coming.
I didn't see that coming. I mean, domestic derbies can be a little wild at times, but I think it's going to be a pretty big disappointment. But I don't want to take anything away from M80, of course. They showed a lot of tenacity, but in the end, man, Mongols at low bracket run looking clean and easy.
Clean and easy. Can they go all the way? We're about to find out. But when we're talking about the resurrection bracket, you might be thinking, what the hell is going on here? But watch this explainer.
Are you ready for another amazing Counter-Strike 2 tournament? Things are about to heat up here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. 15 of the best teams from all around the world have gathered here for their attempt to lift the trophy and also their share of the $1 million prize pool. There will be 3 stages, an opening stage, a resurrection stage, and the playoffs. The event begins with the opening stage. 14 teams battle it out in a single elimination BO3 where the winners advance the playoffs and the losers fall into the next phase, the resurrection stage. Here, the 7 teams will be joined by the regional hero qualifier team and battle it out once more in a single elimination BO1 to determine which team gets the last spot in the playoffs. The winner of the resurrection stage will join the 7 opening stage winners in the playoffs, where the teams will have to earn their right to win it all in a single elimination BO3 bracket.
And that is exactly what's been happening so far across the last 2 days. And this is what we're talking about in terms of a wild bracket and how things can go. But I will say, we were already touching on what Fury were able to do, right? When we look at the bracket, when we see what's going on within all of this, there's one result that I look there and think, what the hell happened? That Furia could have lost to Sashi despite being, what, 10-5 up?
That was a close one. That was a very close one. I don't think anyone saw Sachi, make it that far into it. I will say the way they played against Mouse yesterday as well was very encouraging. They took a map off Mouse, looked somewhat decent. The win against in the first game was also to be expected, but them putting it into an overtime game against Furia, double overtime even, that was surprising.
I think, if you look at the names there, right, for people who watch Counter-Strike who don't watch as much CS as we usually do, you're looking at that, the names, and Furia, they kind of struggled. That was actually a pretty high-level game of Counter-Strike overall. I think Sashi really punched well above their own weight. And for Furia, I think their nuke so far, even though they lost in a very close fashion yesterday against Navi and Nuke, today, their nuke is looking stellar in all honesty, the T-side especially. So, sometimes the numbers, the logos don't really paint a real picture. It hasn't been that easy for Furia, but I think they played really, really well so far today.
Well, let's see if they can keep it going, right? Because whoever wins out of the Mongols and Furia does have to go into the playoff bracket. And looking at this playoff bracket, they get the lovely opportunity to take on Mouse in a best of 3. That's not going to be easy.
But here's the thing, who would you rather play? Mouse, and you got Navi, FaZe, Spirit, G2, VP, and Vitality. There's not a single easy matchup here, Banks.
I was just about to say, in all fairness, all these teams are world-class Counter-Strike teams. So whoever you're facing in that bracket is going to be a tough one. And at the end of the day, for most of them, if you're looking towards Spirit, FaZe, Vitality, they don't care about finishing 5th to 8th. They don't care about going into a semi-final. The only thing they care about is winning that trophy and getting another title to the name. So if you're coming in from the resurrection bracket, you gotta be well drilled in order to have a chance, in order to make it far in that way.
Well, let's take a look at the Dr. Solomon Al Habib showdown coming up, because this is the match we've been talking about. This is what we've been getting ourselves into. Furia taking on the Mongols. And Blair, there's a lot of history here when we think of this showdown and this matchup.
Your Brazilian closures now.
I mean, they are the Brazilian killers, as they're known. And in all honesty, you know, so they started making their name back then, even when they were called IHC. Very different rosters back then. Obviously, I think Blitz is the one remaining soldier from that particular lineup. But if you look at the names that are taken down, obviously Furia, when they knocked him out, I think the Kato play-ins last year is when everyone's like, oh, okay, holy hell, this team can take down a couple of big names. And yeah, they so far haven't dropped a single map to the side of Furia so far.
That's a rough one to go for, but for everyone at home as well, you can make sure you're voting for which team you think is going to win over on stcplay.gg. Have your say. Let's see which way it's going to go. Last time, Furia was still racking up a lot of votes because the Brazilians still believe in these guys.
Yeah, and I guess for good reason. It is interesting right now to be a Furia fan. You know, they have done a little bit of change to the lineup. We spoke about it coming off the off-season. Bringing in Skulls is definitely a step in the right direction. I think getting rid of Art as well, that was a decision that took a long time coming for Furia. So if you're a fan of theirs, right now is an interesting time. We spoke about it yesterday as well, Blur, that we don't really know what the limitations of this lineup is going to be. We don't really know what the peak or the ceiling is going to be, but we do know they have a couple of quality star players within it. Quesarado, Yuri, still two of the best rifles the game can offer, and if they are firing on all cylinders, it's going to be a tough one for the Mongols. We know that for a fact.
Absolutely, but individually speaking, I think Quesarado is obviously going to be the best player in the server, despite the fact that Mongols have some very hard shooters as well. But one thing which has impressed me quite a bit, and I know it's a small sample size, I know it's against, you know, certain weaker teams, so to speak. I'm just watching the nuke teaser from Fallen and his company, and I'm like, this is so controlled. We're talking about one voice, one objective, so to speak, and the way the teams working together, it's a synergy and a sort of like understanding of what they want to do at any given point in a round that I don't think I've seen for Furia in a very long time. So it's a good sign. But that being said, James, it's still early days.
I think my counter argument to that, because I agree, it does look like a team that is trying to play a little bit more by the books now. They're trying to install the Fallen theory into the game, but we're yet to see, it's yet to remain to be seen whether or not Quesarado and Yuri can thrive in a context like that. We've seen them with Art, we've seen them under the leadership where a lot of freedom, a lot of solo plays, and a lot of, I guess, interpretation on their own willingness to go into certain duels, go into certain rounds with their own idea of how they want to do it. With Fallen, there's a game plan. There's something they have to follow. And I'm not sure if Quesarado, or Yuri for that matter, can play at the same high consistent level under a system like that. That's what I want to see. That's my big question mark. If they can, then we have a Furia that could be interesting for the future. If not, if that's going to tank their individual level, then Furia, what do they even have to offer?
Well, they still have 3 years to figure it out, so that's there.
Well, looking at this, right, I want to touch on for both teams going through the same bracket. In terms of the energy they're going to need to bring and how many games they've had to play, are you worried about that at all? Because it's only been best of ones. Should we be concerned?
Not really.
Not really. I mean, it's just been 2 best of ones, right? And even for the side of Furia, show they had a little bit of an extended break. But you look at the interview, I think it was Techno who gave the interview. It's like, yeah, yesterday we made a few mistakes here and there, but today we warmed up. We're feeling much better right now. And I'm sure they're just willing to jump into the server. It's basically a 3-mapper best of 3, basically, yeah.
And do you think their confidence is sky high, knowing how they've been able to handle Furia over and over again?
I think it should be. I don't know if it is. We're about to see that on the server, but I think the Mongols should feel comfortable going into this best of 1. Given it's a best of 1, given the history between the two teams, given the way the Mongols play Counter-Strike, it's very much in your face. It's still very duel-based. I know we praised them for being an Asian team that is adopting a bit of the European style as well. They're trying to mix it up a little bit, but I think specifically against a team like Furia, as we've seen in the history as well, they should feel comfortable. It is a game that on paper I have them winning.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the one shift we've seen from this Mongolian team over the past few months basically is initially they used to consider themselves as the underdogs, right? And they absolutely were, but now they realize, hey, you're actually better than some of these teams, who are in the top 10 right there. In the interview with Techno4K gave just about half an hour ago, he said, against G2, we should have got that game. We messed it up.
Well, Blair, I'm going to stop you there because it's time for us to get onto the stage with OJ and Milos and see what the team's going to offer in this game.
Thank you very much, friends. And yes, we are back here at the Amazon Arena, the heart of Riyadh. The sun has gone down. The temperature has cooled, but not here in our arena.
About 2 degrees, the temperature has cooled slightly. Absolutely. Because the reason the temperature's not gone down is because I'm ready for a grand final of the lower bracket. And that's what we're here for. We have another key that has ended up here in this tank as well. I'm loving this. The broken keys are filling up the tank. That trophy is getting a step closer to somebody winning it. But we got 1 best of 1 left.
Absolutely. So how about we introduce our 2 finalists of the Resurrection stage, starting off with Mongols. We've seen Mongols today. They looked incredible throughout their matches. We've seen them yesterday. Also, you know, a bit of an iffy game versus G2, but they recovered. They're good to go, and they are one best-of-1 victory away from qualifying to the quarterfinals and a best-of-3 game.
As Techno said, they are warming up. They are getting hotter, but they haven't been tested yet. Will they be now? Well, let's find out. Here's Furia. They are a team with experience, they are a team with players, they are a team that can win if they are given the chance to do so, and we may just be about to find that. You ready for this grand final of the lower bracket?
I absolutely am.
Let's have a grand final of the lower bracket. The team that wins this, and this best of one, goes through to the semis tomorrow. Let's get it on.
That's what it's all about right now, right? Grabbing that final playoff spot. That's what these two teams have been fighting for. And now it's about who can come out on top one final time. We're going to go through the veto right now. The normal bans will go out of the way. I don't think there's going to be any surprises in there. But this is where it gets interesting. Where do you hedge your bets?
I would be surprised if Mongols allow Nuke through. I think that's one map that Furia have looked exceedingly good on. I think it's a little iffy for the Mongols. And for Furia, you ban out Mirage. It's a map that Mongols usually go for as a first pick. I think this could, interestingly enough, you know, be... Oh, Ancient Ban coming out. Interesting. I thought Furia would just stick with it. They used to play it.
Yeah, I was just about to say Inferno could be a possible...
Inferno decider, 100%.
Teams, and that's great for the Mongols. I'm not going to lie. The Mongols have looked very good, historically speaking, on a map like Inferno. It's one of the maps they like, whereas for Furia, we still have to be a little bit cautious with the map pool, given that you now have fallen as an in-game leader, given you brought in Skulls. We're not quite sure where the map pool is going to land and what they kind of favor, especially in a best-of-1 scenario. I will say, though, Inferno for a best-of-1 game with this caliber would have been nice. It is I know, Blur, I know you've been praising Furia. I know you've been saying that the T-sides have been looking great, but I'm not really on that train just yet. If they can beat the Mongols on Nuke, then we can have the conversation. Very shaky yesterday, and beating Sashi in double overtime, that's not something Furia should be proud of, let's be honest.
I think Mongol just gifted Furia a massive gift right here. Yeah, why would allow a map where we know they're playing pretty solid CS right now, and sure, they might have a few mistakes here and there, but they play 3 nukes and 1 Mirage. Mirage being that absolute drubbing they faced off against Na'Vi on, and it's a map they're absolutely warmed up on. And for the side of Mongols, yes, it's a map they like to play as well, but buddy, just go Inferno. You're very good on that map. You have the option.
I mean, the one they were known for, right? Over and over again.
And that was the go-to map for the Mongols. That was the one map that could always surprise and play up to par with some of the best European teams. I will say the counter-argument to that, Blur, and I agree with you, Furia should be warmed up. They should feel comfortable on Nuke, is that there's a lot of tape on Furia from today. So if the Mongols have been following Furia today, especially in that overtime game against Sachi, they threw everything they had into that game. There's not a single strat Furia can come up with that the Mongols haven't seen. So if they've been preparing for this, they've been thinking, okay, what Furia got to offer, we know exactly what it is, we think we can counter it, then you're actually going in feeling that you're the one not playing it dark, whereas for Furia against the Mongols, they have no idea whatsoever.
And when it comes into this, though, right, we're speaking about the maps and how it can work. Do you think this is just a strength of the mentality Mongols have, though? Because you said they play it, right? You're not going to go into it and think like, oh, yeah, we've actually given them the opportunity.
I mean, there are two schools of thought, right? Like, I get where you're coming from, and you're like, oh, it's a confidence sort of thing, just letting it through. We know we've done your prep work and whatnot. But listen, it's the best of one. At the end of the day, you want to win. And the map vetoes are also a part of that battle. It's not just, you just willy-nilly do it. And I feel, personally, I'm not a big fan of this. If Furia wind up winning this this particular matchup, I think it's going to be on Mongols absolutely flubbing this veto.
Oof. And if it does go that way, though, we kind of going to say fair play to Furia because they played it as best they could, even if it went into the overtime against Sachi, as you said.
Yeah, I guess so. And we praised them yesterday when we saw them play against their first opponent in the very first game. I don't know for Furia, though. It's also for me a reality check, right? We're speaking about a Furia team that is going up against the Mongols. Had we had this game a year ago or 2 years ago, we wouldn't even be having the conversation whether or not Furia were the favorites. Now we're speaking as they're the underdog. They maybe won the veto against the big dog, and it's the Mongols, right? It's also one of those things that if you're Brazilian, you're watching this game, you're sitting at home, you have this realization that we're speaking about Furia as being a top 15 team. We're speaking about Furia being a team that we have no faith, no confidence, even if they were to make the playoff to make it far within that bracket with all these world-class teams. So to me, it's a reality check. To me, this is a great test for a new lineup with Fallen as an in-game leader, with Skulls coming in. I still have the Mongols being the top dog. I still have them being the favorites in the game. And to me, that's the reality check that we all need to check in on. Furia is no longer one of the best teams in the world, and we have to accept that.
In terms of that, though, right, we have to accept that Mongols right now, for me, if they are wanting to show themselves, this is a good way to do it, right? This is a point to prove, because we've seen them continue to make steps up. We've seen them continue to climb up the world ranking ladder.
I mean, it is kind of poetic in a way, they're heading into this matchup against Fallen once again, and this time they are the favorites, right? It's a complete the turntable, so to speak. So yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. I still agree with you. I'm gonna be going the way of Mongols. They have a pretty good win rate. The only problem for me is when they lost to Aurora in Yongshiping recently, but still, yes, they're absolutely the favorites, and despite K-Strado being the best player in the server, if you ask me, I think Mongols pound for pound are absolutely the better team.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment. I do think I'm looking at the Mongols being the favorite in this one. As I've said already, I think the map of Nuke potentially gives us a close competitive game. It should be one of those things where we again can either get confirmation that Furia is growing as a team, the T side is looking better, the style of calling coming in from Fallen perhaps is being showcased once more. Whereas for the Mongols, I expect to see what I always see from them. A bit of aggressiveness coming into it, a bit of that European flair. I think they're very good at handling 3v3s, 4v4s, mid-round occasions, and I think back in the days, at least, when I was playing against Asian teams, and you can attest to that as well, there was some of the stuff that you guys were absolutely awful at. But it feels like the Mongols have grown into become a team that's matured, they're good at it, they have ways of playing around with people's rotation. On a map like Nuke, we say it all the time, it's probably the hardest map in the current map pool, and people at home would know that, to figure out the communication and the rotations. If the Mongols can play with the rotations of Furia, if they can make them feel uncomfortable, especially with Skulls now being slotted into the lineup, with Fallen coming in with a new style, I see great opportunities for Mongols victory right now.
Oh, for sure. I think Tai Lu walked so Mongols could absolutely run, and that's what they're doing right now, right? And here's the thing for Mongols, even the M80 game, despite the scoreline being 13-8 pretty convincing, there were a couple of moments in like 4v3 man advantage situations, and Mongols got a little too ahead of themselves. Yeah. They were a little presumptive in the fact that they're winning around and just taking unnecessary fights. So hopefully that's a bit of a wake-up call there, losing a couple of rounds here and there. But overall, I have to agree. I know we're just kind of like repeating ourselves over and over again, but Blitz, he is a cerebral assassin, and it's going to take them down.
Well, what we're going to show you guys now, right, is our STC vote results. Let's see which way the audience is going with this one. Is it going to be all in Furia's favor? And actually, that's a pretty fair split, right? 60% of you at home believe that Furia will grab the win, 40% for the Mongols right now. It kind of feels like you guys are in that camp as well.
Not really. I mean, I would probably switch it around, but it's not the worst I've seen. I've seen Twitch chat and I've seen people do dumb shit. That one is all right. I think Furia have a chance of winning. I'm not gonna lie. I think Furia is a decent team.
Because of the nuke, right?
Because of nuke, because of the fact that they have K-Serrato. No, he's just one of the best players in the world, so we have to accept that. So let's see.
Well, let's see how it does go down. Mongols taking on Furia for a spot in the playoffs, and we're with Dinko and Moses.
Thank you very much, James. This is an exciting game. The resurrection's about to happen, Jason.
Yes, sir. Both teams have been playing 2 best-of-1s today in this brutally long best-of-1 gauntlet to make it into the final, as the final team into the playoffs starting tomorrow. Actually, I should say starting tonight. We've got a quarterfinal best-of-3 coming up next. But for now, we got to figure out who's going to join in the playoffs. And, I mean, look, I'm with the desk. I'm with Blay, I should say. This feels like a massive gift over to Furia. Yeah, Mongols has a great win rate on this map, but Furia's played this in every single series, and every single best-of-1 has been played on Nuke. They're going to be comfortable, and they're going to be confident, and they know what's going on.
And they're certainly warmed up already. K-Serrato with that first headshot. Skulls coming in to respond, and it's Furia up 2 players as they pop into this upper site. Senzu does what he can towards the back of the bomb site, but it's just too effective from Furia. Zinho comes in from heaven. One nice headshot, couldn't quite follow up, and Furia come crashing through that upper bomb site.
I feel like Furia's ran that exact same pistol round like every Nuke match they've played. Against Na'Vi yesterday, against both teams today, it was all fast upper bus. I think Alex and Chad even commented on it earlier when they were casting a Nuke game from Furia. That very same pistol round, and man, it's worked pretty well. Yeah, I think they've won it at least three times out of the 4 they've played.
Speaking of 3, K-Serrato picking up 3 kills on that pistol as well. He gets into the AK-47 early on. We know how strong K-Serrato can be. We've seen it yesterday, even in a losing effort versus Na'Vi. And Senzu towards outside, looking to catch that first head. Cello applying a little bit of pressure early on. He's going to sprinkle a few bullets through that smoke.
It's going to be an interesting matchup because you get into a day like today where teams don't have a whole lot of time to prepare and kind of look ahead for the next match, right? It's like, congratulations, you won your best of one. Enjoy your 5 minutes of celebration, and an hour later you're going to be playing another match. So you don't get a whole lot of time to actually prep. And on top of that, a long gauntlet of just high-pressure elimination matches. You know, you want to talk about Mongols has been rising up the rankings, but there's still got to be a level of inexperience that Fury is going to have over them for sure. And I think in these kinds of situations as well, a team like Furia with these players are going to be a little bit more adjusted to kind of having these longer sort of days.
Well, when you look at the side of Mongols
and missing Molotov.
Miss utility doesn't help, but it seems like Furia and Mongols only ever play each other at $1 million events. We've had Cologne, Katowice, now the Esports World Cup, and every time so far it's been a disaster for Furia. Mongols taken out in the play in Cologne and in Katowice, so they're looking to try and do it again here at the Esports World Cup.
Right, but I think early returns on Furia, I mean, obviously it's just been 2 days, and then these kind of one best of 3 against Na'Vi and the 2 best of 1s today that we've really seen, but this kind of new look Furia with Skulls, with Fallen feeling like he's in a little bit more control in terms of dictating how this team plays. I think early returns have been an improvement. You know, looking good. I don't think it's going to be anything where anyone's like, oh, this Furia team's going to be a world beater, but I think there's been positive steps and signs that they've moved in a positive direction, especially when you consider watching them on this map against Na'Vi. A lot of patience, a lot of pausing, not kind of rushing into their finishing moves, going ahead of things. They seem to be very poised at the moment, and that's only good signs.
An interesting feature yesterday from Fury was the fact that they went for the double up setup. Even on Nuke on the CT side, we've seen Cello pick it up with Fallen.
Yeah, playing ramp room and Fallen towards outside.
Cello wasn't necessarily the highest performer yesterday, but I think when he got on that CT side, he was just disruptive. He was difficult to deal with. And that's something we'll keep an eye on.
And that's kind of a good point, because he did struggle a lot in Na'Vi to find like some momentum, especially in the first half. So I'm wondering if that alt pickup was like just the sense that he's having a rough game on the rifle, or if it's actually a design that they want to actually go for. There's Techno, another opening from K Serato through the squeak doors. Techno gets aggressive and an early 5-on-4 advantage, although K Serato's got to swap out to the MAC-10 now with only 3 HP.
Smoke will keep these Furia players at bay for the time being, but that smoke will soon start to fade away. Mazzinho starts to find himself in a powerful position to deal with this ramp threat. He'll head a little closer. Utility coming over the top, dodges that flash and realizes there's an onslaught of players coming towards him, so he decides to not stand and fight, instead drop down into lower and hope that they come in towards him here.
And Furia loved their ramp room hits yesterday into the lower bomb site as well. They really kind of focused on it against Na'Vi, and again, you put him in a situation where Mongols doesn't have a whole lot of time to prepare and watch back some of these games. Mazzinho might have a really big game and be tested quite frequently on this map.
Well, here he is up first. 50 seconds still.
He's alone.
Plenty of time for Furia to be composed in dealing with Mazzinho. Multi-kill would be massive for him. And here they come, charging into the young Mongolian. He'll step up with a double. That's a lot of work done for Mazzinho. He gets damage off on Cello. And now the rotation to that lower bomb site can start to be considered, but there's no plant yet for Furia. Senzu, he's in a position here. If he waits long enough, he can get a 1v1 fight against Skulls, and there's still a player coming through ramp. That's Keserato, low on health, who needs to try and get in behind Senzu, but his teammate now gone. Keserato left with 3 health, and a 1v3 ahead of him with 15 seconds left on the clock. Time is not his friend, and he's got 1 kill, but again, 10 seconds left to get into the site. It's just too many problems.
I was going to say,
grab an AK and get out of there.
Yeah, probably just wants to save that at the end of the day. No real chance of getting into it. Unfortunately, after his opening brought so low, he couldn't really find a way to get involved in the action of that round. Furia never felt like they had the comfort of securing that lower bomb site and try and readjust, recognizing they had some time to maybe go towards heaven, fall back from ramp room. The rotations would be coming down lower through secret, potentially through vents, and it's just not there, but you got to give credit to this guy. All alone at the lower bomb site. His teammates are very far away. Grabbing a double kill here, slowing this down. And you can see, there's a smoke up in the control side windows. Nothing for control side door. No smoke or Molotov for decon. There's a lot of points of danger if Furia tries to stick that plant at that moment.
Oh, straight through the smoke. That's an opening to the side of Mongols thanks to Senzu. And they've already got players in the lower bomb site here, Jason.
Yeah, they really do. Feeling a little bit of danger and obviously sensing the potential for Furia kind of attack into that point. So Mazzinho's going to get aggressive and start peeking up and wants to find some information. No utility really on the side of Furia. They have got no smokes, 1 flash, 1 grenade. So everything's going to be contact from here, and you got to hope you win some individual fights.
Mazinho up through secret. Timing's good on a Fallen, and Mazinho gets a lovely lineup of 2 players. Yuri caught on top of main roof. And the scoreline is all tied up 2 apiece. Furia Mongols going tit for tat, and I mean, this is a Mongol squad that have a lot of excitement coming into the second season of the year because they finally got an international event under their belt. Up for debate whether that was ST or not, of course, but regardless, winning an event is a massive step forward for the side of Mongols, and it's certainly inspired a lot of their own continent. I think their big goal coming into the major was to try and secure another spot for the Asian region, and they're just getting better and better with time.
Yeah, they really are. And I think one of the fun things about it is, like, if you look at it as if you want to split the year up into 2 seasons, right? The whole first half of this year, the first season, was the emergence of Mongols and the surprise at how good they've been looking and how much progress they've been making. So now you go into the second half of the season and it's like, how much can they build upon this? How dangerous can they break into the top 10? Can they break into the top 5? Can we consider them a title contender at some point? And that's going to be the story of Mongols trying to really establish themselves as an extremely dangerous team in this scene. I think a lot of the pro teams are caught onto it. I think a lot of the talent, the broadcast talent, the analysts in the scene and the figureheads are starting to see it. And I think a lot of the scene is being won over as well.
Yeah, I think that's a storyline that a lot of people are going to be following closely to round out this year. Bomb plan is quite solid there from Kesterada. Some extra cash in a round that they didn't expect to get too much out of. So Furia can now focus up heading into the next tier. But it is Mongols with a small lead, 3-2, and the AWP out for 9-10. No spotting for Fallen Sniper just yet. It is full rifles across every player here for Furia. Let's see what 9-10 can do on the CT side. Yet to get a kill so far on Nuke. But once he gets that primary choice weapon in his hands, he can be very effective.
Sees the first smoke come up. Now the second is going to plume and obscure his vision. Look at Yuri trying to step in front of it. Smoke is broken open. Nothing available for 9-10. And now, a second one coming. That might be the chance. And he just couldn't spot the legs.
The smoke just about protects Furia. There was whispers still in the air. And the Furia players get down into the lower bomb site. Mazinho rotating through. Breaks open that window. No one from Furia close enough yet, but they are coming. Cello and Fallen close by. That bomb runs with no gun in his hand. Fallen goes down. Good dink from Mazinho, but he's taken out by Skulls. And a 4v3 with plenty of time left here. Furia put that bomb down in the site, and it's going to be a retake. But Kesterada, once again, damaged up and taken out by Senzu. And now it's a 4v2 for this retake, and Mongols have got the time to go for it. Cello looks away at the wrong time. And that killer instinct of Techno to come in on his own and make that individual play forward. Mongols take back the B bomb site.
Mazinho has had some huge impact in this game so far at this lower bomb site. Even though he only gets 1 kill, again, you slow things down, you drop the bomb, you get information for your team, and Mongols has shown a lot of poise in these late round situations. Starting to look pretty solid for them, up 4-2, 4 rounds in a row. In the past 3 rounds, they've only lost 3 players, so money's growing on that CT side as well. And this offensive half for Furia is starting to get to a point where it's going to be really challenging, having to break through all that money.
And you've done all the battling all day. It's been such a long day of best of ones and pressure and adrenaline. And it all comes down to this one map of a Nuke. And you don't want to get off to a slow start. You don't want to allow Mongols to build up a huge half here on the CT side. And a timeout taken.
Now, if you think back to yesterday in the best of 3 against Na'Vi, one thing Furia did on these rounds with Tech-9s, we saw plenty of upper bust, plenty of upper explosions. And again, if you're Mongols and if any team at this point where there's a potential for a half buy on the opposing side, on the T side, you have to be thinking there's the possibility of that upper bust. Furia was very, very effective with them, so Mongols got to be very cautious in this round.
With Tech-9s, seems like a pretty solid call straight through that door. Kesterada held back behind utility, and he's just going to go straight through the fire, straight through the flames, and Techno's hearing every step, but he cannot deal with Kesterada. Now it's Senzu towards the back of the bomb site. They must deliver headshots. He's got one already. Drops in behind cover. His teammates trying to help, but Kesterada is doing so much for Furia, and suddenly it is just 9-10 who has the rifles, and the Tech-9 show their power on that upper bust. Furia breakthrough.
That's what I'm saying. That can be so hard to handle, and you want Kesterada just delivering a stunning opening kill, drive-by pre-fire with the Tech-9, stepping into the fire as well to beat the timing on the follow-up smoke. Absolutely brilliant. That takes some money away, and that's a rough loss, and immediately Mongols call a timeout.
Interesting. We're going to get to see a double op setup right now for the Mongols. It's currently what they're wielding. Mazinho with a sniper, 9-10 with one in his hands.
I'm not sure I like the switch into the double op from the Mongols defense, especially on Mazinho, because he's been so effective at the way he's had to fall back and rotate into the lower bomb site. He's had 3 really impactful kills with the rifle. You put him on the op, and I think some of those positions he's played and some of the angles he's taken, they're no longer viable with the AWP. So going to be really interesting to see how Mongols defense changes now that he's going to have to be a little bit more selective with how he positions himself.
Let's see what the Mongols have in mind. Techno back to his standard position. Upper bomb side, but 9-10 just scanning outside. Not spotting too much. He goes back into the peak at Silo. Yuri's currently occupying that. Sensu's down early to Kesserado, who just really isn't slowing down. 9-3, what a start he's had here on the T side of Nuke.
Yeah, he's been challenging towards that door almost every single round. And that's what 3 openings we've seen out of him, maybe even 4 if you go back to the pistol. He's been a beast so far for Furia, getting things started. And now comes that ramp walk, and here's that op on Mazinho.
Oh, Kesserado, he starts to join Mazinho. He's going to attack in towards him, and Mazinho's sniper strikes on a Cello, takes him out, goes for the second on towards Skulls. And he can't land it, but he's stuck in behind this big box, and he goes out for the peek. It's a maneuver he had to make because the fire was eliminating his current position, but that secondary sniper of 9-10 lies in wait. Now the fight on Blitz and Yuri. It's coming through main. It's going to be Blitz on top of that fight. 3v3 with 45 seconds remaining, and that upper site, it looks tantalizing here to Furia, but there's still some utility to slow it down. And Techno forced out of his comfortable spot, and Kesserado keeps on chopping through this defense. It's another follow-up from Kesserado. 3 kills in this round, and 9-10, he can't do anything about this. Furia have the upper site, and Furia have a tied game.
The Kesserado literally resurrecting Furia. He is doing all the work round after round. This is a disgusting performance from Kesserado here on Nuke against Mongols. And that's taken the money mostly away. There's still some cash on Senzu, Mazinho, and Techno. 9-10 has to save this op, no point in going for it. And at the moment, it feels very much like a one-man army for Furia. You won't complain about, though, because it's got you 4 rounds so far.
Yeah, 4 rounds. That's Kesserado, who you want to see performing like this for Furia. He's made the big commitment to stay with the squad. And even yesterday, in some of those rounds against Na'Vi, it looked like Furia were down and out, and then suddenly Kesserado starts to strike in, and you just see the level he can get to. There's always a shot. He's on the server.
So nasty. Look at the way he's just playing right between the fire and the smoke, waiting for that follow-up peek, knows it's going to come.
Finally an op in. The hands have fallen.
This is a pretty important round for the Mongols. If you lose this one and then you truly are out of funds, depending on what you're able to save, if you're able to save anything, you know, you all of a sudden find yourself in the depths of a poor economy with only 3 rounds remaining in the game. And that's Fury who's going to be able to take advantage of that and potentially get out to a big lead on the T side.
A shot from Fallen. AWP strikes for the first on Blitz. Sensu can't handle Cello, and Furia are just starting to go through the motions. Such an important round for Mongols, and they've lost 2 players early. Mazinho can't save them from heaven, and Techno's going to go down to the back of the bomb site. That is easy pickings for Furia. They're now in the lead, and this T side is starting to look comfortable towards the end.
Furia was ready for every single one of those fights. That's a really brilliant poised attack into the upper bomb site. You know, the kill on Fallen, he's waiting for that peek from Big Garage from the upper. Finds that pick. Cello's able to just kind of slide into his fight over in Mini, and then just great coverage from Yuri up towards heaven, and now the op is surely gone.
That's such a rough half for 9-10. I mean, he's still got a few rounds to try and recover with some impact, but he's had the op out a few times. He was 0-3 to start this round. Still yet to pick up a kill.
Kesserado came in today with some attitude. He had a couple of knife attempts earlier. Yeah. He did get 1 knife. He almost got a second one as well.
I think it's just like payback because Bit got a double knife kill on them yesterday.
True, that's a good point. Karma's coming back in their favor.
Another timeout. We've had plenty in this half. This is the second use for the Mongols.
They had 1 used by Fury a little bit earlier on as well. At the moment, they're just cruising with the momentum at this point. Here's Fallen looking over the smoke. Oh, Blitz spamming through it. Overexposed, and that's a nice slide from Cello. But this one right here, just really good awareness from Yuri, saying, I've got 2 players streaming in on the entry. I'm going to play this passive. I'm going to wait for the peek and provide cover.
You see, because they got all of those initial kills so easily, they could just focus on the next one. You know, they were wrapping Techno from 2 sides.
But I think this is also the danger that kind of Des touched on of Mongols. Yes, this is a good map for you, but Furia, having played this map so much already, they've been able to have so many conversations about what's gone wrong, what can be better, what we're supposed to do in these situations. Each and every time you get a little bit better, and each and every time you get more on the same page.
And you want to use the advantage of the fact that you've been a squad for a significant amount of time in comparison to a new roster playing their first event together. You bring them to the map they've had the most practice on in officials. Yuri will remove Senzu. We're not expecting much defense here in this round for the Mongols. It is going to be 6 rounds for Furia. The best case scenario now for Mongols is being able to tie this half up, and right now it doesn't even look like that is anywhere near likely. And we were at a point just a few rounds ago where it felt like Mongols were going to build up a very comfortable CT side, and suddenly that upper bus you were mentioning that Furia have in their back pocket, it gets right back into the fight. And from that point, it has been Furia in control.
Well, ooh, good shot from Blitz. Nothing's going to come from it as Techno can't build upon that. Mongols is going to get 3,000 or 2,900, I should say, after this round loss, so they'll have plenty of money for another full buy, and then they're fighting for an even halftime score. But Furia has all the momentum and feeling very good about this T-side. Fallen's doing a really good job out-calling Mongols' defense. 4 rounds in a row for Furia at this point. And it hasn't been particularly close.
No, it really hasn't. They've definitely turned this around, putting Mongols on the back foot. Fallen looked quite easily composed at stalking down the line.
Now's the time for 9-10.
Possible. 9-10 needs to get on the board at this point. He's committed outside. He's going for this early fight, trying to take them down. Oh, Silo finally will strike on to Fallen, but he's in a position that he can't fall back from. And because so many players in Furia are just full of confidence right now, fights are going down all across the map, and Furia are coming out on top of them. It is Mizinho and Techno 4K left against 4 players of Furia, and the T-side have so much space and so much time to play with.
K-Serato's in the flow state right now. He's feeling this game and reading his timing so very well. He's taken advantage of all that chaos outside. 2 kills for Furia and just slides through the mini smoke. Most of this half we've seen him aggressively spamming, aggressively kind of swinging for fights over a door. This time he just kind of lurks out. A different style, and Mongols isn't prepared for it. And Mizinho and Techno, they just have to save the rifles. No other option as the upper bomb site is compromised and lost. And now Furia ensures themselves at least 7 rounds going into the second half.
Right now looking like it is going to be 8 rounds, just with how easy these last few have been for Furia. Just so much speed at the start of these rounds, and Furia winning every duel they're taking. It's been a long day of best of ones. It all comes down to this final matchup. The winner will advance to the playoffs, and the loser knocked out. So it is definitely an all-in game here between Furia and Mongols.
Well, 9-10 gets on the board with his first kill, but in a position where there's no second options. There's nowhere to fall back from as his teammate gets eliminated. Furia just straight up overwhelming Mongols. Here we go, final round of the first half. 7-4 in the favor of Furia, looking to build upon it. Deep utility outside for the defense, and Fallen, with all the confidence in the world, is gonna come right through it. Fast pace. This time it's a Molotov, not a smoke, and he's got 2.
Lovely work from Fallen. Goes outside, combat opping his way through the defense, and Mongols down to 3 players. Minute 30 seconds in this round as well, so Furia can stay composed because they know they're in control. Mizinho, he's gonna take a step too far into the open. Half of his health eliminated. And Skulls moves forward that bomb. Just looking to see if Mizinho is still hanging around.
I'm loving this Furia that we're seeing. So many different looks and ways to attack the outside yard, and look at this pause now. It's been pretty high octane when they've been able to kind of string kills together and just stream into the bomb site. But at the moment, looking for that peak, looking for that next reaction, looking for someone from Mongols to get curious and want to find some information and be able to punish it.
Just a tense round with 35 seconds left. Furia are eventually going to come into this upper bomb side through main with Skulls and Yuri. Serato can come late through Hut, but time is certainly a factor that could even work in favor of Mongols as time starts to tick on. Techno just waiting at the back of the site. Senzu's waiting at Tetris, and that bomb's not going in towards the A site. In fact, it is going down lower. It feels comfortable thanks to Fallen picking all the information up that they can go and plant on that lower site. And now Furia are surely going to be locking themselves in. An 8th round to close out this first half. That looked like a sure thing, though, as Yuri goes down to Senzu. And it's a 3v3 established.
There's going to be one more lurker coming behind him in the vents, though. It's Serato who just comes back, but he's not needed. Skulls pops off, double headshot. And Mazinho's got 5 HP, no kit.
Mazinho coming back in here. This is a tall order, to say the least, and it does not look like he will be finding the right pathway forward. Serato comes in. What a recovery to the first half from Furia. It didn't start strong, but with an upper bust and some impactful moments after that, it had turned into a Furia-dominant first half showing.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Well, it certainly is the last of the last chances here in the Resurrection bracket. Furia versus Mongols in a best-of-1 on Nuke. It was said on the desk that this is a risk to let Nuke go through for Mongols against Furia, and it certainly looks like that is panning out that way. Jason, currently Furia in control.
Yeah, I'm punishing Mongols at the moment, but I mean, I'll tell you this: that's one of the best. That's one of the best I've seen Furia look in a long time. That's actually a very sick opening half. Good calling from Fallen, and obviously Queserado's a stud. 15-3. This is peak Queserado just destroying Mongols.
Well, the boost was just about set up in time here. Cello not able to make anything of it, though, as Mongols attacking the ramp quite swiftly. It's a 3v2. Headshot from Yuri making it so. And a minute 30 seconds left as Mongols send one player down the ramp, but the bomb is the most important one. Techno taking Queserado out of the equation, and Mongols needed the pistol win. They've certainly got it, so 8-5.
Well, that keeps him in the game, keeps him within striking distance, certainly. And they'll get a chance to build upon it as well and maybe claw back, close the gap while Fury is still trying to settle down the economy. You know it's going to mean a little bit of a later up for Fallen as things progress. Good opening. Wonderful fight from Techno. And yeah, the boost gets there just in time, but what a fast pace for Mongols, basically just rushing ramp off that entrance outdoor.
And the Mongols go straight into rifles on every player.
And Furia goes straight into a full buy. Upgraded pistols, scout on Fallen, so dangerous elements in this round. But again, if you lose this, you've all of a sudden given Mongols a great chance to claw back.
Queserado not able to connect. A lucky dig through the smoke. But they've addressed the secret issue already. They've got 2 players down lower, and there's plenty of Mongols players coming to meet them.
You need this first kill, because then you can actually use the player advantage, the number advantage. That's huge. MP9 gets involved in the action. 2-for-2 trade down secret.
It'll be good enough. 9-10 making quick work of Yuri, but Fallen's already rotated down, broken through that window. He's now hoping that they peek in towards him. He can tag them up with his scout, but he hasn't got into position to do so yet. And they've made their way into the bomb site. What a shot from 9-10. That flick out to Fallen. Fallen could have unraveled the whole round there for Mongols. And another big shot from 9-10. He may have had an incredibly quiet first half, but pretty loud to start off the second.
Yeah, I was going to say, where was this on the CT side? That AK's looking sharp at the moment. 2 brilliant headshots, and it got worse for Furia. The full investment doesn't pan out.
Well, that's exactly what you were saying now. If Furia have gone for the investment, they can't buy in this next round, and suddenly that gap that they built up has shrunk. It is going to be 8-7 unless something miraculous happens with some upgraded pistols here for Furia.
They had a good chance. The 2 players in secret made it a possibility. It was that Fallen scout play, which was looking good for a long time. And if it's not an instant snap from 9-10, maybe he's able to delay the plant. Maybe he's able to cause some chaos and allow his teammates to get involved in the action. But just wonderful AK work from 9-10.
Sensu's only got a USP, predicting the kind of situation over for Fury that they've currently got with lack of head armor. He can wield that USP to devastating effect. The Mongols walking dry outside with utility, but that shot from Yuri connects. It's down to 6 HP for 9-10. He gets 1 before he gets put in the grave. 2 players up for Furia. Shortly, it'll be none. As Techno turns back with a big headshot. And Yuri's left in a 1v4, dig in hand. And he's getting wrapped.
Good movement, though, to stay hidden, to kind of wheel your way. 1 more kill would be about all you're going to get, and he's missed the chance. It's done now. 8-7. Mongols have brought it within 1 before Furia can get a strong full buy out. And we'll see the op on Fallen. Snap bot. That'll be out in the yard. Cello probably debating if he wants to go into that double op setup.
We'll see if they decide to go with it. They were very persistent with the purchase yesterday.
Yep, and they will. And he's got to go light on utility, throws away the head armor to be able to get a smoke to block things off and buy him some time to be mobile around the map. But the double op setup, something that obviously Furia really likes on this defensive side.
Cello wasn't always hitting shots to the AWP, but his sheer presence was enough to delay Na'Vi in a lot of rounds yesterday. Smoke up cancels out any Mongols' aggression towards him at the moment. Falling with an advanced position. He's got that scope deep and hot.
And while Furia's saying everything inside is quiet and there's no presence there, Yuri's taken the opportunity to move through secret at the moment. He's going to be at stairs. No smoke wall set up just yet. Queserado blowing open a smoke just to try and gather information, but Yuri's going to bide his time. There is Flashbangs on Fallen and Skulls are the only two who can set Yuri up if he wants it.
That Molotov has forced Yuri away from Secret, further and further down into the lower bomb site. And now Mongols have space to play with under a minute left in this round. Yuri breaking open the windows, or rather the double doors, creating a hole for his vision.
It allows him to spot, obviously, and then let him fall back, close the doors, and Mongols might not expect that hole to be there. Give him another angle to fight out. There's Cello's AWP ringing out on the map for the opening kill of round 16. And the rest of Mongols moving towards Secret, but wonderful job delaying by Yuri. All the utility dumped has brought this down to 25 seconds left.
Player deficit for Mongols. They know if they can get into the bomb site, they've got a great chance of closing this one, but Yuri is doing so well right now, delaying them with utility, now with bullets. Mazinho out of there.
Round's done, save.
Blows open that door, and they don't have the time to get into the site any longer. They're going for kills, and they're certainly leaping in towards the last second, and now they do have time, thanks to a last-ditch effort, a last push forward, and that bomb plant denied by Skulls. If he just stays alive, he's won the round with a second to spare, and that is 9 rounds on the board for Furia. That became so chaotic towards the end.
Yeah, also, thank you, Skulls, because I almost had to bite my tongue there.
A little embarrassing.
I know, that's actually crazy. They were able to bring it back in that fashion. So many advantages for Fury, it felt like, and they all just got taken away one by one. But what, there's the hole broken open as well. That's how Yuri finds this. Yeah, Mazinho, you'll never expect. That's a filthy angle. But so much attention on that lower bomb site. What a play from Senzu to grab that double kill. Almost completely ruins Furia. Still a costly round. Mongols have set themselves up to break the economy of the defense.
Cello doesn't have the AWP in his hands this time, but he's certainly got the backup of the AWP behind him in Fallen, and this is allowing that MP9 to get a little deeper in towards ramp. But this outside transition has allowed a couple of Mongols players to get close to these smokes, and Yuri's job is to address that problem, but they've traded positions. They've got into Garage, and Yuri's playing in towards main. And this AWP for Fallen does not chime in, but the distraction might set up Cello. It might allow him to be impactful with his MP9, but they ain't walking into him. They're taking the time, and Cello decides he has to give up that spot. And all this space is given to Mongols.
Oh, there's the fight. Yuri looking for the follow-up. Good shot from Blitz. What a rebuttal. But now they think the upper bomb site is available, but it's K-Serato still here, not for long.
A 9-10 big shot, but not ready for Fallen to be in the site so quick. And Techno 4K is thrust into a 1v2. 44 seconds to play this one. He decides to go down that vent silently. It's a smart move for Techno. He's got a little bit of time to play with now on a Molotov. Fortunately for Techno as well, he hasn't taken damage in this round, so he's got all his health to play with. Uses that molly, but it doesn't quite reach the intended position. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. And Techno, he's going to focus on Fallen, and he's now got confirmation that Techno is still in the middle of that bomb site. Distraction is enough from Fallen to allow Cello to come over the top.
Really well done from Fallen, just freezing him out in the open and willing to let himself be sacrificed, knowing Cello's for sure going to get the trade. Scavenges the AWP off the ground, but still, I think if you're Mongols, you buy again. 4 kills, bomb plant, money's not pretty, but again, you've put yourself in a position where resetting the economy, you can get, what, 2 AK-47s, couple of Galils likely. Mongols have a decision to make, and they're going to call their final timeout to discuss it. Do they want to put the entire map, their entire tournament life in this one round? High risk, high reward, and they go for the risk again.
And best of one. They're willing to take the risk towards the end. Cello will still be on that MP9.
Just money has not been good for Fury these past few rounds, but they're still just barely pulling these rounds in their favor. So 3 AK-47s, a Galil, and a Tech 9 for Mazinho.
What's the call here for Mongols? Are they going to accelerate it? Certainly looks like it. They're going to be charging it towards Cello, but perhaps predicting him to have a weaker weapon. He does pretty well considering he only had an SMG, a kill, and dropping Senzu to 1 health. But Mongols ain't stopping. They're going into this lower bomb site. K-Serato has been much quieter in the second half. And he has been in the first, and he's ready to strike this time. Charging out of Decon, second kill locked in for Caserato. And finally, his fangs are blunted by Blitz. That plant is now confirmed. And Mongols into the 2v3. It was such a risk to throw everything into this and fight for their tournament life. And now if they can close out this 2v3, the risk will pay off. But Blitz is down, Techno will follow, and Furia push forward to 11. It is getting increasingly likely now that the Brazilians will be knocking Mongols out. They are in a great position on Nuke.
And obviously, like, the double kill from Caserato is huge, but I think the biggest impact of it is it prevents anyone from Mongols getting into good post-plant positions. Everyone's kind of stuck where they are from that point. Once you trade off Caserato, get that bomb actually planted, all of a sudden you can't leave the silo position. You can't, get anywhere except for dark. And just no comfort for Mongols after the bomb goes down due to this kind of a play. And they're exposed from so many angles that they just can't cover.
Fallen going back to hide again. He's taken this angle a few times in the half. Hasn't necessarily revealed it, so he's happy to use it again. Mongols have deployed all of those outside smokes already, and Fallen might finally get the peek he's been waiting for. Techno just around that corner. Techno not taking the risk. Mongols in the meantime slowly increasing their control towards outside, and Techno catches a good timing to drop skulls.
Yeah, that's not at all what Fury is looking for. Here comes the wrap in towards Mini. Good kill with the MAC-10. Fallen can't react fast enough, and all of a sudden Mongols have found a little bit of life. I don't even think Caserato and Cello should be going for this. Gonna back away. And remember, the money's been so hurt for Furia. This is actually a painful loss to take. Now, they've got rounds to play with still. But the next buy for Furia is going to be very sketchy if they even decide to invest at all.
They could go for the eco around this M4 for Caserato.
I think you should, right? Like, at this point, maybe
you get the full buy finally, because you've been playing with all these little problems. Like, you got an MP9 a lot of these rounds. You've had to kind of change your setup because of that. And Caserato not getting his weapon into the next round is almost surely locked in that decision.
Yeah, now it's sealed. Now you have to save. Maybe some upgraded pistols on a couple players. You'll be counting your money, but you have 3 rounds to play with. You might as well sacrifice one and make sure you can get the strongest possible buy. Little bit of aggression in towards Hut, backfires. Skull's getting a little impatient. Fallen had been waiting for that peak, and as soon as he moves, Skulls takes his place, but Techno handles things with the Tech-9. Lovely round from Mongols. And it's only USP, and indeed, the smart economic decision from Furia. Tournament life on the line for both of these squads. Winner gets resurrected back into the playoffs and will face off against Mouse in the playoff bracket quarterfinals.
Quite a dangerous resurrection spot, to be honest. Just back from the dead and instantly have to play Mouse. We knew this tournament was going to be difficult. The way the format shakes out, you got a best-of-3 opening game, and if you lose that, then you're immediately in this gauntlet. Mongols dealing with the pistols easily. We've seen Complexity fall today, Jason. We had to say goodbye to them. That was
a shocking loss, right, against really. M80? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you wouldn't have expected that one. That's going to be a tough game to swallow for the Complexity squad as well. Slow start to the second half of the season for them with the early elimination. A lot of teams falling by the wayside in this grueling gauntlet today. And Mongols trying to avoid falling prey to that same fate.
So the buy will be back here for Fury. It is going to have a couple of weaknesses. Well, mainly that for mass, and also lack of utility on a few players here.
Caserato was what, 15-3 at half?
Yeah. And
4 kills so far in this second half. Now they haven't.
One of them was pretty impactful. A couple of them on that lower bomb site. Overall, yeah, it's been much quieter here. (9-10) on the other hand.
Yeah, he's heated up in the second half. He's the other direction.
Two sides to the story.
All right, slow-paced round from Mongols. Minute and 22 seconds left. There's one round of utility towards that upper bomb site. Counter nades go out. Now, do they commit? Is this just a double pump? Do they want to fall away or force the issue? Or they're going to force it right into Hut.
Oh my god, okay, the FAMAS, some call it a weakness. Skulls sees it as a strength as he just keeps going, switches to that AK, and Mongols broken apart. Skulls just stops them. And Cello now defending ramp. It is a damaged 910 with Yuri waiting in lobby. Bomb is down right in front of him. And 910 has the impossible task of getting anywhere near that bomb. Big shot onto Skulls.
Yeah, but you got nowhere to go. Boxed in. Got to fight your way out. Oh!
That Deagle got back. If he had taken that shot, well, that would have taken my breath away. But Furia survive it. Skulls with a relief inside. But what a round from Skulls, man. The FAMAS gets the double. He switches to the AK. I'm surprised he got away with all three, but it was stylish.
Yeah, was that a double tap fadeaway with the FAMAS that I saw? That first kill? Let's check it out. This is Blitz from the previous round. Here we go. Yeah, maybe three.
Yeah, there was a couple of bullets in there at a minimum. And this AK switch out, and yeah, I think Senzu's going to be very frustrated he didn't get that kill back.
I think that's going to be around when they review it, Mongols. After this, they just say, man, we shouldn't have double pumped that. We should have just called this off when the counter util came in. And now on the back foot, 5-on-4 in the favor of Furia, on the verge of eliminating the Mongols from the Esports World Cup.
A brutal day with only one winner. Throughout the best of ones, Cello chimes in. That secondary sniper is proving to be incredibly effective. And this has been a battle that has raged on from 2023 into 2024. The Mongols always having the better of Furia every time they meet each other at events. It doesn't happen that often, but it happens at the big ones. It happens at Cologne, Katowice, and now here at the Esports World Cup. And finally, Furia look like they're about to best the Mongols. Only 3 players away. 2 down in the vent. 1 cutting off rotations and Techno lurking on the upper bomb side at door. But there's just so many options here for Furia. And it might be the ops to get the job done.
Well, Fallen's just given away a sound cue, which you can't be super happy about. Remember, we've seen Furia almost give away a couple big advantage rounds that they've had. Noise coming out from the Mongols, and here comes the execute out the windows.
Cello. Just waiting. It's 2 off down on this lower bomb site. Cello chimes in and he goes for 910, but he can't stop him. And now 910 is in a clutch that he can possibly win. Bomb goes down in the site. Furia doubled up together. Oh, doors swing wide open. 910 unable to sink the shot, and it is a sinking ship for Mongols. Best of ones all day long, but only one victor, and that is Furia that come out of today resurrected and remain in the tournament at the Esports World Cup. They go through to the playoffs, and the Mongols go home.
A wonderful performance throughout this for Furia, and they've got to be happy. Look at it. Look at them celebrate. Coming out of the player break, the roster change of Skulls, swapping out the coaches as well. Things looking up for Furia with a solid performance to start the second season of 2024.
They're really loving the fact that they just have to play one map. You know, the best of ones today, getting through on Nuke. Mongols let it through. They let Furia get onto Nuke, and that was set in the deck before the game started. This could be a big mistake, and it absolutely was.
They've played, what, 4 nukes now in this tournament and 1 Mirage. And they haven't had to have their map pool tested whatsoever, and this is obviously a big comfort of theirs.
Yeah, and they nearly beat Na'Vi on the map too. It was a really close game over there in their opening game of the tournament, and Fury getting stronger and stronger. Caserato in particular, it's great to see him having big performances.
Well, the question now is that as they make themselves into the quarterfinals, will they be able to handle Mouse Sports? Will they be able to handle one of the big dogs of the scene? Yeah, your map pool is going to get tested there. In a way you likely haven't. Oh, Caserato getting a little bit blinded. He had a blinder of a game. He was magnificent for Furia on the T side. A big hug over to Cello, to the whole squad as they get to celebrate for the night before a big clash tomorrow.
I mean, they have re-signed to the organization. It's a long-term project, again, for Furia, and Caserato must believe in the project that lies in front of them, and he's playing well. But, I mean, Skulls is mentioning the fact that it feels like home. He settled in very comfortably into the squad here at Furia, and they have found themselves in the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup against Maus, and the Mongols are heading home.
Mongols are heading home, Furia's moving on, and we're going down to the stage.
A big matchup that we've had here, Furia big victory. Yuri's joining us here on the stage. Now, 3 best of ones that you've played. You've gone through 3 maps, nuke today, all day. Was there a strategy behind it to specifically pick the map, or did you corner opponents into it?
No, actually, we just like the map, you know. We had a good preparation, like 2 weeks, so we had good results on that map. So on that.
I mean, after that last game that you had earlier today against Russia, I mean, our hearts are feeling much better now, at least when you face Mongols. But the upcoming game for you will be against Mousesports. Now that you qualified, of course, you won the Resurrection stage. Mousesports is a completely different beast compared to anybody else really on stage. How do you feel about that?
I think it'll be the same thing against Navi we play against. It'll be hard. They are the top team right now, so it'll be a tough match. So I think we need to just do our game and do a good preparation. And I think that's it, you know, do our game.
Maybe play 3 nukes in one game. That would be something that would help out. But let's bring out your opponents, Mongols. They, of course, have been eliminated from the tournament, which means that Mongols have to sacrifice their Esports World Cup key and give it to you, because it's going to be crushed like all the other ones and their hopes and dreams also. It's very brutal here, we've been calling it. So please, there you go. Big signs of respect between our teams. And now you'll be ready to crush. Are you ready to crush Mousesports tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure.
There you go, you heard it here. Thank you again, Yuri. Congratulations to Furia to finish through things here in Resurrection stage at the EWC. Now let's kick it off, back to our studio.
Furia certainly were ferocious when it came to the Resurrection stage, and they got the job done, but it's a lot of nuke coming into play. It is Keiserato, though, dominating from start to finish, and he gave them everything he could.
Yeah, I'm glad we kind of said it coming into the game, Blur, that the best player on the server, without a doubt, is Keiserato.
Yep.
You know, you could argue that the best team on the server could have been the Mongols. It wasn't in this case. It wasn't all about Keiserato. I think Furia played a good game of Counter-Strike as a team. They were all showing up. They all had impact, especially in the second half on the CT side. They start off by losing the pistol round, they lose the conversion, and then in the very first buy round, Cello and Fallen pulls off a double AWP setup CT side nuke, which on paper, not always the best idea. They had an idea with it, they had a plan, they executed, and they played that double op setup throughout the entirety of the CT side, and the Mongols couldn't do anything about it.
Oh yeah, for sure, and that's something which we saw against Na'Vi as well yesterday, right? And they've been looking pretty solid with that, despite the fact that, yes, I agree with you, something I'm not necessarily a big fan of, considering, you know, how you got to manage your economy and everything. But I'm just going to go back and I'm just going to say, like, why the hell did you allow nuke through? And look, there are ways to look at this, like, you know, there's a school of thought that's like you have a lot more tape for on Furia's nuke to work with, but you don't have much time to prep for it, number one. And number two, for Furia, if you're watching nukes that played today and yesterday, it's not about just executes or pocket strats. It's about the way they're approaching it. Even rounds where they don't really have a strat necessarily, they're working it so well in synergy. And you can see this in the first half, they lost this map for me from Mongols in that first half. Once we had that timeout getting called by Furia, a fast half by up a hit, and they just ran away with it. And Mongols are going to go back tonight and be wondering, we had Inferno, guys. I'm not saying they would have necessarily won an Inferno, but I feel like just gifting nuke to Furia was a big mistake.
Yeah, it might be some sleepless nights ahead of them, maybe some guessing on how it all went down. I want to touch on Cello a bit with this nuke play coming in, though, because you guys spoke to me about it, the fact he's now moved over to ramp. He stood up to this pretty well.
Yeah, and especially allowing himself a lot of freedom to play the AWP, to roam around with it as well. We saw it a bit yesterday against Na'Vi. We saw it here in this game. He kept that AWP throughout the entirety of the CT side. And once you do that, you have to be a little bit more mobile as a ramp player. You allow yourself some freedom. You allow yourself to maybe change position or call for one of your riflers to come in and cover for you once in a while. Yes. So I like that synergy between the Furia players. I like that freedom that is given to Cello. One of the players that in the rough times of Furia, I think he's been a constant. He's been delivering to a certain degree. Sure. Obviously not a star player that is taking over the server and dragging Furia out of the mud, but a player that's been relatively consistent in an inconsistent time for Furia. So I'm happy to see that he's getting some responsibility, and in this case, he was delivering.
Oh, absolutely. And also, you know, just talking about his style and how aggressive he is, the fact that I had my reservations when I saw him playing ramp, right? It made more sense for Skulls to play it, but he was showing what we like to call his control aggression. There were times when he just go for it, and when he went for that aggression, it was with a teammate. It was with someone else helping him out as well. And I want to give a little bit of shout out to our boy Skulls too. You know, there was one round, up a hit, just has a FAMAS, gets a triple kill playing towards floor. So the faith that Fallen have placed on these two players, Skulls and Cello, at least on Nuke being like, you're going to play upper, you're going to play ramp, I think it's been proven so far here.
Well, someone who's been proven and continues to prove himself is Serato, who ends up being our MVP of the match. And there's no surprises there at all. This man is the reason many times Furia have success.
Yeah, he's the golden boy within that lineup, let's be honest. They managed to re-sign him to a new contract as well. Apparently he got 3 more years in the jersey, Furia jersey that is. And I think a lot of people, you know, would have loved to see him maybe try himself somewhere else. And I think a lot of people as well, especially the Brazilian fans, would love to see him bring Furia back to where they're relevant.
Yes.
Back Furia to where they are a contender to the playoff, where they're contender to go into maybe a semi-final or final, and no doubt about it. He's the best player on the server, he was the MVP of this game, and he's still one of the best riflers in the world of Counter-Strike. You can take nothing away from Serato, another dominant performance.
And what's happy for me is the fact that it's not just Serato having, once again, another good performance and failing yet to get the win, but Furia getting it done. This is a pretty convincing game in all honesty. I don't think there was, after I think the first 10 rounds is when I realized, yeah, this is Furia completely in control. Yep. And yes, there were a couple of rounds where Mongols were able to kind of rested back a little bit their direction. But yeah, Furia just running away with it. And yeah, I'll say it, like this was a bit of an upset. And sure, they were gifted nuke and whatnot, but they got a job done. It's impressive stuff.
I think a good thought experiment is to look at the scoreline and you'd be like, when it was 10-9, 11-9, you think to yourself, this is a close game, could potentially go the way of Mongols. But at no point did I sit watching that game with a feeling that Furia were losing. I was like, they were in control, they were leading, and sure, the scoreline would be somewhat close and the game would remain somewhat competitive. 1 or 2 rounds more going the way of the Mongols. It could have been a different conversation, but I was sat back with the feeling that Furia were in control from start to finish, and that's something we don't see often with the Furia boys, so credit for that.
And I was starting to see also for the Mongols, right? They didn't have the ideas, but you also saw the frustrations come through for them. And we're talking about what's going to hurt for them. Yeah, there's some smiles on their faces at times you're seeing here. There's some moments of glory, but it didn't feel like the same Mongols we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and it's also because Nuke is a map where, you know, recently feel like they have been a bit lackluster. I remember a game against Aurora, a team they should be beating, in all honesty, with one hand tied behind their back, where they struggle a little bit here. And you go back to the CT side, right? We saw so many variations of upper abuse coming in from Furia, faster plays coming in, especially towards outside. It did look like many of the times the upper bomb side players were getting caught with their pants down. They really weren't sure what was happening. And yeah, I mean, like, even if you get a kill, if you're getting traded instantly, there's not much you can do. In upper bomb side, of course, it's not going to be easy to retake either. So, as I pointed out, there are absolutely some chinks in the armor for the Mongols and a few maps here and there. Nuke absolutely is one of them.
And looking at Mongols, though, obviously we've got higher hopes for them, given their more recent successes coming into it. How disappointing do you put this down for them going on an early exit here?
I wouldn't be too sad if I'm the Mongols in this situation. Of course, it sucks to lose, and they would have liked to play tomorrow. But I think what's equal for both Furia and the Mongols, whoever were to win this bracket behind me doesn't really stand a chance, in my eyes at the very least, making it far in the playoff. And it may sound a little bit rough to say, but, you know, you're going up against some of the best teams in the world. You have Spirit waiting for you. You have G2 waiting for you.
You have Mouse waiting for you right now.
You have Mouse waiting for you in that specific game. FaZe, Na'Vi, you name it. Some of the best teams in the world are waiting for you. So it's going to be tough regardless for Furia or the Mongols. I think, if anything, it's a learning experience. It's maybe telling them that, listen, Cologne coming up as well. Maybe we need to work a bit on our nuke. Maybe we need to work a bit on our map pool in that regard. Or at the very least for the future and the qualifiers they're going to play for the future, there's stuff to work on. So sure, it sucks right now in the moment for the Mongols, but it's not like they were losing out on a giant opportunity to win a tournament, because that was not going to happen with the likes of Vitality, FaZe, G2 for that.
I think the disappointment would be, you know, because of how close the game was against G2 yesterday, 13-11, and then overtime game in which they lost 0-2. They win the first 2 games today in a very convincing fashion, and then after that, you know, again, I don't want to hop on the map veto thing, but you know, you could have maybe made a better decision.
Do it again.
I think Mongols would have liked to challenge themselves against Mouse tomorrow. Obviously, Mouse are going to be the favorites, but this is a team looking to get these official reps against the best of the best, and they missed out on that.
And in terms of missing out on that, okay, there's plenty more opportunities for the Mongols for sure. Do you think they would have fared better against Mouse compared to what Fury would have offered?
I think
that
so.
would have been a better...
I actually think so.
Yeah. That sounds rough to say, right?
But that's what I'm looking at. This is where it's kind of sad, because you go into this best of 3, and we still know Fury is very untested on a lot of maps on this. At least Mongols would have an idea of what we're going to get.
I think Mongols in a best of 3 would stand a far better chance, to be honest, against Mouse than Fury would. And that's taking nothing away from Fury. I think they were the better team tonight. They deserve to win, but they're also a work in progress with Fallen and with Cello now playing new positions. Skull's coming into it as well. We also did see them play Nuke 3 times in a row, so the map pool haven't really been tested at this tournament.
We're going to see Nuke tomorrow as well.
Most likely, most likely. I think they played 5 maps now, and 4 of those have been on Nuke, right? So if you're Fury, you're getting a lot of reps on that map, but generically speaking, winning a best of 3 against a team of the caliber of Mousesports, you need more than just one good map.
Well, let's have a look at our playoff bracket and remind everyone at home how that is looking right now, because we've got an exciting set of games coming your way. Just after this, right, in a little bit of time, we've got Spirits taking on G2. But the whole side of this bracket, this is a wild west of Counter-Strike.
I love the game. I mean, just look at the games, right? I mean, the Mouse Fury game, I guess it can be like one of the more slightly one-sided game, obviously, but Na'Vi FaZe, I think that's a particular rivalry which just started off, right? You know, they lost last time.
You were in Copenhagen, right, when Na'Vi played FaZe Clan in, was it
some grand final somewhere?
Grand final of a major or something?
Yeah. And then after that, they played a couple of times where FaZe destroyed them. Rain said, I need to beat Na'Vi at least 10 times before I'm satisfied. And after saying that, they lost again to Na'Vi. So that's a very exciting matchup with a lot of pride on the line.
And not to forget VP Vitality. I think that's a quality matchup. I think Vitality, obviously, with Saivu, that's always interesting to watch them play. VP, a team that is getting better and better. And then we have one more game for tonight, James. Team Spirit taking on G2 as well.
Spirit Donk, baby.
Got a bit of Snacks coming in, got a bit of Donk coming in, got Nico, Monacy on the server. Some of the best players the world of Counter-Strike has to offer.
Well, do you know what time it is now? We spoke about the Mongols. It's a very sad time for them, but we do have to crush their key and say goodbye. Well, as the crushing of the key goes down, you know, it's a slow, painful thing they have to witness. I do feel sad for them having
Imagine
to watch
if that was your finger.
Can we operate it?
We can give it a try. I want to see how strong it is. Let's give it a test.
Let's test your skull, James. See how how tough it is. You know?
Hand I could have accepted. Skull, maybe not. Maybe not going to come into there.
I'll keep dreaming then.
Keep dreaming. Thanks, Pim. You're so kind, man. Just evil violence. That's what he wants to see.
It's typical Danes, right?
Yeah. No filter. Can't hold back at all.
Absolutely not.
We should test you out on many things. I know. Let's start with this.
You want to go for a run?
No, definitely not. Yeah. How far did you run today?
Actually, I didn't run too far. I was just a little jogging, you know. But
a little jogging?
A little jogging, yeah.
And you're supposed to take Dinko?
Dinko is supposed to join me tomorrow, and we're trying to convince Jason to join us as well, but we are a little bit afraid that the old man may get a heart stroke, so we're probably going to...
Heart stroke.
That too, you know.
And how far did you actually run today? You said little.
It was yesterday around 10K. Yeah.
10K in this heat. What weather was it?
45 degrees.
45.
Yeah, it's rough, you know. It was. Now we're in Saudi, right? I was like, when do I ever get the chance to run in 45 degrees ever again?
I don't think it's a chance. No one thinks that. You do realize.
Experience.
It's only people who hate themselves who probably think that.
The worst part was that you're running outside, the sun is baking on you, and you're almost burning your throat just by, you know, breathing in what's supposed to be fresh air. It was kind of like a wild experience, not gonna lie, but I'll do it again tomorrow.
So like, after all that, it sounds horrendous, and yet Pimp will go again.
That's disgusting, man.
What are you training for right now?
Right now, the World Championships in cycling for amateurs.
Damn.
Yeah.
Blair, me and you, we're not partaking in anything close to that.
I'm going to be in bed sleeping.
Yeah, I feel like I'll rest, watch some TV.
I saw you in the gym.
Relax. I'm going gym to lift, but I'm not going to do any of this
like
cardio.
A weight or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's it. Just the weight, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's all I can do right now. There's nothing else coming into it. We are just waiting to see what's going to happen with the Mongols exit interview. Hopefully, Freya's getting some good words from them, but it is going to be a sad moment. I do hope she does ask the question around the veto, because then we can stop talking about it. We can understand the thought process behind it.
I can tell you what they're going to say. It's the usual. You know, we feel comfortable on the map. We thought we were going to play it. Classic answer.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Does this loss for the Mongols against Fury change anything of your perception of the Mongols heading into the second part of the season?
No.
Because for me, it doesn't, right? No, that's the main point right here. Sure, for them, it would be nice to beat Fury. It was a best of one. It was on a map like Nuke. Maybe they did a bit of a gamble with the veto. But for me, big picture stuff sucks right now in the moment, but it doesn't really change what I feel about the Mongols. It's still a proper team, still a team that I would not face in a best of 3. So I think right now, Mouse are probably the biggest winners of this resurrection bracket. They're facing Fury, which I think they're very comfortable with.
Oh, 100% agree with you on that. But I also feel like when it comes to the Mongols, it is kind of frustrating because this is a team obviously representing a region of the world which hasn't really had Counter-Strike success in a very long time, and they're up and coming. And when you make a small little unnecessary mistakes. Because I really feel like you know, how much have we spoken about a G2 veto mishaps recently as well?
Oh,
right?
yes.
So I know if we can talk about G2 about that, we can obviously be critical about what Mongols have done here, if you ask me. I personally feel if they played Inferno here, they would 100% won the
You
map.
remember 2 minutes ago? I don't want to bring it up again, guys, but veto.
Well, you had to poke me, right? But anyway, the point being, I agree with you. I think overall, holistically, I'm still riding the Mongols hype train. I think they're going to be a very exciting team come the Shanghai Major as well. Just don't mess it up.
Don't peak too early, Mongols. Just be ready for the Shanghai Major.
Just be slow and steady, you know, grind your way through it all, learn, grow as a team a bit more. Do you think the pressure gets to them still a little bit, though, in some of these more, like, tense situations? I know when we watched them back, what was it, in Abu Dhabi, they actually did hold strong, but there's moments where it gets close, where you start to go, oh.
I feel like they do struggle, particularly in a map. You know what I mean? Where in a map, when the pressure starts mounting up, I don't feel like they really have the ability to really bounce back. They've done it a couple of times here and there, but eventually wind up always losing it out. You rarely see a Mongols coming back from being down. They can come back in a series, lose the first map, then bounce back map 2 and 3, make it very dominant. But I feel like, again, very young team. Mizuno's just turned 17, Senzu's 17, average age is like less than 20. They can't even drink in America. They come, you know, I'm just saying, like out there.
Can't, you know, but yeah, true. I also think it's about being realistic. You know, we often speak about all these different teams, and everyone comes in with the same sentiment that we want to win the tournament. We play to win. Realistically speaking, some teams, yes, you're playing to win, but you're not going to win, and they know that heading into the tournament. I think Mongols are one of those teams that if you were to ask them a year ago or 2 years ago, would you be satisfied with being a top 10 team in the entire world right now? They'd probably sell for that. They'll probably be like, yeah, hell yeah, we want to be a top 10 team. Sure, for the future, they can perhaps get better. You said it yourself, it's a young team. There's still some players within that team that can develop, but fact of the matter is, and we sometimes forget that, not everyone can be the best. And for the Mongols, with what they have to work with the scene they're in right now, with the practice environment, you name it, I think they're doing pretty goddamn good.
Well, let's find out from Techno. He's with Freya. Let's see what he's saying.
Techno, first of all, commiserations on the loss versus Furia here. I do have a question about the map veto, because we had Inferno and we had Nuke left over. You guys decided to ban Inferno. Why was that when it's a good map of yours?
I think for us, the Nuke was the comfortable map, I think.
But we've seen Furia play it 3 times today, and they won all 3. Did that cross your mind at all?
Maybe affected a little bit, maybe.
Were you watching those games? Did you feel like you could see something?
Some games, some rounds, yeah.
In terms of going forward for the Mongols, obviously you've got Cologne coming up. What are you going to be doing between now and Cologne?
I guess we should do more practice, because we didn't have a really good practice yet, and because of the summer break, we just came from break only maybe 1 week ago or something. Yeah.
Anything that you're going to be focusing on in those practice sessions?
Maybe for ourselves. Yeah, I think so.
Anything you want to say to the Mongols fans out there as well?
Can I say Mongolia?
Of course,
maybe?
yeah.
Okay. Thanks for cheering for us, and keep cheering for us. Thank you. Тэгээд бидний цааш долонд цаашсан дэмжиж байгаарай. Тэгээд баярлалаа.
Thank you so much for your time, Techno, and yeah, see you in Cologne.
Thank you.
And that's what we're going to get from Techno. He's
I told you so.
Comfortable on Nuke. Well, it didn't look comfortable.
It did not look comfortable. I said it. It's a classic answer. But I feel like, you know, a little bit of thought from certain teams when it comes to vetoes, man. This is something we keep bitching about every single time. And when it happens, it just sucks. It sucks for them.
I like the Mongols, you know. They're all right. I think they did okay. They couldn't beat Furia today. They still got 2 wins in a best-of-1.
You wouldn't say this if it was a Danish team, would you?
No, I probably wouldn't. I like the Mongols, you know. I look forward to seeing them play next time.
Okay, real quick. If it was a best-of-3, who wins?
Mongols.
Furia.
Ooh, okay, split on it. Well, I'll leave us with that. And for now, we're going to go to a break, because it's time to get ready for G2 taking on Spirit.
We'll find out how we're gonna play after the break, because you know every break can affect the way how you play, because you're not playing the game. but there is no such a thing as confidence, like crazy confidence, overconfidence or whatever. Like we're just playing, and like if we are playing well, it happens in the best like scenario. If we are playing worse, we can lose the game, and anything can happen. I think that pressure is the thing that is coming, that is only can be coming from inside of you, and you can't get pressured by something from the outside of the game, like reading comments or whatever, or like looking in the rankings. It's just going inside of your mind, and if you decide to feel pressured, you can be pressured. But if you like probably don't believe in it and like approach it in a different way, you won't be affected by that. You can't really predict any problems which can be caused by when you play the game, but I think if we meet any issues, we can handle them and go through it. And actually, I think it's like not that much about like gluing. It's just a good chemistry, and we are not like doing a lot of stuff to keep it great. So we're just like, we are good as a persons. We don't have some like guys who can like ruin the chemistry or whatever. So it's pretty easy to handle and to get to each other. We do understand that Shiro is a great asset to have in the team, and from the way that he has been performing in the past, like during the online, during the few events when he was in Cloud9 and they were doing great, he's been like always in the top of the list of the best toppers in the world. So having him, you just can't really go to not let him do something. Like you need to have that kind of a player to be comfortable in his position. So we just like looking for stuff, and if he wants to do something, we can add it or like accept it. I do believe that such thing as the honeymoon does exist, and probably Kato performance has been kind of affected by that. But you know, the way how we are going to perform in the upcoming tournaments is gonna be only decided by us and like no one else. And if we decide to play well and not opens when it's like it matters or whatever, we will be playing great and we can continue winning. It's not that much of what tournament is it, because like they're all pretty much basically the same tournaments. You just arrive somewhere and you just play the game. So it can show some new names into the scene because of a player break, which has been just before the tournament. So because few teams, few players can be rusty, not that like ready, not used to officials. So like in this exact scenario, you're capable of like overperforming someone who might be better than you, and like it's gonna be a great beginning because you'll get some points, some advice, something else, and that's it.
We have reached our first quarterfinal, and it's the Dr. Salamain Al Habib upcoming showdown. Spirit taking on G2. A new look G2 versus a Spirit who are starting to find their form, starting to look pretty damn good, guys.
What a way to kick off the playoff, you know. Yeah. Two teams with a lot of history, two teams with a lot of individual powers. Arguably the two best Counter-Strike players in the world as of right now, in, of course, Donk and m0NESY. One being the AWP player for G2, one being the Star Rifler for Spirit. This game has everything that should be making up for a fun game of Counter-Strike. An untested G2 with snacks, with mobs coming into it, and then a Spirit that I think we all expect to be at least contending to be the best team in the world. We've seen them be it in the early stages of the season with the winning Katowice, but they've slowed down a little bit, maybe haven't found the consistency that we would like. Maybe this is the time, Blair. Maybe this quarterfinal is where it all begins again.
Oh, for sure. I think like Spirit, for me personally, are the favorites for this particular event, right? And even last year, where it was a bit of a mixed bag of results when it comes to the events and the teams. Like we saw FaZe, you know, their streak kind of ended, only winning one event over in Chengdu and whatnot. But if you look at the impact of the events, and sure, now they're winning the major, can't discount that, obviously. But Spirit with that incredible run in Kato and closing it out as well in London. I think for me, they're the biggest winners from the previous season.
Definitely. They started off strong, they stayed pretty consistent throughout all of it, and they ended strong as well. And they're looking to start strong here once again. And you hearing that from Magic's, right, in that like interview was done before the event started and how it went down, he seems like they've kind of understood where they're at as a team, and their mentality is always very strong.
And I think the scary part about Team Spirit, because you said it yourself, right, winning in Katowice was fantastic. Then maybe at the major, people were slightly disappointed they couldn't play at the same level, but it's still a team I feel we haven't seen the best from. Obviously, what they did at Katowice, it's very hard to replicate that. For Dunk to play at such a high individual level with a 1.70 rating, it's unheard of. Maybe the greatest esports performance of all time. We can have the debate on another time, but it's very hard to replicate that. However, I'm still standing with a feeling that Spirit haven't come to full force. Spirit is still a, let's say, relatively new team with Shiro coming into the mix, with Chopper being the in-game leader of a team with a lot of different star players. Sontix all of a sudden also emerging as a player you can count on. I have a feeling that we haven't seen the best from Spirit, and to me, that's a little bit scary to even think about.
That is a very terrifying prospect, 100%, because even yesterday, the win they had, which is a very convincing win, it was Magic's who was actually top fragging, right? The rest of the team really didn't have to go, Dong didn't have to go above and beyond. And even just looking at how they're adapting, they're changing. We talk about how their vertigo with the CT side is a bit of a problem. I'm looking at vertigo right now, and I'd be scared to pick it against him. To switch it out, Dong's no longer playing towards B, or middle is playing towards A. They're willing to adapt. They're not stubborn. They're willing to learn. And like you said as well, also adding to the factor that they're such young players, such a young team. This is a team that's going to be around for ages, Banks, and they're going to be winning way more.
Now, I want to remind everyone at home, it's the stcplay.gg. If you want to vote for your favorite team and who you think is going to win this game, we won't give our predictions just yet. We'll give you some time for that as well. But before we go any further, while we're talking about Spirit, let's hear from Zontix with Freya.
Okay, Zontix, the summer break is over. We're now back in class. So I want to pose you a question. If you were going to give a grade to Spirit's performance in the first half of 2024, I'm talking like A+ to an F grade, what letter would you give and why?
From what we could get at all, or thinking about we changed the player at the beginning of the year? So like.
No, I think be fair. I think from what you could actually achieve and like the tournaments you did attend.
A+.
I think that's totally fair. Do you feel like the best team in the world at the moment? Because obviously you won London. Does it feel like that within the team?
To be honest, 2 championships is not enough to prove that we are the best, and we are not even the best in the ESL ranking. So it's hard to say right now. We will see.
In terms of going up against G2 here in the quarterfinals, they've obviously had a number of changes. We got Snacks, we got Malbs. How would you rate the changes that G2 are coming into this new season with? Did you expect it to be Snacks and Malbs?
I didn't expect it to be Snacks, but I really did expect it to be Malbs. I cannot rate it because I don't know how Malbs will play on Tier 1. I don't know how Snacks will call. Like, I don't know anything, so we will see. Like, I don't know.
In terms of what you guys achieved back in London, Donk had some, really sound words about your coach, Hallie. We don't really get to hear from him too often. He was saying he has a lot of impact on the team. From your perspective, what kind of impact does Hallie have on Team Spirit?
Hallie is literally building the team because he's like a leader, I would say, and he does like almost all the preparation for the teams we're playing against. So yeah, obviously he has a very big impact. I think he's the main guy in our roster. So yeah.
Confidence levels then going up against G2, first game on stage here. How confident are you guys?
We feel like we are in a good form, maybe not in our best form, but to be honest, it's hard to say because we played only 1 game and it was not even a Tier 1 team. So we have to see how we'll play against better teams like G2, for example. But G2 is a new team. They haven't played much. They have 2 changes in their roster. So I don't know. We're just confident because we know how we can play, but not because G2 isn't ready or something like that.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Zontix, and yeah, best of luck against G2.
Thank you.
I absolutely love a Zontix interview, and I love the mentality. He's straight talking. He gives an honest answer the whole way through. And look at that. He was saying, we are not the best team. We need to do more to prove that. He's still hungry.
I like that. You know, 2 championships doesn't make us the best team. And that was kind of the argument we were trying to make right here, that sure, on paper, we do think Spirit perhaps is the team in the world with the highest ceiling, the highest potential. We saw that in Katowice, but they want to win trophies and they want to win them consistently. I also do think that what they did at the Major in Copenhagen to them was very disappointing. They came into the tournament as one of the favorites and they weren't able to win it. So for him, you know, for some of these players that haven't been able to win a Major before, that's a big goal for the second part of the season. It all starts right here, potentially grabbing another trophy, but they're also looking towards Shanghai, where they want to peak and maybe grab that Major that kind of slipped out of their hands in Copenhagen.
I mean, it was a phase that happened there, right? Getting the revenge, of course. But yeah, I do love what he said right there. It's, you know, he seems to have a very, just a very solid, you know, head on his shoulders over there, very calm, very composed as well. And yeah, look, obviously they're holding themselves to higher expectations than a lot of people might do. He wants to be the first, I guess, in every ranking, ESL, Valve, as well as whatever rankings out there. All the rankings, basically. But yeah, like, as you pointed out, though, right, going up against a team like G2, yeah, they're an unknown quantity right now. But I think deep down inside, he is very well aware that they are absolutely the favorites coming into this.
And that's what it's about, showing they're the favorites now in this matchup. But we got to hear from the newcomer to G2 as well. Freya caught up with Malbs.
Malbs, great to get to catch up with you ahead of your game versus Spirit. Obviously, first game against Mongols went incredibly well for you guys. What's the vibe within the team at the moment, as you know, your first officials with them?
Of course, it's been great. Like, we know we're a new team. We only had like 6 days of practice, so we're doing the most we can. We're super excited to be here, like our first playoffs together, so it's been nice, honestly.
With you, obviously, there's been a lot of discussion about the roles coming into G2. How do you feel within your roles at the moment?
I needed to still get used to it because, of course, I was playing like super aggressive roles, and then getting into more passive roles has been like a little bit there, you know. But I feel I've been doing fine. I thought I was gonna be doing worse, honestly, but I'm doing okay. And I think it's gonna be okay because in the past I already did like anchor roles, so I think it's gonna work out. Yeah.
We were just chatting a bit about the veto. I hope I'm not spoiling anything here, but you are going to be playing Nuke, which is interesting because back on an M80, you didn't really play that map all too often. How are you feeling about playing it today?
I don't mind it, honestly. And back in M80, I was like, can we please ban Dust 2 and play Nuke? I don't really like that map, so yeah.
We were also just talking about this is the first time you've ever faced Donk in an official match. Does that scare you at all? You worried?
I don't know. It's going to be the NA Donk versus EU Donk.
Questions. I think it's time to get some answers. Thank you so much, Malbs. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the G2 interviews are always a vibe and always a bit of laughter. Malbs has certainly taken into that, but he didn't just call himself the NA Dog. He's got a lot to prove before that.
I mean,
I love it, but
I mean, there is a Elige and a twist and a nap out there. But hey, you know what? I like the confidence.
Yeah, that's maybe too confident though. But this G2 needs to have some confidence. They could be potentially going through a honeymoon phase. Everyone's touched on the fact that like Snacks came in, we weren't sure about it, weren't sure about what he'd be able to have in here. But you know the one thing I'll just say, if you think back to Dallas, where we had obviously Stewie come in, they spoke a lot about how he was a positive vibe, you know, a different attitude in it. Snacks is one hell of a positive guy, and he's also fearless.
Okay, there's a lot of things I want to say now. One thing is I don't want to talk about G2 and vibes anymore. We had that period when Nexa was brought in for the vibes.
Right. Nexa wasn't, I don't see Nexa as a vibey guy.
Listen, I don't care. I don't want to talk about the vibes within G2 anymore. It is what it is. However, it's very interesting, and I think we should contextualize it, right? We have Snacks coming in as an in-game leader instead of Huxi. That's a move that's been talked about for a long, long time. Almost ever since Huxi joined G2, people wanted him kicked. Then they won a couple of tournaments, they liked him. Then they lost a couple of tournaments, they wanted him kicked. Now, finally, it happened over the summer break with Snacks coming in. Mobs being added as well as this, let's call him the NA Donk, you know, coming in with a lot of firepower, coming in with a bit of new energy. It is an interesting prospect. There's a lot of critique going around this G2 lineup. We don't really know what capabilities Snacks is having as an in-game leader. He hasn't been tested at this tier 1 level for a very long time. It's what, 6 or 7 years ago he was relevant with MVP. Ever since he's been standing in a little bit. He's been playing within Gamer Legion, more tier 2 team than a tier 1 team, to be completely honest. So there's still a lot of question question marks surrounding G2.
Oh, absolutely. I know, like the Malt's pickup for me, I was a big fan of it. I'm like, oh, this makes sense. This is great. This is fantastic. Role differences, whatnot, doesn't really matter. He can adapt. He's young, right? But when Snack's coming in, look, he's absolutely untested. I agree with you. When he came into Game of Legion, he's been in the wilderness out in Poland, somewhere in the wilderness, trying to figure out how he's going to come back. Game of Legion picks him up. He did a serviceable job with the pieces he had to work with, right? Obviously, he can frag out. That's something we're very well aware of. G2 don't need a fragging IGL right now.
No.
You just need someone who can call and work with what you have, which is the best player in the world. You have Nico, and then you have Malbs, right? And of course Hunter as well. And he is just an untested prospect. The win against Mongols, good job, fairly done. Very close series. I need to see more before I'm convinced. But I'm just going to put it out there. It's going to take a while. It's not going to be easy at all for Snacks. Not just because, coming in and IGLing for a team like this, but the individuals there. It's not just about, leading, calling strats and whatnot, but it's about being a captain of men, so to speak. And while sure, he might have been able to do it in Game of Legion, the caliber of personalities and players on his team, whole different beast altogether. And against Spirit, it's trial by fire.
Yeah, this is a real tough test for him, but I want to look at this. Even with Snacks here, looking at the 4 players they have now, surely this G2 should be back to at least competing for trophies or being at the very top.
Well, that's the thing with G2. They always have been. I think even when Huxi was in the lineup, even when Nexa was in the lineup, and for all I care, G2 has always been a team that whenever they came into a tournament, we could speak about them maybe not being in the best shape, maybe not being in the best form, but whenever they were at their lowest, that's when they would turn up at Cologne and all of a sudden win it. That's when they turn up at the major and all of a sudden get into a quarterfinal as well, and you think to yourself, maybe, just maybe they can go all the way. So you never really know about G2. If there's one point I want to bring to the board that I haven't seen discussed a lot, it's also the added pressure on Tess as a coach. When he was being brought into G2, he had the players in front of him and he didn't have a say whatsoever in who was being cut, who was being changed, etc. Now it's his team. Now he's had a say. He hasn't signed Snacks without him approving it. He hasn't signed Malps without Tess approving it. So if you're looking from that perspective as well, it also adds pressure on Tess. And when he came into G2, he was also a very unproven coach. We don't know how much he's contributing with. We don't know how big of a say he has within the tactical department within G2. So now, for me and for my money, Tess is under a lot of pressure as well. It's not only Snacks, it's not only Malps, it's not only Nico trying to regain form. The coach within G2 will now also have to show that he's worth the money he's being paid.
And especially if you go back to the interview Huxi gave as well, what he said, once there was at one point there was a schism between him and Taz, and they weren't quite on the same plate, where he felt like he wasn't really in control of the team as well. Yeah. So that means obviously Taz has a very big role in having his ex-teammate coming in. That means a few hatchets being buried as well. So, absolutely, they've taken a big chance here to go for it. And at this point, sure, we can be as pundits, as talking heads, we can keep talking about, sure, Snacks is unproven and whatnot. But this is how, this season is where we get to see where they go. Because at some point, I'm going to be so pissed off if m0NESY doesn't win big events, because this kid is the best. In an era where you have players like Donk and ZywOo, the fact that he can single-handedly carry this team to victories and he's still not in a consistent top-tier team, that pisses me off, man.
And he needs to find some success soon, because otherwise they won't be able to keep him. They've had him for a good amount of time. They found some success, but that has to be built upon, right? If you want to keep a superstar.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to re-sign the contract, I guess for now they have him on paper, and I guess they're paying him a decent amount of money. But you're right, it does feel a little bit wasted to see m0NESY not winning more. But then again, you'd say the same about Donk with the way he's playing right now, and you'd say the same about Simple when he was playing, obviously, as well. There's so many good players out there. You can even make the same argument for ZywOo. Obviously, Vitality have had a time where they were winning a lot. They have a lot of trophies to their name. They have the major as well. But you have 3 talents right now in m0NESY, in Donk, and in ZywOo, and you'd make the same argument for all of them. They should be winning all the tournaments, but the fact of the matter is only one of them can each time.
Exactly that, and it's all cut within it. We have to see how it goes down. We have to see how it's going to go down this matchup, because it's 2 of those names you just mentioned. I also want to find out how it's looking for our STC Play audience vote. Let's see which side they were going, because this could either be one side that everyone just thinks Spirit, #1 team, they completely dominate, or it's going to be a huge G2 fan base. So where are we? Oh, that's, see, that's kind of what I expected.
You could be a fan of G2, but you also have to be a little realistic, right? It's a brand new team. They've only seen 1 series. And by the way, the last time these 2 teams played, it was in London, where miraculously G2 were able to steal a map off Spirit with the Taz playing. It was Ancient, which is Nico going 2080 Nico mode, right? But apart from that, you really can't read too much into it, because obviously m0NESY wasn't there. But yeah.
Even when m0NESY came back, though, in that game you referenced, right, he came under very stressful, weird situations. So at least this is where we get to see like a full-on test of it, but it still could be a moment where we don't really understand what G2 will offer. Like, we want to see G2 pressured, we want to see them tested, and want to see if they do fall apart under this new leadership, this new way of playing, right?
I can guarantee you that G2 will be tested in this game. When you're going up against Donk, Sontix, and Shiro for that matter as well, there's so much firepower when in this lineup of Spirit. You even said it yourself, Magix yesterday had a barn burner of a game as well, so it comes from all different directions, so the pressure will be applied. Another, interesting dynamic in this game, obviously, is m0NESY versus Shiro. It is two of the greatest AWP players we have right now in the game, and they have very different styles of playing. m0NESY is seeking the lock, he's seeking the duel, he's almost forcing the AWP down the throats of his opponents sometimes. Whereas for Shiro, a little bit more reactive, a little bit more defensive, so seeing those two go head-to-head in a game like this, in a best-of-3 where there's so much at stake, is always a joy to watch.
I'm glad you bring a Shiro as well, because we've been talking about, just goes to show the amount of talent in this matchup right now that we took about like 10 minutes before we brought up Shiro, right? Absolutely. Shiro, he's been fantastic as well. And any other team, the numbers he's shown so far in the previous season, that's some incredible numbers. It's just the fact that there's a little kid called Dong just overshadows him despite being a tiny little kid.
Just to underline that point, you have a guy like Nico on this server, and we don't spend that much time talking about Nico anymore because he's had a bit of a rough time in CS2. I will say, though, it does feel like he's researching a little bit. He was playing better. We saw it in London as well. We have seen it the past 6 months that his rating is slowly but surely going up. So hopefully we get the best out of Nico as well in this second part of the season, because if that's the case, you have m0NESY, you have Nico, and now adding Malps into that mix of aggressive players, it could be very, very scary to face.
There is one thing we also need to highlight is when Snacks, right? Yesterday you look at the game against Mongols, the opening matchup, he struggled in the fragment department. Indeed, he actually worse at times. And then the next map he started to wake up a little bit. But one thing you noticed if you could watch that game was once he won the game, if you look at his body language, he was the last guy getting up from the table, from his seat. He was still, there's so much stress on him. The amount of pressure that is on anyone's shoulders, despite someone, a veteran like Snacks as well, when you have to, well, the weight of expectations is on you because you have Nico and m0NESY. It's not easy at all. So Snacks, this is a real litmus test for what he's got.
And you've touched on it already when it comes to Snacks, right? The fact that he was on Game Legion before, he was working with pieces that maybe not so up there. Now he says, okay, I've got everything I want. I've got the keys to the castle. I've got to try and make this work. But how much of that you're saying, like the pressure on Snacks, you said about Taz. How do you split that right now between those two? Because last time it was Hooksy, it was just all blame on Hooksy.
Yeah, and that was a little bit uncalled for.
Just unfair.
Yeah, a bit, But then again, Taz came into a lineup that was already predetermined for him. So that's why the added pressures on Taz now. I agree with your point, though. I do think it's a 50-50 split.
Okay.
Snacks and Taz have to work together, obviously, to figure out how do they want to approach the game. How do you get the best out of m0NESY? How do you get the best out of Nico? How do you get the best out of Malps, who's now being forced into new roles, playing a bit more of an anchor role when in Counter-Strike as well. A big ask for a young kid as well, even though he's calling himself the NA Donk. We'll see about that. I will say, though, that for Snacks, it's also a golden opportunity. When do we ever come across as an in-game leader playing for a team like Gamer Legion, being brought into a team where you have the tools like m0NESY, like Nico, like Malps, even Hunter for that matter? Look at that lineup. Think about it yourself. Hunter is the guy that you're like, yeah, we don't want to address too much attention to him because he's not really a focus point for me because he's not good enough to get all the attention. Then you know how you have a very explosive roster with all the tools in the toolbox needed. So yes, a lot of pressure on Snacks as well to make this work. He did it somewhat in Gamer Legion. I know a lot of people brought up the fact that he had the worst T-side winning rate out of all it, but again, if you're working with a broken hammer, it's kind of hard to hit the nail.
I mean, listen, if you have Malps and Nico as the tip of your spears, your javelins, and you still suck on the T-side, then yeah, that's going to be a yikes for me.
Well, let's find out what maps we're going to be playing, guys. Let's get ourselves into the veto.
We're going to see some nuke.
I think we're going to see some nuke or spoilers right there. Here's the thing, right? Obviously, Vertigo is going to be banned. That's a problem. They can't punish or potentially try to even attempt to punish Spirit on Vertigo. Inferno ban coming from Spirit. And a Mirage pick for, look, they either had to go for Nuke, Mirage, Ancient, or Anubis. These are the 4 maps we can potentially see. Nuke should be the pick, I guess, coming in from Spirit, because that's what they mentioned in the interview right with Freya.
I love it.
Ancient Decider, perhaps?
Potentially. I love the fact that G2 is moving back to playing Mirage. That's also a sign of, obviously, Snacks coming into the lineup. But, Malps is a beast on Mirage as well. Think about all that firepower on the T side. I absolutely love it. I love the fact that they're willing to go back that route. Ancient being the 3rd deciding map makes sense. We saw them play it a bit in London as well. Snacks have played it with Gamer Legion as well. So it's really a map pool that is shaping out the way we would have liked it to. But regardless of that, we have to pull it back, put it into context. It's a new version of G2. It's a big test, and Spirit will argue the best team.
It's a bit surprising because obviously, G2, they kind of flex a 7-map pool, right? It's Mirage or Vertigo they usually ban. They've tried to flex it. It's not really a flex in all honesty.
SNX is a 7-map
But have Spirit, do you really expect Spirit to actually, pick Vertigo, right? Spirit's probably going to ban Vertigo in the second phase altogether, right? So I'm a little bit surprised they actually went for the ban there. Mirage, yeah, it's a surprise. We know Nico said, I think it was Nico who said he's not a big fan of playing on that map and whatnot, but maybe new team, new map pool, Banks.
New team, new map pool. He did mention it, right? He teased it a little bit, but there's a lot to ask of Snacks to go and run through this all. Let's just talk about where you think it's all going to go, because we've been very heavy on looking like leaning in towards Spirit, and rightly so. But how much chance do you think this G2 has? Is there a bit where they can catch Spirit off guard? Can they be a bit unpredictable?
I think G2 have so much firepower that there's definitely a possibility of a surprise here. I have no problem saying that I think Spirit is going to win the game. I think Spirit is going to win the entire tournament. Let's put that down to bet.
I agree.
Straight away, right? Yep. But I think for G2, you can never count out a team with Monacy, Nico, and now Mobs in the mix as well. I hope for a competitive game. I hope for a game where Spirit will be tested and where Spirit obviously will test G2 as well. I want to see some of those, maybe cracks in the armor of G2. I want to see some of the areas where they're looking good, especially the T side I have high expectations for, and then maybe the CT side can be troublesome. So if anything, I'm walking into this game hoping to learn something about G2, hoping for a competitive game, but expecting them to beat Spirit, that's a bit over the top.
I think it'd be way over the top in all honesty. But I do want to add on one more thing about Mobs. You mentioned Mobs right there. Is yesterday, if you go to the Mongols game, right? I think it was the round which took them to overtime, or actually no, won them the freaking game. I think it was 12-11 for the side of G2. They didn't have much weaponry to work with. I think a MAC-10, a couple of pistols, that one AK. That one AK in the T side, and there's Nico in the server who did give it to Mobs, and he wins them that round, just running in with the AK popping heads. And if you're a young player like Mobs, coming to a team like G2, the expectations are there, and it's such a crucial round, they give him the responsibility. We have faith in you, kid. Go for it, and he wins him the map. And I feel like that's absolutely doubled his confidence he had. Maybe that's why he calls himself the NA Dog.
Listen, it's a kid, and he thrives off confidence. So that's a great start to the tournament for Mobs, and definitely, hopefully a great sign for the future for him in G2.
Looking at this pick of Mirage, though, do you believe that G2 has enough to be able to take it?
I mean, Spirit have shown slight weaknesses here and there, but here's the thing with G2, I've rarely seen them play Mirage, right? They usually ban it out.
Away from it, yeah.
They moved away from it quite a bit, and I think the last time I played was months ago, so I really don't have much tape to go back on. Also, the fact is, I mean, 2 new players coming in with Snacks and with Mobs as well, so it's a bit of an unknown quantity for us, but considering they picked it, I'm expecting something a little explosive.
As I said, we're heading into this game to learn more about G2, to learn more about Team Spirit. I'm very excited for it. I'm excited to see Mobs play. I'm excited to see Nico play. I'm excited to see Monacy play, Dunk play. We have some of the best
He's very excited, Banks.
in the world on this server, James. It's prone to be a good game.
Well, I'm very excited, but one word quickly. Who's winning Mirage?
Spirit.
Spirit.
Spirit all the way. Spirit looking to go dominant in this, but G2 have to prove themselves in a big way, especially with the new players and the big organization behind them. Let's go to OJ and Miller.
It is the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh. Counter-Strike. We've had a day of best of ones. Now, though, I do believe it's time for a quarter-final and a best of 3.
Absolutely. Best of 3s from now on until we hit our finals, but that'll be way until we get to Sunday. First, that gauntlet of BO1s is out. Now we turn to the quarterfinals and a big game in our hands.
Very much so. I mentioned this earlier on, this wonderful trophy here. Already you can see the teams that have gone home, their keys have been crushed. Nothing is granted, everything is earned, and that's what it takes to win here. That's what it's going to take to win this trophy. And today, we have 2 teams that are going head-to-head. Absolutely head-to-head to round up what has been a fabulous day of play right here.
Oh yeah, we've had so many games that we went through today, and honestly, now that we get to see Team Spirit going up against G2, this is the one we're waiting for. It's the cap on the night.
It very much is so. So let's get the teams out to stage. First to walk out is Team Spirit. All right, please welcome them out to stage. Team Spirit, it's Chopper, it's Magix, it's Shiro, it's Zontix, and let's put a donk on it.
There can't be a game of CS without 2 teams. So we got our first 5 on, 1 squad. Introduce our second competitors, G2! Walter, Nico, Bobs, and Snacks. Give it up again, G2! There's nothing like it.
There's nothing like it. Counter-Strike here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. As we've said, a day of best of ones. That was getting through the loser bracket. Somebody was resurrected, but now it's about the pointy end. Quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then this trophy will be lifted in a big old grand final on Sunday. Right, guys, if you want to take your computers, we will get this on. Thank you so much. Let's get ready for this first best of 3. I'm excited. You can tell I'm excited.
Absolutely are. You know, it might be kind of late here, but it feels like the day has...
It's not that late. Come on.
I hit 30 already. Like, back starts to hurt. You know how it is.
I'm excited to get to 30. Tell me what it's like when you get to it.
In a few years, maybe, OJ. But our game is set. Reminder, from now on, if you lose the game, you're out of the running. You're going to have your both your keys and your hopes crushed on stage. So let's get our game started. G2 versus Team Spirit. On to our studio.
Thank you very much, guys. That's right. It is time for us to get closer to this game. And when we look at the huddles, we look at the teams coming together. The thing I'm going to be smiling and laughing about here is just how, when it comes to it, there's going to be a very different way in terms of mentality and how they prepare and how they're ready for it. Look at on the stage how cool and calm Spirit were, and then look how kind of tense that we saw from the G2 camp.
I mean, it's over for G2. I'm looking at Donk, and I'm looking at Donk.
Wow.
No, but listen, Donk is standing there. He's looking at Chopper. Chopper is looking at Donk. They're both smiling. They're winking with their eyes. They're like, as you said, you know, as calm, as collected as they possibly can be. Obviously, we're hoping for a competitive game. Obviously, we hope to see the best from Nico, from Monacy, from Mobs for that matter as well. It's going to be incredible tough for this new lineup of G2. But one thing we haven't discussed is that they're also walking into this game with no pressure. No one is going to blame G2 if they were to lose to Team Spirit. So if you're Nico, if you're Monacy, you go in with your shoulders down, your back down, and you can only surprise at this point. Not a position G2 usually are in. You know, we always have high expectations for them. We always think that they're supposed to win. This time around, they kind of play a freebie.
I do like how Donk's looking at Chopper, just being like, "Can I just play already? I just want to get into the server and just like play." It's a whole different breed altogether. But the vibes look pretty immaculate for G2 because Nico's smiling around as well. But let's harken back really quickly with Dallas, right? We talked about Dallas and how Stewie, you know, made them feel a little bit more relaxed, being like, "Hey guys, just a game, just have fun."
They had nothing to lose.
You got nothing to lose, but you can't have, you know, a stand-in coming in and just get that mentality.
Yeah.
And I feel like with Taz and Snacks together, they're hopefully the chemistry that we know of what was once upon a time the Plow can hopefully, you know, vitalize them, being like, "Hey guys, listen, look at the players around you. Look left, look to your right, see who the players are around you. Just don't be your own worst enemy." And I think that's always been the curse of G2, their own worst bloody enemy.
And that's what it's going to have to be about, right? Making sure that if it's going badly, that they don't fall down, they don't just give up into this. Because if you start to play scared, we know that Donk's going to be running further forward. He's going to be pushing every smoke. Chopper's going to be setting up left, right, and center. And that's something that might be a huge problem.
It could be. It could be a huge problem. I will say, though, that I would argue that whenever I see Monacy play, he's never really playing scared. Like, he's never really giving up. He's one of the few players in the world who can actually shut down Donk, who can make sure that the kid off Donk will maybe be a little bit more passive, be a little bit more cautious about how much he's over pushing. We also have to speak a bit about Nico, you know. I did say it. We have seen him more and more often get back at the high level that we like to see. So hopefully we get the best out of Nico, hopefully the best out of Monacy, and hopefully the best out of Donk.
Well, I'm very excited for this one, and I'm sure that Dinko and Moses are as well. Take it away.
Oh, absolutely, James. It is going to be a fantastic matchup here. Team Spirit versus G2. A question, though, about G2 is, are they ready? Is it a little bit too early to go up against this Team Spirit squad with their new roster, Jason?
Well, look, now's the time to capitalize on the honeymoon period. Brand new roster coming in. Malbs had some really impactful rounds to close things out yesterday in their best of 3 on Ancient. He was a huge impact down the stretch to be able to close out that opening map when things got sketchy. You obviously have Monacy. For me, and I know this is a bit crazy to say with Donk in the server, Monacy's the best player in the world right now. You have that going for you as well, a super impactful, super mobile AWPer. You know, there's some tools on G2 that can pop off and actually overcome the fact that there's no doubt Spirit is certainly the better team at this moment in time.
It is certainly going to be the case coming into this, but you know, you're looking at the opportunity to see Monacy and Donk go up against each other in the server, and we're in the early stages of what could be an absolute legendary rivalry in Counter-Strike. You got one who's just an incredible rifler who does it with the rifle, and then you got Monacy, who's a very versatile player, but also just the best AWPer. He's kind of breaking what is possible with the AWP and CS2 right now.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, look, both the players in this server are breaking the game in their own way. m0NESY with the AWP, Donk with his kind of aggression and his style of taking fights and his confidence in taking fights. And I mean, a map like Mirage can just be so brawly. So this map should be a lot of fun to watch these two teams go head to head. And I think there's like a deeper context to this too, where G2, looking at them is like, this team should be good on Mirage. This team that has the players, they should be able to, you know, unleash the skill on this map and be super effective, whether it's Hunter with his, you know, timing on his lurks, Nico just kind of bodying, taking some aim duels, m0NESY's AWP, we know it, and just the sheer amount of improvisation this map can lend itself to in the mid-round. You have such good players in those kinds of situations. And then on the side of Spirit, like, I mean, just look, we know this team is going to be really hard to break through. We know they work really well together. Donk and how he's going to be able to control mid, his aggression in mid, especially on the CT side, can be really unsettling. Let's see how this clash goes. Magix can be a very strong anchor for you. This is two of the most exciting teams that we have going head to head right now. No reason not to get pumped up and sit up in the chair and get ready for the action.
The Esports World Cup 2024 quarterfinal is about to get underway. Team Spirit taking on G2. Got two of the best players in the world present inside of the server and two of the best teams we've got in the world. So this is going to be a fantastic game. Hopefully we've got a chance to see G2 of all of the players on the server. Last time they played Spirit, they had Taz, and they had a couple of close moments against Spirit. So they're going to be hoping for a better show this time around.
The beautiful thing about this is once the series is over, we all get to forget about that. We don't ever have to reference it again. We don't even, let's not even talk about it for the rest of this series. Let's just enjoy what we've got on our screen. G2 starting out with 3 players sitting at A ramp. m0NESY up in front, Nico just behind him with a P250.
Sure up on top of Wood. m0NESY coming out first, straight out of the ramp. Donk on default. This is a strong setup for Team Spirit, and m0NESY sound Q allows Shiro to peek first. They don't see anybody following up behind it, and Nico does not spot much of Chopper before that bullet lands between his eyes. G2 into the B bomb site though, and Malbs defends. Magix goes.
Dang!
Malbs, he is proving that he deserves a spot here. 2 headshots right back, and G2 even out those numbers.
I said he was American Donk, and those 2 kills kind of lend a little bit of credence to that. And all of a sudden, a 2-man advantage, 2 kills of the B bomb site, a gush down in middle. Chopper is isolated. Snacks can now come for support, and G2 has the pistol. Big boy round from Malbs.
Yeah, what a pullback from G2. That looked like utter disaster at the start, Jason. You lose m0NESY and Nico on the A play, but it was always about B. It was always about getting into that B bomb site.
But they wanted the A ramp success to force a rotation to make that easier, but regardless of that, Malbs makes it look easy coming out of the B halls. Those are some blinding shots. We haven't even, with all the excitement, I mean, I apologize, we haven't even really mentioned Shiro. We talk about m0NESY on the AWP. Shiro, how clutch he can be with the AWP. Let's wait and see what he's going to look like on this CT side as well.
It's just so many.
There's so many players to name and not enough time to go through them all.
This probably would be a better time than most to do it, because Team Spirit find themselves on USPs 4 and Donk on the D. There's a fight here for Nico that he surely will win. Chopper around that corner, surely, but the pistol comes out on top of that fight.
All right, Chopper's just wrecked Nico back-to-back rounds. 1-tap USP in the pistol, and now this. He won't survive. He won't be able to do anything more. And that A-bomb site is empty now that Chopper has gone down. G2 already have a pretty decent amount of information from Malbs peeking up that A ramp, seeing it's mostly clear, not seeing any more resistance or feeling any more presence, and they're going to creep and crawl their way in.
In goes m0NESY to clear onto Wood. Doesn't spot anybody from Team Spirit's defense there, so plants that bomb. Hunter in the meantime making some extra money. It's Shiro that goes down. It's going to be a 2-0 start here for G2, but Malbs is off to a heater. His first time facing Donk, and he was excited about it. And he's off to a great start here. There just is more firepower available thanks to the addition of Malbs into the squad.
That's what they're hoping for, right? Like a little bit more firepower to help, you know, alleviate some of the weight on m0NESY and Nico's shoulders at times, and also just someone who can create opportunities and open the map up for other people. So you have another piece of the puzzle that enjoys being aggressive, that's confident in taking its fights. But also, I mean, look, we're focusing a lot on Malbs as kind of the new addition, the more exciting player. But obviously, one of the big things G2 is going to have to work through is, once again, a lackluster response to Snacks coming in as the IGL. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs saying, is this a player as an IGL who's proven enough to come onto a team like G2 and bring them back to the trophies they won in Katowice and Cologne last year? Is he good enough as an IGL to make this team realize the potential we see in them that they haven't been able to reach on a consistent basis?
The AWP is going to come out for Shiro early on. He's got it straight out there as soon as there's an opportunity to buy it.
No armor on Shiro's AWP.
Donk relocating back over towards jungle. Snacks in the meantime is taking some control in towards connector and catches the timing, but Donk just nails him, pulls that gun out just in time, and Snacks goes down. So Spirit have the player advantage. Malbs up next. His first challenge onto Donk, and timing is good for Malbs, and Donk turns back. It's a headshot for Malbs. Donk down, m0NESY following up. Chopper hiding under the wood, cleared out by Hunter, and it's a great clearance from G2, a fantastic recovery to this round, and now they look at a 4v2 situation, comfortable inside of the A-bomb site.
Again, a nasty play from Malbs, finding that timing, feeling the timing of the spam into the reload, and making a good educated guess to come right through that smoke in mid. Nice and easy. Shiro without his armor, taken down by a headshot from a Galil as well, and it all comes crumbling so quickly. G2 off to a hot start, up 3-0.
And that's with Donk picking up the opening kill. 4v5 conversion for G2 is a positive sign. Team Spirit will hang on to two weapons here, Magix and Zontix, trying to hold on to them. Zontix goes down, in fact, to the bomb, so that's one of the guns gone, and Magix.
That's actually a big mistake to lose that M4 at no cost to G2, not even pressuring him. Not aware the bomb is going to blow him up in that position.
Donk, North American Donk looks rather unfazed at the moment.
I think Spirit wanted to kind of force up a little bit around those two M4s, but losing that one changes their mind. They've called a timeout. Interestingly enough, when we come back into this, Magix has dropped the M4 that he saved over to Donk, who's picked up armor, and they're still going to buy up around it. So a lot of confidence they're putting in Donk as a star player to provide the firepower necessary to allow some of the weaker weapons to have chances to turn this around. m0NESY's got an AWP himself.
So timeout taken and concluded. Holly just drilling out his orders across the squad. Donk will be on the rifle. Looked like Holly was giving him instructions directly about how he wants Donk to use this weapon.
So Spirit has invested a light investment. Everyone down to, let's say, the mid-thousands in terms of the cash they have remaining. Oh, breaks it open, finds the gap in the smoke with that little bit of spam, cleans up the kill.
That's m0NESY down with that AWP you mentioned. He doesn't get involved in this. A great kill for Donk. That's another opening, but another chance for G2 to convert this from a 4v5 into victory. Snacks clearing out through short. Rifles definitely has the advantage at range against that MP9 of Magix, but Donk is coming over to back him up, and Donk loses the fight at range to Snacks. And now the MP9 of Magix decides he doesn't want to get involved in a long-range fight, decides to change his position up and take Snacks down. He also dishes damage out to Hunter. P250 now coming in, but it's taken by Malbs, and it looks to be recovered here for G2. A CZ, but now an AWP back in the hands of Shiro.
It's going to save.
Very tantalizing save call, and he is going to try and retreat. He should be able to get away with this.
Even if Chopper has some success on this flank, I don't think Shiro commits himself to any kind of attempt at this retake.
Going into the underpass at the moment. And there's no kit, so yeah, just setting up for an exit kill. And the saved AWP for Shiro is massive.
That's a gift. I mean, look at what Donk did with that opening kill. Now you have an op. Oh, good cleanup from Chopper. Finds one just at the close, backs away, preserves the armor. So Spirit, despite the fact that they're down 0-4, they find a way to pick up an AWP and can be in a pretty decent position for this next round. But at the moment, it's all G2. overcoming some of the adversity. That's 2 opening kills that they've been able to convert. 4v5s come back in them, albeit this one is against weaker weapons, and Taz is loving it.
It's a 4-round start on the T side. It's fantastic from G2. A great buffer already built up. But the buy is back for Team Spirit. Every player now on their weapon of choice. AWP back out for Shiro. This time he's got armor thanks to the save. Rifles and everybody else.
And Shiro still got 4K left over. That's another AWP in his back pocket whenever he needs it.
You know m0NESY's frustrated about losing that AWP in the previous round. He wants to get involved in the game now on this T side. It's quite a heavy commitment through ramp here. Mobs just running out right into Chopper, who defends the A bomb site with ease. Mobs and Hunter both down in quick succession. And there's no reply here for G2.
That's brilliant from Chopper. G2 is just trying to play the contact trade game, hoping that at least goes 1 for 1 at the very worst.
Oh, big shot from m0NESY. Just spotted enough for the head as Zontax, and is so quick to get that shot.
Takes no damage as well, so now it's just a 1-man advantage for Spirit. Still a chance G2 can find a solution. A minute remaining to find another pick.
No one from Team Spirit in a position to offer up one of those picks, though. No one's aggressive. It's a disciplined setup right now from Team Spirit.
Yeah, m0NESY just running back to clear the flank. Smoke towards middle might allow Snacks to make a move and start getting a lurk on, creep a little bit closer. He's going to drop a smoke towards top con as well, so standard mid take smokes. And Snacks creeps forward as A ramp is again going to be the point of attack.
They're looking towards B right now on Team Spirit's defense. And they're going to get the warning system soon because Chopper's playing under wood. And Nico getting ever closer to this A bomb site. He's about to clear Chopper looking up. But will timing favor Chopper? It looks like he's starting to become aware of this and goes around that corner. Nico's down. Chopper is having a field day in this round. And he gets away from the shot of m0NESY. And it's a 1v4 with 13 seconds left. And Chopper just chomps down on G2.
Great round from Chopper. What a hold of the A bomb site. The initial 2 duels and smart conservative play after the fact. Spirit gets their first round on the board, and G2's got to invest everything moving forward as much as they possibly can, but clean fights from Chopper.
Just about got his gun out in time though as well, because Mobs is coming through as the quick switch was happening, and Chopper able to react. Utility bombarding Snacks. That told me they'll have to use a smoke to stand comfortably behind those top boxes. And Donk now trying to be a real thorn in the side of G2 in middle. They're not going to split him though. 2 through the underpass. Soon to be 3 as m0NESY now joins the pack. But they're holding them back with utility, and Snacks goes down in middle. Zontax freed up at short. G2 down a member, and they're very committed to this mid setup. There's no one outside of B, no one outside of A. It's 3 in underpass and 1 top mid. And they haven't taken control yet.
Oh, they never saw Nico get to those boxes. Donk goes down for free. Zontax has to back off now. Donk's probably a little bit confused, scratching his head on how he's picked off for free in that fashion. And that allows the underpass players to find positioning, but Shiro's got a filthy little off angle.
How long is he going to hold it? Can Hunter be patient enough that gap once again opens up? 45 seconds left in this round. Bomb is now collected.
It's all out of timing. Mobs just looked away from looking for this cat aggression. Is he going to be aware of it?
Zontax coming back. Mobs looks away. Easy kill for Zontax. He drops down easily into middle. 30 seconds remaining, and Hunter still in position at window. He wants to be the late game piece.
He's so nervous, and obviously he's scared about someone watching that murder hole where Shiro just was, but I think he's going to have to be involved in this take if G2 want to find success. This is going to be really hard. The timing is horrible for Shiro, and once again, Nico is able to find a free kill on a Chopper, not even looking, and now Hunter can cover. They can plant.
They have to get that bomb down. Cover with the smoke. m0NESY will plant the bomb. Now there's a quick flank from Zontax already coming through ramp. Will m0NESY be ready for this flank to be so quick behind him? Zontax surely has this. And now it is all on Hunter in towards jungle. And it is a tough position, a tough ask for Hunter to win this round. Great movement, gets him up short inside of connector. Grenade will blow up in the smoke. Takes the fight on Shiro at Ticket. Trying to get the lineup on the defuse. Hunter brings down Zontix. Time is now ticking. Ticking for
no.
But Hunter is absolutely ravaging them at the moment.
No kit.
And there's no kit left. And it's all about time. And Shiro gets to it. But is there enough to pull this one off? Shiro knows he's got it. That's a second for Spirit. And Hunter comes close.
Oh, he picks it up right next to the bomb. That is a massive attempt from Hunter. So much damage done. And look at Chopper looking to his left, looking to his right, talking to the boys. What's going on? 3v1, usually clean in this situation. Hunter makes that oh so interesting. But remember, this puts some pressure now, the decision on G2. They were out of money in this round, and all of them dying. They've got no cash, but they got it down to one player. They got a bomb plant. They're going to be wanting in their head. They're saying this is a perfect opportunity for us to invest, but do they actually want to do it?
Shiro will be happy that he's able to recover this round for a squad because man was he got a real bad timing watching Palace. Just unscopes as Nico comes on out. And Shiro able to get the job done regardless for Spirit. 42 scoreline now. Money starting to break apart here for G2.
Yeah, they'd be saving here if they didn't get 4 kills. They'd be saving if they didn't realize they have the money and a little bit of a hard spot. Take a look at Shiro, though. Remember, he was able to grab that free AWP. He still got it. So he's got plenty of cash built up. More aggression in middle.
Nico's already out ramp. He's already out. Chopper's not aware of that. Had absolutely no idea that Nico could have been out of there. And that's Chopper going down. A fantastic opening move from Nico.
Really bold opening move to push all the way up ramp like that, not get spotted.
He's slapped back multiple times. Now this underpass peek for Donk does not go the way he would have intended. And Zontix, will the grenade get the job done? No, goes a little bit too deep. And m0NESY with that kill has really pushed G2 into pole position. This is going to be a 5th round.
I think if you're Shiro and Magix right now, you kind of camp out at the A bomb site. Maybe the op has an angle, but you mostly play retake and just try and save these weapons at the end of the day. G2 individually looking sharp, and look at some of the plays that are being made. The Mulbs walk through smoke in that first gun round. Nico now pushing out and getting into a cubby, a very tough position to realize that someone's there.
Individual moments all over the show for G2. Shiro fends off Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, the op presence there. It looked like G2 was going to come back to Snacks for a moment. They just say, screw it. Maybe there's an M4 here. Probably not. Let's just get in and see what happens, but let's stay away from the AWP of Shiro.
And they will soon find out that B is completely empty. No one is home. And that 5th round will now be added to the tally of G2. This is a strong showing to kick things off for G2. We wondered what kind of level they would be able to bring to this game against Spirit. And so far, so good.
Now, there's a little bit of a trap set up here in a certain way, in the sense that I don't know if G2 is going to realize how much money Shiro has. Right, so there's going to be a full buy in this next round from Team Spirit, but G2 could technically in their head be thinking, we got it down to one player in the previous round, we just beat him here, we took some weapons away, maybe there's a light buy, maybe there's a half buy, but it's going to be rifles across the board. Still looking real sharp in the early going of this quarterfinal to start the Esports World Cup playoffs.
This is G2's map pick of Mirage. Next is Nuke. And if we need 3 Ancient, lies in the wings. This is a team that many predicted would have maybe not stopped at the grind over the player break like some of the older players. Many anticipated the likes of Donk, Magix, etc. to keep on grinding through the break. So far, cold start in this quarterfinal.
I'm not even sure I want to call it. I mean, a cold start.
Perhaps from G2.
Yeah, I was going to say a cold start maybe in terms of the game. I'm not thinking individually nobody necessarily looks off. G2 individually looking real solid right now. Seeing some confidence in their decisions and in the plays they're making to open up rounds. And so far, they've done a pretty good job of negating the aggressive mid setups from Donk and Zontix that now we've seen for the 3rd time.
Nico's going to start moving through the underpass with Hunter. to gather with the rest of the G2 players who are currently executing in towards this A bomb site. Donk is defending through the underpass. It is one from Donk, effective trading from Hunter, but there's still many other obstacles that Hunter must try and get past or through. But Chopper has gone through the smoke. He can't spot a player though. Bomb is going to go down. Now Chopper ever closer, but Mob's able to take his head off. Chopper goes down behind the triple stack, and this is a tough round for Team Spirit. If Magix can bring down Mobs, if he can find this kill, then maybe it's back on, but the flash from Snacks and the easy kill from Mobs is pushing G2 further and further to a very strong T-side showing.
Yeah, they've got that honeymoon flow state. Beautiful flashbang to set up Mobs for a peak. With only 9 HP, still calling for it, still going for his plays. Zontix might be able to grab one at the end of the day. Cleans up Snacks, an exit kill as the bomb's about to explode. Mobs trying to get as far away as possible with that low HP. And Zontix comes back for more, eliminates everyone, but G2's happy to take the round win. And once again, it's Mobs with the impact.
Yeah, Mobs is really having a great quarterfinal here.
9-3 to open up Mirage.
Super impact. His Chopper could have started to unravel that, get Spirit some space in towards the bomb site. And Malbs just ends that before it even starts. Halley once again to the timeout, second time within this first half that Team Spirit have had to go to the tactical timeout. It's
starting to run away from them. 4-round lead and looking pretty convincing for G2 so far. Once again, Donk mostly getting negated in this kind of mid-aggression. That round goes 1 for 1.
Nico will have to play with a Galil. Everybody else on an AK-47. Team Spirit with the loss bonus have got a lovely buy here.
The strengths of Team Spirit that we normally see at the moment are getting neutralized very well. I've mentioned the aggression in middle, but also the op from Shiro, despite having it for a number of rounds, hasn't been able to find his impact. Shiro's going to be parked with his op at the B bomb site, which allows them to shift 2 players over towards A, 2 players in middle. Kind of shore up the defense at some of the weak points they've succumbed to. Once again, it's Malbs with the opening. Nico to follow up, and G2 again finds a bomb site.
They're looking so sharp right now. They're slicing right through them. And here comes Donk down into Sandwich, and Malbs just deals with that threat like it's nothing. Bomb goes down. Team Spirit in the bin at the moment. G2 in complete control. Another multi-kill round from Malbs. 11-3. First playoffs with G2.
And now there's finally a little bit of cash in the bank for G2 so they can go for this kind of hunt. Obviously, they still have to be careful. You don't just want to throw bodies
away from the bomb. Honestly goes into connector. Zontix takes him out and will now retreat. Shiro trying to hold on to the sniper. Nico catches Zontix. Shiro goes down and nothing saved over there for Team Spirit.
So when do you take the third time out if you're Spirit? When do you say, all right, what's plan C?
I don't know. Maybe do you want to save it for the second half?
Look, there might not be. I was going to say, you might not have enough time to call a third time out in the second half at this rate. Malbs is just beasting right now.
Yeah, he's in the flow state. We had Casterado in that last game in the best of 1 gauntlet, and we seen him sort of take over the server in the first half, and we knew how impactful he could be. Malbs is having a pretty similar performance to what Casterado was able to do earlier. And Donk, I'm sure, is starting to get frustrated because his usual mid antics have been cancelled out time and time again. But he goes for it, and he wins this fight versus Snacks.
Yeah, Snacks didn't want to commit to that, but the Molotov kind of forced him into it. I think a support flash was coming, but a little bit late. Pops already after he's gone down. We've seen G2 recover 4v5s. This one's going to be tough. Nico needs to win this duel. Oh, he finds it. Finds Donk jumping up, knows he's got him at a weak point, commits to the fight. And now Hunter can slide from underpass, and Zontix not prepared, not even considering it.
Oh, well, Hunter steps back into the open, so effective trading, blow for blow. Shiro once again, evening out the numbers. Minute 10 seconds left on this clock, and G2 with 2 players positioned outside of the B-bomb site, and Nico still at top mid. They've got time to play with, so they can stay composed and slow this down for G2.
Feels like Team Spirit still have a good read, though, of what G2's trying to do in this mid-round. 2 players parked at that B-bomb site, allowing Shiro to just play solo with the AWP, play for himself.
Ooh. It's a decision to change it up for G2. They're going to go into the underpass.
If they come back to the A bomb site, Shiro's got a smoke in his hand to create that space off of Ticket to be able to get a little bit frisky.
Yeah, then he'll have multiple angles to dance around with his AWP.
And it'd be a great time for him to step up, one of the best oppers in the world, a chance to have impact and get his team back into this game.
Chopper's got the early warning system. If the timing works out for him, he's watching towards connector. He's going to start seeing them, but look at that. He just takes a step back as G2 go into the connector, which means Shiro has no idea that they're coming in from this side. And finally, he will know now, and it must be a Shiro step up. It must be Shiro the hero. And they move in towards the site. m0NESY planting that bomb. Time is starting to tick, but G2 now secure it, and it is a 2 versus 3. If Team Spirit want to go for this, they must retake the A bomb site, and Magix is still on the B bomb site itself. He's getting ever closer back towards the murder hole. Malbs is watching it, and Shiro goes down. It is over now. G2 with 8 rounds.
Nico saying, you can have my off, covering the move up Khan out towards Catwalk. Knows the Molotov would force any player into the open. And all the correct decisions being made by G2.
Malbs just go for that. He is damn close through that wall with the jump shot on up. Magic's just hiding around the corner, desperately trying to hold on to this M4, and it's awkward, but he's going to get it. He's going to get that M4 in the next round at least. But it is not stopping. This G2 start is incredible to watch.
Entries have been incredible from Malbs. Trade game has been incredible from G2 overall. Mid-round maneuvering has been really well done. Whether it's Snacks calling it, whether it's Nico calling something in the mid-round, G2's making all the right decisions at the moment.
Quick out middle for G2. Team Spirit throwing a little bit of B aggression into the apartments. Donk not being detected in mid. G2 have all that space to play with, and they've taken it quite quickly here. Heavy stack of players on the A half of the map. Here for the Team Spirit defense. Smoke will start to fade away soon. Shiro soon to be revealed. And Snacks, it's an awkward fight, but one that he will win. Chopper CZ rattles Malbs out of play. And with 1 minute and 5 seconds left, it is a 4v4. And G2 have 2 players pinned in the connector. One that Zontix feels like he can win, and he just leaps on in. 2 kills locked in with that MP9 without issue. And suddenly G2 down to 2 players.
Why the hell not? Nico biding his time out in Palace, hoping someone's going to make a mistake of jumping up. That ain't going to happen. Smoke plumes. He's going to step through, but way too much to handle on the other side of it. m0NESY going to come through to his death eventually as well. 1v3.
He's gone to the AK-47. Molotov to push out Chopper. It's another 1v1 fight for m0NESY, and he is starting to win this one. Magix is dancing to safety. Has to get out of there, and you know you have to respect the man on the other side of this. m0NESY, there's a flank coming in on that backside he's got to worry about, and I don't think he's focused on that whatsoever. Magix just keeps him distracted, keeps him pinned, and Zontix comes around the back.
Individually, G2 players just controlling all the fights and situations that they're put in. Spirit players on the back foot, looking for their 4th round going into the halftime break. They haven't been able to slow this down at all. Their round wins are like hanging on by their fingertips. This is desperation. Look at this jump around. Tired of waiting for Snacks to peak with low HP, and finding Hunter is just a gift. Can't react in time to the play.
Honestly, they get 4 rounds in this half for Spirit. I think that's probably more than they deserve with the kind of performance here. That will actually not be the worst outcome whatsoever for Team Spirit.
No, and the crazy thing about it is they actually played this half, Spirit, so smart and so good with their economy. They had a lot of full buys in this half. They had a lot of rounds with Shiro with an AWP, a lot of rounds where they had rifles and utility. Just not able to come out on top of anyone. This isn't G2 just running off to this half, controlling the money in such a dominant fashion. Just tactically and individually winning this game.
Hunter once again on a MAC-10, and we've already seen him be able to get impact with that MAC-10 in this first half. He's out towards top mid. His job just to try and disrupt Donk. Donk will not be happy. Performance here, but Nico absolutely will be. Through that Palace smoke, second on the entry from Nico. He is starting to feel it through Palace, and Magix, he hasn't had a lot to do inside of this B-bomb site, but here comes m0NESY now to deal with him. Magic's slightly progressed forward and Monacy caught. So 1 kill back here for Spirit. They're still in a player deficit. And I think Mobs realizes we've got 2 entries on that A site. We might as well bring that bomb away.
I don't even mind the idea from G2. Again, we're seeing them try and kind of take advantage of where they think the rotation is going away from. 2 kills at the A bomb site. You think someone's going to leave B. Look at Chopper's push. He's got 1 more. And Mobs is stuck with the bomb.
Yeah, he can't get out here. This is big from Chopper to push up top middle. This actually throws a spanner into the works for G2. This well-oiled machine starting to grind to a halt, but Nico, he's found the piece needed. He'll fix it up. 45 seconds, Chopper down. Donk and Magic's left in this 2v3. Team Spirit desperately hoping that they can force their way to a 4th CT round. Otherwise, 9-3 will ring out in this first half of play.
And Snacks is already calling out the A bomb site's clear. He's going all the way to CT spawn. So Mobs chucks out a top con smoke deep from T spawn, and he'll find an easy pathway in as nobody from Team Spirit can actually stop him. Donk gonna break the smoke. Try and come right through. Nothing available to fight on the other side of that. Nico lurking in middle, might find 1 more.
He opened up the round, and now Nico looks to close. Creeping ever closer. That smoke keeps them pinned in the connector, and the timing will be beautiful here for Nico. Opens the end of the half and looks to shut it out with a Magic's killing connector. Nico cannot do so, so Magic's alone. He's got a smoke, a flash.
Snack setting up a flash right now as well.
And he'll dive down to so many positions he's got to think about, but it's all about CT for G2. Magic blinded, perfect flash, and a fantastic first half in this quarterfinal from G2, Jason.
Yeah, absolutely, and you've got to give credit over to Mobs. He got this team rolling in the right way with entry after entry to open up this half, and then Nico's just gladly catching up to him as the half goes on. Everything worked perfectly for G2, and what a beautiful, beautiful T-side they just demonstrated.
Yeah, coming into the quarterfinals, it was a question of were they ready, but G2 come out hot in this first half.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
An unexpected turn of events here at the Esports World Cup. We have got G2 ahead in significant fashion against Team Spirit. It's 9-3, and I've got to say, it's really nice to see G2 back on Mirage playing like this.
Yeah, I mean, that was the question I kind of posed when we came into it, is it feels like G2 should be an excellent Mirage team, haven't been playing it for a while, and what's it going to look like, and are they going to be able to bring this map into their pool and be scary on it? I didn't expect this. I didn't expect any of this whatsoever.
It's absolutely crazy to think about the fact that G2 could walk away. If they win this pistol, they have a great opportunity to close out this first map very quickly indeed.
Man, they just worked Spirit on this map in the first half.
And in particular, Malbs was a big part of that. He has a chance to unleash these dual Berettas in the pistol. Here they come around the corner. It's one for Malbs. Big shot from Donk. And he won't be denied a good start in the second half. Shiro coming in with him. And a reminder of the firepower that Team Spirit have available.
Yeah, tough fight for Malbs there. He was turning from a flashbang as well, and then Donk just unleashes all of his fury upon G2 in this pistol round. Triple kills so far with those recovered dualies, and Snacks has nothing to do but hope and pray that this 5-7 can stay in his hands. Nice quick pistol round. Team Spirit get to 4. And G2 can't rest back on their laurels after that half.
No. If G2 can get 9 rounds on the T side based on these individuals, then Spirit easily can too. You know, there's a possibility there with the amount of firepower they've got on the squad.
And so much conversation, obviously. I mean, Donk as an entry is going to be a force, and if he starts heating up in this second half, it can be really, really dangerous. You combine that with the fact how much respect you all have to have with Chopper's in-game leading calling for Team Spirit. Yeah, they can return that same level of pain and inflict that same level of pain on G2. And we'll see what happens when the guns come out. For now, G2 going to sit back with a single P250 picked up. I love it. You always have money for a P250. No matter the situation. Okay, well.
Yeah, well, you know, it
doesn't always work, you know?
That's good, because it doesn't really hurt if you lose it instantly either. And there's a peek around the corner. Donk and Chopper making money with that MAC-10. And it will be 9-5. 4 rounds now separate G2 and Team Spirit. This is a quarterfinal here at the Esports World Cup. It's a format, if you're loosely following at home, it is a unique format. We don't have many formats like this throughout the Counter-Strike circuit. We did have the opening best of 3 games. And this is why both of these teams are here. They won their opening BO3, they're straight into the quarterfinals. And then you have the gauntlet run of best of 1 survival today. One team won that, and it's Furia. So they'll move into the playoffs as well. But from this point onwards, it's lose and go home, Jason, which is intense.
Intense, but everyone's going to be used to it as the playoffs begin. Good pair of rounds from Team Spirit to open up this second half. Close the gap to just 4. 9-5, Modesty. Window peek with the flashbang, smokes up in his face. Utility exchange in middle. The auto shotty on Snacks.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Snacks back in the shotguns. I mean, this throws you right back. And not the start Snacks would have hoped for. It's starting to get tagged up, and yeah, now they kind of know he's there. So
did they hear that?
Here, it's hard. They seem very fixated on it, Jason. I'd imagine so.
Snacks is so
Snacks
scared
has to get out of there.
Zontix will hear that drop out. He's calling the comms over, but would they expect him being boosted up? Little bit of utility. This is a lot of pressure being applied to the B bomb site as the opening gambit from Team Spirit.
Hunter's just trying to distract to hopefully get the eyes off of that ninja spot, but he goes back up for a spray down at Zontix and Donk, both dead at B, and this is throwing a curveball to Team Spirit.
What a gift of timing when he decides to make that play just as they're throwing the flashes. But Nico had to back off middle, which opens this avenue up for Chopper.
Nico is looking towards Murder Hole. He's got eyes on this possibility, but Chopper comes around that corner, and that MAC-10 shreds through Nico. Now Hunter has to look towards Chopper, and this is freeing up that apartment push and short. Magic's coming in. Can Snacks get the job done with the XM1014 up on Ninja? Chopper still fragging. That shotgun comes out for 1. Shiro quick to reply, and it's all on Malbs. A 1v2. And it's going to be difficult to get out of the market here. Shiro inside of the site, no kid on the back of Malbs. 1 flashbang. And 2 players. They'll be looking directly at him Flash goes into the side. Chopper's the first test, and he will smash Mobs open. Great recovery there for Spirit.
What a huge impact from Chopper. I mean, that's just the fact that so much pressure is being applied to the B bomb site early on makes Nico feel that pressure when he's listening to the comms, when he's hearing Snacks is tagged up down to like 15 HP. He starts to cheat, leaves window room, and gives himself a chance to have a very, very fast rotate if there is a set piece coming in. And the fact he's got no head armor is just brutal. Hunter can't handle anything after the fact. Dinked up by Chopper, cleaned up. Snacks stuck inside the bomb site. And that's a very impactful round from Team Spirit's captain.
Look how fast they're closing this gap. You know, 9-6 right now. It's about to be 9-7 unless there's some big Deagle moments out of G2.
Well, moving forward in the next round, you're going to have to contend with Monacy's AWP. That's going to come out next as the losing bonus is maxed out at 3,400.
He's having a slower game by his standard, right? He hasn't been able to get that same level of impact.
Well, he wasn't needed in the first half at all, right? Like Mobs with all the openings, the amount of saves that Team Spirit just had to swallow because there were no other options with how clean G2 took bomb sites. Monacy didn't really have a whole lot of chances to get involved in all the action he normally does.
He'll be required more in this second half now as Donk is heating up. Mobs down. And there is to be some magic from a Deagle. It would be this man to get it. Nico starts things off with a headshot on Donk. Snacks trying to focus on Palace. Magic's making his way out. Zontix has been dropped low. He's on 1 health again. Snacks is still under the wood. He's trying to be a nuisance here. He's climbing up the ladder. Monacy's down. And they're looking for Snacks. They think it's clear, and this Deagle gets an extra kill. Good trading from Zontix. Fantastic swing. And really stops Snacks from making that one become a disaster for Team Spirit. So bomb is going to go down, and it is 9-7.
Yep, Hunter will save his armor and helmet as well, so he can have a full purchase in the next round. Going to get into a position where potentially he can get an exit kill and get a free upgrade, so putting himself in a little bit of danger to lose that armor, but the reward would be lovely. And all of a sudden, Spirit's back into it, but a huge test coming up next. (9-7). Chopper fragging in the previous round and calling a good half so far. That smoke's not gonna, ooh, it might, oh, it goes a little too deep, but he's got another one. Oh, beautiful pair of double kills. I think the bomb even might have blown that M4 closer to him as well.
It also softened up the opponent, so you needed less bullets with a 5-7, so that's huge right at the end. Double steal away. Decent amount of damage considering what was purchased into this round for G2. But I think Spirit will be happy about how they've closed this gap. And you mentioned the Monacy AWP. Well, it's now purchased. It's now arrived on the server. And it can be a game changer. We know it can be. We've seen it so many times. This could be the way for G2 to extend their lead. Nico pushing forward, goes through the fire. He's up top mid now, just on the side of that smoke. But it's about to be an execute into this A site for Team Spirit. No one home either, really. You've got Mobs at stairs. That's the closest player. They're going to be all behind these smokes.
Yeah, wanted to make sure they could secure middle, and they have indeed. But how aggressive do they want to be hustling back? Smoke's going to break open. Mobs is blind, though. Comes clear just as the smoke breaks. Perfect pick-off. 5-on-4 for G2, and utility is spent for the Team Spirit side.
It works out nicely on timing there for Mobs. He unable to get much more done because that kill in return from Shiro. Nico battling back, and it is even trading blow for blow. Team Spirit have Donk fighting CT, and he will lose his duel against Snacks. Bomb is not down for Team Spirit. This is an uncomfortable spot now. Zontix is up in Palace, but Magix is pinned at Firebox with the bomb on his back.
Big test for G2. Let's see what their composure is like, because the longer this quiet goes on, the longer that Team Spirit just kind of chill and wait and be patient, the more G2 is going to be playing without information and wondering where exactly Team Spirit is headed. Nico's low on HP. Snacks at about half health. It's the up on Monacy, who can have the real impact, and he's got one.
It's the bomb down as well. 30 seconds remaining here. Zontix in the middle of the A bomb site. So many angles he has to worry about. He wants to get ever closer to jungle. 20 seconds. Nico tucked in the left. He's got a perfect spot to deal with Zontix. And that is 10 rounds for G2. As soon as they get the rifles out here on the CT side, back to winning ways.
And 3 players alive as well, so no stress in terms of the economy. Well controlled from G2 down the stretch. Got a little bit sketchy, got a little bit weird at times, but they manage it very, very well. This smoke break, perfect. When you're playing retake, to grab that 1 kill on the entrance is everything. and delay the take long enough for utility to subside. m0NESY will be tested. Execute coming at the A bomb site. 4 players for Spirit positioned in Palace and a ramp.
Utility is fantastic, but m0NESY doesn't care. Even though a flashbang in his face, he's still able to strike straight through Donk. Committed fight from Mobs. He stays fighting on ramp, and m0NESY comes in to pick up the scraps. It's Magix has gone down. m0NESY, he has arrived in a big way. That sniper in his hands is devastating for this Team Spirit attack. They all get stopped at Tetris and ramp, and they do not get close to that A side at all.
Man, like you get a little bit of everything out of m0NESY, right? Holding the angle, he even getting blinded, has the timing on the shot, while running sideways, chucks out a perfect HE grenade out towards Tetris. Then you see him get into an assertive mode. Then you see him get aggressive into the bomb site and make sure that Team Spirit stays pinned down at the top of A ramp. They can do nothing. There's no space to work with. There's nowhere to go after that.
G2 getting ever closer. It's about to be map point because Team Spirit are down to Glocks and 1 Deagle in the hands of Donk. This is about to be G2 up 12-7 on the opening game of the quarterfinals. This is the map pick of G2.
Ooh.
It is going swimmingly. Snacks to peek out again. Couldn't get away from Donk's Deeg.
Pretty good nade, though, and follow-up utility from Hunter closes access to the B bomb site, but it has lured a few players of G2 over. Mobs got tested at the A bomb site. Chopper snuck all the way up and did massive damage with a Glock. So the defense has to be passive, and you can't keep that cheat and that lean towards the B side of the map because he's so low on HP. G2 choosing to keep control of middle. Nico has pushed underpass, looking for the drop down, the reposition from Spirit's attack. He'll have a fast flank if needed.
m0NESY, oh, he nearly gets back despite having poor timing. Player does drop down into his default. Hunter hasn't moved off B, and that AK-47 for Donk is able to trade him out. Nico on that quick flank, though. He's been coming through that underpass for quite some time, and now arrives at the apartments. Bomb plant is huge already for Spirit. Now it is Donk with a 1v3. They know where he is. They're throwing everything they've got at him, and m0NESY closes him out. Taz very happy about the fact his squad have now reached map point on Mirage.
This is the best feeling as a coach when you're watching these kinds of retakes and everyone's being patient, everyone's playing together, the retakes are well coordinated, everyone's making sure they use their utility appropriately to make things a little bit easier. And it's all flowing so smooth for G2, and there's that third and final timeout out of Spirit. They closed the gap, but G2 just shot back ahead, and now they've got 5 chances to close out their map pick in this series.
And we wonder when that next timeout will be used by Team Spirit. Obviously, at the last chance. So Halley having his say the final time in regulation. Unless G2 decide to go for it, there's somewhat of a comeback from Team Spirit. But at least they get to go to battle here with AKs. 1 Galil in the hands of Chopper.
And plenty of nades, plenty of utility to work with. m0NESY in the ladder room. Moves out towards Catwalk. Utility exchange in middle, but no one from Spirit has crossed over to the top mid boxes as those Molotovs and nades rain in. Oh, m0NESY, maybe too many options to look at, and Chopper again with the impact for Spirit has a nice double kill. m0NESY and Nico down to his Galil.
Chopper's given the weakest weapon, but is able to find the strongest hold in the round. Smokers in a connector. Chopper will continue to play with that, looking to be a nuisance for G2. Bomb is going towards the B bomb side. Chopper rips apart Mobs, and he ain't stopping until forcibly stopped by Hunter. The bomb now making no secret about where it's going, and Snacks is lying in wait on this side of the map, ready to deal with the threat of Magix walking right into him. Effective swing from Shiro. Now Hunter's arrived to the party, but he cannot get it done. Shiro is quick on those shots, and that is Spirit surviving at least another round here.
Yeah, but another solid round from Chopper. I like this is just him providing 2 openings and then obviously grabbing a third and just kind of mopping up the round.
Had a great first half as well, Chopper.
He's had the biggest rounds for Team Spirit throughout this entire game. probably 3 of them so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So much impact from Chopper. This is the timeout used for G2. This is their 3rd timeout as well. They've used all of theirs up at this point.
It makes sense. It's their last buy, and they're just saying, let's close this out now. Let's come up with this plan. Yeah, let's not have to worry about saving a round or 2. Let's not worry about Team Spirit clawing back into this. Shut it down right here and now. $16 kills on Malbs and Nico apiece. But it's Chopper to lead the server with 18 frags.
As you mentioned, G2 have the solid buy out of their timeout. m0NESY continues to wield the AWP, and Nico, one out middle, drops back into connector and receives a lot of damage early on. Nico is not going to be happy about that. 48 health left. Grenades perfectly land towards his feet. And that window smoke either disrupted or missed, as m0NESY is now looking for this mid-fight. Chopper has crossed out towards his top boxes. m0NESY will be aware of that possibility. m0NESY just hoping he can catch a good timing towards top mid, but as he moves away, the squad of Team Spirit leave top mid and start to add a few members outside of the B bomb site, and Snax is getting
so bold,
a little bit inquisitive. And he's going to push right through that smoke. It is bold, but it has been stopped.
Well, they've rotated Nico over as well in anticipation of that play. So if there was something coming right after that pickoff, there's still 2 defenders here. And maybe you can confuse things. They need a hold from Malbs. He's got 1 and disappears into the smoke.
He gets away, climbs up those stairs to safety, but the Nico Hunter combo, the family bond, looking to hold down this B bomb site. It's Nico with a kill on Zontix, avenges his fallen teammate. He's staying alive. He's being a real problem right now, and Nico drops Donk. That's the bomb down. 24 seconds. Panic stations now for Team Spirit. Shiro has to go to the sidearm, and he does so quickly, taking Nico out of this. But remember the time. 15 seconds left. Shiro now with a bomb in his hands, and he's going for shots, but it's once again down, and Magix now has to do absolutely everything with limited time. He can't stop them. G2 come out swinging in the quarterfinal, and they've got Mirage. They've got the first map, and Spirit are certainly shocked.
Yeah, you have to be. What a good showing from G2 on Mirage. Beautiful calling and a solid defense. They eke it out, and Team Spirit, even though they closed the gap, they could just never get it close enough to overtake G2. But this is all about that opening half, setting the tone. Malbs was excellent, Nico was excellent, and G2 take the first map. What you got for us, James Banks?
I've got some analysts who might be shocked and stunned in this one, Moses, because they said it was Spirit all the way. We had a lot of questions to be answered. Well, the first question we have is Malbs the NA Donk? At least in this map he was.
I mean, on the T side, Mirage, he had a fantastic showing. I think his impact in the first half and the way he was conducting himself, even in the second as well on the CT side, was great for Malbs. A lot of positives coming out for G2, of course, naturally after winning and taking away a map from Team Spirit. I think we kind of prefaced it coming into the game, saying that if G2 want to stand any chance whatsoever of winning this game, at the very least they have to win Mirage. And they did. Not only did they win the map, but in the fashion they did it. I think they played good, solid Counter-Strike. It was almost like watching the old G2 a couple of years back when they were driving on Mirage, where m0NESY's activated, Nico is activated. You now have this guy called Malbs in the mix as well, who on the T side, super assertive, super aggressive, and not afraid of going for the right place at the right timing. He was playing with confidence.
And that's the thing we alluded to initially, right? It's about a mentality. You can't come in here being like, you know, we're obviously the underdog Spirits, obviously the favorites here, and they came in swinging. Jason said they came in swinging. The pistol arm comes to mind. Initially, it was a 5v3 advantage for Spirit, and Malbs just comes alive. I think it was like, what, 12-3 or something at some point in the first half. And again, Nico coming in as well. I love the variation in the pace, the variation in how they were handling the CD side from Spirit. Because it's not like Spirit played a terrible CD side. We saw the aggression towards mid by Zontix and Donk as well. They were neutered time and time again. And for Spirit, they were kept guessing every single round in the first half where the hit was going to be. And when the hit came came in, Pimp, it was clinical. Not a tiny little gap in the way to executing it as well. And of course the kills, man. Beautiful stuff.
Beautiful stuff indeed. But were you surprised to see it go down like that? Was it started when you start to see G2 get rolling? Were you thinking, okay, this is better than we expected?
Yeah, I think honestly it was better than expected. I think people would have been unfair to expect G2 at this point already to manhandle a team like Team Spirit on a map like Mirage. Again, there were so many win conditions going their way. Nico also had a great showing. We prefaced it coming into the game saying that he's been having a bit of a resurgence. He's been coming better and better and better.
Yeah.
Feels like he's getting more comfortable with the game. Also, the body language. I was observing the cam on Nico as well. Sure, we've seen before he's been a little bit frustrated, not always the happiest player on the server. This game was all smiles, all happiness. Maybe Malps and this whole new G2 project have brought some new energy into Nico as well, which obviously was much needed considering how he's been struggling. So yes, I think a lot of the win conditions that we prefaced coming into the game became successful for G2, and then I think they over-delivered and played way, way better, way earlier than we could have expected.
And even the little bit of a cosmetic comeback, as I like to say, Pimp, coming in from the side of Spirit right there. It never seemed a point where things were spiraling out of control for G2. They still seemed like they had everything going, and once the big guns came into play, m0NESY, who didn't really have to do much in that first half, right? Second half, Op comes out towards A, completely shuts it down, and just there was not a single weak link in what we saw from G2. Great stuff.
I want to look at some of the weaknesses of Spirit, though, because there was times where they had the economy in their advantage. They were holding strong. They were constantly able to... I think they had more buy rounds, right, than what you'd normally expect when you're losing like that. And they still falter? Why?
I feel like the biggest problem from Spirit was, despite the fact they tried to go for that mid-aggression and whatnot, it was a bit too one-dimensional. You could see Donk towards mid, Zontix helping out from Cat, and you just count the number of rounds they went for that particular play, right?
Yeah.
And G2, that different variations of how to handle it. G2 were patient with it. But let's talk about pushing the extremities of the map, pushing towards Palace, getting a little bit of info towards Ramp, for example, or towards B apartments. Didn't see too much. It was a lack of flair coming from Spirit. And yes, it was tempered aggression, but it wasn't free-flowing aggression. And that is something which G2 exploited. They had so much map control to work with.
Yeah, it was very centered around middle, as you said, catwalk, connector, etc. And it didn't really pan out the way they would have liked to. I also, despite looking at the scoreboard, you may think Shiro had a decent game of Counter-Strike. He found most of his impact on the T side himself, even with the Tech 9 for that matter as well. Sometimes I lack Shiro taking charge of a game like this. Have a presence somewhere on the map where you can tell your teammates, this area is locked down, I'm going to take care of this. He tried a couple of times from CT spawn, was a little bit unlucky with a couple of timings as well, but overall, I lack a bit of impact from Shiro sometimes with the AWP. If he can lock down the B bomb side, if he can lock down middle, lock down A, I don't even care where he's locking down, but it frees up resources to focus elsewhere. And I think that was a bit of the problem here as well, that Shiro didn't find the impact needed on the CT side.
I have to agree with you 100%, and you hit the nail on the head, because if you go back to this match, watch the VOD, the demo, or whatever, many of the times, yes, he would mix up his positions when a round starts, but he wouldn't really be too mobile off of that. He'll be holding towards B apartments, not really budging. And the entire half, it felt like, whenever they went to the other side, they were able to avoid the AWP of Shiro, and they can't afford that to happen. You look at m0NESY, for example, he's everywhere with the AWP towards mid, is going to be heading towards B, keeps being very mobile and very confident in his abilities. And Shiro, we know how good he can be, so I feel like that absolutely played a factor as well.
Now, does this change your feeling for the whole series and going into the pick of Spirit coming up next?
Gives me slightly higher confidence than G2 can make the next two maps competitive, but I do think that we're going to play two more maps. So
okay.
I have to agree with you on that. I mean, just have to remember that it is a map that maybe Spirit didn't quite expect as well. It's a map that's been a little bit 50-50 for Spirit too, but heading into map number 2, which is going to be a Nuke and, of course, Ancient, I believe, which is going to be the decider. Spirit are... we have enough tape of how brutal they can be on that map, and I feel like G2, great attempt to get the first map, but I think Spirit still take it.
You still think Spirit's going to take it? You're still confident in going forward on it. Do you expect, though, from this Nuke, right, do you expect G2 to be completely ready on this?
Not yet. I think Nuke is one of the complicated maps. We speak about it often, the rotation systems, the communication, the amount of pressure you can apply with the smoke walls outside, with the ramp ups, you name it. It can be a very difficult map to get into the groove of from early stages. However, they have Nuke specialists. I consider Nico to be one of the absolute best riflers in the world on this specific map of Nuke. I think Malps likes to play it as well. Snacks have had a decent time on it. So it's not like the players themselves can't play Nuke at a high level. I think just as a team and in cohesion of that, you know, concept of playing together, having to rotate and deal with the pressure that is being applied by Spirit, perhaps a bit too slow.
And also when it comes down to the positions, especially on this particular map, like I'm not one of the guys who's like, oh, the roles are different, the positions are different, you know, it's going to be...
Who's going to play ramp?
Exactly, that's a big question. And Snacks, he's got to give up outside for Nico. You have to relinquish that for Nico, so trial by fire again.
Let's see how they do with their trial by fire, but before that, we're going to a break and then we're coming through with map 2.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
About Malbs, I'm quite surprised by him. He's impressed me in many ways ever since he joined. He's a very funny guy, very positive. His game sense is on point as well. His aim is obviously very good. I think that's what people have already seen. So I've been surprised in many ways about him. And yeah, I think as he has already mentioned, and as everyone knows, he'll be taking over mostly of Nexus role, so he'll be kind of our anchor, but in some position he will be doing something else as well. People will see, but overall I think a great addition, and looking forward to playing with him on the stage. I think the relationship that Taz and Snacks could create and could have will definitely help them in developing this team. So that's definitely one of the most important factors. And but overall, I think Snacks has been always a very smart player, even when he was not IGL, and he has a ton of experience playing this game. And I mean, obviously, people are saying that in Gamer Legion he obviously, or they didn't have the best T side, but it also depends on what players you have, right? So I think people are jumping a bit too fast on conclusions and how we will do. So yeah, I think so far with what we had these couple of days of practice, things are looking good, and we are very eager to prove everyone wrong. When it comes to me or myself, I will be keeping all my positions and everything that I was doing before, so I'm not affected by any of the changes that we have done. Obviously, Janusz and Mario, they have been informed about the roles that they will be having, and they all agreed to it, so they are kind of the ones that are making adjustment, and obviously it's going to take some time for them to adapt, but they're also very versatile players, both of them, so it shouldn't take too long for them to adapt to the roles that they're having right now. I mean, when it comes to goal for this tournament, we honestly just want to play as many games as possible. And obviously, if you play as many games, that will take you to the deeper run in playoffs. So our goal is definitely to get as much practice as we can. We only had like 7 days of practice, 6 days of practice with the new team. So that's a very, very short period of time, especially with the new IGL. So we are not fully ready for this event. So we have to use every match very smart, and we have to analyze after each match and try to find improvements all the time, and yeah, that's our main focus. And obviously, when you make a change in the lineup, you make a change in order to win tournaments, right? So that's what we did as well. Our goal is to win the tournament or more tournaments, but I think specifically for this one, I think we just want to get ready. For example, for Cologne, we want to use this tournament not as a practice, I would say, but we just want to get as many as possible games under our belt. Yeah, I'm super excited to play the first event of the season, especially with the new lineup, and we are really looking forward to some good results, and overall having a great experience here in Riyadh.
It's quarter-final time here in Riyadh, and we've heard a lot from G2, and we got to see a lot of G2 on that first map. A lot of unexpected turns coming into this quarterfinal so far, Jay.
Yeah, I don't think we really knew where to place this G2 with the new roster, obviously, coming out of the break, and Spirit's been so good and considered the best team in the world, so it feels overwhelming. But, man, G2 just put a clinic on them, and Mirage. And a lot of the conversation, obviously, is going to be focused on guys like Snacks, who's kind of come in as the IGL to replace Hooksy, and how G2's going to look with that change, but also Mulbs, obviously. And a big part of that conversation has been the role changes that he's had, right? And obviously that's going to affect him, I think, a little bit more on the CT side, because what we saw in Mirage is he's still in that position to just be aggressive. He's still in that position to find the openings for you, and man, did he do it so well on Mirage. It was stunning the way he was finding impact in those rounds.
I guess if you have such a good T side, you don't even have to play that many.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, maybe that's his philosophy here. But we've got Nuke up next, and you know, if your team Spirit, you've got to feel like you've got to bounce back against a squad that have just made significant changes. I mean, they've ripped out their IGL, they've put a new one in, they've got a brand new player coming in from North America that hasn't much experience playing at the top level. So, you know, if you're Team Spirit, you can't go out in this quarterfinal in a 2-0 fashion against G2, surely.
No, I mean, the conversation is they won their map pick, now it's time for ours.
Yeah,
and I think it's also got to be, Spirit's probably coming out of that Mirage and being like, well, they actually kind of destroyed all the things that we like to do. Those mid setups with Donk and Zontix that are so effective against so many teams were neutralized. They still had some impact. They still had a couple rounds of where they went 1 for 1, 2 for 2, but overall G2's going to be happy eliminating that part of the defense. I mean, outplaying Team Spirit down the stretch in some of these rounds. So now on Nuke, you want to use your experience as a team if you're Team Spirit to kind of really confuse the protocols that aren't quite in place yet for G2.
It's going to be a Team Spirit heavy attack into the ramp room. Mulbs and Monacy. The double combo. Eminem ready to try and shut this one down, and it is an opening kill here for Team Spirit off the back of Zontic. Snax has come over to try and assist m0NESY. It's Snax on the double, m0NESY following up, and Donk getting 2 in this pistol. It is still a 2v2 off the back of those fights, and Team Spirit now leaping down lower to try and get a bomb plant at a minimum here, but Hunter's very quick to rotate. He's at the double doors.
He's going to have to make some really good decisions here. Oh, they're going to try and double peek him. Dooley's not fast enough. Donk gets just past the crosshair. Easy dispatch, and Nico is a little bit far away. How does he want to play this bomb? Being planted down the vents, he goes silently.
It was a fake plant, so that's actually given extra seconds from Nico and allows him to get ever closer to the bomb site. So his chances have increased slightly now to try and win this, but he has been detected in towards double doors. And he's worried about Donk inside of the site, who has got himself 3 kills in this pistol round. No kit for Nico.
No, and I think getting spotted that early really hurts, and Donk is playing this very, very smart. He's waiting for Chopper's contact, no reason to even peek, and Chopper's holding an angle where Nico is committed and can't get away.
Nico's doing everything he can, but he's just not getting his opportunities, and as soon as Donk sees his opponent, it's Chopper to swing out from ramp, and a fantastic pistol round there from Donk, and Team Spirit pick up the first.
And a really good clear from Donk and Chopper to take control of control side, sorry about that, to take control of those double doors and clear that out before trying to plant the bomb. If Hunter's allowed to remain there, that's one position Nico doesn't have to worry about on any kind of rotation, and you have a player in a position to actually support and work with Nico, so that kind of elimination of that part of the map is critical to winning the pistol round for Spirit.
Yeah, scout here for Snax coming in. There's an investment coming through here for G2. They're going for force. m0NESY's going to get that scout that Snax purchased, and that leaves $900 extra in the bank from m0NESY. Obviously want to get him on the off as quickly as possible. Even got a little flash there at the end, so make that 700 left over from m0NESY. Nico heading outside. Going to wield this deagle to devastating effect. A couple of players who will soon come through secret. m0NESY's watching the cross on over. So if there's a heavy commitment here, Jason, the setup from G2 looks like it could be a bit of a threat to Team Spirit.
Absolutely. Here comes the utility, trying to gate some of these positions. Nico needs 1 with the, oh baby, give him 2. Hot hand, heat check on the peak.
It is devastating from Deagle. Nico, there we go again. And Mobs Deeg in there. All 5 players stay up for G2. When Nico brings out the Deeg, you know there's a chance, and everybody else capitalizes. That was a 6 CT setup to deal with outside.
Oh my lord, that's a horrible start to your map pick after dropping Mirage in the fashion they did. Look at him take his time and line him up, and that springs everyone out. Then comes the stairs peak, then comes the 5-7 from Snax. All across the board, G2 shuts him down.
It's going to fire them up right away here at the start of the CT side. Team Spirit going for a buy of their own. Back into it, this time with P250s, Tech 9, a Galil on Donk. It's not a pretty force buy here for Team Spirit. 2 smokes are up. They have limited utility. That's all they have, really. 1 smoke left on Magic, so they're going to move on the smoke straight away.
Cleared.
It's going to fade away. Nico! He could get a multi. Only manages 1, but it's sure a lot of damage onto Magics, but that's not the worst outcome for Team Spirit.
It looked like that was going to be a disaster for Team Spirit, but I think Nico's probably more frustrated at the smoke fade than Spirit was not ready for that timing of so many bodies coming over. Also just caught that glimpse of that first player cross at a secret, so weird angle to try and adjust to.
At least G2 know they've got them trapped in secret, but that smoke does change the game slightly.
I think m0NESY can still see just around the edge of that to see if they fall back. Although he has changed his position.
The bomb is on Chopper at red, so that's the biggest problem here. Hunter, he'll be playing down with this MAC-10. He's got the help of Mobs on the stairway. The only player with a rifle is here for Spirit, and it's gone. Hunter is loving the MAC-10 in this quarterfinal. 2 kills locked in. And Chopper and Shiro now are the only players standing, and they've got nothing worth talking about. This is going to be a G2 start with 2-1. And money broken for Team Spirit.
Yep, they're going to have to sit around out, and that allows G2, especially with 3 MAC-10 kills on Hunter, to build up some bank to sustain some future struggles. Just a wonderful start again from G2, this time on the CT side.
There's a smoke fade. Just a bit awkward for Nico because you want to take out Donk first. And He had just got around the corner before he was able to take him out. So it's full blocks here for Team Spirit. It's going to be pretty frustrating for Team Spirit. You know, you've just lost Mirage in the fashion that you did versus G2. You win the pistol, and you're hoping that maybe you can get the ball rolling quickly on your T side of Nuke. And immediately G2 stand up with a massive force buy win. Mobs could really find the cash here, or not so much the cash, but just the kills, because they're coming towards it. M4 at the ready. He decides not to be overrun or overwhelmed by those blocks. So drop on down to lower and let m0NESY deal with this threat. And the scout with that grenade, it's a perfect combo to allow the instant kill on Chopper. Nico holding down Mouse 1, and it's 2 extra kills in his back pocket.
Yeah, good Nico's there. That scout, not a whole lot of stopping power, obviously cleaning up a damaged player. m0NESY's still going to be cautious about anyone wrapping around. Donk and Zontix both just stuck with a Glock. So it'll be 3-1 for G2, off to a really good start, not taking a whole lot of damage in these past 2 rounds, building up money. Yeah, poised to spring this into a dominant CT half.
That's another great thing about winning a force buy round with all 5 players staying alive.
Oh, and just
a huge amount of money.
Just the mental warfare aspect of it as well. That's got to be so frustrating for Spirit.
Oh, and that's pretty nice from m0NESY.
We'll take that. Good 5-7. Triple kill from m0NESY in the round. And guns, rifles back in the hands of Team Spirit.
Well, the majority of the talent team, and I'm sure many of the people at home watching, predicted Spirit to be champions of this event. I don't think many people would have had G2 knocking them out in the first round of the playoffs.
Listen, I'll give him a shout out. Stunna did pick it.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think asking him to explain his logic behind it would be a different question. I mean, look, I think the realistic reason of why so many people went with Spirit as one of the best teams is, I mean, G2 with the roster changes, hard to quantify and kind of predict. You're kind of banking on this kind of honeymoon run out of them. FaZe as well, a team with the reputation of kind of slow starts in various points, and they had their own struggles towards the end of the season. Vitality seems to be having a few struggles here and there as well. The other team I think you'd put up there that not a lot of people picked is MOUZ.
Yeah, and I feel like MOUZ, you know, they had a really good season last season, but maybe didn't finish as strong, whereas Team Spirit won the last event before the break. And this could be breaking point for them. They'll be charging in towards the upper bomb site. Snacks in the rafter, gets ripped off first. Missed shot from m0NESY. Can he recover it? He's going to the pistol instead, and enough distraction set up for the rest of the cavalry to arrive here for G2. And Hunter decides they are not getting through this A bomb site while he's still alive. And Chopper, well, his teammates are gone, and he's stuck at ramp.
It looked like there was some potential there when the opening kill comes out from Chopper. Excuse me, not Chopper, Magix. But shut down very quickly. m0NESY staying alive inside the bomb site, gives time for Hunter to spring into action. Foot spotted, toes spotted, easy kill. Now this is dangerous. Look at the HP on Hunter. He is an easy 1 HP kill. He's got to tuck himself into a corner somewhere and just make sure that Chopper won't clear him out. 25 seconds on the clock. They still think he's upper.
Well, Chopper having the bomb is brilliant.
So Nico and Hunter at some point are going to join up and likely retake from the same position, and Hunter is just going to have wide spacing to run in with 1 health and reveal the position of Chopper for Nico.
Well, door swings open at Decon. Hunter lucky to not be caught there, but distraction is enough to pull the attention away and let Nico come down ramp to save the day.
Now they have plenty of time. Nico's going to run back into the upper bomb site, pick up m0NESY's op, so this defuse is going to take a second. But that's G2 up 4-1 now. Defense is looking solid and a really good hold from Hunter with the double kill. And as we've seen in past events, past maps, when Hunter starts having a great game, G2 hits final boss level.
So much depth when that happens.
Yeah, you really see the potential of how deep this roster can go.
He's fires on 1 HP as well after all of those fights. And m0NESY, I'm sure, is very happy that Hunter had a big round there, because m0NESY misses the initial shot, doesn't quite find himself in a comfortable position to get a follow-up chance.
No, but the way he dances around those silos, right? So much attention is focused on him. You have one player parked at hut boxes, and you have another player kind of coming out of hut in the Molotov, swinging to try and take him out of that position to create that space, and everyone focusing on him allows, I don't remember who it was, from Heaven to be able to get the kill on the player coming out hut. It allows Hunter to kind of wrap around from Mini watching Squeak Door to trade off the player by hut, and all of a sudden the defense is solid again. So just staying alive in that situation for m0NESY is wonderful.
And look at Team Spirit's purchase. They've got $1,000 average on the majority here. Chopper going for the big investment, getting that Tech 9 out. An AK on Donk. Magic's with the Galil, and they're setting up once again for this top site. They felt like there was some potential there. And m0NESY this time, the first chance, he will strike straight through, and Snacks will not fall off the rafters this time. It is Zontix and Shiro left in a 2 versus 5, and Team Spirit bashed their heads against the wall, and they've kind of knocked themselves out here. It's going to be a 5-1 lead for G2 on the CT side.
And I'll just bring it up again to the money. Like, no kills, no damage done in this round. Last round was 2 players surviving, Hunter and Nico, but still the cash continues to grow for this defense. So Team Spirit is going to have to work this T side the hard way. You're going to have to grind this economy down with multiple round wins in a row to get any easier rounds in front of you.
The only round they've won is the pistol.
Yeah.
It's the only round they've been able to find on this T side so far.
Now rifles will come back out. We'll see what Chopper can come up with.
And this is a really interesting point. I was listening to Hawker talking about the CT side potential of G2 in the future and how exciting it could be. And I mean, it really makes sense. You just think about how many great players you've got across the board in this squad. The CT sides can be just devastating if they get off to a hot start like this.
When you consider like the mobility and the critical positions of being guarded by m0NESY and by Nico, yeah, it's going to be dangerous. Malbs gets a little bit aggressive over towards ramp room, tries to catch him sleeping, but Zontix is ready for it. Nobody's really close by to pick that up, so ramp is a little bit of a sore spot for G2 right now. And m0NESY coming over so late, does he really want to peek into it? Yes, he does.
It's a bold position for Nico, one that Donk will deal with. That'll put Spirit ahead on players. Remember, Hunter's also very low.
A couple of risks being taken by G2 in this round that have both been punished. The Malbs push and the Nico positioning, which obviously can be very, very strong and catch you off guard, but beautiful precision from Donk.
From the Team Spirit perspective, you can't let this one go. You cannot let this one slip.
No, but the scary thing at the moment is because they're being so patient and they're looking for this kind of a play, this is what they want to find and catch. You can see Magic's looking for this, Zontix kind of hiding over towards Squeak Door, but if it goes the other way, you've been patient long enough for G2 to dictate the round.
Oh, it's just Hunter being sent in there, low HP, bad timing for Snacks to climb up on top, and m0NESY now left in a position where he can't do much about the outcome of the round, but with that 1 kill on Shiro, he's going to go have a little look at Heaven. He's got plenty of utility in his belt, but I think when he gets spotted from top height, he's not too happy with that. A good read on this main push, but he misses the shot. Donk able to take him out, and finally, Team Spirit able to get around on the board other than the pistol.
The AWP is retrieved as well, so that'll be passed over to Shiro for a new element mixed into this T side. You can now have Shiro outside in a supportive fashion with the AWP, letting your rifles take some space and then looking for picks towards the yard.
And Shiro's currently 0-7, so getting the AWP in his hands is going to hopefully change that fact, get him into this game.
We mentioned on Mirage, though, his AWP on Mirage didn't have impact either on the CT side. Had it plenty of times. A little bit of a quiet day for Shiro. Gonna pick towards ramp room. Deep smoke is gonna block off his vision.
Molotov starting to spread towards Snacks, but he's found Sanctuary for the time being on the edge. And he'll go back to the middle of the top hut. Smoke starts to fade away at Squeaky Door. In just a few moments. Nico smoked out. No, not to overstep the mark, and that is going to be very frustrating for Donk. He's usually the one dishing that kind of maneuver out, but gets a taste of his own medicine. Nico through the smoke.
That angle knowledge from Nico. A sidestep and knows it perfectly. A good little freebie to give your team an advantage. And it's happened so soon, the smoke wall from Spirit doesn't even get utilized. Nobody's able to cross over, and there are no smokes left. You can challenge and try and peek dry to cross over, look for the fight, but m0NESY's got that angle.
Ooh, it's a real tight angle from m0NESY. And they actually do get down Secret with 2 players now, so they're going to try and maneuver with that. Team Spirit have 40 seconds remaining in this round. Magic's applying pressure to the back of the A bomb site. m0NESY's been called over to try and help A. Not getting too much done, and in the meantime, it's all about the lower play through Decon. Nico's calling for Malbs to turn back and have a look here, but are they going to be ready for Nico? Big shot from Shiro. Great reactions. And m0NESY's worried about multiple positions now. The ramp push coming in. Missed shot from m0NESY. Can it recover? No scope. On towards Magix, but he couldn't get the multi-kill out of it. And Hunter's just waiting for that plant to come in. 10 seconds. Swings that door. Save Planter on the back of the cylinder. And Zontic's defense his teammate upon the push of Hunter. It's all on Snacks now, baby. And he's got that kill on Zontix. A 1 versus 1 up against Shiro Sniper waiting at Decon. Both players have been damaged, Shiro more significantly so. And Snacks does not have a smoke. That would be very helpful in this kind of situation. Shiro just biding his time, and we wanted impact. And as soon as that AWP comes into his hands, Shiro is on the board.
Yeah, really nice double kill. The clearance of the first, and then obviously being able to find Snacks at the end, and that's exactly where he's so strong. His clutch ability of Shiro is lovely. Very, very poised, and it's an easy kill at the end of the day. But taking out a m0NESY, I believe, was the massive kill to make their way into that lower bomb site. Good round from Team Spirit. As we just saw, remember, converting to 4v5 as Nico takes down Donk through the smoke. And finally, Team Spirit have got it at a good position for themselves. They've chewed through so much of that cash, 2 rounds in a row, and G2's at a breaking point. They've already got Malbs at a Deagle. They're missing a lot of utility, but they've still got the op on m0NESY. They've still got an M4 on Nico.
m0NESY's going towards Secret this time. Wants to combine with Nico. No, and this is looking good for Shiro. m0NESY actually got the shot off first. Shiro does not even send one back in response. This fight is very intriguing. Donk versus Nico in and around these outside smokes. Donk decides he wants to go towards Secret. Couple of steps being made now. He's going to drop down. Just have a look, see if he can jump over that scope of m0NESY. But not detecting him as we now reach the 1 minute mark. Team Spirit look to challenge the Deagle, and this is the weak point in the defense, Jason.
There's nobody close by. I think Nico might actually be able to shift pretty quickly. He's over at lockers, but that requires Malbs to stay alive long enough for him to be able to get into the fight. There is a Molotov if he has the time to deploy it, if he has the safety to deploy it.
He gets out of there, he doesn't die. But he is put under a lot of pressure and forced down into the lower site. m0NESY's here at double doors.
Yeah, but this opens up the avenue for Donk to move through Secret.
Here goes Malbs Deagle, peeks on out, big headshot, seconds, even better, and we called it the weak point, but it is a strong link from Malbs. Shot back from Shiro. m0NESY's hitting shots, but it's not enough to bring down Donk, but it's the only player left, and it's not a round that Donk can even get involved in. What a step up from Malbs.
How pissed do you have to be if you're Spirit? This is the second time you've stubbed your toe against a Deagle double kill. First Nico in round 2, now Malbs again steps up, and Donk could do nothing to save that rifle. 6-3.
That is so frustrating for Team Spirit. But
All
beautiful
smiles.
work from Malbs. That is so sick. He's under so much pressure, and that Deagle just rings true.
Oh, good find from Snacks. He was looking for that lurk for a long time, and Zontix obliged with the follow-up on Chopper. G2 looking good, but this is still close enough for Team Spirit to make this a solid half from them. It's not out of it just yet. But sir, you have to feel like frustration is building after Mirage. Losing against the low buy in round 2. Now losing again, essentially, I mean, the one Deagle just having massive impact. It's got to be frustrating.
And that Deagle will be a sign to them that they were so close to finally breaking that money apart and getting into this first half in a strong way. But now look at the purchase, Jason, again. Tech-9s, Galils, more common than the AK, which has found itself in the hands of Donk. Malbs gets another weapon to play with. This time he's slowly going up the ladder. He's got an MP9. He tried this once before, Nico. Didn't work out. Maybe this time he can catch out Chopper, but the in-game leader of Spirit has found the perfect corridor of cover to get towards Secret. Malbs needs to drop on out, needs to be careful. He gets caught staying committed in the open. m0NESY, oh, Donk! That is so sick on the AK. That gets Team Spirit back into this. Snacks and Hunter, you can't count them out yet. There's still a minute left for this to go wrong for Team Spirit.
That actually is a wild shot from Donk on Monacy's peak. And I think that's one of the areas where you want to talk about putting Malbs in kind of like a more anchory position, where I think he's probably going to have a little bit, learn a few lessons like that one of a little bit too much on that re-peak. But also, he probably only does it because Monacy's communicating that he's close by. Just punished in this round. Good job from Team Spirit with a little bit of a lower buy, cheaper buy, and still pulling out the win. Now this half gets really interesting.
Even if Malbs goes 1 for 1 there, it's not the worst if Monacy is able to get the trade with the AWP, but it's the fact that Donk just nails him so quick with the headshot.
Yeah, that's a freakish shot to slide into.
You started to hear the term from Maui, the Donk slide. It's a maneuver that's coming out these days, you know, from analyzing his performances, and you can definitely see it on display how difficult it is to deal with sometimes. We're going to see it again here. Malbs gets caught, and then this shot. Boom. Just so ready for Monacy.
Yeah, just that quick two-step to the left after he's sliding slowly, looking for it. Brutal. Good rebuttal from Team Spirit. Once again, they've got him at a breaking point. I mean, you win this round if you're Team Spirit, and you're in prime position to tie this up, and 6 on T-side nuke is going to be lovely, especially considering the way this has gone, especially considering losing that second round. Snacks again finds safety on the edge.
Outside smokes are thrown from Team Spirit, but no one's committing behind them.
Yeah, they're faking this. They want to get a little bit of attention outside, see if you can pull the players there. This is going to be an upper execute.
And it's not the best weapon here for Snacks either. An MP9 Hunter will be required to step up again. Starting to get an idea of what's coming their way, and they've got rotations now at Heaven. Team Spirit are being held at the door, and they haven't quite got the round going the way they would have liked.
Oh, you love this if you're G2. You just stalled out their attack entirely. Spirit's backed off, but you know they've thrown a wall of smokes outside. You know they've thrown a full set piece to the upper bomb site. They've got one more Molotov. You're sitting in your head as G2 and just like, this is perfect. No more utility to make these hits awkward for us.
It's trying to set up even inside of that lower bomb site to deal with a threat that could possibly come down there through outside. But it's still a commitment towards A from Team Spirit. Smoke will start to fade away soon at Squeaky Door. Snacks up on top hut, spots out Magix, decides he doesn't want to get involved in that awkward fight, and there comes that last piece of utility. The molly up towards top hut, Snacks is blinded. Saltix with a double kill on that entry, but a lineup from Hunter. It's 2, and it's not going to be enough to make G2 feel comfortable because the 2 remaining players are on the lower part of the map. So Team Spirit put that bomb down, and it's now a 3 versus 2. And G2, if they want to go for this, it's going to be a 2v3 retake.
The way G2 rotated with 2 players down low, they didn't have any information outside, so I think they feel like they had to respect the lower bomb site just as much as the upper bomb site. And the timing on the rotation from Hunter, he was playing at the vent, but moves his position towards front hut. Would have been a beautiful crossfire with Snacks. And Donk's come alive with some very, very good kills on this map so far. We saw the double kill in ramp previously.
They may have had limited utility there, Jason, but it was very effective.
It was. Those flashbangs were very, very nice. The Molotov that kind of spread down to the hut boxes as well. Nico trying to save this M4. It'll be the only rifle that G2 has to work with in the next round.
Gets the AWP right at the end there as well from Nico. At least taking something into the next round for G2. But Team Spirit have definitely done a solid job at keeping this half competitive. It was starting to look a little worrying for them, but piecing together a strong performance on the T side. They could leave this half tied up at 6 each. A mag 7 for Snacks. The Eagle for Mobs again. We know what he can do with it. And it's a bit quicker this time from Team Spirit through this upper site. Good entry, flash is good for Magix. Donk even taking his own teammate out, but he makes up for it with a kill on Hunter. And Team Spirit are through the upper site.
It's a really nice call from Team Spirit, showing they understand where the economy was sitting as well. They're just like, we finally have you out of money. You don't have the Molotovs to stop this hit. You don't have the nades, the smokes to put into the choke points. So we're just going to bully you and find our way in.
Well, last round of the half, Nico and Monacy must attempt it. Neither of them have a kit.
Miss Molotov is going to help out, though.
Monacy
maybe not the follow-up.
Likely to get the flashes ready here for Nico through Heaven. He's hoping he can catch a player at main, and he's damn close to it, but Running out of time here, G2. That smoke at Heaven's making things uncomfortable. And they're going to throw those flashes in now. Nico sends the last-ditch effort in, descending down into the site. Good trade from Donk. And now Monacy with no time left to win the round. He'll go in to pad his stats, and that will not be allowed. A 6-6 half. Team Spirit able to drag their way back after a negative start.
And I like the resilience after the first map and after the poor start to this, losing the second round, that shocking double kill from Malbs with the Deagle as well. It was primed and ready for Team Spirit to fall flat and kind of fade away. But way to fight back at the end. That's a 5-1 run to close out this first half. They've got it tied up, and they got to win the second half to stay alive here at the Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Quarterfinal time here at EWC. That's the Esports World Cup, and we've got Team Spirit taking on G2, some of the biggest teams in the scene. And right now, Team Spirit have finally arrived to the quarterfinal. Mirage didn't seem so strong for them. The start of Nuke looked like it was going to be more of the same, but they find their footing. It did feel like towards the end of the half, Donk was starting to deliver the impact we expect from him. Yeah, absolutely. Some huge rounds over towards Ramp Room to kind of get them going. Was able to shut down Nico outside once or twice. Yeah, this would be a good second half as well for him on the CT side now to show some staunch defense and get Team Spirit started. They won the first pistol round but lost the second. Let's see what they can do here on the defensive pistol. Magic's with dualies close to door, and it's going to be an upper hit all day for G2. Grenade goes in. It's going to be Magic's descending down onto Monacy. Gets twitted out by Nitro, but Chopper still fragging. Dude. And he shows that he's got it. Chopper with a headshot right between those eyes. And 2v3, and Chopper barely surviving, but still fighting. And he's got Zontex coming up as backup. Snacks is now left in a 1v3 clutch, and it's going to be difficult. Multiple levels of elevation to deal with, and 3 players know exactly where he is. He's going to fight at Heaven. Chopper swings, low HP dealt with. Maybe a little bit overkill, headshot straight through. But they really shouldn't be giving Snacks any more chances here. Zontex close Tetris.
I've seen a Snacks clutch.
We remember a few of those. We might be getting a reminder, a not so subtle reminder of what Snacks is capable of. He's got time. He's up against Shiro. We've seen this 1v1 earlier in the first half. It was Shiro that was able to win it against Snacks, but Snacks is on for the 4K. He's on for the pistol win. And he decides to just sit back for a moment. Let Shiro make a move, but Shiro does not move. He stays at the back of the site. He's waiting for this.
Dang.
And what a clutch from Snacks. That is so sick on the pistols. And he was so composed every step of the way.
Oh, man, that is so wonderful from Snacks. Just add it to one more piece of stress that Team Spirit have to deal with.
Taz is just remembering those days.
He's thinking back to New York. He's like, yeah, baby.
Yeah, let's go. Another Snacks pistol clutch. This time, he does it on a Glock. Team Spirit, they buy back. A furious force buy. Can they replicate what G2 were capable of in the first half? G2 kept all 5 players alive with a force buy on the CT side after losing the pistol round. It is quick from G2 with great utility to attack into this upper bomb site. Chopper is down. Hunter just straight through that smoke, does not care if Magix is there or not, just rips him apart. And now it is a round easily collected for G2.
Easily collected thanks to that MAC-10 from Hunter. Not shy at all about getting involved in the action. 8-6, G2 out to a lead. This force buy in the second round from Spirit does absolutely nothing. And chances are they'll have to sit out the next round and just wait for a little bit more money to fight back. G2 should be able to extend this to a 3-round lead, and then we'll see what the party's gonna look like from there.
So that's good starts in both halves here from G2. Trying to try and build on this. Greatest opportunity to win the series is, of course, doing it in a 2-0 fashion. And it would be a one hell of a way to start this new roster of G2.
Yeah, it really would be. I mean, anytime you come out of the break and you get out to a hot start, that's got to feel good. And kind of, you know, that first tournament you have with the new roster, first 2 tournaments you have the new roster, sometimes makes you, like, gives you the indication of what the ceiling can be for the team that you've put together. And I mean, look, we still got a long way to go. We're not going to have final judgment on this squad, but the early returns are looking good.
And it's exciting, entertaining Counter-Strike to watch. There's just so many players across the board that can provide you with just a beautiful moment. 1 kill from Chopper CZ. He's going to upgrade that into a Galil. Over a minute still left in this round. G2 realize they can stay composed. Starting to get ever closer to this A site. They can always go back ramp, and that's exactly what they're doing. And if they go down into the lower site, waiting for them is Zontex, the control room, and he doesn't have a weapon that really strikes fear into the hearts of these G2 players. He's only got a P250. Chopper now coming down on that rotation through hell. He's got the Galil. 30 seconds. Chopper waiting for the perfect time to dive down. He wants confirmation they are committing to this B-bomb site, and that's in fact what they are doing. They're committing to the site now. Smoke is up to allow cover to plant that bomb.
It's not, Chopper has the rifle that can win the round, but it's really on Zontex to kind of provide a little bit of a miracle of some kind of a distraction, some kind of a pick to give Chopper the opportunity to be involved in the action. At this point, I just don't think it's going to happen. Magix finds one from Decon, but overwhelming weaponry secures things for G2. 9-6, 3-round lead. And let's see what this looks like now that Team Spirit get the M4s out. Shiro's got his AWP on the CT side of Nuke.
And we know how good Donk can be, how much he can dictate outside. He's got a couple of big threats on the other side that might make that difficult for him. I think Nico is kind of controlling him for a good portion of that first half outside. Hunter's still happy to wield that SMG. Smoke's dropped towards outside, but no one playing with him for G2. They're staying committed in towards this upper bomb side. It's going to be fast. It's going to be fast in towards A. And Malt just goes through in that first. It's the Molotov that takes away Chopper. Magic's only manages one in defense and snacks with a big turn on Donk. A taste of lead and a taste of dread as G2 have attacked in towards this site with Fury, and they are now up to 10 rounds on the board. Double figures in this quarterfinal, and they're one map up.
Just like Mirage, the trade game is so perfect for G2 entering into this upper bomb site. You got that X factor as well. Hunter on the MP9, able to be super mobile, coming through smokes, aggressively taking space, and a little bit of boost up to try and take some of these weapons away. Shiro's got that op deep in towards CT spawn, but what's he watching? Is he looking for this play? He's just hiding for the moment. Zontix behind the forklifts.
Oh, starting to pepper them from range, and Nico will be taken out by Zontix. And that was their chance to take something extra away from Team Spirit with no mercy. But they will save the ult for Shiro. I really haven't had to say Shiro's name a lot today. Still only 4 kills on the board for him.
No, whether it's utility or just tactically, they've been able to kind of really avoid him. But, I mean, coming through the smoke, using the pathing, with that Molotov in place to just turn around the corner, and while the defender's trying to just get into safety away from the flames, he's completely open to that kind of a play. Third and final timeout used from Spirit real early. They're investing everything into this round. M4 is back in hand. Auto shotgun on Magic's. This hasn't felt today like the Team Spirit that we saw ascending in the first half of the year, in the first season, coming out of the break.
We've seen G2 play with so many different players over the last few months. All of them with a different look.
But also important to note, just different timelines for these rosters, right? Hold the phone. We'll get to that conversation later because Nico has found a huge gap in the defense. I take that back. Donk closes it real quick.
And Zontix on ramp now, looking to deal with the threat of mobs and plenty more of G2 that are coming towards him. Honesty goes down first. Well done from Zontix. That is fantastic. Bomb is dropped in ramp room. Hunter now in a 1v4 total. First that shot's good.
Got control of the bomb. Kills are everything. Take weapons away, take economy away, make them rebuy, but maybe even give yourself a chance to win it all.
I mean, currently he has 1v1 fights. They're separated, but this position from Magic's, given the low HP of Hunter, you would imagine the shotgun's going to blow him away. And yeah, well, just blasts him straight through. Hunter does well to do damage towards the end there, but a fantastic ramp hold from Zontix.
Yep, that's exactly what you need from him. That's exactly what made Team Spirit so scary and so problematic in the early stages of the year was Zontix. I mean, obviously Donk. I don't want to go away from Donk. The Shiro acquisition and Donk, but having a player like Zontix who can kind of anchor and play these sorts of roles and be very effective in them. And this is a beautiful double kill against players who know exactly where he is. They had the information, and he still comes out on top of 2.
More resources committed outside. Donk is going to deal with Hunter. To boost Monacy up on top of Red. That's perfect. The flash combo and the smoke being blown open reveals Nico in a compromised position, and Donk deals with the threat.
Yeah, he's starting to show off now. Looking real good, Donk, on this outside defense. Been super impactful already, definitely in this round, throughout this second half as well. And he's going to continue being a nuisance. He plays the outside yard very effectively. And for the moment, G2's out of options. Bomb is split away from the team down secret, and there's no way to get him back.
Shiro, this is a relatively easy shot for a player of his skill. Mobs crosses right into him. And G2 stalled out. So Donk, in back-to-back rounds, kind of unravels the initial play for G2. He catches Nico with all that space in the last round. This round, he takes 2 down. It stalls out G2 instantly.
I think you save here if you're m0NESY and Snax. I think you kind of just both tuck into secret.
Yeah, there's no time to go anywhere.
If m0NESY feels like he can make it with that smoke. Save these weapons, let your teammates rebuy around you. Can drop one if you're m0NESY. You can also replenish a smoke and your nades. But it'll be 10-8. Team Spirit's now within 2.
Starting to settle into the second half. A reminder of map 3 if needed is Ancient. I feel like that would be very exciting to close on.
Very good Spirit map as well. I mean, you want to talk about trademark aggression. We saw kind of the Donk and Zontix play on Mirage that sort of got negated, but they're different beasts on Ancient playing in middle together.
Combo, wow, it's so hard to deal with.
They love being aggressive, so if it gets there, G2 is going to be in some trouble. Nursing this 2-round lead, taking their first time out of the map to talk things over. Out of money after this buy and investment.
Both coaches get on the mic. Not a comfortable situation for the money in reserves for G2, but they've been able to piece together a pretty solid purchase. Nobs on a Mac 10.
I wonder if they go back to a similar kind of upper bus. Actually, hold the phone. Lobby crunch from Spirit. Malb's going to get the first. Knows more coming. He spots out 3. What a peek from Donk. So prepared, staring straight up.
That is so ridiculous. How can you even deal with that? He's just so fast on that flick up to the top of the ladder, and G2 are down to 2 players. What a call out of the timeout. We were settling into a slower pace round, we thought, and then suddenly Team Spirit are bursting through ramp, bursting through hut, and G2 had only got Malbs in there and Hunter on the T roof.
I mean, it's such a brutal call to make, especially when you consider against this new lineup that's still kind of starting to figure things out. New in-game leader probably takes him a little bit more focus on what strategy, what they're all doing. And man, you threw a lobby crunch into it, and whatever G2 talked about during the timeout doesn't matter. And now they're out of money. So once again, Snax and m0NESY just got to find a way to save.
I love that call from Spirit. It's just so unexpected for that change to come in on the CT side. And they have only Malbs holding for it. He had a Mac 10, so it's not even like he can get multi-kills out of it. He did pretty well to even get 1, considering the pace of him.
They're going to investigate and see if they can get anything done.
Oh my goodness, Shiro, there we go. It gets a second chance. m0NESY slow peeks into him. Snax descends down and looks to pick up that AWP. Wants to draw Shiro into the fight. Snax has been known to wield it in the past, and oh my goodness, can't get the shot to land. Shiro will punish him, so nothing saved here for G2. That is terrible round to have to swallow if you're G2 at this point of the game.
Credit where it's due. Good call, good assertive, aggressive call from Team Spirit to take control of the situation. They finally got Magics off that auto shotgun as well after that round. Able to pick up an M4 moving forward.
That's so sick from Donk.
And a lack of money for G2 means the Deagles come out, but I mean, look, they've been pretty solid today for G2. Won them a couple rounds already. Surely not one more. I don't want to live in that world.
G2 do. They absolutely would love it. But it is almost surely going to be a tied game. And for the reasons you mentioned just mere moments ago about Ancient and how comfortable Team Spirit are, you don't want this to go to 3 maps if you're G2. Donk is just patient. He's getting his fight towards main. It's m0NESY showing him a little shoulder. Hunter crosses with the smoke. Gets in towards Garage. Now Donk has to consider a couple of different avenues of approach, and he will certainly deal with Hunter. m0NESY's Deagle strikes right through him. m0NESY's trying to make space. Oh, it's a shot that does land on Shiro. It's not effective in terms of bringing him down. AK now for m0NESY.
I don't think it's enough to really turn the tides in this round.
No.
But let's see what comes next. m0NESY's going to still challenge. He knows one's up in heaven. Snacks down low. Footsteps are made. Rotations potentially forced. m0NESY's been spotted, so Magics can't go downstairs to stop. This should at least... Oh, Sontix is still here.
Yeah, Sontix just lurking around on default. Snacks is going to walk with his pistol out, but
yeah,
it's going to get taken out.
It's fair play. I mean, he's making the footsteps to try and force a rotation to get someone exposed to the AK-47 that m0NESY picked up, and it just doesn't happen. But that's about the only option they had.
Tight game, 10 apiece here in the quarterfinals, and it does feel like now Team Spirit creating kind of a runway to get this into a third map. Very strong CT showing from Donk. This time, more players from G2 addressing potential lobby issue. Chopper descends down the vent. That's where he'll start his round, at the bottom of the vents. G2 this time were very prepared for any CT aggression from Team Spirit, but now they're starting to assemble that outside smoke execute. No disruptive Donk nearby. He's over towards CT. He'll watch that main entrance, so giving a lot of space here to G2. And they can do this because Chopper's already down vent.
Quiet crawl. Chopper's the only one here. Next point of support would be Shiro with the AWP, dropping ramp to peering towards lower. But Chopper needs to stay alive after this first engagement. Backing away, good peek, good spot. Closes the door after him, and now he knows what's coming. And G2 ain't slowing down.
Yeah, they know he could go anywhere. Oh, Shiro, it's a little unfortunate on the timing. He commits down into the darkness. Chopper tries his best to get a multi-kill out of it, but only manages one. And G2 come crashing into this lower bomb site. It's a rotation of Magic's down secret stairs. He's trying to arrive there quickly, but the bomb will be planted, and Team Spirit will have to retake if they want to win this round.
Test it for sure. Look for that kill. Look for that first kill. You've got it.
Offered up. It's given to them. Hunter walks into the open. m0NESY caught in the open, and Taz is starting to panic. Nico left in the clutch. 1v2 for Nico, and a tap out to Zontic. Nico can't win it. Magix comes in, and that was G2's chance. That was their moment, and they let it slip.
That composure fell away. G2 an advantage, 3-on-2, but no one comfortable in their positions. An awkward jump from m0NESY out in the open ruined his fight. Hunter as well decided he didn't actually want to be all the way in ramp room, gets caught in transition. Oh man, that discipline just falls apart as m0NESY's trying to get into a new location.
That might have just cost them this map. That might even cost them their opportunity to keep fighting in this quarterfinal. Oh, that's a tough one. You can see Taz before the round's even over. You just see his reaction to it. He knows, you really can't give those kills up.
Those are the heartbreaking ones right there, where it feels like it's all in your control. Everything looked good. That take on the lower bomb site is excellent with the pacing. Shiro's trying to get involved in the action and didn't expect it to be that fast. Expected maybe a door to open up, windows to be broken, utility to be deployed, but they're coming right at him. And that defense was never allowed to be comfortable. Brilliant trading from G2 into the bomb site, but the post plant gets ugly. 1 round lead now for Team Spirit. They have not, they haven't had a lead since the pistol round in the first half.
And yet, it hasn't felt like they've been out of it. at any point, really.
Donk is gathering all this information. You can see his lips moving, passing it over. Zontix ready to shift down to the lower bomb site. This time, instead of Chopper, it's an AWP, it's Shiro, and he's going to be far more resistance.
Yeah, he's going to take out Hunter. He wants to fight again. And not only will he fight, but he will take 2 away, and he's burning in the flames. He will get eventually taken out by m0NESY, but his impact has been felt. Chopper's inside of the vent.
Yeah, but m0NESY can back off. He can allow someone else to be the pressure point. We saw the lurk coming in towards ramp room as well. That's Malbs who's kind of testing, again, the rotation, the knowledge that that ramp player is going to try and descend to help out. And Donk hasn't moved, hasn't budged. He's going to make sure there's no escape route for m0NESY.
Malbs climbs up heaven. Ever so silently, ever so patiently. And Magix is looking the wrong way at the right time for G2. And they find their way back into a competition in this round. That plant is coming in. Chopper and Zontix left to recover this. And G2 can't let another one slip. They cannot let another post plant go.
This time the retake positions from Team Spirit are way, way weaker. Way more difficult to manage.
Oh, but it's a good distraction to set up Chopper, but he's only good for one. Fantastic, effective trading for Snacks. And Zontix, they know exactly where he's coming from. Grenade will land lower. Snacks not taken out. Certainly weakened, and Zontix goes over the top for that headshot, and G2 are happy. m0NESY's quick on those headshots. And is the round recovered, and G2 back in this again.
Again, these mid-rounds from G2, just like Mirage, that one looks spectacular. Slowly moving around the map quietly, and the pickoff from Snacks onto Donk out in Garage allows m0NESY to get to the upper bomb site. Now, takes the attention away from Heaven, from Magix inside the bomb site. Malbs grabs that kill, works out to perfection. 11 all.
Looking to challenge Zontix straight away, right through the smoke. Zontix spots it out, gets down quickly. Needs to be careful he doesn't get overrun, overwhelmed. He's calling for Shiro to try and help him, but Shiro couldn't get the help quick enough and is now not allowed to push any further forward because of that Molotov. Zontix doesn't rotate down, but look at Snacks. Yeah, this is a massive position. He is down inside of the site. Zontix nearly 2 kills, but that will not be enough. And Snacks is telling his team, you guys are good to come into this B bomb site. I'm going to cover off vent, and there's 2 players in here. Chopper, what a shot. Snacks goes down. That's quick reactions from the in-game leader of Spirit, and that's going to keep them 1 player up.
Maybe overeager from Snacks to come back into vents that aggressively. Could have just watched for the exit. Now a man advantage, and Malbs is so low. He's so low. He's just got to tuck in towards Dark, and Magix has a Molotov for it if he can get into the right position.
Dude, it's such a common position to clear out as well. Malbs might be burnt to a crisp instantly. Hunter, oh, it's a dink, but it's not a kill. Chopper is so quick in this. Chopper comes in and saves Spirit. That is incredible for Chopper. Inside of the vent, and then follows up on that retake.
What a monster retake. Absolutely beautiful. There's utility everywhere as well. Some of the Spirit smokes gave Malbs the safety to actually evacuate away from the Molotov, but they handled business.
That is the fight for map point.
But that's the critical kill is Snacks. If he's alive, even if he just goes 1 for 1 coming out of end, I gotta say, the entrance from Chopper is pretty damn beautiful as well. Credit where it's due. One chance Team Spirit to close out Nuke, take us to Ancient, extend this series.
And G2 still have weapons to play with. m0NESY's all boosted up. Sees the player going towards Secret, but cannot neutralize the threat. He'll have the info that Donk is tucked up here. He can go nowhere. Donk is stuck in this spot, and it's worth throwing everything you've got at trying to deal with Donk early. Molotov not actually extending upon him, so Donk doesn't even need to waste his utility.
And now it's kind of backfired. Now it's almost a trap.
It's going to work out for Shiro. m0NESY taken out. That's the AWP down for G2. This is 1 step closer to Team Spirit extending play and bringing us into Ancient.
If G2 finds a way to get this into overtime from this 4v5 with the way the map looks right now, that would be wild. That would be insane.
Well,
Nico's AWP. If it starts with Nico's AWP too.
Zontix is pushed far up in towards trophy room. Donk has stayed here, stayed put the whole time. Flash finally coming in. They deal with Donk. Zontix He's able to remove mobs quite quickly. We've got 50 seconds left in play, and G2 have evened up these numbers. Overtime is on the cards because straight through that vent, it's Hunter with the assassination. Magic's gone, Chopper climbing heaven. He was the savior of Spirit in the last round and looks to be so again.
Can't take that repeat. He's got to find a way to get Zontix involved in this action. G2 might have just pulled out a miracle. What a round to come back into this. It looked like they didn't have the resources to find anything. But now they've got Team Spirit pinned down at heaven. Zontix and Chopper are going to meet up. But what have you actually got?
Well, G2 have had some nightmare post plants. But this cannot join that list. Nico's up, bringing them through to overtime so far. Chopper will attempt this, but it will not matter. Snacks hits the headshot. A smile of relief from Taz as G2 drag this one to OT.
That's beautiful. A beautifully played round from G2. Hunter, man. Hunter on this map. 23 and 14. And that round, he finds the most critical of kills. Supportive flashbang to activate him to take out Donk at secret. Hustling to cut off rotations at vents. He knows if he goes fast enough, he can beat the timing. And that opens up the avenue, and Team Spirit's defense could never rotate into the proper position.
Monesi and Nico. What a twosome. Oh, Chopper, that is so intelligent to track mobs into the vent. Climbs up on top of his head. A great opening here for Spirit to kick off OT.
G2's recovered. Man disadvantages situations before.
Oh my God, how has Nico won that?
Oh, he tanks the dink and wrecks Donk.
Nico is showing Donk the OG rifle. And now Snacks catches Magic's, dragging this one back and now in favor of G2, and he's in an engagement against an AWP. And that kind of range, it's a little ambitious for Snacks, and he does lose his life to Shiro. 3v3, Nico starts the ascent to heaven.
Oh, this play from Zontix, though, is so smart. This reposition, this push. Shiro's playing a dangerous game, but he's getting away with it so far.
He really is getting away with it. Perfect positioning and a shot on Monesi. Shiro stays alive, up at the generator. He knows there's got to be G2 players around somewhere, and remember, he can't detect them.
Oh, Zontix pushed lobby, so actually ramp room to lower is open. Chopper's down there, but a little bit of a fake with utility down lower. Hunter's going to move up. They know Shiro's position outside of heaven.
There's such limited time, 10 seconds. He's got to drop, and Shiro, he wins it. He wins it right there with that kill. That's the bomb down. Cool idea from G2, but difficult to execute. And that'll end up being Team Spirit taking the first round of overtime.